The descent of a system heralds the commencement of Su Lai's extraordinary journey. Unsure of your computer skills? Fear not. We shall cultivate you into a master hacker. Struggling with culinary endeavors? Worry not, for you shall be rewarded with exquisite culinary artistry. Constantly succumbing to defeat in gaming? Remain calm, for the title of an esports deity shall be rightfully yours. Reporter, how do you plan to amass a fortune of 100 million? Su Lai, 100 million? Just a moment, 3, 2, 1, done. 100 million acquired. The reporter stands bewildered. System Daddy, I wish to learn racing. Once you delve into a few chapters, you shall discover that this book embodies a unique kind of opulence. The tale unfolds in a parallel universe. Please do not identify with the characters. Chapter 1. The Value of Existence. Manager Huang, did we not agree on $14 per hour? How is it that I have received only a little over 2,000? In an inconspicuous office of a real estate agency in Xiang City, a young man confronted a kindly-looking middle-aged man, arguing his case. Yet the words that escaped the middle-aged man's lips were anything but benevolent. What do you understand? I stated that the factory pays 14. Do you think I don't deserve a commission? But that is not what you said originally, the young man attempted to retort. The middle-aged man, growing impatient, interrupted, Get lost. I will speak as I please. Do not disturb my business. With that, he shoved Su Lai towards the exit. The young man, nearly losing his balance, gritted his teeth. Just wait. I, Su Lai, will make you regret this. The middle-aged man halted, crossing his arms with a derisive glare. Oh, so you could throw threats too? I shall be right here, eager to see what a boy without a single hair on his chin can do. A contemptuous chuckle escaped him. Fuming with anger, Su Lai shot a few glaring looks at Manager Huang before storming out of the office. As he stepped out, a female university student rushed towards him, nearly colliding with Su Lai. My apologies, she said, pushing through the door. Mere seconds later, laughter erupted from within. Ha ha ha. Have you thought it through? Not far away, Su Lai suddenly heard the sound of a door locking. His curiosity piqued. He stealthily returned to the entrance, eavesdropping on the conversation within. Pay me my wages, demanded the female student. Still not decided? Then why are you here? Came Manager Huang's voice, alarmingly close to the door, having just locked it. I told you, I am here to collect my wages. If you refuse, I will report you. Manager Huang replied with a mocking tone. Haha, go ahead and report. Girls like you are just too naive. I told you, if you spend a night with me, not only will I give you your money, but I will also add an extra 30%. The female student, seemingly infuriated, raised her voice. Does that make me a prostitute? Manager Huang remained unfazed. So you don't want the money? Even better. You scoundrel. Get your filthy hands off me. Her piercing scream echoed through the air. Slap. The sound of slap resonated within. Bastard. Damn it, how dare you strike me? Just a worthless girl pretending to be respectable. Chaos erupted within the office. Su Lai understood that he could not wait any longer. Further delay could lead to disaster. He had not anticipated that Manager Huang was not only a swindler, but also a man who sought to intimidate the female student into submission. What a despicable person. Given the opportunity, he vowed to make him pay. Bang, 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 bang. He raised his arm, striking the office door with a thunderous noise. Inside, an abrupt silence fell, and after a brief moment, Manager Huang's voice, feigning calmness, called out, Who is it? Su Lai remained silent, continuing to pound on the door. At last, the door swung open, revealing not Manager Huang, but the female student. She managed to cast a grateful glance at Su Lai before running away, clutching her clothing and sobbing. At that moment, Manager Huang emerged as well, and upon seeing Su Lai, his fury erupted like a volcano. Damn it, you foolish brat. You've ruined my plans. Manager Huang lunged forward with a punch, but either due to his years of indulgence or the onset of middle age, his strength and speed were no longer what they once were. The punch came at a sluggish pace. Su Lai turned and fled. Manager Huang's fist struck nothing but air, causing him to spin around in surprise. When he regained his senses, Su Lai had vanished, leaving only a few employees staring at him with blank expressions. What are you looking at? Get back to work, or do you want your wages docked? Manager Huang bellowed. The employees hurriedly returned to their tasks. Used to his domineering ways, Manager Huang was unrepentant. Many secrets about him could easily be revealed if the employees were to speak out. Meanwhile, Su Lai found himself on the bustling streets, panting heavily. He wiped the sweat from his brow and purchased a bottle of water, gulping it down eagerly. Having just completed his college entrance exams with commendable results, he was set to attend a prestigious university. However, the tuition fees alone amounted to several thousand, not to mention living expenses and various other costs, totaling at least 20,000. He had initially intended to earn some money in Xiong City, hoping to alleviate his family's burden. Even if he could not cover the tuition entirely, he had agreed with manager Huang on $14 per hour, working a minimum of 10 hours daily. Yet, after a month, he had received a mere $2,500, equivalent to just over $8 an hour, a far cry from their original agreement. Infuriated, he had found himself in the earlier confrontation. However, some things are destined to yield no result, especially for a poor student who finds himself deceived and powerless. With $2,500 plus the $1,000 his parents had given him, he had managed to stretch his resources, leaving him with just over 3 Thasanafar. Cry from what he desired. He contemplated seeking another job, yet with school commencing in less than a month, time was not on his side. Alas, it seemed he had no choice but to return home. One learns from experience. Next time he sought work, he would be sure to guard against deception. As night fell, the city lights shimmered and the nightlife began to awaken. Amidst the ebb and flow of the crowd, Su Lai wandered the streets in solitary desolation. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have been chosen by the Perfect Tycoon System. As the proprietor of the Perfect Tycoon System, your very existence holds value. This system aims to cultivate a well-rounded, cultured, capable, and charismatic perfect tycoon, rather than a mere overnight success. Current system level, Level 1. Every second of the host's existence earns a cash reward of 1 cent. Experience to level up, 0.3000. System funds, 0. Note 1. Reasonable expenditures such as consumption, investment, and gifts of $1 will yield 1 point of experience. Loans and transfers will not generate experience. Note 2. The source of system funds is absolutely secure, with instant withdrawal and transfer capabilities, without limitation on frequency or accounts, posing no security. Risks. Note 3. The personal attributes panel can be activated. More features will gradually become available as the system levels up. Su Lai was momentarily dazed by the cascade of voices echoing in his mind. The Perfect Tycoon System? Could it be that I am the fabled chosen one? As a modern individual, Su Lai had read his fair share of novels and was well aware of what his system entailed, yet the reality of it manifesting in his life sent waves of exhilaration through him. 1 cent per second, 60 cents per minute, $36 per hour, which amounts to a staggering $864 in a single day. This sum far exceeds the meager earnings one might toil for throughout an entire day. It is in every sense a means of earning while reclining. Moreover, following the system upgrade, the potential for profit is bound to increase exponentially. Could it be that I am destined to ascend to the pinnacle of life from this point onward? Su Lai tentatively activated his personal attributes panel. In an instant, a translucent azure screen unfurled in his mind, revealing a 3D representation of himself standing. Beside it, he pinched his own arm with fervor, wincing in pain. It is real. The system is indeed authentic. Su Lai was overwhelmed with elation. After enduring a streak of misfortune, has fortune finally turned in his favor? Passers-by, witnessing Su Lai's peculiar demeanor, hastily distanced themselves. What on earth? Has this individual escaped from a mental institution? Laughing and crying simultaneously. Yet, Su Lai paid no heed to their scrutinizing gazes and swiftly retreated to a more secluded corner, meticulously examining his personal attributes panel. Host, Su Lai. Age, 18. Base attributes, Strength 92, Agility 89, Intelligence 108, Identity, none. Note, the baseline attributes for a normal adult are set at 100, though the criteria for assessment are exceedingly complex. Generally speaking, values between 80 and 110 are considered typical, while scores below 80 indicate frailty, and those above 110 suggest exceptional talent. However, every individual possesses their unique strengths and weaknesses, particularly in the realm of intelligence. Some excel in mathematics, others in language arts, some exhibit remarkable manual dexterity, while others display superior comprehension. Skills. All these factors influence the evaluation of intelligence. Thus, one's shortcomings in a particular area do not necessarily equate to a lack of capability. When God closes a door, he invariably opens a window. And even if a window remains unyielding, rest assured there's a hole in the roof. The existence of every individual holds intrinsic value. Chapter 2. System Upgrade, Double Rewards. Su Lai glanced at his attributes, feeling a sense of despair. He realized that he was quite ordinary in every conceivable aspect. His admission to a prestigious university was largely due to his own diligence, yet every gain comes with a sacrifice. His strength and agility had not met adult standards due to prolonged inactivity. Nevertheless, he consoled himself with the thought that he had already secured a place in university. He could always enhance his fitness later. He was still young, after all, and certainly capable of regaining his strength. At this moment, Su Lai's mind was still in a haze. Just a second ago, he was contemplating how to exact revenge on that detestable agent. And now he had been struck by the Perfect Tycoon System. What kind of sensation was this? It felt somewhat akin to playing Angry Birds, where Su Lai was not the player, but rather the bird being flung into the air. Although he felt powerless, a sense of joy washed over him. However, the exuberance of youth is fleeting. He quickly slipped into a contemplative state. The system had just informed him that upgrading required 3,000 experience points, which translated to spending 3,000 yuan. For Su Lai, this amount was not insurmountable. In just over 3 days, the funds could naturally accumulate. However, any normal man harbors ambitions, and this ambition was akin to a thatched hut parched from months of drought, ignited by merely a spark. Thus, a bold idea sprang forth in Su Lai's mind, startling him. Was there a way to expedite the system upgrade? 3 days may not seem long, but who wouldn't wish to hasten the process? Much like in a game, where early development can lead to a snowball effect of resources and ultimately secure victory. The Perfect Tycoon System operates similarly. If he could accelerate the upgrade in the early stages rather than waiting for it to occur organically, the later stages would arrive much sooner. After all, earning 864 yuan a day, amounting to 25,920 yuan a month, was hardly substantial. Even by the standards of the wealthy, early development is crucial. He must take action to hasten the process. Whether it involves luxurious mansions, supercars, or glamorous models, this was the moment to decide. 3,000 experience points correspond to 3,000 yuan. Su Lai had reason to suspect that the system was eyeing his 3,000 yuan. Nevertheless, if he had to spend it, so be it. 3,000 yuan wouldn't achieve much, barely enough to cover tuition. If the system were genuine, he needn't worry about tuition fees. Resolute in his decision, Su Lai, now a bearer of the system, approached spending with a newfound boldness. He strolled to a bustling street of delicacies, exploring various stalls until he halted before a pancake vendor. "Boss, 1 order please. And add 10 eggs," he exclaimed, extravagantly. This display of generosity caught the attention of passers-by. A short while later, Su Lai, beaming with delight, savored the steaming pancake. Meanwhile, the system's experience points had surged to 163,000. As he munched on his pancake, he observed the fluctuations in the system's level. This must surely be reality. As night fell, Su Lai realized he had nowhere to stay after leaving the factory. The immediate priority was to find accommodation. He could spend his money gradually. Half an hour later, he found himself standing before an opulent hotel, lost in thought. The establishment exuded a low-key luxury, seemingly dazzling yet profoundly rich in character. It was rumored that a night's stay here would cost several thousand yuan. Gritting his teeth, Su Lai stepped inside. Why fret over it? It was merely 3,000 yuan. Even if he had to work hard, he could earn it back. He proceeded to book a presidential suite for a total of 2,584 yuan. Experience points upgraded to 260,030. Guided by the staff, Su Lai entered the spacious and bright presidential suite. The clean, shiny coffee table, the 2-meter-long bathtub, and the refreshing ambience welcomed him, especially the inviting large bed that seemed to engulf him as he lay down, as if countless gentle hands were massaging him. Once the staff departed, Su Lai wasted no time in shedding his clothes and sinking into the bathtub for a soak. The water temperature was perfect, soothing to the soul. As he pondered, he realized he needed only 400 more experience points to reach the threshold. That amount could easily be spent. Why not buy some clothes? No, that wouldn't he do. For 100 yuan wouldn't procure anything worthwhile. If he were to settle for cheap items, they would be no better than what he currently wore. He decided to wait until he had more money to invest in some brand-name apparel. As he soaked, he reached for his phone and leisurely browsed an online shopping platform. A pair of shoes would suffice. Ultimately, Su Lai settled on a pair of Li-Ning casual shoes priced just over 400 yuan. After choosing the color and size, he entered the hotel's address and placed the order. The Perfect Tycoon System has upgraded to level 2. The host earns a cash reward of 3 cents for every second of existence. System upgrade rewards the host with intermediate hacking skills. Upgrade experience, 09000. Note 1. Hackers are categorized as beginner hackers, intermediate hackers, advanced hackers, hacker masters, top hackers, and perfect hackers. Note 2. The system will randomly issue hacking tasks. Completion of these tasks will enhance hacking skills. Su Lai was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that the reward for upgrading the system would be a skill. and a legendary hacking skill at that. For an ordinary person, hackers are enigmatic figures, often revered for their astonishing capabilities. As Sulai was lost in thought, a surge of complex knowledge materialized out of thin air and merged into his mind, becoming instinctual. He felt an influx of knowledge he had never encountered before. Was this the realm of hackers? Sulai's gaze became somewhat distant, yet he quickly regained focus. He suddenly recalled another reward that came with the system upgrade. The cash reward had changed. Previously, it was 1 cent per second, and now it had risen to 3 cents. This meant that Sulai could now earn 592 yuan daily. His breath quickened in excitement. If this pattern continued, the next level might yield 6 or 9 cents, leading to even more substantial income. Thus, the most pressing concern was to upgrade the system. Only with a higher system level could he reap greater benefits, and perhaps the next upgrade would bring additional skills. Filled with enthusiasm, Sulai was abruptly doused with cold reality. Upgrading the system required expenditure, and with barely 100 yuan left from the initial 3,000, he realized he could not afford the 9,000 experience points required for the next upgrade. It seemed he would have to wait for the system to accumulate sufficient funds. This would undoubtedly slow progress. However, what could a broke student like him do to earn money? Emerging from the bathtub, Sulai dried himself off and wrapped himself in a robe before collapsing onto the soft bed, lost in his own worries. In his restless state, he suddenly recalled the events at the agency, his expression darkening as if ink could drip from it. He could never forgive that scoundrel, Manager Huang. Now that he possessed hacking skills, surely he could do something about it? Sulai's spirit ignited, and he sprang from the bed. The presidential suite, albeit luxurious, was equipped with a rather commendable computer. As Sulai was about to power it on, his hand hesitated midair. After a brief moment, he turned and returned to the bedside to retrieve his phone and cash before exiting the room. The allure of advanced hacking skills captivated many. Yet there were also numerous fears associated with it, the most daunting being the prospect of having one's information traced. Although Sulai had recently acquired these skills, a subconscious sense of vulnerability lingered within him, compelling him to avoid exposure at all costs. With his current level of expertise, erasing his digital footprint entirely was an unattainable feat. Should he later excel in his craft and embroil himself in significant mischief, the consequences could be dire. Thus, the safest course of action was to seek refuge in an internet CAF, utilizing a temporary card. Upon leaving the hotel, Sulai purchased a hat and a mask from a nearby boutique, concealing his identity save for a pair of dark, bright eyes. A mere 15 minutes later, he arrived at a nondescript internet CAF. The attendant, a rather ordinary young man, was yawning as he lethargically requested, "ID, please." Sulai, without lifting his gaze, replied, "A temporary card." The young man, accustomed to such requests, proceeded to type a few commands on the computer and handed Sulai a small slip of paper. 30 yuan. Valid until 7 tomorrow morning. Username on top, password below. Sulai accepted the note, adjusted his hat's brim, and slipped an extra 6 yuan into the transaction. For a cup of instant noodles and a sausage, he added before settling into a secluded corner. Having observed the CAF beforehand, he noted the absence of patrons and surveillance cameras in his chosen spot. Once logged in with his credentials, Sulai began his operations. His intermediate hacking skills already becoming second nature. He did not consider himself a benevolent individual. He believed in reciprocating kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance. The manager, Huang, who had wronged him, would undoubtedly pay the price. His fingers danced across the keyboard as his eyes remained fixated on the screen. Soon, he located Huang's computer and successfully infiltrated it. As he quietly examined the core files stored within, his expression darkened, reminiscent of a brooding storm. It was evident that Huang had exploited many individuals over the years, predominantly impoverished students like Sulai, who sought summer work during their vacations. Imagining the anguish he felt when deceived by Huang, it was easy to comprehend the torment of those who had fallen victim to him. Sulai continued to sift through the files, quickly unearthing an encrypted folder. Upon breaching its defenses, his countenance soured further as he glimpsed its contents. Within were photographs and videos of women who had been coerced by Huang, captured through nefarious means. Not only did he threaten these women, but he also engaged in surreptitious recording. Sulai counted. There were dozens of victims, most of whom appeared to be students. The ramifications of such material being leaked could inflict irreparable harm on countless lives and families. In a fit of indignation, Sulai wasted no time in erasing the videos and photographs entirely. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he then uncovered evidence of Huang's tax evasion. "Now, you've really got your work cut out for you," Sulai sneered as he saved the evidence and forwarded it to the relevant authorities. Just as he prepared to depart, he stumbled upon a hidden file. This file was exceptionally obscure, difficult for the average person to find. Yet it was no match for Sulai's hacking prowess. Opening the file, he perused its contents, and a sly smile crept across his face. It appeared that there were issues with the business license of Huang's agency, which had been neglected and left unprocessed. Su Lai promptly saved this file and sent it to the appropriate departments. Humph, how brazen of you to act so arrogantly with such issues looming. After completing this, Su Lai still felt restless, so he logged into Huang's recruitment site and raised his advertised wages from 13 or 14 yuan to 20. This adjustment was deliberate. If the increase were too drastic, it would raise suspicions, while a minimal change would fail to attract attention, thus not causing Huang any trouble. After executing these modifications, he deleted several important files from Huang's computer and erased his traces before making his exit. At that moment, a voice echoed in Su Lai's mind, announcing the system's notification. Hacker task released. Register and log into the hacker forum. Create a simple software that can be upgraded to advanced hacking. Su Lai paused momentarily. Is the task already here? After a moment's contemplation, he searched for and opened the hacker forum. It was said to be the largest gathering place for hackers in Xia country, as well as the most frequented platform for ordinary individuals to post tasks. Generally, hackers could find suitable jobs here and earn remuneration. After a straightforward registration process, Su Lai successfully created an account and logged in. His username, Xiao Su. Upon entering the homepage, he was immediately struck by the chaotic atmosphere reminiscent of a bustling market. Selling hacks, PUBG flying hacks, PUBG aim hacks, PUBG teleport hacks, stealth hacks. You deserve them. Limited free draws for King Skin. Don't miss out. Time is fleeting. Ever wanted to win a Maserati on your first try? Look no further. Want to track where your partner is going? Just download and register this software, and you'll gain insight into their whereabouts, ensuring your peace of mind. Su Lai was taken aback. He had been utterly unaware that such a vibrant underworld existed in a corner of the world. Intrigued, he browsed through various posts, noting that many comments varied widely, touching upon both hacking-related and unrelated topics. He even came across a post seeking recruits to catch a cheating husband, promising to break his legs if infidelity was discovered. As he continued to scroll, he suddenly halted. My wife keeps uncovering the secrets on my computer. I need a kind-hearted hacker to build a firewall for me. I'm willing to pay 10,000 yuan. Su Lai had not forgotten his true purpose for visiting the hacker forum, to upgrade his hacking skills. This post, though it didn't stand out amidst the multitude, had garnered only a few comments, most of which dismissed the payment as too low and were unwilling to assist. It was common knowledge that hackers were rarely short on cash. They often earned far more than the average person could fathom. Crafting a decent firewall would require a considerable investment of time and effort, enough to pursue lucrative jobs that could yield substantial earnings. However, Su Lai was oblivious to this reality and was eager to fulfill the system's task at hand. Moreover, the sum of 10,000 yuan appeared to him as a considerable amount, rendering any negotiation utterly unnecessary. Thus, he initiated a private chat with the poster. Expecting a delayed response, he was pleasantly surprised when the poster replied within mere seconds. Hello, are you here to establish a firewall? Indeed. What level of firewall are you aiming to create? My wife possesses a basic understanding of computers. As long as I can keep her at bay, that suffices. You know how men are. There are always a few secrets we prefer our wives not to discover. After pondering for a moment, Su realized this task was indeed manageable and would not consume much time. He typed back, it should take approximately an hour. Shortly, I will take control of your computer. All right, I will await your completion. Once done, I shall transfer the payment to your account. No sooner had the words left his lips than Su had already commandeered his computer and commenced setting up the firewall. At that moment, the network administrator approached with a bowl of instant noodles. Your noodles, he said, placing them on the table. A cursory glance at Su's computer screen sparked mild surprise within him. This young lad, appearing quite youthful, was apparently a hacker. However, he chose not to linger and promptly departed. Everyone harbors their own secrets. As a network administrator, he had learned early on the virtue of respecting others' privacy. Chapter 4. The Retribution of Manager Huang. Su cast a glance at the retreating figure of the network administrator, peeled open the instant noodles, and savored them with delight. Having consumed a pancake earlier, he now felt quite ravenous. Although merely instant noodles, they felt as sumptuous as a feast. Upon finishing his meal, he devoted himself to the task of establishing the firewall. With his intermediate hacking skills, creating a firewall was not particularly challenging, though the initial execution was bound to be somewhat clumsy. Gradually, however, Su began to find his rhythm. An hour later, he successfully completed the firewall, and control of the computer reverted back to. It's done. Likely had not been waiting idly, as a considerable time passed before he responded. So quick? Su, you are truly remarkable. Just a small feat. I cannot thank you enough. I will transfer the funds right away. He dared not renege on his promise. For the price he had offered was already rather low, and it was fortunate that someone was willing to assist him. Should he attempt to cheat, Given the other party's skills, he could easily find his computer compromised and even significant files lost. After a brief test of the firewall's strength, he discovered it to be far more robust than he had anticipated. Hence, not only did he promptly transfer the 10,000 yuan, but he also added an extra 2,000 as a token of gratitude. For safety's sake, Su refrained from disclosing his bank card details too, opting instead to have the transfer directed to the hacker forum account. Su, the additional 2,000 is a token of my appreciation. I hope to become acquainted with you better for future endeavors. Handshake, sounds good. As Su gazed at the 12,000 yuan in his account, he contemplated for a few seconds before ultimately deciding to withdraw the funds. Industrial and Commercial Bank. Your account ending in 438 has received 12,000 yuan. Current balance 1,213,815 yuan. Su never anticipated that hacking could be so lucrative. In just an hour, he had earned over 10,000. This would surely provide the funds necessary for his system upgrade. Just as he began to contemplate grand plans for the future, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Hacker task completed. Congratulations to the host for advancing to a senior hacker. The next hacker task will be assigned randomly. Please stay tuned. In the void, a profound knowledge flowed into Su's mind once more, gradually being absorbed and accepted. He sat in his chair for quite some time, lost in thought. With a deep breath, Su glanced at the clock. It was already past 2 in the morning, and fatigue washed over him. Since it was merely a temporary card, there was no need to return the machine, so he set the screen to sleep mode and departed the internet CAF. Upon returning to the hotel, he freshened up and lay down, quickly drifting into a deep slumber. When Su awoke, it was already midday. The presidential suite had indeed proven its worth. He had enjoyed a restful sleep, banishing all remnants of fatigue. After freshening up, Su slipped down to the front desk to extend his stay for another 2 days. Including the previous day's purchases of a hat, mask, and internet usage, his experience points had reached 5,245, with 9,000 experience points now more than halfway completed. The hotel provided 3 meals a day, allowing guests the option to dine or not. Su had an early lunch and was about to venture out to spend time to reach 9,000 experience points and upgrade his system when a sudden desire surged within him, followed by a resigned sigh. This was a good habit he had cultivated over the past 18 years, to read for at least 2 hours every day. Any book would suffice. Had it not been for this habit, with his ordinary qualifications, he likely would not have gained admission to a prestigious university. Excuse me, could you tell me where there is a library nearby? Su inquired of the hotel staff. The staff, well-mannered, immediately responded. May I ask if you are looking to research something, or... Oh, not for research, just any book will do. Well, that simplifies matters. Our hotel has its own reading room for guests to pass the time when feeling bored. The staff smiled. Su's eyes brightened. Please take me there. Certainly, follow me. The staff led him, and soon they arrived at a quaintly decorated reading room. The space was modest, roughly the size of 2 or 3 basketball courts. Perhaps wealthy individuals were not fond of napping, or perhaps they simply slept until noon, for the reading room was surprisingly populated, with each person exuding an air of refinement. Su couldn't help but marvel. Reading truly enhances a person's demeanor. Otherwise, no matter how wealthy one might be, to the ordinary observer, they are merely a nouveau riche, often met with disdain and envy. Please make yourself at home, the staff said discreetly before departing. Su entered the reading room, leisurely browsing for books that piqued his interest. The collection was extensive, and he ultimately selected the first volume of those events in the Ming Dynasty. A history enthusiast, he had long heard of the engaging and vivid nature of this series, but had been too preoccupied with college entrance exams to read it. Now, at last, he had the time. Carrying the book, he settled into an unoccupied sofa, placing it on the table before him, sitting upright, eyes focused ahead, and quietly began to read. This was a habit he had cultivated after noticing his vision declining, aiming to save the expense of glasses. A staff member kindly inquired if he would like any beverages, and after a moment's thought, Su requested a latte. With no interruptions to his reading, he became absorbed in the allure of history. A few hours earlier, Manager Huang, brimming with ambition and enthusiasm, was preparing to swindle a few more university students today, and if he could deceive a few female university students along the way, that would be even better. Upon arriving at the agency, he opened his computer, intending to access the files of those individuals, only to find he was unable to retrieve them. The system persistently indicated that the files were empty. What? Where have my files gone? As he frantically searched for the missing documents, his phone rang. Hello, is this Manager Huang? I heard that the jobs you offer pay 20 yuan an hour. May I come by to take a look? Manager Huang was taken aback. Who on earth introduced a job at $20 an hour? They're trying to swindle you. And now they're raising prices? Have they lost their minds? No, you must be mistaken. Manager Huang abruptly ended the call. He continued to frantically search for the documents, only to find that they seemed to have never existed. leaving him in a cold sweat. Periodically, phone calls flooded in. Hello, I heard your wages are quite high. Impossible. How can that be? I verified the number. It's definitely yours. Stop with the nonsense. Is there a position available or not? Even Manager Huang, not the sharpest tool in the shed, sensed something was amiss. At that moment, other employees began to trickle in for work. He handed the phone duties over to them and logged onto the recruitment website. Upon seeing the listed wages, he felt as though smoke might emanate from his ears. Damn it, which heartless fool altered my rates? No wonder so many dimwits are calling to inquire. Manager Huang intended to revert the price, but regardless of his attempts, it stubbornly remained at $20. No matter what tactics he employed, he could not effectuate a change. Frustrated, he called the customer service of the recruitment website. The representative, equally baffled upon receiving his call, could only express their confusion regarding the situation. Damn it, hurry and revert the information. This is causing me significant distress. Do you understand? Manager Huang strained to suppress his fury. In the midst of this chaos, as the city began to awaken, the phone calls multiplied exponentially. The cacophony of ringing phones nearly overwhelmed the office, creating an atmosphere of utter disarray. Chapter 5. The book contains beauty. All right, please don't panic. I'll immediately contact our technical team. The customer service representative attempted to soothe Manager Huang. Hurry, Manager Huang implored, desperation evident in his voice. At that moment, individuals began arriving in person. Hello, I saw on the recruitment website that you're hiring workers, and the pay is quite generous. Can we discuss this? Is that so? If it's not true, why post it? How infuriating. I've wasted a trip. Manager Huang's complexion turned pale, observing the increasing number of visitors outside. Beads of cold sweat continued to form on his forehead. Shut the door. We're not conducting business today. Manager Huang finally shouted in frustration. However, before the door could close, several formally attired individuals entered, brandishing a folder, and made a beeline for Manager Huang. You're Huang Sheng, correct? We have some documents regarding your tax evasion. Please cooperate with our investigation. Before he could process this, another group entered. Which one of you is Huang Sheng? Upon examination, your business license has certain irregularities and will temporarily suspend your agency. Manager Huang stood there, utterly stunned. Can someone please explain what is happening? How did everything change overnight? He could no longer endure the weight of it all, spewing a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the floor. The agency erupted into chaos. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of this turmoil, Su Lai, remained quietly engrossed in his book. Had he been aware of the recent events, he would have merely scolded Manager Huang for his misfortune and spat at him. Time trickled by, and Su Lai remained lost within the world of literature. He failed to notice someone observing him from a distance for quite some time. It was a voluptuous beauty, her true age likely hovering around 30, yet she appeared to be in her early 20s. Her enchanting eyes sparkled as they roamed over Su Lai. With her discerning gaze, she could easily identify that Su Lai was not adorned in designer clothes, but rather in items from street vendors. However, the aura he exuded captivated her profoundly. While reading, he maintained a composed posture. Anyone could manage that for a brief moment, but after nearly an hour of her observation, his stance had scarcely shifted, indicating it was a deeply ingrained instinct. To be frank, although Su Lai was tall, he lacked a robust physique, appearing somewhat frail, and his skin, due to neglect, looked somewhat coarse. His features, while present, were overly soft. If one were to describe Su Lai's appearance, fairly handsome would suffice. Yet the beauty was not fixated on his looks, but rather on his demeanor. Since acquiring the system, Su Lai's aura had subtly transformed, even if he remained unaware. Confidence, poise, and propriety radiated from him. Coupled with his well-mannered habits and a youthful physique exuding masculine charm, he was enough to enchant any cultured woman, especially one who was currently unattached. The beauty, no longer hesitating, approached with her coffee and seated herself on the sofa opposite Su Lai. Immersed in his book, he initially failed to notice her presence. Intrigued, the beauty leaned forward, resting her chin on her delicately long fingers, lightly tapping the table, her eyes openly scrutinizing Su Lai. Up close, he's not bad looking, she mused, noting a few blemishes on his face, a sign of youth, and concluded, he's likely still a novice. I do adore novices. Even if Su Lai were entirely engrossed, the sensation of being watched for an extended period would inevitably draw his awareness. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze, meeting her soft, watery eyes, and then glanced down to catch a glimpse of her smooth collarbone and a hint of pale skin. Taken aback for a moment, Su Lai quickly regained his composure and calmly averted his gaze. The principle of do not gaze upon what should not be seen was not lost on him. Conversely, the beauty gracefully extended her hand, maintaining direct eye contact with Su Lai. Hello, my name is Yi Weier. Su Lai reached out, gently shaking Yi Weier's delicate hand, its softness inviting him to linger, yet he withdrew after a brief contact. Hello. I'm Su Lai, he stammered, feeling a flutter of nervousness within while striving to maintain an exterior of calm. Truth be told, this was his first experience being approached by a woman, let alone a mature beauty. He discreetly swallowed hard. Ultimately, despite his attempts to appear composed, he remained a naive young man, untouched by worldly affairs. Yi Wei'er seemed to perceive his unease, chuckling softly. There's no need to be so formal, just relax. I was intrigued by your intense focus on reading, so I wanted to introduce myself. Su Lai maintained an awkward yet polite smile, unsure of what to say in response. Yi Wei'er, undeterred by his silence, continued. You're not from Xiang City, are you? Based on your accent, I'd say you hail from further south. Let me guess, Nanyu? Gangcheng. Su Lai was momentarily taken aback. Her guesses were surprisingly accurate. He indeed came from farther south, specifically Gangcheng. He nodded, offering no unnecessary elaboration. Gangcheng. Exactly, Yi Wei'er exclaimed, clapping her hands. What brings you here? On vacation? Su Lai blinked, responding, to work. Now it was Yi Wei'er's turn to be astonished. Work? How is that possible? Someone working would hardly stay in a hotel that costs thousands of dollars, nor would they have the leisure to read. Really? Yi Wei'er questioned, skepticism evident. Su Lai shrugged. Indifferent, if you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. He was merely stating the truth. Indeed, he had come to work, having been duped by an agency just a day prior. Whether Yi Wei'er believed him or not was beyond his concern. Yi Wei'er discreetly observed Su Lai's demeanor and actions, finding no signs of deceit, and smiled. I believe you. How could I not trust my little brother? Uh-huh. Su Lai nodded slightly, lowering his gaze to the book. Yi Wei'er was once again taken aback. Is that all? Just that? Could it be that her younger brother is a straight man? Or perhaps, he simply failed to grasp her subtle hints? She wasn't unattractive, after all. She possessed both a charming figure and a captivating aura, which should have been irresistibly alluring to someone of his age. Why then? Did he choose to read rather than engage in conversation? Surely a book could not surpass her in allure. Yi Wei'er glanced down, noticing the title of the book, The Affairs of the Ming Dynasty. Just from the name, it was evident that it dealt with history, devoid of any stunning beauties. Doubts about her own charm began to creep into her mind. Ahem. Yi Wei'er attempted to capture Su Lai's attention, wondering what could be so captivating in a book that he was in such a hurry to read, showing no desire to chat with his sister. Su Lai looked up, gesturing towards a nearby row of bookshelves, and asked with a hint of confusion, Aren't we here to read? Yi Wei'er was momentarily at a loss for words, taking a sip of her coffee to regain her composure. The evidence was clear. He was indeed a straight man. Just then, after a brief silence, Su Lai unexpectedly continued. In books, there are houses of gold. In books, there are beauties as fair as jade. Ahem. Yi Wei'er nearly spat out her coffee. She somehow produced a pack of tissues from nowhere, dabbing at her crimson lips. Oh dear, I refuse to believe this. A seasoned woman of the world cannot possibly fail to win over a young man. Pouting slightly, she playfully tossed her long hair, revealing her fair neck, and said, What fun could reading possibly bring? Let us engage in something far more interesting. Her voice was soft and delicate, imbued with a myriad of charms. Chapter 6. Let us go to my room for a while. Su Lai instinctively inquired, What interesting thing? Immediately, he caught sight of Yi Wei'er's alabaster neck, causing his heart to flutter. Could this be what she referred to as something interesting? Yi Wei'er smiled slightly. How about we go to my room? Noticing Su Lai's gaze, she understood that his wooden head was beginning to awaken, and she pressed on with her advances. Su Lai's eyes lingered on her for a few seconds before he forcefully averted his gaze. I have a room. Yi Wei'er? Is the plot developing somewhat incorrectly? Logically speaking, having extended an invitation, how could most men resist? Especially a young lad like him, fresh to the world, who, despite being affluent, may not have seen much of it. A woman exuding the mature charm she possessed should surely appeal to a young man. However, Yi Wei'er could not fathom that Su Lai's lack of interest was not due to indifference. As previously stated, she was attractive to any normal man, and Su Lai was indeed a normal man. Yet, he exercised restraint. Firstly, even though he lived in an open world, his inner self remained relatively traditional. Secondly, it was due to the system he had acquired. Since obtaining the system, his demeanor had undergone a significant transformation, and over time, he would become increasingly charismatic. If he lacked the ability to control himself, succumbing to desires upon encountering women, it would not only jeopardize his physical and mental well-being, but also lead to the failure of the system's task to cultivate his perfect temperament. In that case, he would not be a qualified perfect gentleman, but rather a vulgar nouveau riche consumed by desire. The perfect gentleman does not act on whims, but maintains his principles amidst the chaotic allure of the world. Thus, self-restraint became the first principle Su Lai had to uphold after acquiring the system. Otherwise, it would not be long before he lost his way, led astray by temptation. With this understanding, he decided to lower his head and return to his book. Seeing this, Yi Wei'er hurriedly sought to change the topic. How about I treat you to afternoon tea? Su Lai pondered for a moment and nodded. Afternoon tea sounds good. But let me pay. It was already around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Having spent 2 to 3 hours reading, his thirst for knowledge had waned. Afternoon tea was indeed a must, as it represented a form of consumption. As long as he could spend money, Su Lai was inclined to do so. Treating Yi Wei'er to afternoon tea meant he could spend double, which he preferred. Yi Wei'er was taken aback. This was my suggestion. Let me treat you. Su Lai's stance was resolute. Then let us not go. Yi Wei'er, fine. Let the little tycoon decide. Shall we walk? All right. Su Lai placed the book back and walked out of the bookstore with Yi Wei'er, leaving behind a crowd of envious men and jealous women. Although their earlier conversations were subdued, they remained audible to many nearby, especially the men, whose jealousy turned their faces green. This brat, not particularly handsome. What right does he have to earn the goddess's favor? She was a woman they had long coveted but never had the chance to approach. The two did not dine within the hotel but ventured outside, finding a restaurant in a nearby commercial area. This was Yi Wei'er's recommendation. She had heard that both the taste and service were commendable, and the prices were reasonable, qualifying it as good value for money. The average spending was merely 1 to 2,000. In truth, she was still being considerate of Su Lai. He appeared to be a student, likely without a steady income. And even if his family provided him with pocket money, it wouldn't amount to much. Better to help him save a bit where possible. Upon entering the restaurant, Su Lai became somewhat animated. In the past, he had never spent more than 20 on a meal. Yet now he was about to dine on a bill of several thousand. The thought alone was exhilarating. Su Lai felt as though he were floating. He looked around like a child who had never seen the world before. Yi Wei'er, puzzled, asked, "Why are you looking around so much? You seem like you've never been anywhere." Su Lai blinked and cheekily replied, "Well, I truly haven't. I've never been to such an upscale restaurant." Yi Wei'er rolled her eyes. Who would believe that? Stop joking around and hurry up and order. I'm famished. If we don't eat soon, I might just eat someone. With a meaningful glance at Su Lai, she casually ordered a few dishes and handed the menu to him. Su Lai completely ignored her gaze and focused on his own ordering. For someone like Yi Wei'er, a wealthy woman, this place was indeed not overly expensive. But for Su Lai, who had once been an ordinary person, it opened up a new world. For instance, a simple plate of pan-fried dumplings was priced at 438 yuan, or a seemingly ordinary soup dumpling, costing a staggering 688 yuan. Even a cup of unremarkable strong tea was priced at 230 yuan. Was this food or money? Thankfully, there were only 2 of them, and they weren't ordering excessively. Otherwise, Su Lai would have worried about whether he had enough money. All right. He casually ordered a few intriguing items and handed the menu back to the waiter. Yi Wei'er paused and asked, "Would you like to drink some wine?" Su Lai shook his head. "I've never had any." Yi Wei'er's eyes brightened. She almost ordered wine, but fortunately restrained herself. No, it was still broad daylight. Some things were better left for later, when it would be easier to handle. After the waiter departed, Yi Wei'er extended her slender hand, gently lifting Su Lai's chin. Her gaze dreamy. "Next time, I'll treat you to a drink, giving you an unforgettable experience." Su Lai brushed her hand away and shifted back. TCH. This unromantic little brother. Yi Wei'er felt that she had rolled her eyes more today than she had in an entire year. This troublesome guy. So straightforward and impervious to subtlety. What on earth drew her to him? However, the thought of her surrendering so easily was utterly unacceptable. She was determined to seek an opportunity to explore his world. The restaurant exhibited a remarkable efficiency, and before long, the dishes they had ordered were all served. The two began to indulge in their meal. After a while, Su Lai suddenly inquired, "Sister Wei'er, are there any large shopping malls nearby? Preferably one that features a variety of brands. Are you planning to shop?" "Yes. I need to buy a few pieces of clothing. What I'm currently wearing is rather unbecoming." Su Lai nodded in agreement. Yi Wei'er chuckled. "I actually think you look quite fashionable. If you were to swap those sandals for a pair of slippers, carry a duffel bag, and attach a set of keys to your waist, you would resemble one of the affluent individuals from Yao City." Su Lai blinked in confusion. Yao City? Affluent individuals? Indeed, the affluent in Yao City tend to be quite understated. If you were to encounter someone on the streets of Yao City wearing slippers and a tank top, carrying a suitcase, there is a high probability that person is a landlord, Yi Wei'er explained while continuing to eat. Su Lai mused. Yao City is right next to Xiang City. And there's even an intercity subway connecting the two. It is one of the 4 major first-tier cities of Xia country. I never imagined there were such unassuming individuals there. Furthermore, one of the reasons Su Lai was intrigued by Yao City was that the university he would be attending in September was located there. It seemed he should take the opportunity to visit Yao City beforehand. "Is your home in Yao City, Sister Wei'er?" Su Lai asked. "Yes, my family resides in Lieta. Remember to come and visit your sister when you have the chance," Yi Weier laughed. Su Lai was momentarily taken aback. He had caught a crucial piece of information. Lieta? Even someone like him, who seldom paid attention to the outside world, had heard of Lieta's reputation. It was the most renowned urban village in all of Yao City. Chapter 7. The mall opens, but funds are depleted. Lieta had always been a part of Yao City's urban legends, where the villagers were extraordinarily wealthy, collecting rent throughout the year, amassing wealth to the point of cramping their hands. This myth of overnight riches had long been a source of envy, and even jealousy. For many, feeling Su Lai's gaze, Yi Weier waved her hand dismissively. Actually, Lieta isn't as impressive as you might think. While there are indeed wealthy individuals, not everyone is affluent. Some are probably just middle class. Su Lai retorted, look at that. Is that even a reasonable statement? Just middle class? Had it not been for his acquisition of the system, jealousy would have transformed him beyond recognition. Before obtaining the system, he was merely from a poor family. Even now, with the system, the time has been too short for any significant change. The path to becoming a tycoon is long and arduous. Attempting to change the subject, Su Lai asked, could you tell me about the situation in Yao City? Yi Weier finished her last bite, stretched languidly, her graceful curves accentuated. Well, to be honest, I'm not quite sure how to describe it. You can always visit and experience it for yourself. It's not far. All right then. Having finished his meal, Su Lai stood up to settle the bill. I have a few matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now, he said as he returned to the table to inform Yi Weier. Yi Weier tilted her head, her large eyes filled with even greater confusion. Aren't you buying clothes anymore? No rush. With that, Su Lai dashed away, realizing that after paying the bill, his experience points had risen to 89,989,000, leaving him just 2 points shy of leveling up. For now, it was paramount to return to the hotel and upgrade the system. He had a hunch that the reward for this upgrade would be significant. Watching Su Lai's retreating figure, Yi Weier wore a look of exasperation. How can he just run off like that? But since we're staying at the same hotel, I have no fear of losing track of him. Just wait. You little rascal, your sister will come looking for you tonight. With a chuckle, Su Lai approached the vicinity of the hotel and purchased a bottle of bottled water for 2 yuan. Perfect Tycoon System has upgraded to level 3. The host earns 6 cents in cash rewards for every second of existence. System upgrade complete. The system mall is now open. A new item will be introduced to the mall each week, and items will expire if not purchased in time. Random buffs activated. The life of a tycoon should be filled with surprises. The host may receive buff enhancement effects upon waking each day. Experience points, 010,0000. Hurriedly returning to the hotel, Su Lai locked the door securely and examined the upgrades closely. First, he noted that the profit per second had increased from 3 cents to 6 cents, which he had anticipated and thus was not surprised. Secondly, rather than being awarded abilities akin to those of a hacker, the system had opened the mall. An unexpected turn of events. 1 new item per week. What could this week's offering be? He instinctively sensed that this item was crucial. When he accessed the mall, he was left speechless. Inside the mall lay a solitary item, resembling a swirling tricolor cloud. Free attribute points. Quantity, 88. Price, 30,000. Effect, can be freely added to the host's base attributes for a permanent enhancement. Note, the original price for 1 attribute point was 10,000. Upon the mall's first opening, 88 attribute points are priced at 30,000. What the heck? 1 point for 10,000, so 88 points would amount to 880,000. This greedy system is robbing me blind. However, these attribute points are indeed crucial. Su Lai had not forgotten his unremarkable base attributes. Upon first seeing them, he nearly questioned his very existence. The arrival of these attribute points was timely, a stroke of fortune. Yet, Su Lai suddenly realized a pressing issue. He lacked sufficient funds to make a purchase. Even with the system's discount, it was still insufficient. Previously, after establishing a firewall for protection against fire, theft, and a wife, he had earned 12,000. And with the automatic income from the system over the past couple of days, he was nearing 15,000. However, after spending 9,000 to upgrade the system, he was left with around 6,000, which was woefully inadequate. It seemed he would need to work harder to earn more. Su Lai promptly closed them all. Out of sight, out of mind. If he couldn't obtain it now, he would refrain from looking at it. Subsequently, he continued inspecting the system. What on earth is a random buff? Could it be akin to a blue buff in games, restoring health and reducing cooldowns? Or perhaps like a red buff, inflicting burns and dealing significant damage? Unable to comprehend, Su Lai decided to put it aside. Why invite unnecessary worries? Wouldn't it be more delightful to earn money to buy attribute points? Just as he was about to exit, he suddenly noticed the experience points required for the next system upgrade. Initially, he believed it required 10,000 experience points, but something felt off. 1, 2, 5 zeros. 100,000. What on earth? This insidious system. Just moments ago, it required only 9,000 experience points, and now it has suddenly skyrocketed to 100,000. Can it follow some pattern? Sulai felt a headache coming on. If it were to remain consistent, he would need to complete 10 such tasks to accrue 100,000. Each task consumed considerable effort. Wasn't this a game of torment? Though discontented, Sulai obediently donned his hat and mask. Time to earn some money. With a bittersweet sense of humor, Sulai found himself in the same internet CAF. Greeted by the same internet CAF manager. Given the magnitude of this task, he was uncertain when it might conclude, so he reserved a private room for 5 hours. Once logged in, Sulai expertly navigated the hacker forum, seeking individuals in need of assistance. Among the most common requests were for game cheats. However, Sulai found himself increasingly vexed by the presence of cheaters while gaming. Despite the lucrative nature of such endeavors, he had no inclination to develop hacks. Furthermore, there existed a plethora of illicit software that, bafflingly, hacker forums permitted. At his core, Sulai remained a law-abiding citizen, having never contemplated the prospect of earning ill-gotten gains. Additionally, there were numerous instances where hackers were hired to pilfer sensitive information, which was decidedly unlawful. Some of these jobs involved viruses, offering meager compensation. None of these opportunities aligned with Sulai's aspirations. As he continued to search, he stumbled upon a few listings for creating defensive systems for companies. The challenge lay in the fact that contracts from smaller companies were quickly snatched up due to their simplicity, while larger corporations offered more abundant opportunities. However, Sulai's current technical prowess, bolstered by system rewards, exceeded that of an average advanced hacker, yet still fell short of being able to competently fulfill these tasks. After browsing for quite some time without discovering a suitable contract, Sulai sighed, contemplating whether he would have to resort to creating hacks after all. While the money came swiftly, it was decidedly against his principles. After some reflection, he set filters and incessantly refreshed the page, hoping for a stroke of luck to encounter a promising job. Just as Sulai awaited a favorable opportunity, a cacophony erupted outside the private room, followed by a sudden blackout of his computer screen. Sulai exclaimed, "What on earth is happening?" He tapped a few keys only to discover that his computer had been locked. He hadn't done anything wrong. Could it be an issue with the main server? It was worth noting that nearly all the computers in the internet CAF were controlled by the front desk server. The uproar outside grew louder, prompting Sulai to open the door and peer out, instantly bewildered. It was just past 5 in the afternoon, the peak hour for the internet CAF. And every computer outside was, without exception, displaying a black screen, echoing his own predicament. The patrons online were in an uproar. What the hell? Why can't I control my Yasuo? Damn it, my computer just went black. I was about to win, and now it's frozen? Where's the administrator? What kind of rotten internet CAF shuts down my game like this? Refund. Where's the administrator? Where the hell are you? Various exclamations filled the air, punctuated by slamming tables, shouts of anger, and incessant curses, with some impulsive use already beginning to vandalize machines. Chapter 8, Hacker Showdown. Sulai stepped outside and observed the young administrator, who appeared flustered and overwhelmed. The young man stood atop a table, shouting, "I sincerely apologize, everyone. The server has been compromised by a virus and is temporarily out of service. Please remain calm. All internet fees for today will be refunded. Come to the front desk, and I will process your refunds. I truly apologize for the inconvenience." Sulai reflected inwardly. Had he encountered such a situation, he would surely have been in a state of panic. The young man handled the crisis fairly well, but it was still insufficient. Some patrons, unable to contain their frustration, were more concerned with the outcome of their games than the few dollars at stake. A torrent of insults ensued, including curses directed at ancestors long past. And even the young man's possibly non-existent girlfriend was not spared. One particularly agitated individual, seemingly on the verge of victory in a game, found the strength to hurl a monitor in a fit of rage. Bang! His aim was slightly off, missing the administrator entirely. But one sharp edge grazed the young man's forehead. Blood immediately began to flow, mingling with his sweat, creating a rather alarming sight. Realizing the situation had escalated, some began to regain their composure. "Everyone, calm down. None of us anticipated a virus on the server. He has already offered to refund you. What more do you want? Do you wish to demolish this place?" "Exactly. It's just a minor issue. Why resort to violence? If that monitor had hit him squarely, would he even survive?" Enough of the noise. A few compassionate individuals helped the administrator down from the table. He pushed them away and rummaged through the front desk drawer for some band-aids, trembling as he applied them, though traces of blood still seeped through. The assailant took advantage of the commotion to escape. The administrator sat down in front of the computer, silently wiping the blood from his hands onto his clothing before stating, Please form an orderly line for refunds, one at a time. Perhaps due to the sight of blood. The crowd quieted, and they lined up for refunds with newfound obedience. Sulai did not join the throng awaiting refunds. Instead, he sought to navigate through the crowd now that the chaos had subsided. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Hacker task issued. The current situation arises from an incursion by an advanced hacker who has taken control of the server, resulting in the malfunction of numerous computers. The host must assist the administrator in reclaiming control of the computers and establishing a defensive system. Upon task completion, the host may ascend to the status of a master hacker. In other words, the task to ascend to the rank of master hacker was to defeat an advanced hacker. Sulai's steps halted abruptly. Then he pivoted and approached the front desk, pulling the bewildered administrator to his feet. The young man looked confused. What are you doing? Helping you. Without further ado, Sulai seated himself and began typing furiously. With rapid keystrokes, a dazzling display of skill unfolded, leaving the administrator awestruck. Just as the young man was about to speak, Sulai silenced him. Don't interrupt. The issue at hand isn't a virus, it's a hacker incursion. The administrator was well aware it was a hacker attack and knew exactly who was responsible. However, to maintain calm, he had to maintain the facade of a virus. Observing Sulai's earnest demeanor, the young man felt an inexplicable sense of trust and shifted aside. My apologies, those seeking refunds should move over here. Some in the crowd began to voice their skepticism. Hey, you look young, but you sure have a lot of bravado. I wonder if you'll end up shooting yourself in the foot, right? Are hackers that common now? Just anyone can claim they can take down a hacker. I'll stake my word on this. If that kid manages to fix the server, I'll eat shit upside down. Count me in. I'll shit my pants upside down. No wonder the price of shit went up when I went to buy some yesterday. Must be because you lot ate it all. The cacophony of derision continued. But Sulai tuned it out, focusing intently on regaining control. A number of patrons, either refunded or awaiting their refunds, gathered nearby to observe, curious to see whether this individual was truly capable or merely boasting. As Sulai delved deeper into reclaiming control, he gradually discerned that this hacker was merely a novice at the advanced level, utilizing many techniques typical of intermediate hackers. Sulai, having been a cheat himself, was the strongest among advanced hackers, and dealing with someone of this caliber posed no challenge. In less than 10 minutes, he successfully regained control of the computers. Suddenly, the screens in the internet CAF flickered back to life. Oh, it's fixed. The computers are back. So what? It's too late. I've already lost the game. This kid doesn't he look like much, but he has got some skills. How do you know he doesn't he look like much? He is wearing a hat and mask. He could be a handsome guy. Enough with the trivialities. I just want to know where that person who claimed he'd eat shit upside down is. Come out. In all my life, I've never seen anyone eat shit. This is a first for me. Right. And the one who claimed they shit their pants upside down, come out and show us. My goodness, are you all so heavy-handed? The network administrator, sensing the atmosphere among the crowd had softened somewhat, hastily interjected. If you wish to return to surfing the internet, feel free. Today, all internet access is complimentary. Those desiring refunds can continue to approach me for reimbursement. This was merely a strategy to mitigate losses. No sooner had he finished speaking than the vast majority of individuals turned back to their seats to resume their online activities, leaving only a few disheartened souls intent on seeking refunds. Without hesitation, the network administrator processed their reimbursements. After completing the refunds, he turned to Sulai with gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you so much. I truly do not know how to express my appreciation." Sulai raised a hand to halt the exuberant network administrator, calmly responding, "It is not over yet." After a moment's contemplation, he glanced back at the administrator and inquired, "You should know who is behind this, correct?" The network administrator paused for a moment before nodding. "Yes, it is a nearby large internet CAF. Since my rates are slightly lower than theirs, customers have been flocking to my establishment, prompting them to constantly create trouble for us. I never expected they would go so far as to hire a hacker." After a brief silence, the network administrator added, "You have helped me. I wonder what your fee might be?" Sulai smiled enigmatically, refraining from answering directly, and instead posed, "Would you like to retaliate?" The network administrator looked momentarily stunned. "We can retaliate?" "Naturally," Sulai affirmed, and with that, he resumed his rapid typing on the keyboard. In under 5 minutes, he successfully seized control of the hacker's computer. Meanwhile, in a nearby internet CAF's private room, a man in his 30s with stubble slammed his hand on the table, causing his Alienware laptop to nearly topple over. What kind of person is this? I am a seasoned hacker, yet I am outmatched by him and have become his target? The stubbled man, unwilling to concede defeat, attempted to regain control of his computer, but despite his best efforts, he could not reclaim it. At that moment, the door to the room swung open, and a portly middle-aged man rushed in. "This is bad. The computers have all gone black." The man was momentarily taken aback. This is indeed impressive. An eye for an eye. While he had compromised the network CAF system, the other party had retaliated by hacking his CAF as well. If he could not outmatch the technical prowess of his opponent, what good was it to play hardball? It seemed the other side was equally skilled. What was the point of continuing this game? With a sigh, the stubbled man resigned. There are experts on the other side. I cannot compete. I will forego my payment. Let it be. He shut his laptop and walked away without looking back, leaving the portly middle-aged man bewildered. He still had not grasped the situation. The highly skilled hacker he had employed had left, and his internet CAF had been compromised. What on earth had happened? Who could explain what transpired? The middle-aged man gazed skyward, rendered speechless. On the other side, Sulai turned to the network administrator. How does that feel? Satisfying, isn't it? The administrator nodded vigorously, wishing he had 10 heads to express his agreement. Sulai felt quite pleased as well. The other party had hacked his CAF, and he had successfully retaliated by compromising theirs, along with the hacker's computer. It was not a matter of life and death, merely a fitting response. However, the task was not yet complete. The system's requirements clearly stated that installing a defensive system was necessary to consider the mission accomplished. Let me install a defensive system for you. Then, should any hackers attempt to intrude in the future, they will find it impossible to breach. With Sulai's current expertise, the defense system he established would be impenetrable to ordinary individuals, unless a master hacker were to intervene. Yet, acquiring the services of such a master hacker was no simple feat. And even if they were hired, they would hardly concern themselves with the troubles of a mere internet CAF. Thus, the security of this CAF's main system would be guaranteed at least 99. Why not a full 100, you ask? There was always the chance that some mischievous master hacker might come along to stir the pot. After nearly an hour of diligent work, Sulai finally completed the defensive system. He rubbed his temples, seeking to alleviate the mental fatigue that had begun to settle in. Hacker mission complete. Congratulations, host, on your advancement to master hacker. The next hacker mission will be randomly assigned. Please stay tuned. Upon hearing the system's notification, Sulai displayed a contented smile, though his mask concealed it from view. A torrent of complex knowledge surged into his mind, far surpassing the transition from intermediate to advanced. In reality, the gap between an advanced hacker and a master hacker was vast, representing entirely different levels of expertise. In the contemporary world, there were likely very few master hackers, and each one was a heavyweight in their field. All set, I am going online now. Sulai informed the network administrator before rising and returning to his private room. Perhaps as a result of his good deeds, Sulai's fortune shifted for the better. Shortly after he returned to his room, he successfully stumbled upon a suitable job opportunity. This particular assignment was not overly challenging. A medium-sized company had previously suffered a devastating attack on their defense system from a rival, which, while ultimately repelled, required significant time to repair. Fearing further assaults from their competitors, they posted on a hacker forum, offering a reward of 1 million to hire 5 hackers to collaboratively restore and upgrade their defense system, thereby expediting the process. For individuals had already responded, and without hesitation, Sulai privately messaged the poster. 1 million, divided among 5, would net Sulai 200,000, a sum that would temporarily alleviate his financial constraints regarding the system upgrade. In truth, with Sulai's prowess as a master hacker, he could easily take on higher-tier assignments. But in the interest of caution, he decided to start with something simpler to test the waters. Next time, he would attempt more advanced projects. After all, the number of master hackers was scarce, and the more sophisticated jobs were likely to remain unfulfilled, making it unnecessary to compete for smaller tasks. The personnel from the company were quite anxious. Once they had gathered, they instructed the hackers to commence immediately. The hackers exchanged few pleasantries. After assessing the system's condition, they dove straight into work. In fact, in collaborative situations, while hackers might not openly express it, they would inevitably compare themselves to one another. Consequently, they poured every ounce of effort into their work, fingers flying across keyboards as the system began to mend bit by bit. Repairing the system was not particularly arduous, especially with 5 hackers on hand. They successfully restored it in under half an hour, leaving the critical task of upgrading the system ahead. As they progressed through the repair phase, the other hackers noted that the one known as Little Sue exhibited exceptional skill, having single-handedly fixed nearly half the system. In truth, Sulai was hardly exerting himself. Had he chosen to do so, he could have completed the repair in a matter of minutes. But that would have risked exposing his identity, a trade-off not worth taking. In the hacker community, it was one's capabilities that garnered respect. Little Sue is truly impressive. He nearly repaired the entire system on his own. He must be close to becoming a master. Indeed, it feels like we collectively cannot measure up to Little Sue. Some sought to establish rapport, thinking it might prove beneficial in future endeavors. Sulai replied modestly, "Not at all. The upcoming task of upgrading the system is paramount. Let us continue." Agreed. The group resumed their search for system vulnerabilities and began the upgrade process. In Su Lai's eyes, the entire system was riddled with flaws. He had at least 199 methods to breach it within a minute and a minimum of 108 ways to incapacitate it entirely within 10 minutes. However, in order to preserve his prowess, the vulnerabilities he discovered were all within the technical grasp of advanced hackers. Even so, with his keen hacker's eye, he managed to elevate the defense system's level by half a tier. An hour later, the system upgrade was finally complete. The company's head was elated and promptly compensated him. Originally, the other 4 hackers intended to share the 400,000 yuan equally with Su Lai, given that he had contributed the most to this venture. Yet Su Lai declined, as he abhorred taking undue advantage. If the agreed sum was 200,000 yuan, he would accept nothing more. Of course, should they offer less, a serious discussion would ensue. Su Lai withdrew the funds from his account. Your account ending in 438 has received a total of 200,000 yuan. Current balance 20,598,388 yuan. Upon receiving the message, Su Lai exhaled softly. After a moment's contemplation, he resumed his operations. He intended to erase any traces of his presence from the hacker forum. This was the realization befitting a master hacker. Erasing information was not a formidable challenge. However, infiltrating the hacker forum proved to be quite troublesome. While it appeared disordered, the forum was actually established by several elite hackers and boasted high-level defenses. Su Lai expended considerable effort before successfully breaching it, promptly erasing his information and making a hasty retreat, as lingering too long would increase the risk of detection. After completing this task, he rubbed his temples, feeling somewhat fatigued. His previous endeavor to regain control of the internet CAF, coupled with nearly 2 hours of intense operations, had drained his mental energy. His physical condition remained rather frail. He needed to expedite the allocation of his free attribute points. Yet, this could not be accomplished at the CAF. He would have to wait until he returned to his hotel. Therefore, he decided against pursuing further assignments and opted for a brief respite. However, he was not inclined to return to the hotel just yet. So what to do? At the internet CAF, of course, play games. Su Lai launched PUBG, only to encounter an unexpected defeat. Chapter 10. Please begin your performance. Su Lai did not possess a PUBG account, but this did not hinder the affluent Su from indulging in gaming. No account. Simply purchase one. After logging in, Su Lai wasted no time and dove into the game. He had played with friends before and was not entirely unfamiliar with the mechanics. At the very least, he knew how to parachute. However, as soon as he touched down, he was promptly eliminated by a shotgun. Undeterred, Su Lai continued to play, showcasing a variety of bizarre and unfortunate deaths. After around 20 matches, he finally wised up. He decided to avoid major urban areas, steer clear of direct confrontations, and instead, choose a secluded spot to develop his character quietly. The adage of survival and prosperity proved true. Astonishingly, he managed to secure a position in the top 10, playing in a squad of 4. All his random teammates had already perished. At that moment, his kill count remained at 0, as he crouched trembling on the second floor of a building. Just then, the door to the room swung open, and the internet CAF manager entered with a serious expression. Upon spotting Su Lai engaged in PUBG, appearing quite furtive, he paused momentarily. "You're playing chicken dinner too?" Su Lai turned his head and nodded slightly. "Yes, just started." The manager was about to say something when he suddenly cautioned, "Someone's coming." Su Lai glanced at the screen, noting the sound of 3 or 4 footsteps approaching. He chuckled nonchalantly. "Can't win, so I won't engage. Just surviving into the top 10 is already impressive. Let me take over." The manager took the mouse from Su Lai, adjusting the keyboard slightly. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted. The previously despondent youth transformed into a formidable warrior. Su Lai watched, slightly stunned. As the footsteps ascended the stairs, the manager wasted no time, pulled a grenade, counted to 3, and tossed it down the staircase. Immediately after, he pulled another grenade, this time throwing it without hesitation. Then, without a glance back, he maneuvered his character to leap out of the window. Bang! Su Lai used a grenade to down Zhu and Wang's. A frantic voice erupted from Su Lai's headset, clearly belonging to the opposing team, now on the public channel. "Damn, I got blown up. Quick, save me." On my way, one teammate rushed over to assist him. Just as the teammate crouched to help, another grenade exploded. Bang! Su Lai used a grenade to down Nimishale. Su Lai used a grenade to kill Zhu and Wang's. What the hell? What just happened? Can someone explain what just occurred? Did I just die? At this point, his teammates realized they were up against formidable opponents and decided to retreat. However, the manager charged through the doorway, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Rat-tat-tat. Rat-tat-tat. Soon, both standing foes lay lifeless in a pool of blood. One individual had wiped out an entire squad. Su Lai was taken aback. He observed the manager beginning to loot the fallen opponents and stood up, offering him his headset. You take a turn. The manager accepted the headset without hesitation. Ultimately, he emerged from the 4 players' loot with a fully equipped M4 and an 8x scope on a Car 98K. Sulai glanced at the remaining players, including himself. There were still 5 alive. Aside from the 4 he had eliminated, 1 had perished for an unknown reason. This round could lead to a win. The manager whispered, "We can win this." Sulai grinned. "Please begin your performance." The manager, armed and ready, exited the building area, finding a vantage point. With the Car 98K in hand, he scanned the surroundings and surprisingly spotted a running figure. Without a moment's hesitation, he fired. Bang! Sulai used the Car 98K to down Washixioxian. The downed character helplessly crawled on the ground. The manager refrained from hastily finishing him off and opted to play the waiting game. Sure enough, someone threw a smoke grenade and emerged from the nearby grass, hurrying towards the downed player. However, the manager's crosshairs were already trained on him. Bang! Sulai used the Car 98K to headshot and kill Zyamthidi. Sulai used the Car 98K to headshot and kill Washixioxian. Wow! Sulai marveled. If only I had such skills, I could easily dominate and carry my teammates. Only 2 opponents remained, and the manager silently counted. Just then, gunfire erupted from behind him. The manager reacted swiftly, executing a serpentine maneuver and successfully taking cover behind a large tree. His health bar had only dipped by a third. The manager took a sip from a drink, then emerged from behind the tree. Rat-tat-tat. Sulai used the M416 to down Yaya. He didn't rush to collect the kill, but instead maneuvered around and tossed a few grenades. A man-made bomb zone. The game concluded. Sulai stared in astonishment at the screen displaying, "Winner, winner, chicken dinner." He was incredulous that such an elite player was merely working as an internet CF manager. He was certainly qualified to be a professional player. After the manager secured the win, his earlier fierce demeanor softened, and he stood up, sheepishly scratching the back of his head. "I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself when I saw the situation." Sulai waved his hand dismissively. "It's a trivial matter. After being tormented all night, I wouldn't have enjoyed the game without you. What is your name?" The network administrator, relieved that Sulai bore him no ill will, replied quietly, "I am Yang Hua. You can call me Huazai." "All right." Sulai nodded. "By the way, what brings you here?" "Oh, I almost forgot the main issue," Yang Hua exclaimed, slapping his forehead as he pulled out a stack of cash from his pocket, estimating it to be a few thousand yuan. "Thank you for today. This is all I can offer. I know it won't suffice for your fee, but it's all I have." The more he spoke, the more embarrassed he became. Sulai glanced at the money in Yang Hua's hand and chuckled. "Oh, there's no need for such courtesy. I had my reasons for helping you, and I've gained enough from this already. I cannot accept this money." Sulai's words were devoid of any pretense. Completing this task had elevated him to the ranks of a hacking master, and the rewards were indeed generous. "However, I truly have no other way to repay you." The two exchanged refusals until Sulai finally remarked, "How about this? You treat me to some barbecue, and we'll consider the matter settled." After having only a light afternoon tea, he was feeling quite hungry. Seeing Sulai's resolute attitude, Yang Hua had no choice but to agree. "Oh, and take this card. With it, you can enjoy free internet access here for life." Yang Hua suddenly handed Sulai a card. Sulai looked at him in confusion. Yang Hua scratched his head. "This internet CAF is run by my uncle. He saw me idling away my time and asked me to help manage it. So I have a bit of authority." "Ah, I see. I'll accept this," Sulai said, no longer refusing. The shift change at the internet CAF was at 11 o'clock, and as the time approached, other employees began arriving. Yang Hua was finally able to leave. The two exited the CAF together, heading towards a nearby barbecue restaurant. Meanwhile, at the hotel where Sulai was temporarily residing, someone was knocking on his door. "Brother, are you there?" "It's Yue Air." Yue Air had been knocking for quite some time, calling out, and ultimately had to accept the unfortunate reality. Sulai was not in his room. That pesky brother. Where has he run off to? She had intended to find him to share a drink and discuss the depths of life and the heights of ambition, only to discover he was absent. How could they have a conversation now? Talking to the air? With a sigh, Yue Air returned to her room, sipping her drink in frustration. Meanwhile, the very Sulai she was thinking of was happily enjoying barbecue and drinking soybean milk. After finishing his meal, Sulai insisted on paying the bill. Even if the amount was only a couple of hundred yuan, it still contributed to his experience points. A tall building, no matter how grand, is built from bricks and tiles. Upon returning to the hotel, Sulai eagerly spent 30,000 yuan to purchase free attribute points from the shop. Experience for leveling up, 30, 258, 100, 000. How should he allocate these points? A total of 88 attribute points. Well, better to have an average than to have none at all, he thought. Sulai first invested 28 points in his strength, thus increasing his base strength from 92 to 120 points. His body visibly expanded, growing stronger by the moment. Sulai felt a surge of power coursing through him. He believed he could easily defeat an elephant with a single punch. Of course, this was merely a delusion. Next, he allocated 31 points to agility, raising it from 89 to 120 points. His physique ceased to bulk up but began to slim down, achieving a delicate balance. Though he appeared largely unchanged compared to before, the differences were significant. The Sulai have now stood on a different level in terms of strength and speed compared to just a minute ago. Even if he seemed somewhat leaner. Standing before the mirror, Sulai scrutinized his reflection and realized he had become noticeably more handsome. Previously, he could only be described as reasonably attractive. Now, he could be considered quite striking. Lifting his shirt, he revealed a set of 8 sculpted abdominal muscles that would make boys weep and girls swoon. Clearly, the changes in strength and agility not only transformed his physique, but also, to some extent, enhanced his appearance. This meant that if he continued to invest in free attribute points, his attractiveness would only increase. Sulai was overjoyed. However, his keen eye detected a difference. His clothes seemed a tad shorter. Had he grown taller? It must be noted that the presidential suite was exceptionally well equipped, even featuring a scale and a height measurement tool. After a quick measurement, he found his weight had reached over 130 pounds, nearing 140. It was noteworthy that his previous weight had been under 120, indicating an increase in muscle density. As for his height, it had grown from 180 centimeters to 182 centimeters, an increase of 2 centimeters. Very satisfactory, Sulai mused. A perfect, affluent individual is not merely a phrase. Wealth is one aspect, and good looks are certainly another. What Sulai was unaware of was that the free attribute points would subtly transform him over time. His physique could be fine-tuned, but his appearance could not undergo drastic changes all at once, lest he appear as if he had undergone plastic surgery. The system would gradually elevate Sulai's attractiveness in the days to come. Understanding that free attribute points could enhance his looks, Sulai hesitated while holding the remaining 29 points. He had initially considered investing all of them into charm, as who wouldn't want to appear more handsome. After much internal struggle, he ultimately decided to allocate the points to intelligence. Being handsome is undoubtedly important, but intelligence is equally essential. He recalled a widely circulated saying, "I prefer those who are handsome yet lack common sense." This reflected the extent to which many women were infatuated with such men, as they were easily deceived. To avoid being misled by girls in the future, Sulai resolved to prioritize enhancing his intellect. First and foremost, he needed to ensure his own completeness, to be whole, not missing any limbs, in order to embody the ideal affluent individual. As the system indicated, every second of existence could yield wealth. What is the prerequisite? To be alive. Nothing is more crucial than life itself. Thus, one must possess a sound mind. Lacking intelligence would inevitably lead to demise. After allocating the free attribute points to intelligence, Sulai felt a refreshing sensation flow through his mind. His thoughts became clearer, and even the fatigue from hours of online activity began to dissipate. Upon glancing at his personal attributes panel, he was astonished by the transformation. Host, Sulai, age, 18, base attributes, strength 120, agility 120, intelligence 137, identity, hacking master, upgradable. He had taken another small step closer to becoming the perfect affluent individual. Sulai retrieved his sleepwear. Time for a shower. It was getting late. He decided to rest for the night and purchase some clothes tomorrow, along with a computer. Continuously going to the internet CAF was not a sustainable solution. With his skills as a hacking master, Sulai felt confident that few could trace him, allowing him to buy a computer for his convenience. After finishing his shower and drying his hair, Sulai quickly succumbed to slumber under the comforting embrace of the luxurious bed. The following day, as the first rays of the morning sun began to rise, Sulai awoke without indulging in his usual tendency to linger in bed. He realized that perhaps due to an improvement in his physical condition, he no longer needed to sleep for long periods to regain his vitality, and his mental state was better than it had ever been. Had he possessed such vigor in the past, he surely could have gained admission to prestigious universities like Tsinghua and Beida. However, those days were behind him, and the university he attended was still a top-tier institution. One must learn to be content. Today is a day filled with surprises. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Spring Breeze buff. Note, every individual you encounter will feel as if they are enveloped in a refreshing spring breeze. This buff will remain effective until the next buff is activated. Sulai was momentarily taken aback. Did this seemingly useless random buff manifest just like that? Moreover, it appeared to enhance one's personal charisma. Well, that was rather delightful. After all, a perfect temperament is essential for a wealthy individual. Standing before the mirror, he scrutinized his reflection, and perhaps due to the spring breeze buff, he felt he looked even more handsome than the night before. Not wishing to indulge further in self-admiration, he completed his morning routine, changed his attire, and prepared to step outside. Although he had discussed the shopping mall with Yi Weier yesterday, The conversation had veered off course, so he would need to explore on his own. Just then, a sudden knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Upon opening it, he found himself momentarily stunned. It was Weier. Today, Yi Weier wore a white floral blouse, complemented by a designer handbag Su Lai did not recognize, and fitted light blue jeans that accentuated her long legs with remarkable elasticity. Did my brother become more handsome overnight? Is that just an illusion? Yi Weier thought to herself, momentarily taken aback by Su Lai's appearance. However, she had no time to dwell on it. Instead, she approached Su Lai, sniffing around him like an inquisitive puppy. Speak. You didn't come home so late last night. Were you out fooling around? Su Lai was again taken aback. How did you know I wasn't here? However, Yi Weier did not respond to his question. Instead, she slipped past him and entered the room. I must see if you brought a woman back. Su Lai felt a pang of annoyance. What was this about? He merely went online for a bit yesterday. Why did it sound as if he had been at a bar with young models? He did not stop Yi Weier, allowing her to proceed. Yet, after taking a few steps, she turned back. There are limits to joking. Her intention was to foster a closer relationship with Su Lai, not to interrogate him. After all, they had no deep entanglement. To put it bluntly, who was she to question him? A bit of playful banter could lighten the mood. Seeing Su Lai's serious expression, Yi Weier chuckled. What's wrong? Am I not welcome? Su Lai shook his head. Of course you're welcome. Why would I not welcome you? Weier, make yourself at home. I'm heading out. Yi Weier widened her eyes. Going out to fool around again? Su Lai replied, exasperated. No. I'm going to buy clothes and see if there's a suitable computer. Yi Weier's eyes sparkled with excitement as she clapped her hands. Great. You don't know where the mall is, do you? I'll take you. Since I have some free time, it would be nice to get out. Trust me. I know a lot about computers. I'll recommend some for you. Without waiting for Su Lai to respond, she pulled him along. Su Lai did not resist. Having someone familiar with the area guiding him was advantageous. Besides, women seemed to possess an innate talent for shopping, and having her accompany him would be beneficial. Though Yi Weier had a car, she chose to honor Su Lai's preference and hailed a taxi. After all, he was the one spending money, and every penny counted. About half an hour's ride from the hotel, they arrived at a large shopping mall that boasted a variety of brands, including numerous luxury items. Upon stepping out of the taxi, Yi Weier linked her arm with Su Lai's as they entered the mall. Su Lai initially intended to refuse, but with her holding on tightly, he had no choice but to comply. What kind of clothes are you planning to buy? A suit? Yi Weier exuded the charm of a mature woman, attracting the attention of many infatuated onlookers, yet she playfully whispered in Su Lai's ear, casual wear will do. Su Lai remained composed, unaffected by the gazes directed towards him. All right, follow me. Yi Weier wasted no time and led Su Lai straight to several renowned brand clothing stores. Let us go. They entered the nearest Armani menswear boutique. A beautiful female sales associate hurried over to greet them. Hello, what kind of clothing are you looking for? The sales associate showed no particular reaction upon seeing Yi Weier, but paused briefly when her gaze fell upon Su Lai. This young man, though not extraordinarily handsome, exuded a comforting aura, as if a gentle spring breeze enveloped him. Yi Weier nodded slightly and turned to Su Lai. What price range are you considering? Su Lai pondered for a moment before confidently declaring, we don't select the right one. We only choose the expensive one. Let us buy the pricier items. Yi Weier raised an eyebrow, taken aback by his sudden display of extravagance. What kind of family is this? Despite her playful sarcasm, she turned to the sales associate and said, let us proceed as he suggested. Oh, and we're looking for casual wear. The sales associate eagerly led them to the casual wear section, occasionally picking out items for their opinion. Su Lai's fashion sense was average, but Yi Weier's was impeccable. She had an extraordinary eye for style. She quickly selected several outfits for Su Lai, urging him to try them on while she continued browsing for more options. Before long, Su Lai emerged from the fitting room wearing one of the outfits. How do I look? Handsome? Yi Weier's eyes lit up. Wow, you look great. She felt as if her eyes were sparkling with stars. The sales associate beside them was equally captivated. Just moments ago, he had been wearing drab, pedestrian clothing, but now, adorned in brand name attire. He had ascended to an entirely different level, complemented perfectly by Yi Weier's keen sense of style. Yi Weier swallowed hard, unable to help but praise her own taste. My eye for fashion is truly remarkable. It seems my brother has quite the physique. I wonder if he has an 8-pack? I must see for myself. Yi Weier gazed at Su Lai, grinning foolishly. Su Lai stood before the mirror, admiring his reflection, quite satisfied with his appearance. All right, I'll take this one. Subsequently, he tried on 2 more outfits, both of which he was pleased with. Let us buy them all. We have the money. Yi Weier nearly drooled at the sight. As Su Lai entered the fitting room again, this time, Yi Weier did not remain outside obediently. Instead, she stealthily slipped into the fitting room. Discovering that the door was not locked, She pulled it open and stepped inside, then closed the door behind her. What the hell? What are you doing? Su Lai exclaimed, startled by the sudden intrusion. He nearly threw a punch, but halted upon recognizing her, hastily zipping up his half-removed pants. At this moment, he had already discarded his upper garment, revealing a robust torso adorned with distinctly defined 8-pack abs that candidly captivated Yi Wire's gaze. Hiss! Yi Wire inhaled sharply. What a magnificent physique. Indeed, he possessed an 8-pack. How she longed to touch it. No, I can't. Yi Wire trembled slightly. Su Lai, his expression darkened, grasped her head and swiftly turned her entire being towards the door. Out. With a forceful shove, he closed the door behind her and locked it. Who is this person? It's merely a fitting session. Isn't it excessive? Yi Wire, having been thrust out of the fitting room, felt no anger. Her body quivered gently. Oh dear. I must visit the restroom. She hurriedly clacked her high heels as she exited. The beautiful sales assistant, though speechless, could empathize with Yi Wire's feelings. It was rather unfortunate that such a strong man was being supported by a wealthy patroness. It wasn't he that being supported was inherently bad. She too wished to be pampered by a rich benefactor. It was merely envy. After a while, Su Lai emerged again, now clad in another outfit that still suited him perfectly. He admired himself in the mirror for a moment, about to return for another change, when suddenly a voice rang out at the entrance. Ah, the clothes look quite good on you, but I wonder if you can afford them. Su Lai turned to see a man and a woman entering. Both appeared to be between 25 and 30 years of age, dressed in Armani, sporting seemingly valuable necklaces around their necks and luxury watches on their wrists. Notably, the woman cradled a light jacket in her arms, gently resting it against her abdomen. It was the man who had spoken. Upon meeting Su Lai's gaze, he did not shy away but rather fixed his stare on him. What are you looking at? I'm talking about you. Do you have any idea how much that outfit costs? Pathetic loser. Chapter 13. A mad dog biting randomly. In a certain live streaming room, the barrage of comments began to flood in, with occasional small gifts drifting through. It has begun. It has begun. He duo is about to roast someone. Ha ha. The highlight of my day is watching old he tear into people. It's so exhilarating. I bet 5 packs of spicy strips that this guy will definitely end up crying. Only 5 packs. I'll wager 10. What does betting on spicy strips even mean? I promise, as long as old he makes someone cry, we'll celebrate with 10 rounds of ultra hot. The comments were buzzing with excitement. Meanwhile, the camera in the live stream focused on a young man who had just exited the fitting room of an Armani men's boutique. Do you have any idea how much that outfit costs? Pathetic loser. He duo is a streamer known for his roasts, a unique style that has attracted a peculiar fan base. As usual, he and his partner ventured out in search of their next target. Unfortunately, Su Lai became that target. Hearing his words, Su Lai frowned slightly, but chose not to respond. Instead, he addressed the beautiful sales assistant. I'll take this outfit. Please wrap up the previous ones I tried on, as well as the clothes I have in the fitting room. Certainly, the sales assistant replied as she turned to assist him. It's almost as if it's real. Buying one outfit is one thing, but several? Do you think this is a market stall where you can buy heaps for just a few hundred? Let me tell you, this is an Armani boutique. The outfit you're wearing alone costs at least 2,000. He duo prattled on. The fans in the live stream were equally lively. Impressive. Old he's roasting skills have certainly improved. Look how he's got that young man flustered. Wait a moment, speaking of that young man. He gives off such a pleasant vibe. I almost feel reluctant to see old he tear into him. Oh, stop pretending to be a saint. You're here watching this live stream too. Don't act all high and mighty. Get lost. Who among us hasn't a bit of compassion? People like you should enroll in the Zwan University. It suits you better. The fans began to bicker, but the atmosphere grew even more animated, the live stream's popularity soaring. He duo's female partner, engrossed in the live stream on her phone, noticed the fervent discussions among the fans and gently tapped he duo. He understood immediately and continued. I didn't expect to encounter a mute. What a pity, truly. Oh dear. Su Lai had initially chosen to ignore them, dismissing their antics as the barking of mad dogs. However, they persisted in their provocations. Thus, he smiled slightly. I'm sorry, you're mistaken. This outfit, in total, amounts to over 5,000. 2,000 is far too cheap for my taste. The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. Ha, what a facepalm moment. Nowadays, people are so obsessed with appearances. 666. I'd give him a solid 98 for that performance. The only reason he doesn't get a perfect score is to prevent him from becoming too arrogant. Don't get too excited. What if he is actually a wealthy individual? I'm betting on this. If he is a rich guy, I'll eat 10 pounds of excrement. I'll take 20. I truly want to see this young man reveal his true identity and astonish everyone. It's not that I wish to see him humiliated. It's just that I've never witnessed anyone eat excrement and am simply curious. Upon hearing Su Lai's words, he duo burst into laughter. You're killing me. Over 5,000? Why don't you just fly to the moon? It's all about knowing when to show off. 5,000 is probably your 2-month salary. Isn't it? For outfits total, that's 20,000. Do you really think you can afford that? Don't make me laugh. Su Lai, speechless, intended to leave as soon as the sales assistant finished packaging his items. The man before him was clearly someone who felt overlooked in life or couldn't lift his head high, resorting to foolish antics for attention. Engaging with such individuals was a waste of intellect. Suddenly, Su Lai caught sight of something unusual. With his enhanced physique, his previous mild nearsightedness had completely vanished. His vision was now sharper than that of an average person. He noticed something concealed within the thin jacket held by the woman beside the man. Combining this with their words and actions, Su Lai began to form a judgment in his mind. Seeing that Su Lai remained silent, he duo assumed he had struck a nerve and grew even more arrogant. Oh, gone mute again. Did I hit a sore spot? Ha ha ha, so you really are broke. Why do people like you always try to pretend to be part of the upper crust? The woman accompanying him chimed in. I've seen many people like him. They can't afford it themselves, so they come to try on clothes, claiming they've worn them, just so they can boast to their friends later. Oh, I once wore Armani. He duo shot a look of approval at his female companion, who smiled gently. The fans in the live stream were thoroughly entertained. Ha ha, these two are so in sync, they're great together. During the 9th year, what are you showing off for? Quickly say, have you been secretly attending classes without me? Su Lai already had his answer in mind, and was preparing to expose their ruse, when suddenly a voice rang out from behind them. Pretty bold. 2 paupers making a ruckus here? Yi Wire entered from the door, walking straight to Su Lai's side, her expression filled with concern. Are you alright? Su Lai shook his head. I'm fine, it's just a dog bite. I can't very well bite back, can I? Yi Wire shot him a glance, witty as always. Yet he duo, upon hearing her words, exploded with rage. Who the hell are you calling a dog? Su Lai responded nonchalantly. Whoever is the craziest is merely a dog. However, the atmosphere in the live stream shifted dramatically, with conversations predominantly revolving around Yi Wire. Wow, what a figure. Unbeatable. I can't take it anymore. I'm bleeding from the nose. No way. I'm still young. Why must I be subjected to such sights? I've run out of tissues. My mother inquired about my gradual weight loss, and I replied. I've been watching confrontational shows. Some viewers, while engrossed in the live stream, found themselves browsing elsewhere. At that moment, the beautiful shop assistant emerged, having neatly packaged the clothes. Hello, after the discount, that will be 23,000. Yi Wire intended to proceed with the payment, but Su Lai intervened, saying, no need, I'll purchase my own items. He handed his bank card to the attractive shop assistant. The shrill voice of Hidiwa echoed once more. Oh, I was mistaken. I thought you were about to bleed out, trying to put on a show, but it turns out you're merely a kept pretty boy. Su Lai's composure had not yet reached the level of indifference to such remarks, and he stepped forward to expose their deceit. Yi Wire halted him. Allow me to handle this. After a moment's thought, Su Lai acquiesced, whispering something in her ear. Yi Wire nodded in acknowledgement and strode forward, her long legs gracefully circling. He appeared flustered under her gaze, stammering, what do you intend to do? If you strike me, I can call for help. Yi Wire scoffed lightly. Strike you? That would merely tarnish my hands. If I'm not mistaken, what you're wearing isn't Armani, but rather counterfeit. He instantly panicked. Why you're talking nonsense? Chapter 14, A Stick to Beat the Dog. Yi Wire disregarded his protest, continuing, and that Rolex green water ghost on your wrist, surely it's a high imitation. It may appear convincing, but in the eyes of genuine connoisseurs, it's nothing but a clown's accessory. She paused. Oh, and that necklace around your neck, gold? I suspect it's merely painted gold. Extending her thumb and index finger, she pinched the necklace, rubbing it, and a layer of paint came off onto her fingers. Subsequently, she suddenly yanked aside the thin jacket held by DY's female companion, revealing a hidden camera strapped to her arm. Waving her fingers in front of the camera, she softly declared, what do you think, dear viewers? How about this authenticity check? As Yi Wire spoke, an indescribable aura radiated from her, an essence reserved for those in positions of power. DY and his companion were thoroughly alarmed. Why you re-slandering me? As he spoke, DY lunged toward Yi Wire. She swiftly retreated a few steps, hiding behind Su Lai. If it's genuine, a simple check will confirm. While confronting DY, she leaned closer to Su Lai and whispered, little brother, you must protect me. DY pursued, attempting to grab Yi Wire. Su Lai would never allow that. He seized DY's wrist, yanked it forcefully, and delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. DY knelt, clutching his stomach, cold sweat pouring down. At that moment, the beautiful shop assistant returned, handing Su Lai his bank card and scrutinizing the items. Oh, it really is a fake, but quite convincingly crafted. I didn't recognize it at first glance. How dare you insult our customers while wearing counterfeit goods? The shop assistant decisively called for security. The female companion hurriedly assisted Dy to his feet, attempting to flee, but Sulai swiftly brought her down once more. Soon, several security personnel arrived and escorted the two away. No, let go of me. You can't do this isn't right. Dy and his companion shouted. In the subconscious of the live stream viewers, it was clear that Dy was wealthy. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare confront others so boldly. Rather than watching him confront others, they were witnessing his display of wealth. Thus, the live stream erupted in chaos. What? They're wearing fakes? I thought they were rich, that's why I watched their live stream. But they're actually just pathetic. Oh my gosh, what have I done? Why was I watching such people's streams? Engaging in such gimmicks? Mom, I'm sorry. I promise I won't watch live streams again. The waters are far too deep. Thanks to this goddess, we were spared from remaining oblivious for much longer, foolishly giving them gifts. Numerous viewers reported the incident, even alerting the higher-ups at Doji livestream. Ultimately, Duy's livestream was permanently banned, and a legal notice was issued. Meanwhile, in the mall, security escorted the two towards the friendly police officers. In the Armani men's store, Yi Weier emerged from behind Sulai, appreciatively patting his shoulder. You did well, little brother. How did you notice them filming? Sulai tilted his head, smiling. When a dog bites me, I can't bite back, but I can pick up a stick and hit back. A normal person, even if they look down on others, rarely resorts to publicly insulting them. The loss is not merely the dignity of the insulted, but more so the quality of the insulter. So, I surmise they must have ulterior motives, and I happened to notice that woman's subtle movements, leading to a bold hypothesis. He paused. Honestly, it was just luck. By the way, Sister Weier, you were truly impressive just now. Sulai gave a thumbs up. Yi Weier proudly raised her head. Of course. When it comes to luxury goods, there's no one I, Yi, don't recognize. If you're worried about buying fakes in the future, remember to come to me. She playfully winked, leaning closer to Sulai, her breath fragrant. So, what do you think? Have you been charmed by your sister? Would you like to come to my room tonight to discuss the length of life? Feeling Yi Weier's breath, Sulai felt a slight stir within him and hurriedly shifted the topic. Let us go buy a computer. With that, he hastily grabbed the clothes and exited, leaving Yi Weier with a look of longing. She sighed helplessly, intending to follow when her phone suddenly rang. Hello? What's the matter? All right, I understand. Got it. Clear. Vacation canceled. I'm heading back to Yadu immediately. After hanging up, Yi Weier's gaze flickered momentarily before she sighed softly and, in her high heels, chased after Sulai. Little brother, I'm really sorry. Something urgent came up at the company, and I must return to Yadu to handle it, Yi Weier said, somewhat apologetically. Sulai smiled. It's fine. Hurry back. Work is important. I can browse on my own. Give me your phone, Yi Weier instructed. Why? Sulai asked on guard. To add WeChat. You're making it sound like I'm up to something. As if you don't want to. Yi Weier was momentarily taken aback, annoyed as she pinched Sulai's arm. Despite their banter, they successfully added each other on WeChat. Sulai had a favorable impression of Yi Weier, though he regarded her merely as an older sister, with absolutely no ulterior motives. Indeed, absolutely none. Yi Weier gently hugged Sulai, blowing a breath in his ear. Come to Yadu to hang out with your sister, okay? She then hurriedly departed. Sulai watched her leave until she was out of sight, his body finally relaxing slightly. The aura emanating from Sister Weier was overwhelmingly strong. Although she had moderated it in his presence, it still exerted significant pressure on him, a young lad. Only after her departure did Sulai feel at ease. He checked his experience points. 53, 292, 100, 000. Half of the way to 100,000 experience points remains. Is it truly so arduous to part with money? Sulai rubbed his temples. Next on the agenda is to purchase a computer. While the mall houses a few computer stores, none can compare to the renowned computer market. Sulai retrieved his phone, intending to search for the nearest computer market, only to be suddenly struck by the sight of his own outdated and somewhat damaged device. It is indeed time for an upgrade. Additionally, he resolved to buy a phone for each of his parents as well. After a lifetime of hard work, he now possesses the means to show his filial piety. As for his younger sister, who is still in her first year of high school, her studies take precedence. If she insists on having a new phone, he would temporarily pass on his old one to her. After arriving at a decision, Sulai promptly made his way to the mobile phone store. Lacking expertise in mobile technology, he planned to peruse the most popular brands before making his final selection: Huawei, Xiaomi, Cherry, and others. After an extensive browse, Sulai settled on purchasing two Cherry 11 Pro Max devices, one in gold and the other in silver, intending them as gifts for his parents. Each phone cost over 16,000, totaling more than 32,000. Following this, he visited the Huawei store and acquired the highest-spec Huawei P40 Pro for $99.99. After some contemplation, he decided to indulge his sister as well by buying her a phone in a different color. Thus, his total expenditure exceeded 50,000 yuan. The system upgraded once again. The Perfect Tycoon System has reached level 4. The host earns a cash reward of 0.1 yuan for every second of existence. System upgrade, granting the host professional level singing skills. Upgrade experience, 0.10000000. Note 1. Singing skills are categorized into amateur, professional, deity, master, hall, and legendary levels. Note 2. The system will randomly assign singing-related tasks. Completing these tasks will enhance singing skills. As Su Lai absorbed the system's announcements, he found himself lost in thought. Singing skills? Is the system attempting to cultivate him into a singer? That sounds rather intriguing. This marks the second ability the system has bestowed upon him. He wonders what the next reward might be. Perhaps a superpower, such as the ability to spew flames or unleash 100,000 volts. Amused by his fanciful musings, he was abruptly snapped back to reality by the curious gaze of the salesgirl who had just packaged his phones. "Sir, are you all right?" she inquired. Su Lai, regaining his composure, flashed an apologetic smile at the salesgirl, who possessed an attractive appearance. Seeing a beautiful lady naturally brings joy. I couldn't help but smile. His intention was merely to divert attention, yet the salesgirl began to take it further. Really? Should we exchange WeChat or something? The young man before her appeared relatively youthful, and while not exceptionally handsome, he exuded a charming demeanor reminiscent of a spring breeze. Particularly, his nonchalance in spending 20,000 yuan on phones without batting an eye suggested that, even if he wasn't a rich second generation, his family surely had ample funds. The prospect of dating such a man promised a future free from financial worries, perhaps even allowing her to leave this thankless job. If they were to marry someday, she could even negotiate a smaller dowry, as finding someone who treats her well is no small feat. She pondered names for their future children. What if they had a boy? What if it were a girl? Unbeknownst to Su Lai, the salesgirl was already envisioning their lives together and even contemplating potential names for their children. He accepted the phones from her and politely declined, saying, "I'm sorry, but I have a girlfriend." The salesgirl, who had just been floating on cloud 9, felt herself plummet upon hearing his words. So, he had a girlfriend. No wonder he had bought 2 phones in different colors, couple models. However, she was not ready to give up. They weren't married yet. Who knows what might happen if they broke up? Even if they did marry, divorce was always an option. If she just tried hard enough, she could win him over. With a smile, she replied, "That's all right. Adding each other on WeChat to be friends is still a good idea." Su Lai, exasperated, felt he had been clear enough in his rejection. He decided to shatter her fantasies entirely. "I'm not accustomed to adding people I don't know." Yet the salesgirl persisted, "But once we add each other, we'll know each other. Right?" With no other option, Su Lai resorted to his trump card. "My girlfriend doesn't allow me to add females." The salesgirl blinked innocently. "The heavens know. The earth knows, you know, and I know. If you don't say anything, no one will ever find out." Su Lai thought to himself, "All right. It's best I make my exit." He gathered his belongings and prepared to leave. "Wait, don't go. Let us add each other on WeChat. When I need to vote for someone, I can vote for you. If you and your girlfriend travel or book a hotel, I can help you negotiate a better price." The salesgirl called after him. Su Lai stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance, and hurriedly quickened his pace. The salesgirl sighed in resignation. What a pity. Su Lai hailed a cab, informing the driver of his destination, and sank into the back seat, lost in thought. However, in truth, he continued to ponder the system. With the cash reward now amounting to 0.1 yuan per second, he realized he would earn a staggering 8,640 yuan in a single day. That equates to the monthly income of an average office worker. The system was truly remarkable. Yet, his elation was short-lived as he soon discovered that the experience required for the next system upgrade had surged to 1 million. A wave of discomfort washed over him. It felt as though the system was toying with him. The previous requirement was merely 100,000 experience points, and now it had jumped tenfold. If this isn't a joke, what is? Relying solely on the system for financial accumulation would take at least 116 days to amass such wealth, over 3 months, and by then, everything would be stale. Thus, he must rely on his own efforts. Upon returning to the hotel and setting his belongings down, he headed straight to his Uncle Yang Hua's internet CAF. Initially, he planned to purchase a computer, but that would have to wait. He had not previously paid attention to the CAF's name, but now that he was looking to enjoy a free session, he noted it, Flying Speed Internet CAF. Quite an apt name. It was still early in the day, well before noon, and Yang Hua was absent. After logging into a computer, Su Lai made his way to a private booth, skillfully navigating the system and logging into a hacker forum. His intention was to pursue contracts from large companies. With his remarkable hacking prowess, he could undoubtedly complete the tasks with finesse. It is known that these contracts often start at a reward of 100,000 yuan. Completing just one would provide him with the funds needed for his next upgrade. Casually browsing, he soon found a reasonably priced contract that was not overly challenging and initiated a private chat. Large companies typically have dedicated personnel for such matters, and responses are nearly instantaneous. "Hello, I'm here to take a contract," he typed. "Hello, have you reviewed our company's specific requirements?" The representative from the company replied almost immediately. "Yes, I have. I am capable of completing it," Su Lai assured. The company's request was to establish a brand new defense system, as their previous system could no longer adequately safeguard their operations due to the expansion of their business. Recently, numerous confidential documents had been pilfered by competitors. The higher-ups were in a frenzy over this matter, leading them to invest 3 million to enlist the assistance of proficient hackers to establish a defensive system. This system was required to withstand the incursions of at least 10 advanced hackers for a duration of 2 hours, as this time frame would suffice for their internal technical personnel to respond and counteract. To achieve such a robust defensive system, it would necessitate the collaborative efforts of dozens of elite hackers. Naturally, a hacker of exceptional prowess could accomplish this independently. However, each of these master hackers is a rare talent, having undergone rigorous training to attain such a status, rendering their numbers exceedingly scarce. Unfortunately, these masters are nowhere near sufficient to meet market demands. Commissioner Zhang Wang, may I inquire how many individuals you have on your team? We have already recruited over 10 advanced hackers. The company representative instinctively assumed that Su Lai was one of the elite hackers, as such luminaries are seldom encountered. Most hackers are acquainted with a handful of others, which is why he inquired about the number of personnel involved. Su Lai, just me. Commissioner Zhang Wang, very well. I shall register your information and notify you once we have enough people. Su Lai fell silent. His intention in pursuing this venture was to claim the entire reward for himself, rather than share it with others. After a moment's contemplation, he rapidly typed, I can do it alone. Commissioner Zhang Wang. Chapter 16, a shoddy project? Commissioner Zhang Wang was taken aback. What had he just heard? One person? Could it be that he was a master hacker? Suppressing his excitement, he confirmed, you intend to complete this alone? Su Lai, yes. Commissioner Zhang Wang. May I see your hacker certification? In this world, hacking is a legitimate profession, and hackers can obtain qualifications akin to ordinary individuals. The hacker certificate serves as their emblem of identity. This is also a means for the state to maintain oversight, as the potential dangers posed by hackers, if not properly monitored, can be immense. Thus, Su Lai found himself in an exceedingly awkward predicament. Having only recently entered the hacking realm, he lacked the time to obtain a certification, and even if he had the time, he would prefer not to pursue it, desiring to avoid unwanted attention and maintain a tranquil life. He could only respond honestly. I haven't obtained my hacker certificate yet, but I do possess the necessary skills. Commissioner Zhang Wang. In that case, we cannot verify your identity. I apologize. Commissioner Zhang Wang felt a twinge of disappointment, having anticipated encountering a master hacker, only to discover that he was an individual who hadn't even bothered to secure a hacker certificate and sought to exploit the situation. Su Lai, surely there must be some leniency? Commissioner Zhang Wang. Sir, that is not possible. Please do not put me in a difficult position. Feeling helpless, Su Lai realized he had no choice but to take decisive action. Without a moment's hesitation, he breached the security of the Zhanwan company, extracting its most confidential secrets without alerting even the technical staff, and subsequently sent the documents to Commissioner Zhang Wang. Is this sufficient now? Commissioner Zhang Wang, somewhat perplexed, wondered why he had received a file after he had just stated that it was impossible. Driven by curiosity, he opened the document and was utterly astonished. What the? The fact that Commissioner Zhang Wang was responsible for these matters indicated his significant standing within the company, where he had already begun to handle numerous confidential affairs. Even he, though not particularly astute, recognized that this was a confidential company document. Goodness, he had stolen it in under a minute? What terrifying skill was this? He hastily typed a response. Master, I apologize. Could you please wait a moment? Don't leave. Su Lai, as you wish. Su Lai knew without a doubt that this individual would rush to consult the higher-ups, for the theft of confidential company information was no trivial matter. It was an issue of the company's very survival. As anticipated, Commissioner Zhang Wang dashed into the CEO's office, clutching his laptop. Boss, we have a crisis. Confidential information has been stolen. The CEO regarded Commissioner Zhang Wang with displeasure. Calm down. What's the matter? Speak slowly. 20 seconds later. What the? The CEO exploded with expletives, his composure shattered. The core's secrets had been pilfered. How could he remain calm? Observing this scene, Commissioner Zhang Wang found himself unperturbed, even leisurely fixing his hair. A man, weren't you just saying not to panic? Take your time. Quickly, We must keep him here. He must have only intended to demonstrate his capabilities by stealing the documents, not to harm us. The CEO was in a state of frantic disarray, nearly pulling his hair out. Additionally, offer him an extra $2 million to ensure he assists in establishing the defensive system. This individual must be a master. We must cultivate a good relationship with him. The CEO's capacity to handle significant matters set him apart from the employees, who could only resolve minor issues. However, in truth, there was no need for such alarm. The growth of every hacker requires time, especially in the arduous journey to becoming a master hacker who is already under governmental scrutiny. They either serve the state or are provided shelter and sustenance. Thus, master hackers typically do not engage in nefarious activities, unless one considers Su Lai, who, due to his remarkably rapid ascent, had evaded detection, swiftly achieving mastery while erasing all traces of his activities. Who could he turn to for an explanation? Commissioner Zhang Wang. Hello, are you still there? Commissioner Zhang Wang. Our CEO has stated that as long as you do not disclose our company's core secrets, we are willing to offer you an additional $2 million to assist us in building the defensive system. Su Lai's response was simply one word. Okay. Huh. You think I can't handle you? Although Su Lai possessed extraordinary skills, he still adhered to a moral code and had no intention of misusing these secrets. His actions were merely to intimidate them and demonstrate his capabilities. Thus, a mutually agreeable resolution was reached. Upon receiving Su Lai's affirmative reply, Commissioner Zhang Wang eagerly turned to inform the CEO, "Boss, he has agreed." Excellent. The CEO clapped his hands. "You will be in charge of this matter." Yes. Commissioner Zhang Wang was overwhelmed with excitement. Overseeing the construction of the defensive system was a significant responsibility. He dashed back to his workstation. "Su Shun, greetings. My name is Su Nuo, and I will be overseeing this project. I will send you the relevant materials." Su Nuo sent Su Lai the documentation concerning the construction of the defensive system. Su Lai quickly skimmed through it, grasping the essential requirements. "All right. I shall commence the project now. Su Nuo, you don't need to come to our office?" Su Lai, "No need." He immediately hacked into Zhang Wang Company and began working on the system. Su Nuo, "Understood. You are truly impressive. You call the shots." Constructing a defensive system is an exceedingly intricate process. Lines of code that would leave an ordinary person dizzy scrolled across the computer screen. Su Lai was wholly focused, his concentration unwavering. He first established a general framework, then gradually addressed specific sections, followed by refining the details, and slowly, a robust defensive system took shape. By the time all was completed, just over 2 hours had elapsed. Yet the task was not finished. After constructing the system, Su Lai employed his master-level hacking skills to attack the system, uncovering several vulnerabilities. Only after rectifying these flaws was the system ultimately finalized. At long last, it was completed. Su glanced at the time, noting that the entire process had consumed nearly 3 hours. Subsequently, he saved the system code. The system he had established boasted remarkable modularity. Should it be required again, a mere alteration of a few lines of code could transform it into an entirely different system, with variations in defensive capability and focus. Of course, possessing such adaptability did not imply that the system was fragile. In fact, it was already a top-tier system, one that even the most skilled hackers might struggle to replicate. Unless Su himself wished to sabotage it, even the most proficient hackers would be left powerless against it. Once all tasks were completed, he handed over the system. "Done?" Su Nuo questioned, incredulous. "This is it." Logically, constructing a high-level defense system should take at least several days, if not a month or two. This fellow managed it in just 3 hours? Could it be a shoddy job? If it were indeed of poor quality, even if I were to offend him, I couldn't possibly reward him. Su Nuo pondered silently. Seemingly anticipating his thoughts, Su continued typing. "Feel free to bring in testers. If anyone can breach it, consider me defeated. Moreover, I shall forfeit my remuneration." Su's confidence was almost audacious. "Huh, you seem rather self-assured." Su Nuo remained skeptical that anyone could construct a system of such caliber in merely 3 hours. Therefore, he reached out to the dozen or so elite hackers who had previously signed up, forming a group to share the task. "Everyone," he announced, "I have a mission for you all. Please attempt to breach this defense system. For each vulnerability you uncover, a reward of 10,000 yuan will be granted, with greater rewards for multiple breaches." Many hackers were stirred by the prospect. Crafting a system was arduous, but finding vulnerabilities? Surely that was within their reach. Even systems created by experts contained numerous flaws, simply hidden from the untrained eye. However, they were not ordinary individuals. They were elite hackers. And locating a vulnerability could hardly be considered a trivial task. Off they went, eager to reap their rewards. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes. Half an hour. An hour. The hackers were left dumbfounded. Who am I? Where do I come from? Where am I going? Each hacker felt as though they had swallowed a fly, unable to sit still. An entire hour had elapsed, and not a single vulnerability had been discovered, they began to question their very existence. Occasionally, Su Nuo checked in on their progress, but the hackers remained tight-lipped, suppressing their frustration. 2 hours later, one hacker finally reached his breaking point. What the hell? Is this even a system built by a human? There's not a single point of attack. He clutched his hair in despair, nearly pulling it out in clumps. With a resigned sigh, he messaged the group. Everyone, I can't hold on any longer. I genuinely cannot find a vulnerability. How are you all faring? As soon as he spoke, the group erupted in chatter. I feel the same. Even seamless eggs have points of entry, yet this system is completely unassailable. Who on earth constructed this system? It's utterly insane. Damn, I thought I was the only one struggling. I was hesitant to admit it. But it turns out none of us have found anything, huh? We are all in the same boat. This must have been created by a top hacker, surely? How could that be? There are only a handful of top hackers in the country, each a national treasure. They wouldn't engage in such trivial tasks. True. But could it be a newly emerged top hacker? I cannot dismiss that possibility. The blow to my confidence has been too great today. I need to find a young model to dance with and unwind. Hey, you over there, where are you from? Take me with you. Scram. I'm just looking to dance. Who would believe you? Meanwhile, Su Nuo, who had been silently observing, was astonished. Is the system truly that robust? 2 hours. And not a single breach. Not even one vulnerability? Yet deep down, he understood that the individual known as Su was likely a genuine expert. After some contemplation, Su Nuo transferred 20,000 yuan as a token of appreciation to each hacker. After all, they couldn't be left empty-handed after all their efforts. He then privately messaged Su. Su God, are you still there? The system you built is truly formidable. It can be deemed unbeatable. I feel as though there is no one in this world capable of breaching this defense system. Su God, you are magnificent. Su Nuo began with a wave of flattery. When Su received the message, he was riding a motorcycle in the game PUBG. His only proficiency in this game lay in driving. He could fire an M4 with a full load of ammunition and miss every shot, yet somehow managed to run over several enemies. Can you believe it? With one hand on the wheel and the other typing a reply, he wrote, enough of the flattery. Where's the money? Su Nuo, feeling somewhat embarrassed, rubbed his nose. Su God, what is your bank account number? I'll have the finance department transfer it to you. Su smiled slightly, replying, no need. Just have the finance department transfer the money to your account, and I'll retrieve it myself. You think I'd give you my account details to reveal my identity? Su Nuo gasped in surprise. How cunning. He is cautious to the core. He had indeed contemplated a little trickery with Su, but given Su's vigilance, he had no choice but to instruct the finance department to transfer the funds. Su resumed his game. After a while, Su Nuo messaged again. Su God, the money has been transferred. Good. Su, while riding his motorcycle, soared up a slope, performing several spins in the air. Bang! The motorcycle crashed to the ground, igniting in flames. You have accidentally killed yourself with the motorcycle. Su exited PUBG, fingers flying across the keyboard. Su Nuo was still typing. My account number is 6217. Before he could complete his sentence, he suddenly received a text message. You have transferred 5,000,000 yuan from your account ending in 369, with a remaining balance of 5,678,908 yuan. Su Nuo, there you have it. You're impressive. You didn't even need to know my bank account number. However, this indirectly indicated that Su's skills could penetrate the banking system, which was among the most advanced in the country. What level of hacker was Su God, truly? Furthermore, Su had only transferred 5 million, leaving the rest of Su Nuo's funds untouched, suggesting that Su possessed a moral compass. At the very least, his character was trustworthy. Su Nuo hadn't considered the possibility that Su might have deemed his funds too insignificant to bother with. Quietly, he deleted the unfinished message and replaced it with a smiley face. Su God, your speed is astonishing. On the other end, Su pulled out his phone. You have received 5,000,000 yuan in your account ending in 438, with a remaining balance of 501,085,237 yuan. Su observed this string of numbers with satisfaction. 5 million could accomplish a great many things. He typed a reply to Su Nuo. I suspect you're being sarcastic. Su Nuo. After much contemplation, he finally grasped the meaning behind Su's words. He hadn't anticipated that Su was also a driving expert. However, Su Lai did not respond to him, as he was already immersed in the exhilarating world of survival gaming, relishing the thrill of racing through the terrain. What should have been a gunfight transformed into a high-octane racing game under his skilled hands. Shortly thereafter, the door to the private room swung open, and Yang Hua entered. Are you playing PUBG? Yang Hua's eyes lit up. You're here, Su Lai acknowledged with a slight nod, his focus unwavering as he remained glued to the screen. He had thoroughly indulged in his driving addiction, and at that moment, Su Lai was lying in wait in a small restroom, preparing to ambush. After about a minute, footsteps echoed nearby, drawing closer. Sulai could distinctly feel his heart racing. Finally, the door creaked open, and someone stepped inside. Bang! After a long wait, Sulai fired the first shot. The enemy quickly reacted. Bang! Bang! Intense gunfire erupted between them. In less than 2 seconds, the sound of his character's demise echoed in Sulai's headphones. His avatar lay lifeless in a pool of blood. You have been killed by Nixiaxwexiajing with an AKM headshot, Yang Hua commented. Chapter 18. The bravado you displayed at my expense will surely be repaid in the future. What remarkable skills. What an opportunity to be the first to shoot, and yet be the first to fall. Moreover, Yang Hua observed that Sulai's entire magazine had been expended, hitting the enemy only a few times, while the rest of the bullets seemed to have gone astray. Such meager damage was insufficient to secure a kill. The enemy, meanwhile, had pressed the barrel of their weapon against Sulai's head and quickly dispatched him. Despite his lack of skill, Yang Hua felt a sense of obligation to support his benefactor's emotions. Silently, he powered on another device and said, "Let me lead the way." Sure, Sulai was not so arrogant as to consider himself the unrivaled champion of the world. He acknowledged his shortcomings in the game and welcomed the assistance of a more experienced player. A true prodigy must evolve, not remain ensnared in a delusional fantasy of invincibility. The duo formed a team and launched into a duo squad match. The wait was brief, and soon they boarded the plane. Yang Hua casually marked a location. G-port? Sulai hesitated. If we land there, I'll be a sitting duck. Yang Hua smiled confidently. Don't worry, just follow me, and you'll be well taken care of. With that reassurance from Yang Hua, Sulai decided to acquiesce. Soon, he would make it clear to Yang Hua, no matter how skilled he was, if he wanted to lead him to victory, they would have to drop in a less populated area. However, what astonished Sulai was Yang Hua's remarkable fortune. Upon landing, he promptly found an AK-47. Bang! Bang! Yang Hua began a relentless spree, akin to fishing in a barrel. Sulai quietly trailed behind, scavenging supplies and collecting an abundance of medical kits. Occasionally stepping forward to absorb some fire, the once capable young man had become little more than a support tool. Sulai silently vowed to himself that upon returning, he would diligently hone his skills. The bravado he exhibited at his expense would one day be reclaimed. After clearing out G-port, Yang Hua looted a 98K. His sniping skills far surpassed those with assault rifles. Acquiring the 98K was tantamount to finding the switch to end the game. With Sulai's commendable driving skills, he ferried Yang Hua across the map with reckless abandon. Both enjoyed themselves immensely and ultimately triumphed by securing a chicken dinner. Sulai slammed his hand on the keyboard, exhaling a sigh of relief. Although he had witnessed Yang Hua's prowess before, he had done so from a spectator's perspective. This time, however, he had been an active participant, deepening his appreciation for the experience. Removing his headset, Sulai turned to Yang Hua and inquired, "Your skills are exceptional. Have you ever considered pursuing a professional career?" Yang Hua fell silent for a considerable moment before heaved a heavy sigh, expressing a sense of melancholy. "Ah, I have. But I was let go after less than 2 months." Sulai questioned why. Yang Hua replied with a bitter smile, "They said I lacked composure. A sniper shooting T-charge head first. I'm decent with other weapons too, but I'm just not as proficient with anything else as I am with the sniper rifle." Sulai was even more puzzled. "You lack composure?" Yang Hua chuckled. "Indeed. I used to be impulsive, but I've changed through my time in internet cafes. In an internet CAF, anything can happen. Gradually, I morphed into who I am now." It seemed the transformation had been substantial, despite suffering a significant injury. He bore no resentment, as Sulai pointed to the scar on his forehead in admiration. Yang Hua continued to open up. "If it had been back then, I would have certainly charged in to confront him." The two engaged in increasingly animated conversation, discussing a myriad of topics until their exchange was interrupted by the closing of the internet CAF. Sulai bid farewell and departed. It was now past 5 in the afternoon, and he realized he had yet to eat lunch, so he sought out a nearby upscale restaurant for a meal, spending over 5,000. Experience gained, 5438-100-0000. A million seemed a distant dream. A new computer was necessary, yet even the most expensive one would only cost a few thousand. A pittance in the face of a million. Clearly, he needed to explore more unique spending avenues. As Sulai savored fruit after his meal, a well-known saying struck him. It is often said, the poor play with cars, the rich play with watches. Given Sulai's current wealth, he could indeed afford a car. However, he did not know how to drive. Driving in reality was not as simple as pressing a few keys in a survival game. Even if Sulai learned to drive, he still lacked a driver's license, and being on the road without one would inevitably lead to trouble. Thus, at this stage, purchasing a car was impractical. It would merely be a decorative object. On the other hand, acquiring a watch was entirely feasible. A fine timepiece could suitably complement his current status. Furthermore, watches come in various price ranges. If he bought one close to $1 million, wouldn't that swiftly upgrade his system? Certainly. He could opt for a watch worth several million, but the experience points for system upgrades would exceed his expectations. From previous upgrade experiences, he learned that system upgrades would automatically reset, meaning regardless of how much he spent at the current level. The initial experience points for the next level would still be 0. Moreover, given the system's tendencies, the next upgrade would undoubtedly present him with a considerable surprise. Thus, he needed to spend his money wisely, ensuring every penny was well invested. The world is vast, and opportunities for spending abound. A mere million should not pose a problem to deplete. One should remain low-key. Flaunting a watch that is too expensive could easily intimidate others. Sulai pulled out his phone to search for watch brands he was familiar with: Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, Rolex. He focused on these brands, entering a price range that limited his selection considerably. While these brands have multiple series, Sulai was not well versed in them and resolved to choose a visually appealing and expensive one, for if it commanded such a price, there must be a valid reason. However, after searching for quite some time, without finding anything suitable, Sulai contemplated visiting a boutique. He looked up the location of a Rolex store in the bustling city and hailed a taxi. As night fell, the nightlife of the city began to awaken. Sulai alighted from the taxi and strolled down an ancient street. The sense of camaraderie among neighbors was particularly heartwarming. August brought with it the sweltering heat, prompting everyone to gather at the mouth of the alley to enjoy the breeze, engage in conversation, and browse their mobile devices. The key aspect was the warmth of human interaction. Whenever one passed by, regardless of familiarity, an invitation to step inside for a chat would ensue. Sue, however, politely declined the generous overtures and quickened her pace to cross the street, subsequently diverting into a narrow alley. Initially constricted, the path soon opened up after a few dozen steps, revealing a bustling commercial street, ablaze with vibrant lights and wide avenues teeming with people. Couples strolled hand in hand, while garish sound systems blared and vendors shouted their wares, alongside dogs lounging by the roadside. These myriad elements coalesced to create a cacophonous evening. Following her navigation, Sue navigated through the throngs, sidestepping the distractions of fitness enthusiasts and the acrid scent of romance, until she arrived at the Rolex boutique. As she approached the store, it felt as though she had entered an entirely different realm, severed from the chaos outside. The music became light and melodious, the lighting softened. Upon stepping through the threshold, she was greeted by two stunning saleswomen. One, tall and bespectacled, exuded an intellectual beauty, while the other, petite yet enviably proportioned, possessed a hint of youthful innocence. Chapter 19. Sue's preference for grandeur. The two women, upon observing Sue's youthful visage, quickly surmised her potential background, likely the offspring of a wealthy patron, and if treated well, promising future business. They displayed professional warmth, with the taller one inquiring, "Good day, sir. How may we assist you?" Sue appreciated their courteous demeanor, nodding as she replied, "I'm here to purchase a watch. Which model has caught your eye?" The smaller saleswoman inquired. Sue shook her head. "Not yet. I'd like to browse and see what might suit me." The petite saleswoman pondered for a moment and asked, "What price range are you considering?" "Under $1 million. Though that's not a strict limit. Ideally, above 500,000, but it must be visually striking, something that exudes prestige when worn." Both women were taken aback. A client with such a budget had arrived. Their service became even more enthusiastic, smiles firmly affixed. "May I ask how to address you?" Sue smiled back. "My surname is Sue." They guided her to a display case, pointing out a timepiece. "Mr. Sue, what do you think of this one? It features an automatic movement and has an appealing aesthetic, priced around 520,000. Sue took a cursory glance and expressed her dissatisfaction, shaking her head. "Not quite to my taste." The petite saleswoman promptly introduced another option, but Sue dismissed it almost immediately after a brief inspection. She recognized some models from her online research and found them unappealing. The two women exhibited remarkable patience, presenting a highly attractive piece. "What about this one? Quite charming. Wouldn't you agree? It's priced just over 600,000. Sue's eyes brightened slightly. "Ah, this one seems quite appealing. May I try it on?" "Of course." The taller saleswoman replied, retrieving the watch. Sue weighed it in her hand, then donned it on her wrist, only to feel a tinge of disappointment. "Isn't there anything lighter?" The taller saleswoman, looking somewhat apologetic, said, "I'm truly sorry, Mr. Sue, but we don't have any lighter options. Watches are in high demand, and some models have been snatched up shortly after their release." With no recourse, Sue contemplated lowering her expectations, intent on spending some money, with the hope of finding a suitable watch later. Suddenly, the petite saleswoman exclaimed, "I just remembered a watch that balances aesthetics and functionality perfectly." The taller saleswoman frowned slightly. "Are you suggesting?" The petite one smiled. "Exactly what you're thinking. However, We don't have that particular model in stock. Just because we don't have it here doesn't mean it isn't available elsewhere. The stores in Yao City have a larger supply. They should have it. The interplay between the two women left Su bewildered, prompting him to inquire, "What are you discussing?" The petite saleswoman snapped back to reality. "We were referring to a watch that is touted as a standout in the 600,000 price range. Moreover, its materials are rare and lightweight, making it ideal for you, Mr. Su. Since you prefer something not too heavy, please hold on, I'll fetch the images and details for you." She hastily rushed to the office. The taller saleswoman turned to Su. "Mr. Su, feel free to take a seat over there and enjoy a coffee while we prepare the information." She led Su to a nearby lounge area where he settled onto a plush sofa, feeling quite comfortable. With curiosity, Su asked, "Don't you have a physical sample?" The taller saleswoman expressed regret. "Unfortunately, we sold the only piece we had to a wealthy client. But not to worry, Yao City certainly has it in stock. If you're interested, you could either pick it up there or we can arrange for it to be delivered here." Su nodded, taking a sip of the coffee placed on the table. Just then, the petite saleswoman returned, her heels clicking rapidly on the floor, her body slightly swaying with each step, capturing Su's attention instantly. It was unclear whether her attire was too fitted or she was simply too curvaceous, but it certainly accentuated her allure. Sensing Su's gaze, she slowed her pace, and in turn, Su felt emboldened to admire her openly. Appreciating beauty is a natural instinct. It's best to do so candidly, as furtive glances only breed annoyance. The petite saleswoman seemed unperturbed, casually sitting beside Su and flipping through the introduction materials. "Mr. Su, take a look at this watch. It would complement your style beautifully, and it looks exquisite when worn." A faint fragrance wafted from her, causing Su to feel a stir of distraction. But his focus quickly shifted back to the watch. After a single glance, he was certain this was the timepiece he had been waiting for. Its subtly understated hue concealed a stunning aesthetic. Initially unremarkable, it revealed its brilliance upon closer inspection, captivating with every glance. Su clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Perfect. I'll take it." The two saleswomen exchanged glances and smiles. The taller one, perceptive to Su's fondness for her partner, stood to contact the store in Yao City. As Su continued to peruse the watch details, he noted its melodious name, First Encounter. The petite saleswoman observed Su's captivated expression and felt a twinge of confusion. Just moments ago, he had been so bold in his gaze, yet now, he seemed solely engrossed in the watch. Was she less captivating than a mere timepiece? She glanced down, reassured that she was not lacking in physical appeal. Perhaps men simply no longer preferred larger figures? "How much is this watch?" Su suddenly queried. Snapped back to attention, the petite saleswoman inhaled deeply, responding, 630,000. "Oh, that is quite reasonable," Su replied, continuing to immerse himself in the world of watches. Meanwhile, the saleswoman discreetly touched her flushed cheeks. What was she thinking? She mused, unable to let her imagination run wild simply because a customer appeared to be comfortable. Was it the prolonged singlehood that had her yearning for male attention? Sensing the strong masculine aura emanating from beside her, she felt an involuntary pull to draw closer. Yet this gentleman was a significant client, one she could not afford to offend, so she resolved to redirect her attention. Mr. Su, will you be picking up the watch in Yao City or here?" Su Lai tilted his head in contemplation. "I think I shall venture to Yao Du." He had initially intended to visit Yao Du, and seizing this opportunity, he decided to proceed directly, which would also expedite his acquisition of the watch. "Very well." The young woman appeared somewhat disheartened. If Mr. Su were to procure goods in Yao Du, it would likely mean he would not have another chance to see him. Such a pity. In the silence that ensued, the tall woman emerged from her phone call. Noticing her partner's glum expression, she felt puzzled. Was the progress not going smoothly? Mr. Su seemed merely a student. Once the initiative was taken, it should not be overly challenging, should it? She had no time to ponder further and quickly approached Su Lai. "Mr. Su, I have news. Originally, there was no stock in Yao Du, but the manager is attending a meeting at headquarters today, and he has agreed to bring a model back for you. However, he won't return until next Monday morning. I've made a reservation for you. You may go on Monday afternoon or evening." Chapter 20. I do not require bargaining to book a room. Su Lai took out his phone to check the date. Today was August 10th, 2019, a Saturday. Thus, Monday would be August 12th. Reflecting on it, Su Lai had only received the system a few days prior. It must have been on August 8th. In less than 3 days, his life had undergone a complete transformation. Here he was, calmly seated in a Rolex boutique, discussing when to collect the model called First Encounter. Su Lai set down the brochure and stood up. "All right, I'll come by to collect it. Should I pay here or when I arrive there?" The tall woman smiled slightly. "You can pay there. Of course, if you are not satisfied, you may choose not to purchase it or opt for something else." "Okay, thank you." After expressing his gratitude, Su Lai stepped outside, intending to find a place to read. Having not read a book all day, his mind was already parched with eagerness. Inside the boutique, the tall woman sat beside the petite girl and gently inquired, "What's wrong? Was the conversation not fruitful?" The petite girl shook her head. "No. It's just that his attention was never on me." The tall woman extended her slender finger to tap her forehead. "You see, he is a wealthy heir. What type of woman hasn't he encountered? There's no need for him to be the one to take the initiative. You must be more proactive. Without initiative, how can there be a story?" The petite girl replied glumly, "But, no buts. If you like him, you must pursue him. This isn't the old way anymore. Hurry and add him on WeChat or something. You might just find an opportunity." The petite girl wanted to protest further, but was gently pushed up by the tall woman. "Go after him." With little time to think, she hurriedly chased after Su Lai. Not far ahead, she called out to him, Mr. Su." After being enhanced by his free attribute points, Su Lai's hearing had become exceptionally acute. Upon hearing her voice, he turned around. "Is there something you need?" The petite girl took several deep breaths, her chest rising and falling. "See, can I add you on WeChat?" Su Lai was momentarily taken aback. Had he inadvertently given her the wrong impression with his earlier gaze? Yet, he had merely looked at her with admiration. Though inexperienced in matters of the heart, he was certainly no beast ruled by base instincts. A glance was sufficient. He had no ulterior motives. After a moment's thought, he smiled and replied, "No need. I do not require assistance with bargaining for a room." The petite girl? After saying this, Su Lai turned and walked away. Sometimes, it is best to sever any lingering thoughts directly. After a while, the petite girl returned to the store, her face a mask of disappointment. "He said he doesn't need help with bargaining." The tall woman. Su Lai contemplated for a moment and decided to return to the hotel's library to read. It was a more familiar environment, and there were plenty of books. Once he finished reading, he could retire for the night. Upon arriving at the library, Su Lai retrieved the first volume of Matters of the Ming Dynasty, which he had yet to complete. After finishing the remaining portion, he then sought out the second volume, reading it until he was ready to return to his room. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already past 11 at night. After taking a shower, he lay in bed browsing his phone. He resolved to visit Yaodu the following day to experience the vibrant world firsthand. As for the computer, he would purchase one in Yaodu. Otherwise, carrying it would be cumbersome and troublesome. At that moment, a message suddenly popped up on QQ. If memory served him correctly, it was from a contact named Su Nuo at the Outlook company. Although the hacker forum had a chat feature, for certain confidential matters, platforms like QQ were more convenient. So generally, when discussing deals, they would switch venues. "Su God, do you want to take on a job?" Feeling idle, Su Lai replied, "What kind of job?" "Well, I had planned to take my girlfriend out for dinner last night, but her company encountered a significant issue. They were attacked by foreign hackers, and the entire place is in chaos. When she had a moment, she casually mentioned you, and she asked me to reach out to you." "Not interested," Su Lai replied. "Su God, please help me out. Otherwise, I won't even be able to get to my girlfriend's bed. Even better, breaking up a couple is a good deed." "Look at that. Is that how you speak?" Su Nuo suddenly thought that Su Lai might be single. No, not just possibly, but definitely. Otherwise, he wouldn't utter such words. He decided to make another attempt. Really not willing? "The reward is 10 million. What's the specific situation?" Su Nuo burst into laughter. No one can escape the law of true fragrance, huh? However, he also understood the gravity of the matter and directly connected Su Lai with the company's internal personnel. For Su Lai, given that the God-tier system had just commenced, 10 million was a substantial sum, potentially enough to support the experience needed for the system's next upgrade. After all, being idle was unproductive. Engaging in some activity would not be amiss. After interacting with the company personnel, Su Lai promptly requested information. The company had a formidable name, Junlin. Junlin Group was one of the top 3 investment firms in Baiwa province, with a vast array of business involvements spanning various aspects of life. While it might not dare to claim the top spot in terms of economic strength, in terms of connections, no one in the southeastern provinces could rival it. People were particularly intrigued by the fact that this conglomerate was female-led, with a stunningly beautiful chairwoman. Although few had seen her true visage, it did not hinder the gossip surrounding her. The situation arose because a company from country M sought to acquire Junlin's operations there at a low price, which Junlin Group declined. Enraged, the company hired numerous hackers to attack Junlin Group, attempting to steal confidential documents. Fortunately, they discovered the breach early on, and only some peripheral, inconsequential items were taken. However, the opposing force suddenly intensified their attacks, placing Junlin Group in a precarious position. After grasping the overall situation, Su Lai immediately powered on the computer in his hotel room. With his current hacking skills, he could erase any traces, allowing him to operate without the initial caution he once exercised. Upon entering Junlin Group, chaos reigned. Hackers from both sides were engaged in a relentless battle, and even a prominent hacker ally was being suppressed by the opposing force. One could only imagine the magnitude of their power. As Su Lai made his entrance, he immediately began extinguishing fires, repairing and reinforcing the crumbling defenses. His fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, producing a rapid staccato of sounds. Anyone standing beside him would surely be astounded by his remarkable speed. With Su Lai's arrival, the pressure on the other hackers diminished significantly. Who is this individual? So impressive? In just a short while, the situation improved drastically? He must be a master. And indeed one of the finest among them. Regardless of the details, the situation has turned for the better. So let us hasten to bolster our defenses and seize this opportunity. Many hackers have been battling tirelessly for several hours, experiencing varying degrees of mental fatigue. It was time to rally their spirits and continue the fight. Noticing the change in circumstances, Su Lai suddenly adopted a more leisurely demeanor, wandering about under the pretense of surveying the situation. It was then that he stumbled upon something intriguing. Chapter 21. The best way to protect one's allies is to eliminate the enemy. While inspecting, Su Lai inadvertently opened a folder containing information on the Junlin group. Among the files was a photograph of a sophisticated woman, her smile radiant. This woman was the chairperson of the Junlin group, and Su Lai recognized her immediately. Her name was Yi Wire. Earlier that morning, they had been shopping together, during which she had mentioned needing to use the restroom for some unspecified reason. It turned out her business was due to the company being under attack. Su Lai recalled her calm demeanor at the time, a faint smile tugging at his lips. No wonder she exuded such a powerful aura. After all, she was the chairperson, exuding a certain gravitas was to be expected. However, since this was her company, he could no longer remain idle. After all, he owed her a favor for taking him shopping. Just then, the opposing side seemed to have realized that a formidable expert had arrived, and their offensive intensified once more. Su Lai's fingers resumed their rapid dance across the keyboard, patching up vulnerabilities wherever they arose. In that moment, he resembled a support character in a game, rushing to assist wherever the team was faltering. However, he soon realized this approach was futile. While he salvaged one area, his teammates elsewhere quickly found themselves overwhelmed again. After some contemplation, he resolved to shift his strategy. The role of a support is to safeguard allies, but what method could provide a more effective and swift form of protection? Healing? Shielding? Crowd control? No, none of these. The answer lay in eliminating the adversaries. The most effective way to protect one's allies was to eradicate the enemy. This way, his teammates would no longer be subjected to attacks and would be safeguarded from demise. Eschewing the role of a mere supporter, Su Lai dedicated 10 minutes to crafting a virus. This virus would be enough to give even the most skilled hackers a significant headache. In truth, he could have concocted a far more devastating virus capable of crippling the adversary entirely, but time was of the essence, and he had to settle for this. Upon completion of the virus, Su Lai meticulously located the addresses of the enemy hackers, infiltrating their systems one by one to deploy the virus. There were nearly 100 individuals involved, 2 of whom were master hackers, while the rest were at least seasoned professionals. Despite Su Lai's exceptional speed and years of solitude, the task of breaching every system would still require considerable time. As time elapsed, an increasing number of hackers began to notice something amiss. They discovered that their computers had been infected. Regardless of their actions, their screens displayed 2 animated characters, even rendering them incapable of shutting down their devices, forcing them to watch the duo dance before their eyes. Alan Bryan, the leader of this offensive, was himself a master hacker. At a certain moment, he suddenly realized his computer was compromised, and the virus had infiltrated stealthily. Shortly thereafter, he witnessed 2 tiny figures on his screen singing and dancing. What the hell? Who concocted this twisted prank? He began typing furiously on his keyboard, but his efforts were in vain, only accelerating the playback of the film. Damn it! Alan's face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. At that moment, a hacker in their communication group began to speak up. For some reason, my computer has frozen, and during the movie, my clothes have disappeared. Disappeared? To me? It seems like your computer is infected. Damn it. My computer is stripping too. Ugh. It's a virus. Don't panic, mine is too. One had to admit. The film industry in our country was thriving. It had me a bit excited. Is anyone interested in forming a group to travel to our country? But don't misunderstand. I primarily wish to explore the local film industry's development. Wait, don't forget. You're still at work. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Seeing the conversation veer further off course, Alan could no longer contain himself and exclaimed angrily. The chat fell silent. After a considerable pause, people began to respond one by one. The problem is, my computer has been hacked. It's unusable. How can we work? Yeah, exactly. Someone echoed. Alan was quite troubled. As he himself could not resolve the virus quickly, he had no choice but to say, if anyone has a backup computer, use that for now. The chat descended into silence once more. Moments later, the group was active again. Oh no, All three of my computers are infected. Now I'm watching three screens with little figures singing and dancing. What a thrill. Feeling for the one above, feeling for myself, as I am too. Help. How do I mute the sound? The landlord just came to find me, asking me to tone it down. Your situation isn't too bad. My wife heard the noise and is already trying to break down the door. If any of you brothers can't find me later, please don't be concerned. Haha. My wife isn't that dull. Those two upstairs are clearly trying to stifle laughter. Honestly, let us forget about work. I ordered a few boxes of tissues online yesterday and plan to use a few sheets first. See you all. Alan Bryan watched the messages in the chat, veins throbbing at his temples. At this moment, it was best to remain silent, feigning that he was still on the front lines. A mere scratch would not deter him. For all five of his computers had been infected, bombarding him from all sides. He felt utterly powerless. Glancing at the tissues on his desk, he felt a stirring urge. But his willpower was stronger than that of the others. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a top-tier hacker. He bowed his head, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, yet also pass in an instant. Alan resolved to leave this chaotic place and find solace elsewhere. He lifted his head, intending to rise, but was defeated in that moment. The song sung by the animated figures was simply too delightful, and their dance too captivating. Meanwhile, within the Junlin group, a hacker expressed his confusion. Why has the opposing side stopped attacking? Have they been intimidated by us? Intimidated? We've been on the receiving end of their assaults. Okay, they must have hired a powerful expert. How powerful could this expert be? A top-tier master? In just a short time, they've reversed the tide? Ugh. Let us not dwell on that. The immediate priority is to patch the vulnerabilities, lest they strike again. If Sulai were to hear this, he would undoubtedly pat the speaker on the shoulder and offer a reassuring gaze. Fear not. They won't be able to come back, at least not today. After Sulai dealt with the enemy forces, he conducted a thorough inspection and, having confirmed there were no lingering threats, withdrew from the Junlin group. The remaining tasks could be entrusted to those hackers to finalize. He deemed it unnecessary to involve himself further. As he departed, he casually mentioned, "Transfer the remuneration to Su Nuo." Having resolved the matter, he left with a sense of detachment, embodying the notion that one should remain concealed in both identity and reputation. Indeed, this aptly describes him. Sulai meticulously erased all traces of his activities on the hotel computer before reclining back onto the bed, indulging in his phone. At this moment, less than an hour had passed since Su Nuo sought his assistance. He sent her a message. "Let me know when the payment arrives. I shall handle the transfer myself." Su Nuo replied. Chapter 22. The western winds have ceased, and the clouds have dispersed. The operations of the large corporation were somewhat sluggish, and Sulai succumbed to slumber before the funds had been deposited. The following day, he awoke invigorated. He realized that after adding free attribute points, the quality of his sleep had markedly improved, leaving him feeling remarkably energetic upon waking. The free attribute points were indeed a wondrous boon. He mused about whether he might acquire more in the future. Checking the time, he noted it was just past 8 o'clock. After a moment's contemplation, he descended to enjoy breakfast, followed by a 2-hour sojourn at the bookstore. He intended to visit Yaodu shortly and wished to make the most of his time by reading today's selections to avoid a frantic search later. After finishing his reading, Sulai returned to his room to pack his belongings. Despite having few possessions, he filled a large backpack and a tote bag, which contained several phones intended for his family and various odds and ends. It seemed he would need to purchase a suitcase soon, preferably an expensive one. After all, spending money should accumulate over time. He jotted down a few essentials to ensure he wouldn't forget them amidst the minutiae: watch, laptop, suitcase. Once he had gathered his items, he checked out of the hotel and hailed a taxi to the nearest subway station. Just as he was about to enter the station, he suddenly recalled that he could take a taxi directly to Yaodu, albeit at a greater expense. However, upon further reflection, he decided against it. Xiang City was not far from Yaodu, and a taxi would not cost much. More importantly, he had never experienced the subway, so it seemed fitting to seize the opportunity to immerse himself in the local lifestyle. Following the throng of passengers, Sulai entered the subway station and proceeded through security checks. After consulting with the staff, he approached the ticket machine to purchase a ticket. Though it was not peak hours, there were still quite a few people, necessitating a queue. After a considerable wait, it was finally his turn. Although it was his first time using such a machine, as a modern individual, he quickly comprehended the instructions and successfully acquired his ticket. However, just then, an unexpected incident occurred. Behind him stood a young woman, clutching a stack of books, her headphones adorning her ears, with her phone resting atop the books, its cord dangling down. As Sulai turned to leave after retrieving his ticket, the bulging contents of his backpack inadvertently snagged on the young woman's headphones. As he moved forward, the tug on his bag pulled her headphones, causing her phone to be yanked forward and crash to the ground with a loud thud. "Oh no, this is bad," he exclaimed, hurriedly apologizing. The girl stood frozen for a moment before regaining her composure. "It's all right," she replied, her voice flowing like a gentle stream cascading through the mountains, soothing to the ear yet, upon closer reflection, as distant as the flickering lights of a fishing boat on a wintry river. She set aside her headphones and bent down to retrieve her phone, casually continuing to buy her ticket at the machine. Su Lai, with keen observation, noted two distinct cracks on the screen, one on each side, rather symmetrical. This was troublesome. He felt compelled to offer compensation. He patiently stood by as she completed her transaction. Upon finishing, she did not spare him a glance and turned to leave. Su Lai quickly chased after her. "Wait." The young woman paused and turned back. "What is the matter?" For the first time, Su Lai beheld her appearance clearly. Previously, he thought beauty only resided in the ancient winds and the lingering clouds. Yet, as she stood there, the winds stilled, the clouds dispersed, leaving only the silhouette of an ethereal beauty along the ancient path. Some individuals are simply stunning beyond reason. I should compensate you for your phone," Su Lai stammered, momentarily lost in admiration. Beauty aside, the phone still needed replacing. "No need. It still works," she replied, shaking her head impassively, attempting to dismiss his notion of compensation. To reinforce her assertion, she took out her phone and swiped the screen a few times. Indeed, the device still functioned. The display remained clear. Yet it felt slightly uncomfortable to the touch. "You see, I told you it's fine," she said while swiping, but suddenly, as her slender, delicate fingers glided across the screen once more, a small shard of glass dislodged and fell to the ground. Su Lai, the atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. After a pause, he sighed, "I should just compensate you. That's a Huawei P30, right? Conveniently, I have a similar model. I'll replace it for you." He retrieved a Huawei P40 Pro from his tote bag, originally intended as a gift for his sister, and offered it to her. The phone remained untouched, still nestled in the bag from the store. The girl hesitated to accept. "Really, it's unnecessary. A screen replacement will suffice." Yet, Su Lai was resolute. He placed the bag atop her books and turned to leave. She, flustered, attempted to pursue him, but he had already blended into the crowd. After a moment, she regained her composure, found a spot to set down her books, and pulled out the contents of the bag. Gazing upon the conspicuous Huawei P40 Pro box, she felt a headache brewing. This is similar? It's clearly a level above. She sought to catch a glimpse of Su Lai, but in the bustling subway station, his figure had vanished amidst the throng. "Forget it. I'll hold on to it for now. Perhaps I'll return it when we meet again." Yet she understood that the likelihood of encountering the same person again in the vast sea of humanity was exceedingly slim. Moreover, he appeared to be merely passing through, likely making another meeting improbable. With a resigned sigh, she tucked the phone back into the bag, hoisted her books, and melted into the crowd. At the Junlin building, in the office on the top floor, a beautiful woman sat behind her desk, gazing pensively at the slow-flowing waters of the Pearl River. After a while, a middle-aged man knocked and entered. "Director Yi, you called for me?" Yi Wei-er, with a slight push of her toes, turned her chair to face him. Smiling as she said, "Brother Chong, since we're familiar, I'll be direct. Do you know the expert named Xiao Su from yesterday?" The man referred to as Brother Chong, Yu Jingqiang, was another expert from the previous day and an old acquaintance of Yi Wei-er. Otherwise, even with the vast resources of the Junlin Group, it would be unlikely to enlist the services of a hacker of his caliber, dedicated to serving the nation. Yu Jingqiang shook his head. "I know most of the renowned hackers in the circle, but this individual is not among them. Based on his methods and techniques, he appears to be a hacker operating outside of national surveillance." "Oh," Yi Wei-er mused, resting her chin in thought. Noticing her contemplative demeanor, Yu Jingqiang inquired, "Director Yi, what is your interest in him?" Yi Wei-er did not conceal her intentions. "I wanted to invite him to dinner to express my gratitude in person, but it seems that opportunity has slipped away." Yu Jingqiang slightly furrowed his brows. "Yesterday, I attempted to trace his address, but it seems as if this individual does not exist in the world at all. It is certain that his skills far surpass mine. Perhaps I should enlist the help of a top-notch hacker to aid you in your search?" Yi Wei-er sighed. "There is no need for that. To deliberately seek him out may inadvertently disturb him. If fate permits, we shall encounter him again." Chapter 23. The Maintenance of Unsavory Financial Transactions. Seeing her resolve, Yu Jingqiang refrained from further comment and took his leave. Yi Wei-er fell into a moment of contemplation before retrieving her phone to send a WeChat message to her secretary. "Ying, please transfer the hacker's remuneration as agreed, and additionally, send 5 million under my personal name." After dispatching the message, Yi Wei-er turned her chair back toward the window. She hoped he could sense her goodwill. However, it was unwise to draw too close to a hacker operating beyond national surveillance, lest she become embroiled in peculiar affairs. Maintaining a distance while indulging in dubious financial transactions would suffice. For reasons unknown, Yi Wei-er suddenly recalled her encounter with Su Lai at the bookstore. After a moment's thought, she picked up her phone and sent a WeChat message. Brother, do you miss your sister? Meanwhile, Sulai was still jostling through the subway. Upon seeing Yi Wire's message, he hesitated briefly before sending back a photo of the watch he had photographed at the Rolex boutique the previous day. Sister Wire, what do you think of this watch? He remembered Yi Wire mentioning that there was no luxury item in the world she was not familiar with. So he believed watches fell within her realm of expertise. Yi Wire quickly replied, Oh, brother, you have an excellent eye. This watch, priced within the range of 600,000, is among the finest, embodying both aesthetic appeal and superb performance. Moreover, it complements you splendidly. Sulai sent back a laughing emoji. Of course. Just look at who picked it. Yi Wire rolled her eyes. A compliment, and you already have your tail up. Should I applaud, or will you ascend to the heavens? Sulai chuckled softly, opting not to continue the banter. At that moment, Yi Wire sent another message. Brother, I must attend to some matters now. Remember to come visit me in Yaodu, okay? Mua. Sulai responded with a thumbs-up emoji. How could he not be busy? As the chairman of Junlin Group, his days were filled with an overwhelming number of tasks, compounded by the recent hacker situation, which left him quite dizzy. Just then, Su Nua's message arrived. Su Shun, the remuneration has been received. Chairman Yi has generously added an extra 5 million under her personal name. Su Nua's fingers trembled as she typed this message. With this 15 million, combined with the previous 5 million from her own company, it summed up to 20 million, an amount she could scarcely hope to earn in a lifetime. Yet, Su Shin had managed to amass it in just 2 days. Su Nua could only feel envy, daring not even to harbor jealousy. All right, I'll pick it up later, Sulai replied. In good spirits. He felt the subway ride was significantly quicker. His only regret today was that the phone he had bought for his sister was lost, necessitating another purchase once he arrived in Yaodu. Time flew by, and Sulai successfully reached Yaodu. He then took a taxi to the Four Seasons Manor, a hotel he had reserved online while on the subway. To be precise, it was a villa. It wasn't that the place was particularly luxurious, but rather that it was exorbitantly priced, over 8,000 for a night's stay. Sulai initially booked it for a week, as it was already August 11th, and he would need to return home to prepare for school soon. The primary reason for choosing this villa was its high cost, and the secondary reason was its proximity to Yaodu University, where he would be studying. He hoped to explore the campus and familiarize himself with the environment whenever he had a moment. Around noon, Sulai finally arrived at the Four Seasons Manor. The entrance was particularly grand, with a massive stone carved with the words Yaodu, Four Seasons Manor, in an elaborate script. At the entrance, a stunning blonde named Mylene was waiting, clad in a well-fitted professional skirt suit that accentuated her figure beautifully. Upon seeing Sulai alight from the car, she hurried forward to greet him. To be candid, she was initially taken aback by Sulai's youthful appearance. He seemed almost too young. Yet, there was an air of composure about him that, combined with his youthful visage, created a rather pleasant impression. Mylene spoke in a standard Mandarin, her tone laced with surprise. Good day, Mr. Su. You are surprisingly youthful. Sulai smiled slightly. You're too kind. Please, lead me through the check-in process. Certainly, Mr. Su. Mylene replied, guiding him into the manor, where they completed the check-in procedures in a nearby building. Experience points, 614580100000. A mere drop in the bucket, he mused. Next, Mylene escorted Sulai into an Audi, destined for the villa where he would be staying. Within the manor, each guest had their own exclusive vehicle. After a 15-minute drive, they finally reached their destination. It was hard to fathom that in the prime area of Yaodu, where land was at a premium, such a spacious estate existed. One could only wonder about the background of its owner. Mylene led Sulai out of the car and opened the grand door of the villa. What greeted him was a spacious, brightly lit living room. Directly ahead was a large LCD television that nearly covered an entire wall, and overhead hung a discreetly luxurious ceiling light fixture. Looking down, one found plush sofas and an immaculate coffee table. One wall featured a vast floor-to-ceiling window, revealing a shimmering lake within the estate. Mr. Su, this will be your abode for the coming week. It promises to provide you with an extraordinary living experience. Please, follow me. Mylene guided Sulai on a tour of the premises. The 200-square-meter master bedroom was adorned in warm tones, featuring a spacious and comfortable bed that one would never wish to leave. The bathroom boasted a bathtub akin to a small swimming pool, costing several tens of thousands, with an automatic massage function. Additionally, various peculiar amenities catered to guests' needs, which Sulai explored one by one. Upon returning to the living room, Mylene, exhibiting graceful poise, smiled and said, Mr. Su, I will be your personal steward for the next week. Do not hesitate to call upon me for any needs. Sulai swept his gaze over Mylene. Any needs? Mylene felt a ripple of excitement at Sulai's intense gaze. Yes, any needs, provided one could afford the price. However, She found herself genuinely fond of Mr. Su and willing to be personally attentive to him. She tossed her golden locks, unbuttoned one button of her blouse, and slightly hiked her skirt. Sulai looked at Mylene with a curious expression. Were foreigners truly this open? Yet, he chose not to confront her directly. All right. Please procure a suitcase for me. It doesn't have to be functional, but it must be expensive. Mylene, I thought we were about to engage in some sacred ritual. I didn't expect it was merely to buy something. How foolish of me. However, she possessed excellent composure, noticing Sulai's lack of ulterior motives. She nonchalantly adjusted her skirt and buttoned her blouse. My apologies, it's just a bit warm. Sulai chuckled. I understand. August in Yaodu is indeed quite warm. Mylene was somewhat surprised. This young man from Huaxia was entirely different from those she typically encountered. Most of the middle-aged men she received were in their 30s or 40s, even 50s or 60s, and their gazes were often laced with malice. When they made unreasonable requests, she would usually find her financially struggling female colleagues to fulfill them, taking a commission rather than choosing to engage personally. Her original intention was to entice Mr. Su. If he were to show interest, she would introduce him to her other beautiful colleagues, taking a commission for herself. However, this Mr. Su not only remained indifferent, but also pretended not to notice, preserving his own dignity. She had already harbored a slight interest in Sulai, and now, her fascination deepened. Perhaps, given the opportunity, she might personally take to the battlefield? In Chapter 24, the essence of gaming lies in enjoyment. While Mylene was lost in thought, Sulai broke the silence. By the way, I'm hungry. Do you serve meals here? Realizing her lapse in composure, Mylene hurriedly replied, Yes, Mr. Su. You may choose to have meals delivered to your door or dine out. However, dining out incurs an additional charge. With this card, you are entitled to a 40% discount within the estate. As she spoke, Mylene produced a card and handed it to Sulai. Sulai examined the card, which was roughly the size of a bank card, adorned with gold lettering, exuding an air of elegance. Yet, he felt little interest. More precisely, he was indifferent to anything that bore a discount. Did he not see that he was the young master? Why should he receive a discount? He returned the card to Mylene, shaking his head slightly. I'll eat out. I have no use for discounted items. Please purchase a suitcase for me, one that fits my stature. Remember, there's no budget limit. It must be expensive. I won't settle for anything less. I'll transfer you the funds upon my return. After uttering his command, Sulai set down his backpack and, humming a tune, sauntered out. This was Mylene's first encounter with such a distinctive guest, leaving her momentarily speechless before she hurriedly exited the villa to procure the items Sulai requested. Meanwhile, Sulai stepped outside and boarded his exclusive vehicle, heading for a meal. Within the estate, there existed a dedicated food street, featuring an array of culinary options. He selected a modest restaurant, insisting that the driver join him, not out of kindness, but because dining with another would allow for a more lavish expenditure. The meal cost nearly 10,000 yuan, leaving the driver in a state of trepidation, too anxious to indulge. Subsequently, Sulai instructed the driver to take him to the computer market, tipping him 500 yuan before sending him on his way. Now, his priority was to acquire a computer. Given his status, it was impractical to frequent internet cafes or seek accommodations each time. Sulai wasted no time and made a beeline for the Alienware store. He had heard that Alienware laptops were exceptionally powerful, and this time, he intended to purchase the best. Upon entering the store, a young attendant greeted him. Hello, how may I assist you? I'm looking to buy a laptop. Sulai surveyed the surroundings, noting the various models on display, with a handful of tech enthusiasts testing them out. Which model are you interested in? The young attendant inquired politely. Sulai pondered for a moment, recalling the information he had gathered. I believe there is a model known as the Alienware 10th generation. The attendant's face brightened instantly. Yes, indeed. We have that model. I must say, it is our most powerful laptop, capable of running dozens of games without lag. The young attendant spoke enthusiastically, aware that selling one of these laptops would yield substantial commission, making it hard for him to contain his excitement. Sulai nodded slightly. Ensure that the system is installed with a legitimate version, and also, please download PUBG for me. While he could easily install the system himself, he saw no reason to expend his own energy and time when someone else could handle it. Of course, the young attendant beamed, turning to attend to the task. While waiting, Sulai found a demo machine nearby to pass the time. Perhaps in an effort to showcase their computer's capabilities, many models were pre-installed with PUBG, and the one he chose was no exception. He settled down, logged into the game, and began playing seamlessly, leaping from the starting island, parachuting, and foraging with fluidity. 2 minutes later, Sulai met his demise at the hands of a sniper in a restroom, the screen fading to gray, as if mocking his lack of skill. He glanced at the rankings. 89th place. Well, not a bad start. I'll keep at it. Just as he was about to start another round, laughter erupted from behind him. Ha ha ha, what a hilarious performance. You've made my day. Su Lai turned impassively to see a disheveled young man. The laughter abruptly ceased, and the young man's face flushed crimson. Unable to contain himself, he finally exclaimed, "My apologies, I just couldn't help it." Ha! After a moment of contemplation, Su Lai decided to reason with him. Gaming relies on talent. Isn't it natural to be inexperienced? Not at all. Others have discernible flaws. But your lack of skill is utterly unfathomable. You're worse than a bot. I've never seen someone so inept. You should just quit gaming altogether. Ha! Su Lai's expression darkened. Clearly, reasoning was in vain. The essence of gaming is enjoyment. Whether skilled or not, there are ways to find joy in it. To judge the worthiness of playing based on skill alone is excessively narrow-minded. At that moment, the young man grinned smugly. "You're going to want to watch my performance." He had arrived before Su Lai and had just acquired his new laptop. This one cost nearly 10,000 yuan. Playing PUBG on it is a breeze. Far smoother than your machine. Just wait and see. The young man spoke boastfully, unaware that Su Lai had just engaged with the attendant in hushed tones. Otherwise, he would have kept his arrogance in check. He logged into PUBG, selecting a solo 4-player match, projecting the demeanor of a seasoned player. Su Lai hesitated for a moment, fingers poised over the keyboard. He resolved to teach the young man a minor lesson, correcting his habit of mocking others and letting him experience the harshness of reality. Su Lai planned to create a cheat, not one that would grant invincibility, but rather one that would penalize himself. For instance, while driving, hitting a pebble would cause the vehicle to flip and explode. Or, when prepared to deliver a fatal shot with a sniper rifle, he would inadvertently shoot himself. Alternatively, encountering a formidable bot would result in his own demise. The defense system of PUBG was not particularly robust. Otherwise, cheats would not be so prevalent. In less than a minute, Su Lai successfully infiltrated the game's data, as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. Meanwhile, the young man was still engaged in a fistfight on the starting island. After making minor adjustments to the data, he successfully crafted the cheat. This entire process took a little over 2 minutes, while the young man had just parachuted down to G-port. Next, Su Lai hacked into the young man's computer without raising any suspicion. This took merely 3 seconds. The sound of gunfire erupted from the young man's computer, followed by a character's scream as his avatar crumpled to the ground, lifeless in a pool of blood. "Damn, I didn't grab a gun." Su Lai chuckled silently. Realizing that the young man's skills were not as impressive as he had boasted, he began to question whether his efforts had been in vain. However, a nearby onlooker, witnessing the young man's screen fade to gray, burst into laughter. "LMAO, turns out he's just as much of a noob. Next time you mock someone, make sure your skills are up to par, alright? Ha ha, what a brazen individual. This world operates in such a manner. Those who deem others incapable often underestimate their own limitations, revealing their naivety." Chapter 25. The Benevolent Father and the Foolish Son. The young man's face flushed crimson, his fingers trembling as he gestured towards the crowd. "Do not slander me with baseless accusations. I merely failed to find a weapon," he stammered. "Just you wait. Once I acquire a firearm, I shall wreak havoc." The surrounding jeers grew louder. Who can't boast? I could claim to win every match too. Yes. I could even triumph over professional players. Forget professionals, I could defeat deities. Seizing the moment of contention, Su Lai stealthily installed the cheat software onto the young man's computer. After a lengthy debate against the crowd, he realized the futility of his efforts. No argument could overpower the collective voice of the masses. Reluctantly, he clicked to start the game. What is the best way to silence dissent? Naturally, through decisive action. Once he achieved victory and claimed the coveted chicken dinner, he would relish the chance to silence his detractors. Time flew swiftly. The plane ascended, and prudently, the young man chose a medium-sized supply point with few competitors. Upon landing, he swiftly entered a building, successfully acquiring an M762 and some ammunition. At last, with a gun in hand, the young man's confidence surged. He continued to scavenge for supplies until he had nearly cleared the entire area, when suddenly he heard gunfire, isolated, sporadic, and distinctly uncoordinated. It was clearly a bot. "Let me take out this bot and bolster my morale. I'll show those who belittled me." With that thought, he dashed out the window towards the bot. His intention was to strike the bot with a frying pan, ensuring it appeared as though he was not bullying it. The young man ran without any thought of evasion. The bot's shooting skills were limited, and even if a bullet hit, the damage would be negligible. Bang, bang, bang. The bot's gunfire was intermittent. He was getting closer, excitement coursing through him at the prospect of his first encounter with the bot. However, suddenly, he inadvertently glanced at his health bar. Why is my health bar draining so rapidly? Have bots been upgraded? Is their damage output increased? After a moment of contemplation, he drew his gun, determined to eliminate the bot first, leaving the frying pan for later. Yet, the bot seemed almost sentient, dropping to the ground after just 2 hits. leaving the young man unable to land further shots. Yet, the bot continued to fire. The young man's face paled. He sought cover and attempted to regain health. But to his dismay, there was no refuge in sight. Gritting his teeth, he turned to flee. Just as he did, he could have sworn the bot's firing speed had inexplicably increased. Bang, bang, bang. His character once again crumpled into a pool of blood. Tears of frustration welled in the young man's eyes. Who could he blame for being killed by a bot? Haha, I can't believe I was defeated by a bot. What on earth? Killed by a bot? Am I hearing things? Do not doubt your ears. He was indeed slain by a bot. Good heavens. I once thought such occurrences were mere jokes shared among netizens, yet here I am witnessing the reality of it? Haha. Infuriated, the young man attempted to defend himself. Who was killed by a bot? You don't understand. Don't speak without knowledge. That was a crafty player masquerading as a bot. Their aim was impeccable. And by the time I realized something was amiss, it was already too late. Of course, you are right. The onlookers remained undeterred, reveling in the spectacle. Indeed, that was a real player, not a bot. I bet 5 packs of spicy strips that it was definitely not a bot. I wager 10, 20 packs. The young man's face darkened, knowing he could not contend with the crowd, and he clicked to start the game once more. He was in dire need of a victory to prove himself. Sulai chuckled inwardly. With my cheat, does he truly believe he can win? As a renowned hacker, defeating such a novice is but child's play. This time, the young man opted for a secluded drop point with only 2 buildings. Unfortunately, he landed in a spot where 2 others had also descended. Fortunately, the house he entered contained a weapon, while the other lacked any. Observing his unarmored foes, a sinister grin spread across his face, akin to the Grim Reaper preparing to claim his victims, as he pressed the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. The young man collapsed in a pool of blood, his screen fading to gray. The young man. The enemies. The spectators. What the hell? Did I just kill myself? How did this happen? The young man's expression froze, maintaining a grotesque smile that now bore a hint of embarrassment as he turned to face the onlookers. Damn it. The cheat malfunctioned. Those 2 must have been cheating. Some spectators believed him, while others remained skeptical. After all, one had never witnessed a player kill themselves in-game. It was not as if they had self-destructed. Undeterred, the young man launched another attempt. This time, he avoided evasion and chose the most populated area, P-City. Upon landing, he dashed into a building, securing an M4 and 2 grenades. Hearing footsteps from the adjacent house, he concealed himself at the window, spotting an adversary crouching at the stairway, waiting to ambush. After a moment's thought, he decided to throw a grenade. If fortune favored him, he would rush in afterward to deliver the finishing blow. Without hesitation, he pulled the pin on a grenade, aimed at the enemy's location, and with only 2 seconds remaining, he hurled it forward. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. For reasons unknown, the grenade struck the top of the window and ricocheted back. The young man. Oh no, my mindset has shattered. Boom. The grenade exploded, flames raging. Zyasawol misfired and killed himself with a grenade. The spectators. 666. What a spectacular move. I give it a 98. The remaining 2 points are withheld to avoid inflating your ego. Forgive me, I can barely breathe from laughter. My face has gone numb. Can someone please give me a massage? Haha, I can still laugh. This is irrefutable evidence. This fellow is truly a character. Let us not be too harsh. Let him retain some dignity. Spare no further words. This is utterly indefensible. The young man gazed at the sky, speechless and choked with emotion. What on earth is happening? Why am I so cursed today? I have encountered every conceivable form of misfortune. His mindset shattered. He exited the game, nearly smashing his computer in frustration. Had it not been for the 1,000 yuan at stake, he would have already turned his computer into scrap metal. Unbeknownst to him, he caught Su Lai observing him with keen interest. In a moment of impulsiveness, he vented his frustrations on Su Lai, employing a self-destructive tactic. What are you looking at? Even if I'm a novice, I am still better than you. Just look at your own gameplay, you scrub. Su Lai replied, even sitting down. You can still catch stray shots? The young man's temper flared. It seemed he had not yet endured enough setbacks. Su Lai paid him no heed, instead tapping away on the keyboard, his eyes sparkling with amusement as he regarded the young man, reminiscent of a benevolent father observing a foolish child. Chapter 26. Where is the security guard? The young man was bewildered by the attention he drew. His temper flared as he prepared to unleash further invectives. Suddenly, a strange sound emanated from his computer, an ethereal melody that danced between a song and a sigh, yet possessed an alluring enchantment. The young man quickly turned to his screen, only to behold 2 diminutive figures merrily singing and dancing, lost in their exuberance. He was momentarily stunned. What on earth is this? My computer? Regaining his composure, he attempted to shut off the video, but no matter how he tried, he could not. Even lowering the volume proved impossible. He endeavored to power down the device, only to find the keys unresponsive, as if they had malfunctioned. Cautiously, he scanned his surroundings, hoping no one would notice him. However, he was already at the vortex of attention, and the crowd that had gathered was far from small. Coupled with the fact that he had just been playing a game with the volume turned up, the raucous sounds of the two performers echoed throughout the establishment. The once bustling specialty store gradually succumbed to an eerie silence, with curious and incredulous gazes fixating on the young man. Among the onlookers were many young women, most of whom, upon realizing the nature of the spectacle, flushed with embarrassment, while a few, driven by curiosity, seemed eager to witness more. The men, on the other hand, were more forthright. "Come on, brother, it's just a game you lost. No need to take it out on your dignity like this." The young man felt a prickling anxiety, his complexion paling as he stammered, "It's not me. I didn't intend to play this. Is this not your computer? Has anyone else touched it?" The young man struggled to clarify, "It is mine. No one else has touched it, but I swear I didn't do this." Yet, the skeptic continued to doubt, signaling him with his eyes. "Come on, we're all adults here. Let us have a word." A hush fell over the crowd, and he quipped, "If the conditions permit, may I have 2 words?" At that moment, a particularly irate young woman stepped forward, her voice sharp. "Where's the security? This is unacceptable. Do you have any idea how you're tarnishing the reputation of computer enthusiasts?" The young man was left dumbfounded, stammering, I didn't want this. It wasn't me. Who else could it be? Is this not your computer? Are you out of your mind to play such a thing in public? People like you should be sent to a mental institution." The furious woman showed no signs of letting the young man off the hook. Someone nearby attempted to defend him, stating, "Yes, just a young man. It's normal to be a bit hot-headed." The moment those words left his lips, the woman shot back, "You must be in cahoots with him. Are you here to cover for him? What has he done that's not clear to anyone with eyes?" The speaker fell silent, intimidated. At last, the young man made a prudent choice. He promptly closed his laptop, causing the cacophony to cease. I'm sorry. He apologized while retreating towards the exit, before breaking into a sprint, unable to bear the humiliation any longer. After his departure, many patrons displayed expressions of regret. The irate woman erupted once more, launching into a tirade. "Look at you all. Such foolishness. Can't we strive to build a better life?" Someone muttered under their breath. "So irritable and lacking in charm. No wonder your face is riddled with acne." The young woman, with acute hearing, erupted once again, directing her ire at the speaker with a barrage of vitriol. Ultimately, it was only when the staff summoned security from the computer mall that the situation calmed down. Shortly thereafter, a young man approached Su Lai, presenting her with a laptop. "Hello, your computer." Su Lai nodded slightly, taking the device and performing a few quick operations. The system responding with remarkable agility, living up to its promotional claims. "How much?" Su Lai inquired. The young man smiled. "Well, our store is currently running a promotion. Any purchase exceeding 20,000 yuan enjoys a 20% discount." Before he could finish, Su Lai interrupted, No, stop right there. I don't want discounted items." The young clerk, bewildered, questioned, "Isn't a discount a good thing?" Su Lai waved her hand dismissively. "It's not that discounts are bad, but rather that I don't need them. You all work hard to earn your money, so here's what we'll do. If you insist on a discount, I'll pay the original price, and the remainder post-discount will serve as your tip." The young clerk, realizing he couldn't argue further, acquiesced, allowing Su Lai to purchase the laptop at full price for over 60,000 yuan. Afterward, Su Lai visited other accessory shops to procure a keyboard and mouse she deemed most suitable, spending an additional 7,000 yuan. Experience upgrade. 1, 398, 571, 000,000. At last, she had spent just 1/10 of her funds. Tomorrow, she planned to buy a watch, bringing her total expenditure to over 700,000 yuan, inching closer to her goal of 1 million. As for the rest, she figured she could easily spend around 200,000 yuan on food and entertainment in Yao City. Soon, she would be able to upgrade the system once more. Instead of returning directly to the Four Seasons Manor, Su Lai made her way to the nearest bookstore, intending to purchase several books for future reference. Her favorite reads included various novels and scholarly texts. In the store, she selected a few novels, such as Norwegian Wood and Kafka on the Shore by authors from her country. Just as she was about to head to the checkout, she passed by a section dedicated to music literature. Su Lai had not forgotten that she had acquired a singing skill, yet the system had not issued any tasks, leaving her uncertain about its application. Perhaps she could buy a couple of music books to explore? Who knows, it might enhance her abilities. However, in reality, this was unnecessary, for the capabilities granted by the system were instinctively embedded within her, requiring no conscious effort to access when the need arose. In essence, she possessed a profound understanding of music theory, being of a professional caliber. She shook her head, about to leave when suddenly her steps froze. The long-awaited voice of the system reverberated through her mind. Random singing task issued. Register on NetEase Cloud Music, release a song, and achieve 50,000 streams to upgrade singing skills and ascend to the status of a song deity. Sulai was momentarily taken aback. Had she merely thought of it, and a task appeared? Yet, it was fortuitous, as she had been pondering what to do recently. Writing a song could be quite enjoyable. As for whether she could garner 50,000 streams, that was up to fate, as achieving such high engagement with a debut song was no small feat. If this endeavor did not succeed, there would surely be another opportunity. Patience would lead to success in due time. However, one peculiar thought lingered. Recently, her mind had been plagued with an array of strange melodies. It seemed that if she could just transcribe the songs swirling in her brain, success would follow. As time passed, these melodies became increasingly vivid, particularly one that was on the verge of emergence. Sulai had even settled on a title for it, Moth. Chapter 27. Are you sleeping alone tonight? After settling her bill, Sulai returned directly to the Four Seasons Manor. At that moment, Mi Lian and I had also returned, bearing a suitcase that Sulai found quite fitting. Did you purchase this with your own funds? What is your bank card number? I'll transfer the money to you. Sulai inquired. Mi Lian and I blinked, speaking in flawless Mandarin. Mr. Su, you can transfer via WeChat. Very well. Sulai nodded, pulling out her phone. Mi Lian and I felt a surge of excitement, hastily retrieving her own device. The reason she suggested a WeChat transfer was to add Sulai to her contacts. I'll scan you. Sulai opened WeChat. All right. Mi Lian and I presented her QR code. Su glanced over and sighed. You are mistaken. This is not a payment code. Mylene? Is Mr. Su truly a man of steel? He can't even perceive such an obvious hint? What to do? While Mylene was lost in thought, Su took her phone, deftly maneuvering it while muttering. You haven't been in Xia country for long, have you? Some things still need to be learned. Look, the payment code is right here. Mylene, in her heart, screamed, do I not know where the payment code is? I am coveting your presence. No, that is not it. I want to add you on WeChat to discuss the depths of our ideals. No, wait, it's to facilitate contact over the coming week. Do you understand? For convenience. Steel-hearted man. Though her heart transformed into a fierce beast, she maintained a polite smile on the surface. Thank you, Mr. Su. I shall remember. Remember my ass. Su, lacking the ability to read minds, was oblivious to Mylene's inner turmoil. After scanning the code, he confirmed, the suitcase costs 24,000, right? Not bad. I find this price quite satisfactory. It's expensive enough, so I'll transfer you an extra 1,000 as a tip. I may need your assistance in many matters going forward. After dismissing Mylene, Su glanced at the system again. Upgrade experience. 1, 549, 321, 000. He returned to his room, opened his computer, and effortlessly withdrew 14 million from the 15 million in Su Nua's account, leaving 100,000 for him. He then left a message for Su Nua. The money has been withdrawn. I left you 100,000. Remember to inform me if there are good opportunities. Su Nua. I wonder what misunderstanding Mr. Su has about me. I am but a minor character with no significant opportunities to offer. In reality, Su left that 100,000 as a token of gratitude for the good job introductions and for his diligent efforts, considering money is always transferred from his account. After shutting down the computer, Su focused on writing a song. He discovered that the melody in his mind was already clear, with only the final step remaining, writing it down and then recording it. This must be the system's influence. Su fetched paper and pen, feeling invigorated and brimming with inspiration. He completed the composition in under half an hour and, upon mentally rehearsing it, found the song steeped in profound sadness yet tinged with a hint of healing, evoking a deep yearning. He then began to fill in the lyrics in his mind. Countless lights seen too often only lead to greater loneliness. I've heard that heartbreak can heal. Who truly understands my pain? Love has turned to mere gray bubbles. After completing the lyrics, Su reviewed them and felt they were genuinely good. However, he was aware that he could not have penned such beautiful lines. They must have been forcibly implanted in his mind from a parallel world by the system. Upon finishing the song, Su attempted to hum it. His voice was melodious, and combined with his instinctual singing technique, the result was quite impressive. He tried recording it on his phone, but was dissatisfied, especially now that it was merely an a cappella rendition. If released as is, it would garner no more than a meager 50 in popularity, let alone 500,000. Checking the time, he realized it was already evening, and his stomach had begun to protest. With his enhanced physique, his consumption of food had increased significantly. Su contemplated and decided to temporarily set aside the song and prioritize filling his stomach. As the saying goes, a person is iron and food is steel. Skipping a meal leaves one anxious. Being well-fed would provide him with the energy to handle important matters. He walked to the living room, picked up the landline, and dialed. This phone served but one purpose: to contact his personal housekeeper. Sue had no ulterior motive for the call. He primarily wanted to invite Mylene to dinner. After all, two can eat more than one. Mylene hurried over upon receiving the call. Mr. Sue inviting her to dinner indicated that he was accepting her. If she performed well, perhaps they could develop further. To this end, she had specifically changed into a more alluring outfit for their dinner as private individuals. Of course, had she known Sue's true thoughts, she would surely have mocked him for being such a man of steel, unfamiliar with the manners dining establishments. Sue asked Mylene for recommendations. After their encounter regarding the suitcase, Mylene had gained some insight into Sue's spending habits and thus recommended the Manor's most expensive Western restaurant. As expected, Sue was quite pleased, especially since the average cost was approximately $10,000. For two individuals, if they exerted themselves a bit, spending $20,000 to $30,000 would not be unusual. It was said that all the ingredients in this Western restaurant were sourced from the Central Plains of Country D, especially the beef, with every step of the process meticulously selected, resulting in only the finest quality reaching this establishment. Sue ordered casually, opting for the expensive items, and while waiting, began chatting with Mylene. Mylene, are there any places nearby that sell musical instruments? Something like guitars or pianos? Mylene frowned, pondering for a moment. Mr. Sue, I apologize, but I'm not knowledgeable about this. If you need, I can inquire. Sue shook his head. No need. I will find it myself. Sue intended to visit a music store to buy a guitar, which would help him with the accompaniment, moving beyond the bare-bones a cappella. He took out his phone and searched, indeed discovering a music store not far from the manor. I'll check it out tomorrow. Soon, their dishes arrived at the table. Sue, having been famished, disregarded any semblance of decorum and dug in. It must be said that expensive food is indeed exceptional, with a smooth texture that leaves one wanting more. A smile adorned Mylene's face. Mr. Sue was truly delightful, utterly unpretentious, aligning perfectly with her tastes. Perhaps she should take the initiative? Without further hesitation, Mylene spoke up. Mr. Sue, will you be sleeping alone tonight? While Sue was eating, he paused momentarily, replying, what else would it be? Mylene flirtatiously tossed her golden hair, exposing her fair neck. What do you think of me, Mr. Sue? Sue scoffed inwardly. Here we go again? However, he did not lift his gaze, replying, not bad, very good. Mylene, could you be any more dismissive? Not even looking up, just saying not bad, very good. Have you ever tried saying just good? Chapter 28. Are you running a fever? After their meal, which totaled over $20,000, Sue felt quite satisfied, nearing his next upgrade. However, more effort was still required. The two departed the restaurant, strolling back leisurely. The August night breeze in Baiwa province was somewhat warm, prompting Mylene to fan herself with her small hand. This dreadful weather, it's so hot, Mr. Sue. Shall we hurry back to enjoy the air conditioning? Sue nodded. Indeed, it is rather warm. His perception of warmth was relative, having lived in Baiwa province all his life. His tolerance for heat surpassed that of others. The two walked back in silence, gradually making their way home. Unbeknownst to her, Mylene quietly approached Sulai, feigning nonchalance as she wrapped her arms around his hand, seemingly stirred by a sudden impulse. Sulai, startled by the warmth radiating from her embrace on such a sweltering day, exclaimed, what are you doing holding onto me? Forcibly pulling her hand away to maintain a distance of a meter. Yet, Mylene appeared unfazed, intent on leaning closer, her enchanting eyes shimmering, her breath fragrant as orchids. Mr. Sulai, we are both adults now, and it is late. I understand what we ought to do, she purred. Sulai felt a headache coming on. Goodness gracious, can't we just walk without all this nonsense? He evaded Mylene's outstretched hand and blinked. Shouldn't we be sleeping at this hour? Mylene clapped her hands together. Yes, sleeping. I was just thinking about that. Oh, the kind of sleeping that happens in bed. Sulai rubbed his forehead, pondering whether this foreign girl had some misunderstanding about the concept of sleep. Sleep is simply sleep. What more could there be to it? Seizing the moment while Sulai was momentarily distracted, Mylene deftly grasped his arm and embraced him tightly, refusing to let go. The overwhelming masculine aura emanating from Sulai nearly made her knees buckle. Resigned, Sulai allowed her to cling to him, reasoning that she was merely a living being and not someone with whom he bore any deep-seated enmity. After all, how could he bring himself to push her away? As they continued their walk, the path from the restaurant to the villa was brief, and soon they arrived. Suddenly, Sulai remarked, Mylene, I am thirsty. Could you fetch me a bottle of water? Only then did Mylene lift her gaze, her eyes sultry and her voice quivering slightly. Mr. Sulai, there is water in the fridge. I checked, and there's no Powerade in the fridge. I want Powerade. If I remember correctly, you are my personal assistant, and you can be commanded to fetch me whatever I desire. Mylene hesitated. That is true, but Sulai, having noted the unnatural pallor on Mylene's face, instinctively reached for her forehead. Why is your head so hot? Are you feverish? No. You must also get yourself some cold medicine. Mylene was speechless. Could he not discern the difference between having a fever and being flirtatious? Suppressing the urges stirring within her, she explained, Mr. Sulai, it's not a fever. It's just the heat combined with our long walk. It's quite normal to feel warm. I'll be fine shortly. Sulai, still rubbing his chin, urged. Then go get me the water, quickly. Seeing his resolute demeanor, Melanie reluctantly released her grip and resumed her role as his personal assistant. Very well, Mr. Sulai. I will return shortly. Sulai muttered under his breath, I hope you don't come back. His voice was too soft for Melanie to catch, and she mistakenly believed he was encouraging her to hurry back. With a heart full of joy, she turned and briskly walked away, eager to return quickly because, after all, a moment of passion is worth 1,000 gold pieces. However, no sooner had she taken a couple of steps than the villa's front gate slammed shut behind her, and she distinctly heard the sound of it being locked. Melanie stood there, not foolish enough to miss Sulai's intentions. He was rejecting her. She reflected on her appearance. Her looks were decent, her figure commendable, and there would be no strings attached afterward. So why was he refusing her? Standing in the night, filled with confusion, she found the previously restless night breeze had grown cold. Yet, the restless night breeze ceased, and calming her agitated body proved no easy feat. Returning to her room, Melanie's thoughts were consumed by images of Mr. Sulai, and she felt as though his essence still lingered on her skin. Biting her crimson lips, she eventually rummaged through the depths of her wardrobe and retrieved a small, delicate item. Meanwhile, after dispatching Melanie, Sulai headed straight to the bathroom for a cold shower. Both were astute individuals who understood the necessity of keeping certain matters discreet. Sulai was a typical man, not disinterested in such things, but he held himself to high standards. The path to becoming a wealthy man would not be a smooth one. In the future, he would encounter various enchanting women and myriad temptations. If he could not withstand even this minor temptation, he would never attain the status of a refined and distinguished gentleman. After his shower, Sulai suppressed the enticing thoughts swirling in his mind, played on his phone for a while, and succumbed to sleep, exhausted. Tomorrow promised a busy schedule, purchasing a guitar, recording songs, and acquiring a watch. The following day, Sulai awoke refreshed and checked his phone. It was 7:08, still early. Today is a day filled with surprises. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Gentleman's Aura buff. Note: the Gentleman's Aura buff endows the host with an elegant and refined demeanor akin to that of a scion from a prestigious family. This buff will last until the next buff appears. Ah, a new buff. Gentleman's Aura. That sounds delightful. After a quick wash, Sulai sat at his desk, poised with a book in hand. It was still early, and the music store likely wouldn't be open yet, so he decided to make the most of his time by reading. During his reading, he also ordered a meal delivery. However, it was not a regular delivery person who arrived, but Melanie. Her complexion had returned to normal, and she did not mention yesterday's events at all. Sulai was pleased. Conversing with a clever person was effortless. However, Melanie's gaze towards Sulai still held a hint of affection. After their encounter the previous day, she had come to a realization. Perhaps she should not rush things. Mr. Sulai, living in summer country, likely possessed progressive thoughts, but was more conservative in matters of the body. To nurture their relationship, she could gradually enhance their rapport through daily interactions, especially since he would be residing here for a week. There was no need to hurry. She simply needed to focus on her duties, and everything else would unfold in due time. What was meant to come would undoubtedly arrive, and what was not meant to be could not be forced. With her mindset adjusted, Melanie found her work quality improved. Noticing Sulai engrossed in his reading, she refrained from interrupting him, maintaining an appropriate balance of presence and absence. After 2 hours of reading, Sulai summoned his driver and set off without pause to the music store he had discovered the previous night. Before the chapter concludes, dear readers, if you have enjoyed this story, kindly take a moment to bestow a 5-star rating. It is crucial for the continuation of this tale. Thank you. Chapter 29, Reunion. As Sulai exited the vehicle, he tipped the driver generously, sending him on his way before approaching the music store. Having risen shortly after 7, read for 2 hours, and engaged in various errands, the time now approached 10:30. Moreover, it was Monday, and the music store had long since opened, with several customers already haggling inside. Upon entering, Sulai was greeted by a beautiful woman in her 30s, who quickly approached him. Hello, how may I assist you? Sulai surveyed the surroundings. I'm looking to purchase a guitar. His gaze fell upon the woman, and for some inexplicable reason, she seemed somewhat familiar. Please, follow me, she said, guiding him further into the store while inquiring. Do you have any specific requirements for the guitar? Sulai pondered for a moment before responding. The main priority is usability. The price is secondary. The elegant woman observed Sulai's attire, her mind racing with insight. Clad in Armani, though his shoes appeared somewhat mismatched, they were undoubtedly authentic. Coupled with a refined demeanor, it was evident he hailed from a well-to-do family, likely unrestrained in matters of expenditure. It was worth mentioning that Su Lai had previously purchased a pair of shoes on a certain e-commerce platform, expecting to receive them before departing from Xiang City. However, during transit, a vehicle unexpectedly caught fire, resulting in the destruction of his shoes. When customer service contacted him for a resolution, he readily agreed to a refund, as the money had already been spent, and he was indifferent to the outcome. The sophisticated woman guided Su Lai to the luxury guitar section. Though the selection was limited, each guitar was a masterpiece, crafted from exquisite materials. She picked up one and elaborated, "This guitar features a top made of Adirondack spruce, with sides and back crafted from German white oak, and the fingerboard is made of premium Guatemalan rosewood, priced over 50,000. Su Lai merely glanced at it and passed, for its appearance did not align with his aesthetic preferences. Noticing this, the woman continued with another model. "This guitar has a top made of." She presented several more options, yet Su Lai remained unsatisfied, finding them either unattractive or inadequately priced. The woman felt a sense of exasperation. Why was this customer so fastidious? Hesitating, she contemplated whether to elevate the price range. At that moment, Su Lai's eyes sparkled as he swiftly approached a particular guitar. Its beauty resonated perfectly with his taste. Elated, he picked it up, tuned it briefly, and played a few chords, finding it quite pleasing. The singing techniques awarded by the system encompassed more than mere vocal skills. They included a wealth of musical knowledge, with guitar selection being just one facet. Should he continue to elevate his level, he would undoubtedly acquire further insights into the realm of music. The woman approached with a smile. "You have an excellent eye. This guitar's top is made of Adirondack spruce, while its back and sides are crafted from limited edition Brazilian rosewood, and the fingerboard is also a rare ebony with maple binding." She spoke with enthusiasm. However, Su Lai remained unimpressed, recognizing the commercial necessity of embellishing the product's allure. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that this guitar was indeed remarkable and decided to inquire, "How much?" With a charming smile, the woman replied, 135,000. "However, considering your handsome appearance, I can offer you a discount. So let us settle on 130,000. Wait. Su Lai quickly interjected. "No, let us stick to the original price. If you offer me a discount, I might reconsider." The woman was taken aback. This is the world of the affluent. He refuses a discount. She mused. Though 5,000 wasn't a trivial sum, it was still money that should not be turned down. Su Lai promptly handed over the payment. Experience points gained. 316-324-10000000. He then inquired, "Madam, are there any decent recording studios nearby? I wish to record a song." The woman paused, taken aback by his request. Recording a song right after purchasing a guitar? Had he already prepared one? Her cultivated demeanor prevented her from revealing her thoughts, and she instead smiled. "You needn't look elsewhere. We have one right here. While it may not compare to a professional studio, if you don't mind, you are welcome to use it." The instrument shop had indeed prepared a recording space for customers to test sounds, though it was seldom utilized. Typically, patrons would arrive, make their purchases, and depart without recording. Su Lai's heart leapt at her words. "Thank you so much. I will pay for the usage." She waved her hand dismissively. "There's no need for that. It was prepared for customers, and besides, you are a valued client." "That is settled then," Su Lai replied. Oddly enough, the woman detected a hint of disappointment in his tone. Could one feel regret without spending? How affluent must he be? Moreover, he possessed a striking presence, particularly in terms of his refined demeanor. If only she were a decade younger, she would undoubtedly pursue him. Lost in her musings, Su Lai interrupted. "Could you take me there?" Snapping back to reality, the woman chuckled internally at her own thoughts. "Oh, I might need to wait a moment. My niece is still inside. But she should be finishing up soon. You're not in a hurry, are you?" Su Lai smiled. "Not at all, I can wait." "All right, I'll show you the way. I have other clients to attend to. Once she is out, you can go in. You know how to use the equipment, right?" He nodded vigorously. "Yes, don't worry. I can manage." The woman said no more and led Su Lai inside. Turning a corner, they arrived at the recording studio. Inside sat a young lady clad in a white dress, her back facing the glass of the studio, rendering her face invisible as she spoke passionately. Was she perhaps dubbing? Could the proprietress's niece be a voice-acting prodigy? It was said that such talents were often strikingly unconventional. While the girl's silhouette was indeed alluring, could she be merely a backview killer? However, that seemed unlikely. Despite being over 30, the proprietress still possessed remarkable beauty, indicating a strong genetic lineage. If this girl were indeed her biological niece, even if she were not conventionally attractive, she should not be lacking in appeal. As Su Lai pondered these thoughts, he suddenly chuckled to himself. Why was he preoccupied with such trivial matters? What did it matter how others looked? The woman patted his shoulder gently, her voice warm. "I want to keep you company. I have matters to attend to. Feel free." With that, she turned to leave but then paused, glancing back at Su Lai and winking. "You must be a university student, right?" My niece is as well. When she comes out, you two can chat. Who knows? You might find common interests and form an extraordinary bond. Sulai felt a flush of embarrassment. What was this? Was she trying to play matchmaker? After the woman departed, he settled onto a chair outside the recording studio, awaiting the girl's emergence. Her back was indeed captivating. At first glance, she resembled a celestial being, ethereal and untouched by the mundane, yet exuding a playful charm amidst her aloofness. After approximately 10 minutes, the girl finally completed her recording, tidying up the equipment. She stood, turned around, and Sulai was instantly mesmerized. It was her. Upon recognizing her, he couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Fate was indeed a curious thing. The girl from the recording studio was the very same individual he had accidentally bumped into at the subway station, causing her to drop her phone. Who would have thought he would encounter her here again? As Sulai gazed at her, she, too, noticed him, her expression shifting from surprise to a hint of delight. Without hesitation, she took 2 steps forward, opened the door, and stood before him, declaring, "This time you can't escape." Her tone carried a touch of playful indignation. Sulai felt a few question marks appear above his head. Escape? Why would I run? At the subway station yesterday, I explicitly said I didn't want your phone. Yet you insisted on giving it to me, and then you vanished in an instant. Realization dawned upon Sulai. That. I acknowledge my fault. Compensating you is the least I can do. The girl shook her head. It wasn't even the same model. If you're going to compensate me, it should be for an identical one. Confused, Sulai replied, "Oh, I see. Then how about I get you the same one?" The young woman pressed her forehead, seemingly feeling quite weary. "No, what I mean is, you don't have to compensate. I must return the phone to you." As she spoke, she began rummaging through her bag, and after a while, she awkwardly looked up. I forgot it at home. Could you wait for me here? Oh, by the way, what are you doing here?" Sulai shrugged, gently patting his guitar. Recording a song. Recording a song? The girl was taken aback. Sulai had already walked inside, continuing, "You can keep the phone. A beautiful person deserves beautiful things." The girl wanted to say something more, but Sulai shut the door to the recording studio. She kicked the leg of the table in frustration. "TCH, smooth talker. Don't think that just because you speak nicely, I'll want your things." Inside, Sulai made a few simple adjustments to the equipment, took off his guitar, and strummed a short segment, nodding in satisfaction. He then activated the recording device and began to play and sing officially. The girl outside looked in, and inexplicably, she stepped forward to put on the headphones of the recording studio, where an unfamiliar melody flowed into her ears. An original song? After a brief prelude, Sulai began to sing. Having seen too many lights, only loneliness remains. The girl froze, struck by the impact. This song was rather beautiful. Sulai continued, "They say heartbreak can heal. Who truly knows my pain?" Had he experienced heartbreak? Sulai sang on. "Love has turned into gray foam. Can it dissolve me? Is it true that the more one gains, the more sorrow one feels?" The melody shifted. The scene has frozen, the heart shattered. "Our happiness has been overturned by you. The world is left with just me. I suppose you will never come looking for me again." Then came the chorus. The melody soaring. "I love you like a moth to a flame. I gain nothing, and love withers in the wind." A tremor surged through the girl. A wave of sorrow enveloped her, and a tear slipped from the corner of her eye, glistening like a dewdrop. What kind of betrayal must one endure to write such a mournful song? He appeared young, yet bore so many stories. At that moment, the proprietress entered. Noticing the girl's expression, rushed over. "Yeah, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" The girl snapped back to reality, removing the headphones and wiping away her tears with the back of her hand. "Auntie, this song is so beautiful." "Really?" The beautiful woman, somewhat skeptical, took the headphones from the girl and put them on, quickly becoming transfixed, tears soon streaming down her cheeks as well. Owning such a large music store, she clearly understood music. This song had truly resonated with her heart. Once the song concluded, the beautiful woman sighed as she removed the headphones. While inside, Sulai listened to his recording once more, seemingly unsatisfied, and began to play and sing again. The girl outside playfully stuck out her tongue. "I told you it was good, didn't I? Andy, you cried too." The beautiful woman lightly tapped the girl's head. "You're quite troublesome. By the way, what's the name of this song?" The girl shook her head. "I don't know. It should be one he wrote himself." The beautiful woman pondered for a moment, about to say something, when the girl suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, I almost forgot the important matter. Auntie, I'm going back to get something. You must help me keep him here." With that, the girl grabbed her bag and left, leaving no chance for the beautiful woman to respond. The beautiful woman sighed helplessly, glancing at the headphones, and then at Sulai, who was still inside recording, ultimately choosing to listen to the song. Sulai sang 3 times in total, each rendition better than the last. By the time he finished the 3rd take, he was quite satisfied, transferred the recorded song to his phone, and opened the door to step out. The beautiful woman had been waiting at the entrance. "Young man, What is the name of this song? Can it be found online? Su Lai shook his head slightly. This song is called Moth, and it's not online yet, but I'll upload it to NetEase Cloud in the next couple of days. So you can search for it then. The beautiful woman nodded. I never expected you to write and sing with this level of talent. Entering the music industry would be a breeze. Su Lai smiled. It's just casual singing. By the way, where's your niece? The beautiful woman looked surprised. You know Jiang Yao? Jiang Yao? Su Lai paused. Well, not exactly. If you must say there is a connection. I bumped into her phone at the subway station. The beautiful woman scrutinized Su Lai. You seem presentable and can sing. My niece is quite the singer herself. Su Lai hurriedly waved his hands. Boss lady, please don't get the wrong idea. We have no relationship. The beautiful woman nodded repeatedly. Yes, right now. There is no relationship, but won't there be in the future? Su Lai had never encountered such a situation and was left somewhat speechless. So he changed the subject. I've finished recording, so I'll be going now. Thank you. The beautiful woman blocked his path. That won't do. A Yao just rushed out in a flurry and insisted that I keep you here. You must wait for her to return before you can leave. Su Lai, feeling helpless, replied, Boss lady, it's really not a big deal. Here is what happened. Su Lai sat the beautiful woman down and explained the entire situation. You see, that is how it is. I broke her phone, and I ought to compensate, although it was a bit expensive. But this amount is nothing to me. Consider it an apology for her, as she hasn't been able to move on. The beautiful woman finally understood and agreed with Su Lai's approach. But she still said, then just wait for her to come. You can clarify things with her. All right then. Su Lai sighed. And he and the beautiful woman engaged in light conversation. After chatting for quite a while, Su Lai noticed the beautiful woman's guard had relaxed and decided to put his plan into action. Boss lady, let me perform a little act for you. Watch closely. This act requires speed. Only with sufficient speed can it be perfectly executed. As Su Lai spoke, he slowly stood up. Additionally, I've named this trick Lightspeed Escape. No sooner had he spoken than Su Lai swiftly turned and dashed out the door. The beautiful woman exclaimed, Young man, that is too much. Perhaps interested readers can search for this song to listen to. Chapter 31. A woman 3 years older holds golden bricks. Not long after, Jiang Yao returned to the music store, wandered around the inside, but found no trace of Su Lai, so she had to seek out her aunt. Auntie, where is he? The beautiful woman, sipping tea without looking up, replied. He ran off. Jiang Yao grew anxious. Didn't you say to keep him here? How could you let him leave? The beautiful woman blew on her hot tea and slowly sipped. He is a young man. He runs fast. I'm quite old. I couldn't stop him. But what do we do about this? Jiang Yao asked, holding her phone with a gloomy expression. The beautiful woman chuckled. Just keep it for yourself. He said he would compensate you, so use it without any psychological burden. That young man isn't lacking in money. It's not a matter of money. It's Jiang Yao tried to reason, but the beautiful woman interrupted her. What is the hurry? Sit down and drink your tea. Jiang Yao sat down dejectedly, accepted the teacup offered by the beautiful woman, and drank it all in one go, pouting her rosy lips. The beautiful woman smiled. Now you're being good. To reward you for being so well behaved, I've decided to share some information about him. Jiang Yao's eyes lit up, full of anticipation. First, his name is Su Lai. I just learned that from chatting with him. Second, that song is called Moth. He'll be uploading it to NetEase Cloud in the next couple of days. So keep an eye out for it. Third, the beautiful woman paused, took a sip of tea. He, like you, is also studying at Yao University. But he is a freshman. Jiang Yao exhibited little reaction upon hearing the first two pieces of news, but when the third was disclosed, the frown on his face gradually faded. He is also at Yao University? Although he is a freshman, with diligent effort, he is certain to locate him. At that moment, the elegant woman feigned casual conversation. This young man is quite impressive. Although he is a freshman and you are a junior, there is a slight age gap between you. However, both your parents and I are not so traditional. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older brings fortune. I believe he would be quite agreeable. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao felt a pang of frustration and shot a fierce glare at the woman. Aunt, what are you talking about? Please refrain from matchmaking indiscriminately. After successfully departing from the musical instrument store, Su Lai glanced at the time. It was already past 12. He, with his guitar slung over his back, found a hotel to dine at, and by the time he finished, it was just past 2. It was time to purchase the watch. He hailed a cab and headed straight to the Rolex boutique. The Rolex store in Yaodu was more lavishly decorated than the one in Xiang City, with a more spacious layout. Without delay, Su Lai revealed his identity to the salesperson. Upon verifying the details, the salesperson respectfully said, Mr. Su, please take a seat in the lounge. I will fetch the manager right away. Following the staff's guidance, Su Lai settled into the lounge and perused a magazine on the coffee table. A few other patrons were present in the store, but they merely cast a cursory glance at Su Lai before diverting their attention. primarily due to the conspicuous guitar he carried. In reality, there is no need for ostentation. Those who boast in front of the less fortunate are either nouveau riche or psychologically twisted, seeking validation. In fact, the wealthier individuals tend to disdain flaunting their affluence before the impoverished, as it only diminishes their own stature. Instead of wasting time showing off, they would rather engage in business discussions, set modest goals, and aim to earn 100 million. Before long, the manager hurried out, holding an exquisite box. He was a tall foreigner, his suit fitting him robustly. He placed the box on the coffee table and warmly grasped Su Lai's hand, speaking in slightly imperfect Mandarin. "Greetings, Mr. Su. My name is Cecil Matthew. You may call me Matthew. It is a pleasure to meet you." Su Lai smiled, gently shook his hand. His demeanor and tone impeccable. "Hello, Mr. Matthew. Let us dispense with the formalities and get straight to the point." Matthew released his grip. "I appreciate your straightforwardness, Mr. Su." He opened the box on the table, revealing a stunning watch, even more exquisite than depicted in photographs. In Su Lai's eyes, its aesthetic alone was worth over 600,000. "Mr. Su, I trust you are already familiar with this model, so I shall refrain from further introduction. I will simply say, purchasing this watch is an absolute steal. It is a true beauty among beauties," Matthew declared in his accented Mandarin. Su Lai nearly chuckled. While the comment held no particular significance, Matthew's delivery imbued it with an inexplicable humor. A beauty among beauties, indeed. Su Lai maintained his composure and asked, "May I try it on?" Matthew, with his palm facing up and fingers pointing towards the watch, gestured, "Please, Mr. Su." Without hesitation, Su Lai took the watch, placed it on his wrist, and slowly turned his hand a few times. The watch fit perfectly. It bore no sense of weight. Feeling as if it were an extension of his own arm, Su Lai was thoroughly satisfied. "Indeed, I am quite pleased. I will take this watch." Matthew gave Su Lai a thumbs up. "Mr. Su is a discerning buyer," Su Lai remarked with a smile. "Then let's proceed with the payment. How much is it?" Matthew stroked his chin in contemplation. "The original price exceeds 630,000, but I took the liberty of rounding down and will only charge you 600,000. Wait. Su Lai quickly raised his hand. "No, I do not require a discount. Please charge me the original price. I am willing to spend on items that please me." Su Lai remained perplexed as to why these individuals were so fond of offering discounts. Did it not inhibit their ability to earn? Why not act shrewdly and charge more, alleviating their own burdens? Matthew, too, was peculiar. Although Su Lai declined the discount, he insisted on offering it. After a prolonged debate, Su Lai eventually threatened to walk away if Matthew insisted on the discount, prompting Matthew to relent and accept the original price. Experience gained, 9604381000000. Su Lai gazed at the system's displayed experience points and exhaled a sigh of relief. At last, he was about to spend 1 million. Spending money was indeed a laborious endeavor. Exiting the Rolex boutique, Su Lai checked the time. It was still not yet 4 o'clock. The transaction had been remarkably swift, consuming little time. He contemplated acquiring a new phone, especially since he had given the one intended for his sister to Jian Yao. Su Lai located a nearby shopping mall, hesitated momentarily, and purchased a cherry phone. No other reason, purely because it was slightly more expensive than the others. Subsequently, he considered and bought himself 2 pairs of shoes, each priced in the thousands. Thus, the extravagant Su Lai finally completed his transformation, adorned entirely in luxury brands. Save for his underwear, he observed his experience points, realizing he needed just around 10,000 more to level up. He promptly ordered 5 pairs of underwear online, totaling over 5,000. After successful payment, Su Lai chuckled to himself. "Oh, Su Lai, just a few days ago, you were a destitute rural child. Now, just days later, you dare to wear underwear worth 1,000 each? How extravagant." Chapter 32, finally becoming a chicken dinner master. After placing his order, he found himself just over 4,000 experience points away from the next system upgrade. Su Lai raised his hand to check the time on his newly purchased watch. It was already past 6. He invested all remaining experience points into his next meal. The Perfect Tycoon System has been upgraded to level 5. The host earns a cash reward of $3 for every second of existence. System upgrade rewards the host with esports master skills. Experience required, 01000. Note 1. After the system upgrade, every $10,000 spent will yield 1 experience point. Note 2. With the skills of an esports master, the host can achieve a master level in any game chosen. Note 3. The esports ability will randomly issue tasks, and completing them will enhance the skill level. Note 4. While gaming, there is a chance to trigger hidden effects. Seated at the dining table, Su Lai pondered quietly. The information from this system upgrade was substantial. Firstly, the cash reward had increased from $1 to $3, enhancing the value of his existence. Secondly, this upgrade awarded him a game-related ability. with the possibility of triggering hidden effects while gaming. Finally, the experience required for the system upgrade had changed to 01000, but now, an expenditure of $10,000 was necessary to earn a single experience point. In other words, to elevate the system to level 6. A total of $10 million must be spent. Although Su Lai had anticipated the system's nature, witnessing this string of figures still prompted an involuntary exclamation. 10 million. Not just 1,000. Previously, when I spent $1 million, it felt insurmountably challenging. Now, with 10 million at my disposal, how should I allocate these funds? Su Lai rubbed his temples, suddenly finding the sumptuous dishes before him utterly tasteless. The path of a gaming tycoon truly is fraught with difficulties. However, Su Lai soon brightened, as he recalled that he possessed the abilities of an esports master. Gaming had always been his unspoken passion, and now, having acquired this prowess, he was certain he could rise to prominence. The system indicated that he needed to select a game to become an esports deity. This implied that, regardless of which game he chose, he would instantly become a master player within it. The thought exhilarated Su Lai, prompting him to lose interest in his meal. He hastily consumed a few bites before departing. He opted for a cab back to his estate. Esports deity, here I come. Upon opening his computer and logging into the Battle Royale game, a notification echoed in his mind. Would you like to elevate your skills in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds to that of a master? Without hesitation, Su Lai agreed. Congratulations, host. You are now a master player in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. You are intimately familiar with every detail of this game and can utilize everything within it to achieve victory. A profound awareness and dexterity surged within Su Lai, and he felt his understanding of the game deepen immensely, encompassing firearms, vehicles, weapons, buildings, and maps to an extraordinary degree, as if he had immersed himself in the game for many years. A smile crept upon his lips. At last, I have turned the tables. Fellow players, tremble before my overwhelming presence. Choosing to play solo, he clicked to start the game. Solo play best reflects an individual's true prowess. Su Lai wished to test his own capabilities. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a hidden game effect. While playing this game, for every kill, you will earn 1 point. Upon entering the top 10, for every additional rank gained, you will earn another point. Note, there are 2 ways to utilize points. First, they can be converted to cash at a rate of 11,000. Second, each point can be exchanged for experience needed for system upgrades. Su Lai was momentarily taken aback. This hidden effect was somewhat convoluted. He pondered it carefully. In essence, if he eliminated an opponent, it equated to earning 1,000 yuan, or offsetting a portion of the system's experience points. However, 1 point of experience required 10,000 yuan to obtain. Damn it. This system is essentially pressuring me to convert points into experience directly. It is obvious which is the more valuable option. Moreover, he had previously fretted over how to continue upgrading the system, and now, it seemed fortune had smiled upon him. Playing the game would lead to upgrades. If the conversion rate for 1 point had been 10,000 yuan, he would have been at a loss. The experience points would be permanently lost, whereas withdrawing cash would allow him to spend it as needed. However, that would be cumbersome. Such are the tribulations of happiness. Yet, 1 point equating to 1,000 yuan was no longer a matter of choice, but rather a gift of points. As Su Lai mocked the system, a thought suddenly struck him. Perhaps this was the system's way of providing a safety net? In the event of unforeseen circumstances where he found himself short on funds, he could simply play the game and withdraw cash to avoid starvation. Shaking his head, he chuckled at his own convoluted musings. The waiting time on the spawn island passed swiftly. All 100 players boarded the plane heading to the island. As the aircraft passed over the military base, players eager for a skirmish leaped from the plane like dumplings into boiling water, and Su Lai was among them. He quickly counted. At least 30 players had jumped into the military base. The excitement was palpable. Su Lai's parachuting skills were exceptionally refined, allowing him to land steadily atop the roof of Building C. Not far ahead lay an AKM and 60 rounds of ammunition, which he promptly rushed to collect. As he grasped the weapon, an overwhelming sensation washed over him, akin to reuniting with an old friend. He had truly mastered this gun. Surveying the area, he noted that the fastest players were just beginning their descent, while others were still suspended in the air. He activated his scope, aiming at a player who had recently landed nearby. Bang! Bang! Player Su Lai has eliminated Washishabi with a headshot using the AKM. Following the headshot, Su Lai wasted no time, pivoting his aim to another player still floating in the sky. It was time to hunt. Bang! 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 The sounds of the AKM echoed throughout the airport, reminiscent of death's tolling bell. Player Su Lai has eliminated Ozil with a headshot using the AKM. Player Su Lai has eliminated Biangle with a headshot using the AKM. Player Su Lai has eliminated. On the left side of the screen, Su Lai's username continuously flashed. The players in the airport's voice chat erupted in exclamations of disbelief. Who is this guy? How can he shoot so quickly? I haven't even landed, and he's already killing people. Damn, is this guy for real? I died before I could even hit the ground. Hey, please don't kill me. I'll leave without a fight. Come on, brothers, don't be cowards. Let us drop in and take him out. You go ahead, I'm retreating. The remaining players in Su Lai's vicinity hurriedly shifted their parachutes to land elsewhere. Only one foolhardy player, oblivious to the danger, dared to confront Su Lai directly. Bang! The player erupted in a spray of blood, their body plummeting from the sky. Chapter 33, Dominating the Military Base. After eliminating this player, Su Lai had expended his ammunition. He holstered his weapon and leapt from the rooftop into Building C, beginning to scavenge for supplies. It appeared that the others were sufficiently intimidated. After thoroughly searching the entire building, he encountered no one, only discovering a trembling female player near the wall by the elevated area. She was broadcasting her voice, sounding pitiful. Hey, mister, please don't kill me. I can help you loot, and I can give you a level 4 backpack. While her voice was rather pleasing, Su Lai felt no inclination to show her mercy. With the AKM trained at her head, he pulled the trigger, delivering a swift headshot. Thus, Su Lai had now eliminated 8 players. After thoroughly looting Building C, he donned level 3 armor, a level 2 helmet, and equipped an 8x scope on his 98K. While holding an AKM, his ammunition was limited but sufficient for the remainder of the match. Additionally, his level 3 backpack contained a few grenades and some medical supplies, ample to sustain him through the game. At that moment, the gunfire from the military base intensified, likely due to those who had been scared off now arming themselves for encounters. Without hesitation, Su Lai dashed towards the elevated area. Having acquired the 98K, he felt compelled to take some long-range shots. Thud, thud. The sound of Su Lai climbing the stairs echoed loudly. Meanwhile, at the top of the elevated area, a player lay in wait, clutching an AKM, ready to ambush the unsuspecting. If I am not mistaken, the one who has arrived should be the ruthless killer who has been wreaking havoc since the beginning, undoubtedly now a formidable force. If I can take him down, this match will not be in vain. Whether it's a fresh-faced model or a mere instant noodle, it all hinges on this confrontation. Closer, closer. Here he comes. That fellow finally showed himself, and the patient sniper eagerly squeezed the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Just as he anticipated reaping a harvest of lives, the sniper was taken aback, for the target only peeked out for a fleeting moment before retreating. Surely, he must have hit him at least once, right? Growing anxious, he immediately stood up, brandishing his weapon as he charged down, intent on a bloody suppression. However, what awaited him was a dark, menacing barrel. Before he could comprehend the situation, flames erupted from the muzzle. Bang, bang, bang. In a slow-motion moment reminiscent of a film, he gradually collapsed into a pool of blood, his eyes closing in defiance. Su Lai glanced disdainfully at the fallen sniper, for how could someone of his caliber be so easily outmaneuvered? The reason he only dared to peek out momentarily was due to the value of his fully armored Tier 3 gear. Otherwise, he would have engaged him directly, easily securing a kill. Su Lai replenished his supplies with some medicine and ammunition from the box, and climbed onto the high platform, retrieving the 98K. Aiming towards the area of most intense gunfire. There, 3 or 4 individuals were engaged in battle. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Lai pulled the trigger. Bang! The 98K's penetrating bullet struck one man squarely in the head, erupting in a cloud of crimson mist. Player Su Lai headshot killed Bushik Xiaozhen with the 98K. The individual who had been in a fierce exchange with the deceased momentarily froze, then erupted in fury. Who the hell dares to steal my kill? Before he could finish his outburst, bang! A bullet from afar pierced the sound barrier, striking him in the head. Player Su Lai headshot killed Demaxia with the 98K. What the hell? Is this some kind of sorcery? So precise. The remaining 2 combatants, losing their will to fight, turned and fled. Who would dare to continue? They could lose their lives. Yet, Su Lai had no intention of letting his quarry escape. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive gunshots mercilessly claimed the lives of the remaining 2. Su Lai's kill count rose to 13. After surveying from the high ground for a moment, he noticed no one else was exposed, and thus he descended, armed with an AKM, rushing towards the source of the gunfire. By the time he exited the military base, he had already amassed 16 kills. Some had been so frightened they fled without a second thought, or his tally would have been even higher. On the roadside, he found a motorcycle and sped into the safe zone. At that moment, Su Lai trembled with excitement, adrenaline surging through him. This feeling was utterly exhilarating. After achieving godlike status, playing a game felt entirely different. Su Lai reflected that perhaps his previous statements about gaming were somewhat incomplete. While the essence of gaming is indeed to enjoy oneself, performing well brings even greater joy. As he drove over the bridge, he expected to encounter ambushers. Yet after circling back and forth twice, he saw no one. Little did he know, few managed to escape the military base. And those who did were already too terrified to block the path of someone capable of slaughter. Sulai felt a pang of regret. What a shame it was to miss the opportunity for another wave of kills. At this point, fewer than 40 players remained alive on the map. Coincidentally, a plane flew overhead. Sulai glanced up and saw the airdrop had yet to fall, so he followed the aircraft. He intended to seize the airdrop and eliminate anyone attempting to claim it. Sulai's confidence soared. It was no wonder he felt this way. The abilities granted by the system were overwhelmingly powerful, transforming a mere novice into a formidable contender in the battle royale arena. He wondered what his upgraded self would become. Not far behind, the airdrop descended, and calculating the distance, he accelerated, barreling towards it. Soon, the airdrop landed, and upon arriving, he scanned the surroundings but found no one. However, upon looking back at the airdrop, he noticed a jeep barreling straight towards the billowing smoke of the drop. "Ah, how dare you attempt to steal my airdrop?" Sulai swiftly unstrapped his 98K, gripping it firmly, aligning his sights, and firing in a fluid motion, flawless and precise. He witnessed a body tumble from the speeding jeep. The vehicle showed no signs of slowing, crashing directly into the airdrop, flipping it over in the process. Sulai nodded in satisfaction, mounted his motorcycle, and sped towards the airdrop. Inside, along with the coveted three-piece set and ghillie suit, lay an M249 machine gun with a 100-round magazine. Although Sulai was familiar with its usage in theory, he had yet to wield it in practice. Therefore, he exchanged his AKM for the M249, donning the Tier 3 helmet and armor, but showed little interest in the ghillie suit. As he filled the M249's magazine, he noticed his remaining 5.56 ammunition was scarce. Just as he was about to loot bullets from the box of the player he had just eliminated, the sound of an approaching vehicle caught his attention. Instantaneously, Sulai deduced the direction of the vehicle, taking cover behind the airdrop and peering out. Bang, bang, bang. His aim was steady, and nearly every bullet struck within the same area. Boom. As the vehicle continued to roll, its driver, caught off guard, had no time to react before it was obliterated in a blaze of fire. Player Sulai exploded a vehicle, eliminating Siladoyoi. Chapter 34. Endure for a moment. Yet the more I think, the more infuriated I become. Huh, you thought you could flaunt your prowess and steal my airdrop? Just as Sulai began to relax his guard, a gunshot rang out. Bang. Sulai recognized that sound all too well. It was the unmistakable report of a 98K. A bullet sped toward him, striking his head and causing his health to plummet, leaving him with only a sliver remaining. He quickly ducked behind the airdrop to heal. Thankfully, he wore a Tier 3 helmet. Otherwise, he would have been left as a corpse. It appeared one could never underestimate anyone, for even at this rank, skilled players existed. While healing, a figure crouched behind a distant tree, clad in Tier 3 armor and a Level 2 helmet. Observing Sulai retreat, he muttered to himself, "Consider yourself fortunate, wearing that Tier 3 helmet. Otherwise, I would have claimed your head long ago. But next time, it won't be so easy to escape." With an 8x scope trained on the airdrop, he waited for Sulai to peek out, ready to teach him a lesson. After a moment, Sulai finally revealed himself. The opponent, quick-witted and swift, fired a shot. However, Sulai was even faster. Almost instantaneously, the 98K fired, and the adversary ducked back. Sulai's bullet missed its target, while he distinctly heard the sound of a bullet embedding itself into flesh. Suddenly, the screen faded to gray as a body collapsed. What the hell? Instant kill. Are there such masters in this fishpond match? This must be a hack, right? The young man seated before the computer was seething with rage, promptly reporting the player Sulai for suspected use of hacks. After a considerable wait, the gaming company finally responded. After investigation, no abnormal behavior was detected from this user. Of course, that was merely an afterthought. In the game, Sulai had eliminated this individual with a single sniper shot, but chose not to reveal himself immediately. Instead, he lay in wait behind an airdrop, only emerging once he was certain the coast was clear. In truth, he had already pinpointed the other player's location through the sound of the gunfire. Dispatching him was merely a trivial maneuver for Sulai, hardly worthy of mention. Without further ado, Sulai discarded some 7.62mm ammunition and collected several hundred rounds of 5.56mm bullets. He discovered that the M249 machine gun was indeed exhilarating to wield. Its relentless firing a true delight. Under normal circumstances, no one could withstand its onslaught. After loading up on supplies, Sulai topped off his motorcycle's fuel and meandered about the safe zone with an air of arrogance. However, players of such caliber were often accompanied by a sniper expert, while the remainder were merely inexperienced novices. While it was undeniable that they paled in comparison to Sulai's esports prowess, they were still far from formidable. Consequently, Sulai encountered no worthy opponents and ultimately secured a victory with 26 kills, earning a total of 36 points. Without pausing, Sulai launched into a second match, again opting for a steel weapon. However, this time the flight path offered no major supply drops, resulting in few players parachuting in. Although he triumphed once more, he only managed to eliminate 15 opponents, garnering 25 points. What a rush, he thought. He hadn't anticipated that gaming could be so exhilarating. After a brief calculation, he realized he had accumulated a total of 61 points. At this rate, he would soon level up the system, and a surge of excitement coursed through him. What wondrous ability awaited him next? Thus far, all the system's rewards had proven useful, and he was certain the next would be no less remarkable. After a fleeting moment of contemplation, he resumed the game. Why dwell on such thoughts? With the time he spent pondering, he could easily engage in a couple more matches. Securing a victory was far more efficient than laboriously grinding for experience points. Consistently opting for the steel weapon, Sulai began his next match. Yet, shortly after the start, he encountered a seemingly invincible player. This opponent absorbed the damage from Sulai's AKM and effortlessly dispatched him. The character let out a cry of anguish, and the computer screen faded to gray. Damn it, a health hack. Sulai's composure was on the verge of unraveling, despite every shot landing true after several rounds. He could not bring this player down. If it had been another type of hack, perhaps he could have retaliated, but with a health hack, it was impossible to inflict any damage. How could he continue to play? Frustrated, Sulai glared at the screen, spectating from the opposing perspective, unable to contain his anger. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Retreating would only serve to deepen his sense of loss. In such situations, reporting would likely yield results. Yet a ban would merely result in a fleeting sense of satisfaction. Players who cheat are usually prepared for such consequences. A ban would hardly surprise them. After considering his options, Sulai resolved to teach this hacker a lesson. He would allow him to experience the repercussions of his own actions. Exiting PUBG, Sulai deftly hacked into the hacker's computer, installing the punitive software he had previously set up for a young man at an alien computer store. Let us see how you enjoy hacking now. After the installation was complete, he observed the player engage in the game. At that moment, the hacker was driving a jeep along a smooth road, brimming with arrogance. One kill after another, he reveled in his dominance, believing that more enemies merely served to deliver him victories on a silver platter. Just then, the vehicle jolted unexpectedly, but the hacker dismissed it, continuing to hum a tune. However, the jeep suddenly flipped over, rolling forward at speed. Clank, clank, clank. The vehicle tumbled relentlessly. The hacker was left bewildered, unable to regain control no matter how he attempted to maneuver. The road was so flat, yet the vehicle wouldn't stabilize. To make matters worse, he noticed the vehicle's health dwindling rapidly. As he attempted to jump out, he found himself unable to escape. Ultimately, the jeep's health reached its nadir, and after a minor bump from a pebble, it soared into the air. Bang! The jeep flipped several times before erupting into flames, and a lifeless body was ejected from the vehicle. Simultaneously, the jeep descended, crashing heavily onto the fallen body. What the hell? Is this even possible? The hacker exclaimed. Sulai couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. The hacker ruffled his hair and prepared for the next match. Damn it, I messed up last time. This round, I'll make sure to dominate. He chose Peace City, where many players were likely to land. As opponents descended, he landed safely and began searching for weapons. In Peace City, possessing a firearm was akin to wielding power. Just as he acquired an M416, the door burst open, and an unarmed player rushed in, momentarily stunned upon seeing him. Heh, you've just walked into the barrel of my gun. A cold smirk crept across his face as he aimed at the player. However, to his astonishment, despite expending an entire magazine, he hit nothing. What the hell? The other player, regaining his wits, realized the hacker's shooting skills were sorely lacking and charged at him with a clenched fist. With a single, seemingly effortless punch, the hacker crumpled into a pool of blood. Once again, the screen turned gray. Did I just get one shot? How could I die from a single punch? Wasn't I hacking? Isn't this a health hack? What on earth is happening? This can't be a fake hack, can it? The hacker's mental state crumbled, and he began shouting in the internet CAF. Chapter 35, Birds of a Feather. His agitated voice echoed conspicuously amidst the clamor of the CAF. In an instant, nearby patrons turned to stare at him, their expressions filled with disdain. While hacking might be exhilarating, it often drew the scorn of the majority. Most individuals preferred to uphold a fair competitive environment. Cheating, undoubtedly, was a vile act that disrupted fairness. Typically, people adopted a live and let live mentality, turning a blind eye to such hacks. However, when a hacker displayed such audacity, it was as if they were unaware of the consequences of their actions. What are you staring at? Never seen a handsome guy before. The hacker foolishly provoked. The onlookers, already irked, became incensed by his arrogance, transforming into a chorus of insults. I implore you, look up at the sky. Your mother is watching over you. Damn it. Not only are you hacking, but you're also shameless about it. Can you not possess a shred of self-awareness? Seriously, handsome? Take a look in the mirror. Your face is covered in blackheads and acne. If you're even remotely handsome, then I must be a supermodel. Alas, times have changed. Hackers today have the audacity to act so brazenly. This is simply laughable. Amidst the scorn of the crowd, the individual gradually regained his composure, retracting his head in submission. Aware that he had attracted undue attention, observing his sudden silence, the spectators felt a wave of tedium wash over them, returning to their games. After narrowly escaping a predicament, he inspected his cheat software, finding no issues, and resumed his gameplay. This time, upon parachuting, he found himself inexplicably suspended in the air, unable to descend to the ground. Was it a bug? He pondered. Yet, when he attempted to exit the game, he found himself trapped, forced to linger in the sky, anxiously awaiting the encroachment of the toxic circle until it ultimately claimed his life. The next match commenced as usual. Fortunately, he did not experience the absurdity of being suspended in midair again. However, an occurrence soon transpired that left him questioning the very essence of life. After retrieving his parachute, he was inexplicably close to the ground, yet he met his demise upon impact. Sulai witnessed this spectacle and erupted into hearty laughter. The penalties imposed by his software were random for each round, leaving Sulai unaware of the forthcoming consequences, thus creating a delightful sense of surprise with each session. Oh, how satisfying. This is what you get for cheating. Now let us see how you manage to float. Having derived amusement from this scene, Sulai turned his attention elsewhere, preparing to start the next match. Just then, he received a message from Su Nua. Su God, someone wishes to discuss matters with you. Shall I connect you with her? Intrigued, Sulai inquired, who is it? Su Nua replied with an envious expression, the chairwoman of Junlin Group. Upon reading this, Sulai was immediately perplexed. Sister Weir? What could she possibly want with me? Had it been someone else, he might have declined, but given their acquaintance, he consented. After Su Nua shared Sulai's QQ with Yi Weir, she sent a string of mischievous emojis. Su God, do you think the chairwoman has taken a liking to you? I must tell you, she's not merely a billionaire. She's also a stunning beauty, with looks and figure that leave countless admirers in awe. Sulai responded with a nonchalant. Heh. His expression remained impassive as he tapped away at the keyboard. Su Nua sensed a foreboding from Sulai's terse reply. Sure enough, moments later, his computer began to act of its own accord. Suddenly, two naked avatars appeared on his screen, singing and dancing joyfully, their volume quite excessive. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Su Nua's forehead as he cautiously glanced behind him, breathing a sigh of relief upon realizing his girlfriend was still in the bathroom. It was a minor issue, no need to panic. If his girlfriend were to witness this spectacle, no amount of excuses would suffice to avert a confrontation. He was already exhausted from the day's tribulations and could not endure further turmoil. Despite employing every trick in the book, Su Nua found himself powerless to shut down the computer. Just as he was about to force a shutdown, the bathroom door swung open, and his girlfriend emerged, catching sight of the chaos. With a wounded expression, she lamented, Su Nua, do you think I'm inadequate? Su Nua broke out in a cold sweat, turning awkwardly to explain. No, darling, just hear me out. Let me explain. I won't listen, she insisted, covering her ears and shaking her head vigorously. With a resigned sigh, Su Nua stood up, feeling the weight of the moment. Shortly after Su Nua shared Sulai's QQ, Yi Weir sent a friend request. Without hesitation, Sulai accepted. Hello, Mr. Su. I am Yi Weir, the chairwoman of Junlin Group. Mr. Su? What an odd title. Sulai replied, pleasure to meet you. He had no intention of revealing his true identity to Yi Weir. After all, a hacker's identity must remain concealed. If he were to hide, it should be from everyone. Thank you very much, Mr. Su, for assisting our company in overcoming difficulties last time, she continued. Sulai found her message amusing. Was there a more serious side to Sister Weir? She certainly did not present herself in such a manner when interacting with him. Each time he recalled their encounters, a thrill coursed through him. To think that someone he casually met was the chairwoman of a major corporation, and even had thoughts about him. Sulai typed back. Just doing my job. Yi Weir seemed unfazed by his deliberate attempt to create distance, continuing, is Mr. Su in need of funds? Not particularly, he replied, but it's foolish to turn down money. Oh, I have a project that might interest you. Our company has recently faced attacks from foreign firms, and I would like to invite you to their headquarters. Sulai furrowed his brow. You want me to help you steal their core data? A sense of displeasure stirred within him. He did not condone such malicious competition and found it hard to believe Yi Weir was of such ilk. He decided to hear her out. If her explanation did not satisfy him, he would sever ties. Not at all, she reassured him. I still have my pride. Our company's innovation capabilities far surpass theirs. We look down upon their technology. Sulai was taken aback. Then what exactly do you want me to do? I cannot tolerate being bullied. They have hired numerous hackers to attack my company. Though we successfully defended against it, I cannot let it go. I want you to create some chaos for them, to make their lives a bit uncomfortable, returning their tactics in kind. Su Lai's eyes sparkled. This was precisely to his liking. He, too, could not abide being mistreated. Just recently, he had encountered a cheat in a game and had been determined to teach him a lesson. He immediately helped Yi Weier refine her plan. Perhaps I could delete some of their important files or hack into their system to paralyze their operations. Yi Weier perked up at his suggestion. Mr. Su, you are truly to my taste. The two of them shared a conspiratorial grin as they slyly devised and perfected their scheme. Half an hour later, they finalized their plan. Yi Weier would personally fund Su Lai with 5 million, as this was not a corporate decision, but rather her unwillingness to suffer losses. For Su Lai, the amount was inconsequential. Regardless of wealth, he would have assisted Sister Weier. It was rare to find someone so compatible with his temperament. Moreover, offense was always easier than defense. With Su Lai's current skills, he could navigate this realm with ease. Of course, having funds was advantageous. After all, Sister Weier was quite affluent. Earning a few million from her was hardly excessive. He pondered what her reaction might be if she were to discover his true identity in the future. The thought filled him with anticipation. After agreeing on the details, Su Lai wasted no time, typing away at the keyboard to venture abroad. Soon, amidst a multitude of servers, he located the target company's server. It was just past 11 at night in Xia Country, while it was around 11 in the morning in Country M. Almost all employees were at work. Yet when Su Lai infiltrated, no one noticed. At that moment, an employee stepped out for coffee, and Su Lai seized control of his computer. In the depths of the computer, a workgroup akin to a QQ group buzzed incessantly with messages. The general manager proclaimed, "Everyone, today we must discuss a significant project that requires our collective overtime. Does anyone have any objections?" To which the unanimous response echoed, "None at all. It is my honor to contribute to the company. I am always prepared." Regardless of the employees' internal sentiments, their replies were a chorus of flattery and agreement. A wicked smile curled at the corner of Su Lai's mouth as he deftly manipulated the computer, typing slowly. "General Manager, will there be overtime pay for our extra hours?" The general manager promptly replied, "No." Su Lai then quipped, "Then I shall work for the company for free henceforth, without a salary." The general manager retorted, "Are you joking with me?" Su Lai chuckled and typed back, "You were the one who initiated the jest." Nearby colleagues glanced over, their admiration palpable, though regrettably. They saw nothing of the exchange. At that moment, a colleague returned, and the others gave him a thumbs up. "Dude, you're the real deal. I lean on no wall. Only on you. I've learned from this. I shall adopt your approach." Adopt this? Do you possess the audacity? A few questions slowly surfaced in that person's mind. Who am I? Where am I? What has transpired? Coincidentally, the general manager emerged, beckoning him. "Mike, come to my office." Mike, dazed, followed his boss into the office. The others began to speculate, some suggesting Mike was about to be dismissed, while others insinuated the general manager had peculiar tastes, leading to fears for Mike's well-being. Inside the office, the general manager gazed at Mike with an expression of exasperation. "Mike, how have I treated you over the years?" Mike, bewildered, nodded. "Well, it's been all right." The general manager suddenly slammed his hand on the desk. "No, not all right. I believe I have been remiss in my responsibilities towards you. You have been a loyal employee for so many years, and I have paid you far too little attention." Mike, perplexed, cautiously inquired, "Manager, have you taken the wrong medication?" The general manager shot him a glare. "You are the one who has taken the wrong medication. I meant, if you wish for a raise, you should discuss it privately with me, rather than challenge my authority in front of everyone. It is quite embarrassing for me." Mike stammered. "What?" The general manager, perceiving Mike's feigned ignorance, continued, "Let us do this. You have put in years of service, and even if there has been no significant contribution, there is merit in your endurance. I have decided to promote you and grant you a raise, effective immediately." Mike was instantly elated, hastily expressing his gratitude. Though unaware of what had transpired while he fetched a cup of coffee, a promotion and salary increase was undoubtedly a cause for celebration. This, however, was merely a minor episode following Su Lai's entry into the company. After erasing the chat history on Mike's computer, he commenced his subsequent actions. First, Su Lai perused the company's core documents and discerned that the organization was currently focused on two pivotal matters: preparing for an IPO and ambitiously seeking to acquire another esteemed company from Xia Nation. Much like their audacious attempt to swallow the Junlin Group's business. Unlike the Junlin Group, however, this company was more pliable and capitulated swiftly, with negotiations for acquisition already underway. Su Lai felt a surge of displeasure. After all, this was a company originating from our Xia Nation. How could it be so feeble? He promptly deleted all documents related to the acquisition, rendering them irretrievable. Acquiring a company's business typically requires several months, and should the negotiations need to be rekindled. The drafting of contracts would extend the timeline considerably. Perhaps circumstances would change. Su Lai sighed, recognizing there was little more he could do, hoping the company would seize this opportunity wisely and not squander it. Subsequently, with malicious intent, Su Lai deleted the company's IPO proposal. While it may not create substantial trouble, it would certainly serve to vex them. If chaos was his aim, he would execute it in a manner that ensured their discomfort. Shortly thereafter, Su Lai stumbled upon some inappropriate photographs and videos on the chairman's computer, most involving attractive secretaries and a few alluring female employees, with one featuring a man. If he was not mistaken, it appeared to be the general manager. Such a proclivity. Su Lai regarded the chairman with newfound respect for his audacity, for he was willing to go to such lengths, even offering himself up. Shaking his head, Su Lai dispelled these errant thoughts and focused on the task at hand. Initially, he had planned to obscure the identities of the beautiful secretaries and employees in the photos and videos and disseminate them within the workgroup, creating a wave of public scrutiny. However, upon seeing the images of the general manager and chairman, he reconsidered, conceiving a bold idea. With rapid keystrokes, Su Lai swiftly obscured the faces in the images and videos. Of course, it was a mere superficial alteration. Anyone familiar with them could easily discern their identities. Once completed, he shared the edited videos and photos in the workgroup, subsequently erasing all traces of the beautiful secretaries and female employees. Should this content be leaked, it would significantly impact many lives. Observing their expressions, it seemed they were not entirely willing participants, appearing somewhat compelled. Naturally, there would be a few who succumbed for monetary gain, but they were in the minority. Chapter 37. No worries about the offering. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The company employees workgroup erupted with notification sounds, deliberately orchestrated by Su Lai to capture everyone's attention. The crowd eagerly checked the messages. At first glance, their expressions were one of amusement. Who is this? Such explicit content? Upon a second glance, they were slightly taken aback. One of the protagonists appears to be our general manager? Upon a third glance, they were utterly shocked. What in the world? Is that not the general manager and the chairman? How did they end up together? The enormity of this revelation was overwhelming. The employees exchanged incredulous looks, their curiosity piqued. In their lifetimes, they had never encountered such a scandal. What a thrill! They felt as if they had reached the pinnacle of existence. A multitude of employees began to murmur amongst themselves. Meanwhile, Mike remained in the general manager's office, where the general manager continued to weave grandiose visions of the future. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a notification, and upon checking, Mike was instantly stunned. Comparing the images, the general manager's animated gestures bore an uncanny resemblance. No, it was not merely a resemblance. It was unequivocally the same individual. Mike felt his worldview being challenged as a terrifying realization dawned upon him. The general manager inexplicably summoned himself, granting himself a promotion and a raise, weaving an intricate web of grandiose promises. One couldn't help but wonder if this was all a prelude to some ulterior motive. Mike felt an unsettling tightness in his core, his complexion paling as a sense of panic washed over him. The general manager, noticing his distress, grasped his hand and inquired with genuine concern, "Mike, what troubles you? Your face looks ghastly. Are you unwell?" He reached out to touch Mike's forehead. Mike, taken aback, thought, "Here it comes." He hastily recoiled from the manager's hand, stammering, "I'm sorry, sir. I made a mistake. I must take my leave." Without a second thought, Mike fled in disarray. The general manager stood with his hands on his hips, a series of question marks hovering above his head. What had come over Mike? Surely, he was no beast to devour him. Why was he so terrified? And why the sudden urgency to escape? Sighing, he dismissed the matter and returned to his desk, only to discover the brewing storm within the workplace chat. What? How could the chairman disclose such confidential matters? The general manager's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he observed the employees' animated discussions in the chat. At first, I found it odd that the general manager, so young, had ascended to his position. Previously, I assumed it was due to his exceptional capabilities. Now, it seems he had other means. Laughter ensued. Honestly, I was once envious of his effortless rise to power, but now, I feel no jealousy at all. At least my dignity remains intact. Hey, do you think Mike has been in there so long that? Don't say such things. Mike is a respectable individual. He wouldn't engage in such antics, someone defended. True, Mike is respectable, but the general manager is not. If he were to force himself upon Mike, goodness knows what a horrific scene that would paint. At that moment, Mike interjected, "Stop the wild speculation. I just saw the message and bolted out. Is everything all right?" "All is well, no need for concern." The general manager watched the employees' discussions unfold, feeling his blood pressure rise as stars danced before his eyes. He wished to clarify the situation but found himself at a loss for words. After a prolonged internal struggle, he ultimately decided to call the chairman. Surely, the chairman would be more alarmed than himself. With him taking the brunt, perhaps the pressure would ease. He lamented his naivety. Had he not trusted the chairman's words and compromised his integrity, perhaps today's chaos could have been avoided. Regret washed over him. Upon learning of the situation, the chairman was furious yet powerless, darting about in a frenzy. After perusing the company, Su Lai had gathered a fair understanding of its inner workings. He then installed firewalls on several critical documents. The defensive measures were not overly robust, as a skilled hacker could breach them with time. However, the goal was to create a sense of disruption. After ensuring everything was set, Su Lai prepared to depart when a devious idea struck him. He controlled the company's power supply, and with a click, the entire establishment was plunged into darkness. Oh my gosh, what just happened? I haven't saved my files. Why is the power out? Don't panic. You're not alone in your misfortune. The power outage isn't our fault. Having to redo everything is truly disheartening. May I chime in? My data was only halfway sent. Numerous employees were left in a state of frantic despair, nearly pulling their hair out. Su Lai paid no heed to the ensuing chaos and instead sent a message to Yi Weier. All set. It was well past midnight, and Yi Weier, likely still awake, responded swiftly. That's wonderful. Mr. Su, when are you free? I'd like to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude in person. Su Lai had no intention of revealing his identity. A meal is unnecessary. We can maintain our sordid financial transaction as is. Yi Weier. Once upon a time, she had uttered similar words, yet hearing them from another's lips felt entirely different. At that moment, she was clad in a lace nightgown. Reclining on her bed with a face mask, her curvaceous figure barely concealed. She took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling. Send me your bank account details, and I'll transfer the funds. Su Lai chuckled, recognizing her attempt to entrap him. No need for such trouble. Just transfer the money to Su Nua. Yi Weier. Well, this conversation is going nowhere. With no choice, Yi Weier inquired about Su Nua's account number and proceeded to transfer the funds. Once Su Lai confirmed the money was received, he swiftly withdrew it. Su Nua, the unwitting pawn, remained oblivious, continuing to function as a relentless machine. After retrieving the funds, Su Lai glanced at the time, took a shower, and promptly fell asleep. Meanwhile, news of the situation at the company in M country spread among the employees, gradually escalating into a frenzy. A wave of resignations followed, and the company's plans for an IPO were indefinitely shelved. The chairman found himself the subject of public scorn, with his wife threatening divorce, creating quite the uproar. While certain regions in M country allowed for same-sex relationships, his wife could not bear the thought of sharing a bed with a gay man. Technically, the chairman identified as bisexual. Amidst internal and external turmoil, the chairman was overwhelmed with stress. The following day, Su Lai was roused from his slumber by a ringing phone. Hello? Who is this? Su Lai, bleary-eyed, glanced at the caller ID. 13. Why are you still in bed? A warm voice chimed through the receiver. Mom, why are you calling? Su Lai, now more alert, recognized his mother's voice. Oh, just checking in to see when you'll be home and how you're faring over there. A mother's concern is ever steadfast, and Su Lai's mother was no exception. He rubbed his face and yawned. Mom, don't worry. I'm doing well. I have food, drink, and even made some money. I'll be back in 5 or 6 days. His mother's laughter echoed. I don't care how much you earn. I just want you to be safe. Mom. Su Lai attempted to speak, but she interrupted. All right, you have work to do, right? I want to keep you. Your graduation celebration is scheduled for the 21st. Just make sure you're back by then. Sure. I promise to be back on time. Take care. After a few more words of concern, his mother hung up, evidently not wishing to take up too much of Su Lai's time. Little did she know, her son could now earn money effortlessly, no longer needing to toil for meager wages or endure mistreatment. Su Lai lay on his bed, momentarily dazed, before gradually coming to his senses. The 21st graduation celebration. Today is the 12th? Oh no, wait. Today is the 13th, Tuesday. According to plan, he intended to return on the 18th or 19th, so he would definitely make it in time for the celebration, leaving him with no reason to worry. After some contemplation, he resolved to transfer 20,000 yuan to his mother. This amount was carefully chosen. He dared not send more, uncertain of how to explain the source of the funds. However, the meager sum may not suffice for the expenses of the graduation banquet. 20,000 yuan, neither too much nor too little, is a sum that can be readily explained. It could merely be attributed to the grueling labor one has undertaken or similar justifications. Your account ending in 438 has an expenditure of 20,000 yuan, with a balance of 2,402, 583, 358 yuan. As anticipated, upon receiving the funds, Su's mother promptly called. It took considerable effort for Su to soothe her concerns. Although she ultimately acquiesced, she insisted on saving the money as a dowry for Su's future spouse. Reluctantly, Su accepted this decision. Fortunately, the sum was not 200,000 or 2 million. Otherwise, 100 explanations would have been insufficient. After rising and freshening up, Su suddenly smacked his forehead. How could he forget? After recording the song yesterday, he neglected to release it. While it may not have garnered much attention even if released, not releasing it certainly guarantees obscurity. Su ordered breakfast and subsequently logged onto his computer to register for a NetEase cloud music account. After much effort, he finally managed to create an account under the ID Soda Water. Once he completed the necessary information, he published his song, Moth. Following the review, he refreshed the backend every so often. Alas, no one was listening. After another refresh, still no listeners. After enduring a lengthy wait, he refreshed again. It was disheartening. Still no listeners. Not only was there a lack of 50,000 streams, but even 5 streams eluded him. Could he possibly complete this singing task? Su began to question the reasonableness of the system's task assignments. How could an ordinary newcomer expect to achieve 50,000 streams simply by releasing a new song? Lost in these disjointed thoughts, Su decided to read a book to clear his mind. Perhaps after 2 hours of reading, his song would suddenly go viral. Sitting attentively at his desk, he immersed himself in his studies. Before long, he completely forgot about the song, lost in the ocean of knowledge, swimming and exploring. 2 hours swiftly passed, and Su stretched, his joints cracking in response. Checking the time, he noted the hour hand had just passed 9 o'clock. He opened the NetEase cloud backend, refreshed the data, and found it unchanged, the play count still a pitiable 1. Moreover, that single play was his own. Su let out a deep sigh. It seemed the prospect of achieving 50,000 streams had become utterly hopeless. At that moment, he received a message on QQ. Upon checking, it was from Su Newall. Su God, you're famous. The excitement was palpable even through the screen. Su instinctively thought his song had suddenly become a hit. But upon checking the backend, it remained a solitary 1. Discontent, he typed, "What are you shouting about? Are you still able to get up today?" Su Newall disregarded Su's sarcasm and explained, "Forget about me. Su God, you've gone viral on the hacker forum." Su was taken aback. A hacker forum? Viral? What on earth? It seemed he had merely taken a few commissions on the forum, and the larger contracts were privately arranged, not through the hacker forum. What did this mean? That the hacker forum was ablaze? Su felt somewhat bewildered. Su Newall replied, "Just go check for yourself." Reluctantly, Su logged onto the hacker forum. Upon entering, he immediately spotted a pinned post. Shock. A mysterious hacker deity has recently been spotted in the wild. The post primarily discussed an unnamed hacker with exceptional skills, nearly on par with top-tier hackers. Yet this hacker remained outside national surveillance, posing a significant instability risk, prompting a call for the government to take action to document him to prevent future chaos. The post had garnered over 1 million views, with replies surpassing 10,000 and increasing at a visible rate. I suspect this must be a spy sent from abroad. Otherwise, how could such a powerful figure remain unnoticed? But isn't it stated in the post that he helped the Junlin group combat foreign hacker forces? Young man, you're still too naive. If you don't employ some self-sacrifice, how can you gain trust? Oh, that makes sense. The person above is right. Su casually scrolled through, noting comments accusing him of being an undercover agent who should be dealt with harshly, while others hailed him as a folk hero, punishing evil and promoting justice. And even more speculated that he had been wronged in the past, leading him to conceal his identity and seek revenge on society. Su shook his head in amusement. The imaginations of the online community were indeed vast. He had merely leveled up a bit faster than others, and yet they concocted such an intricate backstory. Nevertheless, since his identity had been brought to light, certain actions were now necessary. He noted that the poster was named Yu Jingqiang. Su began to type slowly. Riding on my coattails, are you not planning to compensate? Chapter 39. I guess your wife is coming over with a feather duster. At that moment, Yu Jingqiang was lounging on a sofa in his sprawling villa, engrossed in a game. Upon seeing Su's message, he jolted upright. You finally appeared. His ID read Little Su. Yu Jingqiang clicked into the profile, finding nothing of note. In fact, to be precise, there was a slight revelation. Gender male. Little Su, oh? You're looking for me? Yu Jingqiang smiled slightly. It's not that I'm looking for you, but rather that someone is looking for you. Who? You guess. After sending this message, he waited for quite some time without a response, gradually losing patience and preparing to reveal the truth. Suddenly, Su replied, I guess your wife is coming over with a feather duster. Yu Jingqiang. What on earth? Immediately after, Su sent a screenshot of a chat log. Yu Jingqiang zoomed in and nearly fainted, turning pale. Su had somehow taken control of his WeChat and messaged his wife. Dear, I wasn't out to dinner with friends last night. I was at KTV singing, and I even called for 2 companions. Had it been just this message, perhaps Yu Jingqiang wouldn't have turned so green. However, the more crucial part was his wife's reply. Feeling itchy? Itching, indeed. Time for a good thrashing. This was too much. who had such incredible powers to know what he had been up to. For Su, it was quite simple, just a matter of a few keystrokes. As Yu Zhengxiang was about to say something, the bedroom door suddenly swung open, and his wife stormed in, wielding the feather duster, her anger palpable. "Well, old Yu, feeling itchy? Come here, let me help you with that." With a menacing grin, she approached. Cold sweat broke out on Yu Zhengxiang's forehead as he raised his hands defensively. Wait, dear, I can explain." Yu Zhengxiang intended to show his wife the chat log with Su, hoping to clear up the misunderstanding and spare himself from a beating. His wife was not the type to act without discernment. The tone of his messages to Su was different from his usual demeanor. Besides, being at home, any commotion could easily be heard, making messaging unnecessary. She set down the feather duster. Yu Zhengxiang sighed in relief and pulled her to the sofa to show her the chat log. However, he was taken aback. "Huh, where's the chat log? Wow, that dog. To think they actually deleted the chat history. I have never encountered such shamelessness." His wife inquired with curiosity, "What do you want to show me?" Yu Zhengxiang chuckled awkwardly. Just a moment, it will be ready shortly." His fingers danced across the keyboard, desperately attempting to recover the chat records. However, to his dismay, he could not locate them. At that moment, Yu Zhengxiang was convinced that this individual named Xiao Su possessed a level of technical prowess that surpassed his own. It seemed only a top-tier expert could contend with such skill. He continued typing fervently, refusing to believe that their technical abilities could differ so vastly. As he typed, he suddenly realized he had lost control of his computer. In an instant, the screen flickered, and two animated figures began to sing and dance. The accompaniment was rather delightful and rhythmic, stirring one's blood with excitement. Yu Zhengxiang exclaimed, "Wow, what is this? This person is utterly shameless." He stealthily turned to glance at his wife, only to find her engrossed in the computer screen, her breathing seemingly becoming heavier. Seeing that she did not appear to hold him accountable, he was about to breathe a sigh of relief when his wife suddenly spoke. "Old Yu, how long has it been since we were intimate?" Yu Zhengxiang stammered, Well, you know, at our age, some things are beyond our control." His wife began to loosen her clothing. "Although our son has gone to tutoring classes, I believe he needs a playmate." Yu Zhengxiang closed his eyes in despair. Su Lai, noticing Yu Zhengxiang's silence, felt a sense of satisfaction. "What's the matter? Can I handle you?" However, he did not cease his actions. Instead, he hacked into a hacker forum and removed a pinned post. It was said that the hacker forum was established by a top hacker leading a group of elite hackers, boasting impenetrability. Yet, Su Lai had no intention of breaching the entire forum. Taking down a single post was a trivial task. When he exited, he did not completely erase his traces, but deliberately left some clues. The bait was set. It was merely a matter of time before the fish would bite. Meanwhile, in a villa in M country, a man in his 50s was smashing objects in a fit of rage. His name was Simon Mars, the chairman of Peter Technology Company, the very company that Su Lai had infiltrated and disrupted the previous night. Simon Mars was the chairman embroiled in a scandalous affair with his male general manager. The company's IPO plans had collapsed, employees were resigning, and his wife was demanding a divorce. He was seething with anger. After a day of investigation, he had come to the shocking realization that a mere hacker was responsible for this chaos. How could a hacker wield such power? It was utterly repulsive. Mars had destroyed everything he could within the confines of the room, and, having exhausted his fury, gradually calmed down. Not long after, he summoned his driver and departed the villa. Approximately half an hour later, he found himself on a nondescript street. Pushing open the door of a bar with a half-fallen sign, navigating through the sparse crowd, he arrived at a wooden door. He knocked a few times in what seemed like a random pattern. The door swung open, and he stepped inside. The space was modest, cluttered with computers, where a middle-aged man with a beefy face was seated among the electronic chaos. "Andrew, I need you to help me find someone," Mars declared. "Oh, is the money ready?" the middle-aged man inquired, lifting his gaze. "It is," Mars replied, tossing a bank card toward him. Andrew caught it and gently shook his head. 10 million, Mars stated, his expression unyielding. "So who are you looking for?" Andrew smiled and turned to face the computer. Mars, losing his composure, vented his fury regarding the mysterious hacker's transgressions. Andrew nodded along as he listened, and, once Mars had finished, said, "Okay, return and await my news." After sharing his grievances, Mars silently nodded and exited. In Yao City, within the Four Seasons Manor, Su Lai sat on his bed, yawning. Why haven't they arrived yet? Why is their efficiency so slow? Just then, a message popped up on his computer. Su Lai's spirits lifted. The bait had been taken. When the popular post from the hacker forum appeared, Su Lai knew instantly that Yu Zhengxiang had someone backing him. He had likely reported Su Lai's activities as a matter of protocol and subsequently received directives from above, resulting in this situation. Su Lai glanced at the message. "Su God, it's a pleasure to meet you." Su Lai replied, "How pleased." The individual seemed momentarily taken aback, eventually responding, about as pleased as someone who has been constipated for several days suddenly finding relief. Su Lai was momentarily stunned. Goodness, this person has quite the palate. He replied, that does sound quite joyous. The other person did not pursue that topic, instead asking, where is Yu Jingxiang? Su Lai envisioned an unspeakable scenario. Perhaps they were hastening their friction, seeking relief. Never mind that. I believe we should introduce ourselves. I am Liang Xuanxue, the moderator of the hacker forum. Upon seeing this name, Su Lai was distinctly taken aback. Liang Xuanxue? Why does that name sound so feminine? The moderator of the hacker forum must be among the elite hackers, possibly the top-tier ones. It was indeed rare to encounter a woman in such a role. His thoughts on this matter were not rooted in misogyny, but rather stemmed from the physiological realities that typically favored male hackers. Women tended to gravitate towards linguistics or other fields. Of course, female hackers existed, just in fewer numbers. Hadn't he noticed that most programmers were male? Women often shy away from this profession to preserve their hair. However, one could not entirely dismiss the possibility that this was a man with a distinctly feminine name. Su Lai had no intention of probing into others' privacy. Moderator Liang, what brings you to me? Liang Xuanxue did not disclose her reasons directly, but instead asked, what is your origin, Sugat? Su Lai smiled slightly. I am from Xia country. Another attempt to ensnare me. Why are there so many people testing me all day long? Liang Xuanxue seemed undeterred. Oh, and how old are you? Su Lai grinned mischievously, 18. In a courtyard of a Siuan in the second ring of Kyoto, a stunningly elegant woman with a cool demeanor reclined on a chair, a laptop resting on her abdomen. Her long, fair legs were undeniably captivating. Had anyone been present, they would surely be reluctant to avert their gaze. The beauty casually observed her laptop, occasionally interjecting with comments, but then abruptly froze. 18? That can't be right. Her own talents could be ranked among the top tier globally, and even at 18, she had merely been an advanced hacker. Was it possible for someone to reach the level of a hacker deity, or even a top hacker at the age of 18? Impossible, impossible. He absolutely could not be 18. Earlier, Liang Xuanxue had attempted to breach his defenses, but, despite her elite hacker abilities, she could not locate a single point of vulnerability. That system, which appeared to have numerous flaws, was like a constantly rotating sphere, with vulnerabilities shifting in an instant. Unless one could react swiftly enough to seize the trajectory before the system responded, all efforts would be in vain. It is evident that Liang Xuanxue is incapable of accomplishing this task at her current pace. She fell into a silent reverie, even if she hesitated to speak. Such theatrics were unnecessary. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and a blush crept onto her delicate face. Bah, that lecher. She finally grasped the meaning of the number 18. Could he not be a bit more serious? She typed a response. Seeing this, Su Lai chuckled softly. I am quite earnest, you see. You don't listen to my words. When you do, you doubt me, and when you believe, you question further. Liang Xuanxue replied, fine, I shall inquire about something else then. What does Su Xin enjoy doing in his spare time? Her intention in asking this was to deduce his origins based on his interests. Hobbies, you know, singing, reading, and occasionally playing video games, Su Lai replied. Liang Xuanxue thought, well, that has not much to go on. Singing, reading, and playing games? What can one deduce from that? Wait, hold on, playing games. Typically, those who indulge in gaming are relatively young. He should be around my age. His interests are quite similar to mine. I too enjoy reading and gaming, though I prefer listening to music over singing. Alas, no matter how formidable an individual may be, they possess certain shortcomings. For instance, I am utterly tone deaf. Just as Liang Xuanxue was lost in thought, Su Lai sent several more messages. My time is precious, cease your probing. Let me lay it all out for you. First, I am a native citizen of Huaxia. Despite some imperfections, this country is ever evolving, and I feel a profound sense of belonging here. Unless the world collapses, I intend to reside here indefinitely. Second, I detest constraints, so do not entertain thoughts of placing me under your governance. Third, I shall uphold the honor and secrets of this nation to the best of my abilities. Fourth, feel free to seek my assistance, but I must warn you, I am quite costly. Fifth, are you male or female? Liang Xuanxue felt that she had encountered more moments of speechlessness today than in the entire past year. She gazed at Su Lai's messages with a headache, torn between belief and disbelief. From what he conveyed, it seemed he was not averse to contributing to the country, merely disdainful of being monitored. Furthermore, he would continue to be active online, rather than retreating into obscurity. For the time being, this would suffice. If pushed too hard, what if he vanished? The best scenario was that he remained in the public eye. After deliberating, Liang Xuanxue decided to answer Su Lai's last question. I am male. Upon reading this, Su Lai secretly exhaled in relief. I thought so. How could sweet young ladies focus on a profession that leads to baldness and become the moderator of a hacker forum? The two exchanged QQ contacts and fell silent thereafter. Some matters are best left unspoken. He trusted they would not overstep their bounds. The rest would be left to the passage of time. Chapter 41. We are civilized people. In a bar in M country, with half a sign missing, Andrew was furiously tapping away at his keyboard. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. Half an hour passed. An hour passed. Andrew's expression grew increasingly grim. Damn it. Why can't I find anything? How is it possible that there are no traces whatsoever? How can this be? With his prowess as a hacker, how could he find no clues? If anyone had been there, there should be some evidence. Could it be that this person was not human? Andrew tugged at his hair in frustration. He pulled out the bank card given to him by Mars. Could the money he obtained be returned? No. Should he enlist help from someone in the organization? As soon as that thought emerged, he extinguished it. With only 10 million, hiring help would take at least half, rendering it not worth it. An idea struck Andrew. Since he could not locate the individual, why not fabricate one? Of course, it could not be a baseless invention. It needed to be substantiated. Having always harbored a negative impression of Xia country, he resolved to utilize a hacker from Xia country as a substitute. Immediately, he circumvented barriers to enter Xia country and logged into a hacker forum using a pseudonym he often employed. Upon entry, he encountered a trending post. After a brief glance, he had an inkling. You there, mysterious hacker. Just as he intended to scrutinize the post for a plan, it was suddenly deleted. Following this lead, Andrew successfully tracked down a hacker named Xiao Su. Haha, it seems your luck has run out. A fool does not seize money. Don't blame me. Su Lai had initially left some traces for Yu Zhengxiang's associates to find him, but he never anticipated that Andrew would inadvertently stumble upon the instigator. Having just concluded his conversation with Liang Shuangxue, Su Lai keenly sensed someone attempting to pry into his affairs. He furrowed his brow slightly. Was Liang Shuangxue sending someone to investigate him? If that were the case, he should have prepared in advance. A quick examination revealed that this was an overseas account. It turned out Liang Shuangxue was not behind it. What a relief. However, since someone was intent on investigating him, it was only fitting to teach them a lesson. Su Lai intentionally relaxed the defenses of his system, planning to catch the intruder in a trap. As expected, the individual brazenly rushed in. Under normal circumstances, Andrew might not have been so reckless, but having just cracked the system, he noticed numerous vulnerabilities that suggested entry was effortless. Simultaneously, he held a low opinion of Xia country's hackers. These hackers dare to call themselves mysterious? What should someone of my caliber be termed? Constipated? Ugh, what am I thinking? Nevertheless, Xia country's hackers were indeed formidable. Seeing the fish caught in his net, Su Lai's fingers flew across the keyboard, leaving a flurry of afterimages. If someone were watching, they would surely be dazzled. While Andrew was aimlessly wandering through the vulnerabilities Su Lai had deliberately opened, Su Lai was already deciphering his information. This person is named Andrew, an American, affiliated with the Mist World organization, and holds a significant position within it. Speaking of the Mist World, it is akin to Xia Country's hacker forum. However, whereas Xia Country's forum is state-owned, Mist World is a private establishment. Over decades of development, Mist World has grown into a colossal entity ranked first globally, harboring countless secrets and talents, and has gradually established numerous collaborations with official entities. The entire Mist World is divided into 18 layers, each more challenging to breach than the last. The deeper the layer, the more critical the secrets stored. As a hacker deity, Andrew could only reach the 13th layer at most. He had no authority to access secrets beyond that. Su Lai merely skimmed through this information, as he had no intention of engaging with Mist World for the time being. Subsequently, he began to unravel Andrew's motives for this endeavor. As he gazed, an unusual expression transformed his countenance. Andrew had actually accepted a contract from Peter Technology Company to deal with him. The crux of the matter was that he had meticulously eradicated all traces of that overseas escapade. Even the most adept hacker might struggle to uncover his whereabouts. Unable to fulfill his task and reluctant to relinquish the money within his grasp, Andrew intended to resort to a devious ruse to deceive Mars. Even more astonishingly, he had fortuitously stumbled upon the right scapegoat without any effort. Sometimes, fate is indeed a perplexing entity. Su had to concede. Of course, Andrew remained oblivious to the fact that Su was the very one who had caused the disturbance during that incident. At this moment, he was still ensnared in the loophole that Su had deliberately left open. To describe Andrew's current predicament in simpler terms, one might liken it to wandering through a labyrinth, complete with guiding prompts. For instance, upon turning a corner, Andrew encountered a sign that read, "Caution, no path ahead, please turn left." Andrew, defying the warning, stubbornly barreled forward, only to find himself battered and bruised. He begrudgingly complied with the instruction to turn left. After making the turn, he was met with another sign, "Traffic ahead. Risk of collision, please proceed downward." Undeterred, Andrew pressed forward, only to be nearly obliterated by a speeding train. Thus, he had no choice but to move downward. Attention, attention, dead end ahead, please return the way you came. Having learned a lesson the hard way, Andrew retraced his steps. Yet, scarcely 2 paces back. Yet another sign appeared. Road ahead is blocked. Please take matters into your own hands. Andrew was driven to despair. What on earth was this? It appeared deceptively simple to decipher, yet it was maddeningly complex. Who was this person? Sue, however, paid no heed to Andrew, having resolved to teach him a lesson. Merely leading him astray would not suffice. His fingers flew across the keyboard once more, effortlessly breaching the wall into foreign territory. In no time, he infiltrated the bank and transferred the 10 million from Andrew S. account. Your account ending in 438 has been transferred 10,000,000 yuan. Remaining balance, 3,402,583. 358 yuan. A staggering 34 million in deposits. Subsequently, Sue glanced at the time. It was nearly midnight. Time to go out for a meal. He decided to lower the difficulty of the trap slightly to ensure that Andrew could find his way out soon. Otherwise, he would surely drive him to madness. After all, he was a civilized individual and wouldn't he resort to harming others for wealth. Oh no, he could still pursue ill-gotten gains. Chapter 42, The Concern That Lasted All Night. After more than an hour, Andrew's mental state had completely unraveled, leaving him on the brink of tears. What was happening? He finally gained a lucid understanding of this mysterious hacker. No more, he thought. If he could just escape intact this time, he would inform Mars that he no longer wished to take on his contract. Moreover, he would return the money to him. Once more, Andrew found himself in an alley. And the prompt appeared again. He jolted, nearly becoming hypersensitive to the notifications. Congratulations, you have successfully passed. Andrew assumed it was yet another trick, but to his utter astonishment, he truly emerged unscathed. The moment he stepped out, he dared not linger, fearful of being caught once more. Without a second glance, he returned to his own place. Inside the bar, Andrew wearily rubbed his forehead. Damn it, why are there people like this in the world? After resting for quite a while, he picked up the phone and dialed Mars. When the call connected, Andrew launched into a tirade. Mars, you son of a... It's blown up. Do you understand? Mars was taken aback. Andrew didn't allow him a moment to respond. I'm not doing your job anymore. Find someone else. I'll transfer the money back to you. With that, he hung up the phone. The bank card was of little value, and Andrew had no intention of returning it to Mars. Instead, he headed to a nearby bank to have the money transferred back. Sir, I'm afraid your balance is insufficient, the bank teller stated. Andrew stared in disbelief. What? How is that possible? I had 10 million. Sir, this card indeed has no funds left, the teller replied, exasperated. Andrew's mind buzzed. Had Mars's worthless scheme deprived him of his money? No, he had checked previously, and there had indeed been funds. Just then, the teller continued, Sir, the money was transferred over an hour ago. Andrew was momentarily stunned. What the hell? He finally comprehended that it was that mysterious hacker from Xia country who had siphoned his funds. He opened his mouth, intending to pursue the matter, but his resolve quickly deflated. Given the hacker's demonstrated prowess, capable of breaching a bank, he doubted he could uncover anything even if he tried. After all, with his own capabilities, he could never breach a bank. Ultimately, he had no choice but to return Mars's money using his own bank card. Alas, he had lost both his lady and his troops. When Andrew left the bank, he slouched, as if a decade had been added to his years. After finishing his meal, Sue ventured into a large shopping mall. With his return home approaching in a few days, he aimed to purchase some clothing and nutritional supplements for his parents and sister. He bought whatever came to mind, content as long as he was spending money. Such is the unadorned and monotonous life of the affluent. Sue continued his shopping until evening, his body aching from exhaustion. If it weren't for the purpose of buying gifts for his family, he wouldn't have endured such a lengthy shopping spree. He suddenly found himself admiring girls who loved to shop, able to wander from dawn till dusk and into the neon-lit depths of night, all without fatigue. Strangely, if it were running, he would need to lie down for a day after just 200 meters. Sue deemed this a mystery of humanity. In total, including meals and transportation, his expenditures exceeded 100,000. Coupled with the experience points gained from playing games, his level-up experience now stood at 711,000. Having toiled all day, he earned a mere 10 experience points. It was hardly more rewarding than playing a single game. Forget it. Let us go back to gaming. In Yao City, at an apartment not far from the music store Sue had visited yesterday, it was the residence of Jiang Yao's aunt, where Jiang Yao would occasionally stay when she had the time. At present, Jiang Yao was curled up on the sofa, engrossed in a drama. Though she claimed to be watching a show, her mind was more adrift than engaged. Occasionally, she would spear a piece of fruit from the platter on the coffee table and pop it into her mouth. Sometimes, she would forget to chew, stuffing another piece into her mouth, cheeks bulging. An indeterminate amount of time passed before she let out a deep sigh and switched off the mindless show. Nowadays, such dramas had neither plot nor acting nor special effects. They relied solely on a plethora of pretty faces striking poses. Jiang Yao had little affection for these series. In her eyes, those delicate young faces paled in comparison to Su. The reason she watched was merely to distract herself. She couldn't pinpoint when it began. But visions of Su singing would often invade her thoughts, and she would unconsciously hum along. Her aunt remarked that she had become bewitched. Alas, such a melodious song. Yet it remains elusive to Jiang Yao, who was utterly distracted. She had devoted the entire night before, incessantly refreshing her NetEase cloud music, yearning to hear this song at the earliest opportunity. However, until the early hours of dawn, her efforts bore no fruit, and she could not recall when she finally succumbed to slumber. Unbeknownst to her, Su Lai's song had been lingering in the thoughts of a girl he had only met twice throughout the night. As dawn broke, the young woman awoke, still in a haze, and once more refreshed the page. Yet, still nothing. Jiang Yao resolutely attempted to dismiss the matter from her mind. Consequently, she ventured out for a morning run lasting over an hour. Upon returning and finishing her shower, she hastily set out to wander aimlessly. Later that afternoon, she settled on the couch to watch a drama, seeking to divert her attention until nightfall. Little did she know that shortly after her morning refresh, Su Lai had finally recalled the matter and uploaded the song. With countless lights twinkling, Jiang Yao softly hummed along, having spent the day in pretense. At this moment, she ceased to force herself to forget. Her fair, delicate fingers instinctively navigated to NetEase cloud music, entering the search box. She typed moth, expecting no results. She was suddenly greeted by the sight of a song prominently displayed at the top of the list, Moth. With excitement, Jiang Yao clicked on it. And as it loaded swiftly, the familiar melody filled the air. Countless lights have been seen, only to feel more lonely. They say heartbreak can heal. Yet who knows the pain I bear? I don't believe you will come looking for me again. I love you like a moth to a flame, gaining nothing. As love falls like leaves in the wind. When the chorus resounded, warmth surged through Jiang Yao, as if a wondrous sensation unfurled from the depths of her heart. Chapter 43. Some people perish at 18. Perhaps love is magnificent, while I am humble, and you are simply not meant for me. I play the piano and sing. Yet the ache in my chest persists. Perhaps, as I play and sing, I might find healing. As the song concluded, Jiang Yao immediately activated the repeat mode, playing it endlessly. She lost herself in thought while listening. What immense love and sorrow must one experience to compose such a poignant song? Yet, Su Lai was still quite young. How could he possess such depth of parting melancholy? Surely, he must have been in love since childhood. She chuckled at the image of young Su Lai in a romantic scenario, finding it rather endearing. After cycling through the song 30 or 40 times, she finally rose. Compelled by the notion of sharing something wonderful with others, she shared the song, having her own account on NetEase Cloud Music, where she typically sang covers for fun. To her astonishment, her enchanting voice attracted a significant following. Thus, every few days, she would either cover a song or recommend one. Moth was among those shared. Some fans were fervently devoted, eagerly awaiting updates. Not long after her sharing, listeners began to flock in. Wow, what a divine song. It's incredible. My mom asked me why I was crying while listening, and I replied it was because the song was simply too beautiful. Ah, this voice, I am in love. Oh no, my ears are about to be overwhelmed. Yao's recommended song is still so powerful, simply splendid. Comments flooded in, initially on Jiang Yao's sharing interface, then migrating to the song's comment section. Those who found it delightful continued to share the song. The popularity gradually escalated, from dozens of views to hundreds, then thousands, and eventually tens of thousands. Users on NetEase Cloud Music, through word of mouth, significantly elevated the song's metrics, catching the attention of staff patrolling the platform. Upon noticing the surge, the staff recognized an opportunity and began promoting the song, leading to an increasing number of listeners and comments. It has been ages since I've heard such a sorrowful love song. It deserves high praise and must be shared. This artist is a newcomer, yet their first song is so delightful. I'm a fan now, eagerly anticipating their next piece. As time passed, the night deepened, and emotions that had been suppressed during the day began to surface. Wow, this song is so beautiful. I need a pillow. Let me cry for a moment. You ask why my eyes are brimming with tears? Because I feel as though this song describes my very soul. As the moments passed, the NetEase Cloud Music atmosphere grew somber, while outside, excitement flourished as searches intensified, not only for the song, but also for the artist. However, the elusive Soda Water, who had released but a single song, remained remarkably low-key. Aside from being male, even his age was shrouded in mystery. Countless individuals attempted to unearth his identity, only to return disappointed. What experiences of joy and sorrow must one endure to pen such an evocative piece? Yet, late-night critics began to voice their opinions. Alas, while everyone else is intoxicated, I remain sober. Take a look at the melody of this song. It resembles those generic pop songs, devoid of substance. tiresome after a couple of listens. Here, I've unearthed the melody. Feel free to judge. There are no profound techniques here. Furthermore, the lyrics are lacking in quality. Take this line, love is like gray bubbles. What is the literary device here? A metaphor? Is it suggesting that love is as fragile as bubbles, or that it has always been gray? Barely had the critic finished when a wave of backlash ensued. Are you envious? Let's not discuss anything else. I've looped this song 20 or 30 times, and am far from tired of it. I could listen all night. Do you understand music? Stop blabbering. You clearly don't know that the best works often evoke vivid imagery. This song has achieved just that. Indeed, what do you know? Go ahead and write a song half as beautiful as this one. Many netizens engaged in a spirited exchange, effectively silencing the critic. He likely did not anticipate the uproar his words would incite. He had merely sought to ride the wave of popularity. The online chatter was lively, seemingly detached from the song's creator. At that moment, Su Lai was engrossed in a game of chicken, oblivious to the storm brewing in the digital realm. After several matches, the aftermath of shopping left him weary, compelling him to retire to bed. The following morning, he awoke with vigor, stretching contentedly. The singing task is complete. Congratulations to the host. You have ascended to the level of a music deity. Su Lai stood frozen, bewildered by the voice echoing in his mind. What on earth? The task is complete? He had merely sung that song himself. What had transpired last night? Why was he so completely in the dark? Su Lai was perplexed. Chapter 44. Not only did he gain a girlfriend, but he was also betrayed? Despite his confusion, the voice in his mind continued to resonate. Due to the host's extraordinary completion of the task, a full value consumption card, valid for 10 days, has been awarded. Music deity task randomly issued. Create 3 songs with a popularity of 5 million each to be promoted to a musical prodigy. Current progress, 03. Note, after using the full value consumption card, all expenses during the validity period will be calculated at the original price for experience points. Su Lai stood dumbfounded as a mysterious awareness seeped into his being. In his mind, certain melodies became remarkably clear, effortlessly conjured. Quite impressive indeed. Although he had no inkling as to why he had completed the task, it appeared he had done so quite well. In addition to the expected rewards, he had received a full value consumption card. Even if it was only for 10 days, he could now shop without the worry of receiving a discount from the vendors. However, the requirement for this upgrade was a staggering 3 songs with a popularity of 5 million. Just last time, he had only needed 1 song with 50,000. The bar had been raised so significantly. How unfair. Oh, system, do you not possess a conscience? Yet, he was destined for no reply. For the system was devoid of emotion. Su Lai opened the app NetEase Cloud Music, navigated to the back end, and was utterly astonished by what he saw. Holy cow. What on earth had happened last night? Was this truly my backend? Had I not logged in incorrectly? Su Lai rubbed his eyes and looked again. His username was indeed Sudashui. Ah, behold this delightful array of data. Ah, look at how dramatically the backend had transformed. Su Lai trembled slightly. In just the span of one night, the number of listens had exceeded 2 million. The comments had approached nearly 100,000, with over 10,000 users offering tips. As he glanced at the charts, he saw that the popularity had long surpassed 1 million and was surging towards 2 million. This was simply exhilarating. Su Lai clicked into the comments section, eager to see what insightful netizens had to say. After a considerable time, his expression morphed into one of sheer astonishment and peculiarity. While his song was admittedly melancholic, it was evident that the vast majority of netizens were far more remarkable. Su Lai felt an overwhelming urge to capture each of them and inquire, have you all been attending remedial classes every day? Just look at these comments. Each person can only accompany you for a segment of the journey. Ultimately, people must part ways. Schopenhauer once said, one is either lonely or mundane, and I am both lonely and mundane. I no longer wish to be a sycophant. Let us part amicably. You go your way, and I shall support you from below the bridge. It is already past midnight. You who remain awake must feel quite lonely in reality. At 8 years old, I feel I will never love again. Late at night, I advised everyone to rest until I was left alone. Sometimes, when you meet someone, you think they are the one, but in truth, they are merely a passerby in your life. It is said that bubblegum takes 7 months to decompose in the stomach. How long does it take to forget someone you love? Am I setting my expectations too high? Or is love just this trivial? I am slowly evolving. I no longer wait by the screen for a message, but instead focus on my studies, diligently tackling problems. Whether we can remain together after high school is uncertain. So why squander youth on someone who will inevitably drift away? To live each day to the fullest is to cherish life, to love oneself. Keep going. Let us encourage each other. In truth, each of our lives is a quest for that which brings us joy, to which we dedicate our existence. Su Lai was utterly dumbfounded. Was this not the essence of the old NetEase Cloud music? He continued to read. If you are still listening to music and scrolling through comments, you must be quite lonely as well, right? I know many people, yet my friends are few. Do the white doves of the church ever kiss the crows of the fields? I apologize for being born a man. Are you aware of the whale that emits a sound at 52 hertz? It lives happily. Its only wish is for others to stop projecting their own emotions onto it. Today, I broke up. Could you, a stranger, spare a like to comfort me? When Sulai read these two comments, he couldn't help but laugh aloud. These individuals, so lively during the day, transformed into professionals of melancholy at night. Though not everyone is genuinely depressed, a majority merely wallow in self-pity. Those who truly suffer from depression often do not voice their struggles. Lacking even the desire to confide in others, they bear their burdens alone. Pain, unspoken. Suffering, unarticulated. Perhaps if these pretenders of melancholy made way for those who genuinely struggle with depression and lent an ear to their inner voices, fewer individuals would ultimately choose to end their lives. Sulai took a sip of water and was about to exit the comments page when a lengthy comment caught his attention, drawing him in for a more thorough read. I know Su Deshué. He was my college roommate. He is typically quiet and reserved, usually consuming only vegetables rather than meat, because he had a beautiful girlfriend. And the two would go out at least once a week, needing to save money. Back then, mobile phones were not as ubiquitous as they are now, and our dormitory had a landline. The usually taciturn Sulai would spend 2 or 3 hours every night on the phone with his girlfriend, often keeping us awake. Eventually, we had no choice but to cut the phone line. However, that night, something shocking occurred. He still stood by the phone, talking for 2 hours. None of us managed to sleep that night. Later, we confronted him, and after a night of drinking and venting, he sobbed into our arms, tears streaming down his face as he revealed that his girlfriend had broken up with him a month prior. He had seen her get into a luxury car, and despite treating her so well, she had chosen to leave him. Sulai, at a time and place unknown to him, he had already entered college. Not only acquiring a beautiful girlfriend, but also experiencing betrayal. Life is indeed full of surprises. One cannot deny the storytelling prowess of this netizen. Sulai glanced at the replies and noticed another comment that seemed to continue from the previous one, prompting him to read further. Chapter 45, College Life. Initially, it was believed that with the passage of time, he would gradually forget this incident and return to a semblance of normalcy. However, over a month later, we discovered that Su Deshué had become even more reckless, leaving early and returning late, working multiple jobs, and losing 20 pounds in just half a month. We could no longer stand by idly, so we confronted him. And only then did he hesitantly reveal that his girlfriend's best friend had informed him that she was actually suffering from cancer in its advanced stages, with no hope for recovery. The luxury car was merely a ruse orchestrated by her to shatter his hopes and prevent him from feeling burdened. At first, he could not believe that a perfectly healthy individual could suddenly fall ill. He spent an entire week waiting at his girlfriend's class location, yet he did not catch a glimpse of her. As a result, he lost his sanity, economizing to the extreme, and within 2 months, managed to save several tens of thousands of yuan. However, just at that moment, his girlfriend's condition deteriorated, and time was running out. He entrusted the money to her and continued to work himself to the bone. 2 weeks later, when he went to see her again, she was nowhere to be found, leaving behind only an empty hospital bed and a death notice. After that, he wept incessantly, and it was during this time that his creative inspiration surged, resulting in the composition of many songs, including one titled Moth. A year later, Soda Water thought he had moved on, but unexpectedly encountered his girlfriend on the street, leaving him stunned. Out of nostalgia for their shared past, she revealed the truth. During that time, she had been pregnant. Soda, what the actual? Is this a soap opera? Being cheated on wasn't enough. Now I have to deal with my girlfriend's cancer? And to top it all off, there's a plot twist. My girlfriend deceived me? I won't support the wall. I'll support you instead. Soda silently gave a thumbs up to the anonymous commenter. Even more amusingly, several netizens responded. I cried. This is so touching. Wow, Soda Water has so many stories. No wonder he can write such fantastic songs. Don't stop me. I want to write songs too. I want to fall in love. I want to be cheated on. Hey, the one above is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Wake up. You have no love to talk about. I'm here to wake him up. My urine is yellow. Let me handle it. I have diabetes. Diabetics, step aside. Don't let him taste sweetness. I'm having diarrhea. I'll take over. Soda was at a loss for words. Such things are best glanced at briefly, not lingered upon, lest one's intellect diminish. He changed into sportswear and ventured out for a morning run. He had long planned for this, but various matters had delayed him. With nothing pressing today, he decided to run a lap and then visit Yao University. The midday and afternoon heat would keep him indoors, reading and playing games. If time permitted, he would also write some songs, as improvement remained essential. However, there was no rush. He would take his time. Soda quickly organized his day and set out. He jogged around the lake within the Four Seasons manner. In the early morning, before the sun had risen, The weather was still quite cool, with a gentle breeze caressing his face, akin to delicate hands providing a soothing massage. The lake rippled in the wind, occasionally revealing a few small fish darting about like flashes of lightning. His physical condition was excellent. After nearly an hour of running, he only felt a slight fatigue, with beads of sweat soaking through his shirt. As the sun began to rise, it cast a long shadow of Soda, appearing solitary yet natural. Soda sat on a bench by the lake, wiped the sweat from his brow, and looked up, where the dappled sunlight filtered through the fragmented leaves, resting upon his face. His visage radiated a polished brilliance. Were acquaintances to see him now, they would surely be astonished, for Soda had transformed into a fair-skinned, smooth-skinned individual, his features becoming more defined, no longer resembling the rough, dark-skinned figure of the past. His metamorphosis did not appear as if he had undergone cosmetic surgery. Rather, it felt like a gradual blossoming, rendering him increasingly charismatic. Even if Jiang Yao had seen him just 2 days prior, she would be taken aback by his transformation. After resting for a while, Soda rose and returned to the villa, stripped off his clothes, and took a shower, his reflection mirrored on the sleek, smooth walls. His physique was well-defined, with 8 visible abdominal muscles, and he seemed to have grown a bit taller. Soda smiled, grateful for the system. After showering, he donned a fresh outfit and stepped out. His original purpose for visiting Yao City was to explore Yao University, and after several days, he finally had the time to delve into it. Soda instructed the driver to drop him off at the university entrance. Some experiences are best savored slowly, allowing for deeper comprehension. Merely skimming the surface would not yield profound insights. Although one may see the flowers of Chang'an in a day, they would only perceive the superficial, missing the deeper meanings. The entrance of Yao University was exquisitely designed, imbued with an ancient charm. Anyone stepping into Yao University would undoubtedly be awestruck. Since it was summer vacation, foot traffic was sparse, predominantly consisting of girls dressed in light attire, each more charming than the last. University life was indeed delightful. Soda entered discreetly, not disturbing anyone, yet numerous gazes fell upon him due to his striking demeanor. He possessed an aura of refinement, akin to a jade figure, unmatched in the world. His gentle and cultured presence, coupled with an air of scholarly sophistication, exuded the essence of an ancient gentleman gracing the streets. The fusion of modernity and antiquity was irresistibly captivating to the high-achieving students of Yao University. Fortunately, it was summer and the number of students was minimal. Most of those remaining on campus had commitments, leaving little time. Otherwise, Soda would have had to make a hasty retreat. Soda reached for his phone to consult the campus map, but paused in shock. He had forgotten to bring his phone. This was quite a predicament. For a modern individual to venture out without a smartphone was akin to stepping into the world blindfolded. Soda felt a headache coming on. Fortunately, he spotted a campus map at a nearby bulletin board and noticed that directional signs adorned the corners, which eased his worries. Following the signs, he first explored the academic district, then the dormitory area, and finally visited several well-known landmarks. At last, he gained a general impression of the university. A prestigious institution is truly commendable, featuring beautiful surroundings, a spacious campus, and a strong academic atmosphere. The library, in particular, was a bustling hub during the summer. Upon arriving there, Soda found himself unable to move further, as his longing for knowledge surged anew. While maintaining a daily reading habit was commendable, it sometimes posed an inconvenience. He genuinely wished to wander the campus a bit more. But now, it seemed, he had come to a halt. Ah well, reading was paramount. Resolving this in his mind, Soda stepped inside. Under normal circumstances, the library only permitted entry to current students. However, the security guard was amiable. After Soda explained that he was a new student, the guard allowed him in. The primary reason was that Soda's presence emanated a comforting aura, as if a cultured scholar was approaching. He certainly did not seem like a troublemaker. Grateful to the guard, Soda ventured deeper, following the signs to his favorite section on history books. At the entrance, he utilized a computer to search for titles and was delighted to discover the affairs of the Ming Dynasty. This series of books had several volumes, and after having read a few, he had long desired to continue. With the book in hand, he settled at a nearby table and began to read slowly. Once he immersed himself in the text, he completely lost track of everything around him. The passage of time became utterly inconsequential. Before he realized it, the sunlight outside had grown intense and somewhat blinding. He lifted his head, blinking his dry eyes, and suddenly noticed someone seated across the table from him. The figure before him was slender and composed, engrossed in her reading. Her delicate face was adorned with a hint of makeup, and her dark hair was elegantly tied up. Under the sunlight, her fair skin appeared almost translucent, exuding a breathtaking beauty. Sulai found himself momentarily entranced. The charming silhouette across from him lifted her gaze and smiled brightly, asking, "Finished reading?" Sulai instinctively nodded. "I've completed this book." "Good." she replied, stretching her arms and arching her back, revealing her graceful curves in Su Lai's view. Then, she let her hair down, shaking her head gently. As her tresses cascaded like a waterfall, the light filtering through her dark locks, reminiscent of a heroine from a romantic drama. Su Lai's heart raced unexpectedly. She gathered her hair again, deftly arranging it, and tied it up once more, resting her elbows on the table and her chin in her hands. Her dark eyes silently studying Su Lai. She murmured, "I've never seen anyone so captivated by a book." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Su Lai chuckled awkwardly and attempted to change the subject. "Oh, what a coincidence." The girl blinked playfully, suddenly wanting to tease him. "Not a coincidence. I've been waiting for you." No matter how much time passed, they would always remember that day at the end of summer, under a clear sky with slanting sunlight. In that somewhat aged building, when the girl jokingly told the boy, "Not a coincidence. I've been waiting for you." The boy also blinked, suddenly rising and leaning closer to her, softly saying, "Your lipstick is smudged." The girl nearly stumbled. Jiang Yao felt a whirlwind of emotions. Earlier that morning, for reasons unknown, she had a whimsical desire to visit the library, a place she typically avoided. Miraculously, she encountered Su Lai there. However, his behavior was quite excessive. She had sat before him for over half an hour without him noticing, and when she greeted him, he had the audacity to point out her lipstick mishap. It wasn't as if she had intended for him to see it, nor did she plan to offer him a taste. A smudge was simply a smudge. Why vocalize it? Irritated, Jiang Yao glared at Su Lai and retrieved her phone from her bag, pushing it towards him. "Here, take it back." The packaging was still intact, indicating that she had yet to open it. Su Lai winced at the sight. "It's just a phone, although the model differs slightly. Is it really necessary to pursue me for so long over this? Is it not necessary? I never take what belongs to others," Jiang Yao retorted, her pride evident. Su Lai attempted to reason with her. "I broke your phone, right?" Jiang Yao nodded. "If I break something, I should compensate for it, correct?" She nodded again. "Then should I not replace your phone? If you dislike this model, I can get you another." Jiang Yao shook her head. "I like it. But I've already repaired my phone, so you don't need to compensate." She pointed to the phone set aside. Su Lai sighed. "You can't reason with a woman." He chose not to take the phone but intended to return the book to the shelf and slip away. Jiang Yao, sensing his intention, stood up to block his path. "No, you must take the phone before you leave." Su Lai refused. Jiang Yao insisted. In the midst of their argument, it was unclear who bumped the table. But Jiang Yao's phone, precariously positioned, flew off and shattered upon hitting the ground. An awkward silence ensued. After a moment, Su Lai broke the tension. "Look, it's broken again." As if to confirm his words, the previously lit screen darkened, emitting a crackling noise. Su Lai examined the phone. Being a skilled hacker, he knew the intricacies of phones and computers. After a brief inspection, he sighed. "Did you not monitor it while it was being repaired?" Jiang Yao nodded vacantly. "I stepped away for a bit." Su Lai shook his head. "Ah, silly girl. The motherboard has been replaced, the connections are poorly made, and the battery is not original. It's not worth repairing anymore." Jiang Yao took the phone from him, flipping it over with a pained expression. It had been her companion for quite some time. To lose it like this was heartbreaking. Su Lai, unable to empathize, walked to the table, unwrapped a new phone, pressed, and held the power button to turn it on. "Give me your hand." Chapter 47. Su Lai, you're hurting me. Jiang Yao was still distressed, and seeing her unresponsive, Su Lai took her hand to record her fingerprint. Finally, she reacted, pulling her hand back. "Wary, what are you doing?" Su Lai replied, exasperated. "Out with the old, in with the new. I'm just recording your fingerprint." "I want tea." Jiang Yao stubbornly refused. But Su Lai, with his strength, easily overpowered her, capturing her hand and pressing her finger against the fingerprint scanner. Jiang Yao struggled, tears welling in her eyes. "Su Lai, you're hurting me. Then be good and stop squirming." Hey, be gentle, it hurts." "I'm being gentle. Just endure it a moment longer." "Ouch, it really hurts." "Su Lai, are you done yet?" "Done? That quickly?" Jiang Yao was puzzled. Su Lai released her hand, playfully flicking her forehead. "It's just a fingerprint. How long could it take?" Jiang Yao flexed her wrist, inspecting her hand. It remained fair and unmarked, despite the earlier pressure. "But you were so rough just now, how could it not hurt?" Su Lai tested the phone briefly, ensuring it functioned correctly, and then handed it back to Jiang Yao. "All set." Jiang Yao ignored the phone, shaking her hand, realizing the pain had subsided. "Silly girl, stop worrying. You're not hurt." Su Lai pulled her hand over, placing the phone in her palm. Jiang Yao hesitated. Su Lai insisted. "The phone has your fingerprint recorded. If you take it back to the store, they might not accept returns." Reluctantly, Jiang Yao accepted the phone, placing both the new and the broken devices into her bag. Su Lai nodded in satisfaction and returned to the bookshelf to put away the books. As he emerged, Jiang Yao eagerly approached him. "Su Lai, it's already noon. Let me treat you to lunch." Su Lai immediately felt wary. "What do you want?" What do you mean? What do I want? Am I that kind of person? Look, although there is a reason, you gave me such a wonderful phone. Shouldn't I thank you? Treating you to lunch isn't too much, is it? Sulai contemplated declining, but then thought it might be beneficial. Accepting her offer might alleviate her feelings of having taken advantage of him, thus resolving the matter completely. From then on, she could walk her own path while he remained beneath, supporting her in spirit. Apologies, he had been influenced by too many online musings. She could traverse her own narrow bridge while he walked his sunny avenue, remaining unconnected. All right then, silly girl, let us go. Silly? Call me sister. Okay, silly sister. Off we go. Jiang Yao. Though Jiang Yao had never worried about food or clothing, she was not from a wealthy family. When it came to finances, one could only say she had enough. The two did not venture far, simply finding a nearby restaurant. Sulai was not picky about food, willing to eat anything. But unable to reject Jiang Yao's kindness, he casually ordered 2 dishes. With school on break, the place was relatively empty, and the food arrived promptly. Sulai, accustomed to hardship, despite now being financially secure, did not disdain the humble offerings, instead relishing each bite. Moreover, the flavors were indeed delightful. After indulging in a few days of exquisite delicacies, returning to these simpler dishes presented a unique charm. Jiang Yao did not eat much, leaving the remainder to be devoured by Sulai. Once he felt satisfied, Jiang Yao, with a beaming smile, inquired, "Would you care for some fruit after the meal?" Sulai patted his stomach, replying, "No thanks, I'm a bit stuffed. You've consumed my 8-pack abs." Jiang Yao rolled her eyes, remarking, "How shameless." As Sulai rose from his seat, he quipped, "When one becomes despicable, they become invincible. Let us depart once we finish." Strangely, when in Jiang Yao's company, he felt no need to maintain pretenses and could be his true self. Yet, Jiang Yao remained motionless, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Sulai, as if she were beholding an extraordinary treasure. The intensity of her gaze made Sulai's scalp tingle. Am I perhaps overindulging? He wondered. Jiang Yao shook her head lightly. Although the meal had cost several hundred, she could still manage a little. Was it my posture when I stood up? Just a moment. Let me try again. Sulai promptly sat down again, adopting a peculiar stance as he rose. Jiang Yao burst into laughter, dispelling the previously solemn atmosphere. All right, Sulai. The meal is finished, don't rush off. How about a song after dinner? Sulai was momentarily taken aback. So that was her intention. No wonder she had been so eager to treat him to a meal. Her aunt had mentioned she was quite fond of singing. Perhaps it was true. Sulai, in a display of generosity, thought, why not sing? It was merely a song, after all. I can sing, but there is no accompaniment here. Is it all right to sing a cappella? Jiang Yao nodded excitedly. That works. What song would you like to hear? Your original song. Of course, if that is not available. Moth will suffice. After a brief pause, her eyes twinkled mischievously as she added, I saw a comment in the Moth section stating you wrote many songs during that time you were heartbroken. Sulai's expression darkened. I now seriously suspect you are the one spreading rumors. Jiang Yao instinctively replied, Huh? How do you know? As soon as the words left her lips, she quickly covered her mouth. Sulai was taken aback. What? That lengthy comment was posted by Jiang Yao? He nearly flipped the table in frustration, rising to leave. I'm not singing anymore. Hey, wait. Let me explain. Jiang Yao hurriedly stood up to stop him. Actually, it was a fan who posted that. They even specifically sent me a screenshot. That is how I found out. What fan? Sulai was not truly angry. He was far too magnanimous for that. A perfect gentleman must possess a broad mind. His earlier antics were merely to tease Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao pulled out her phone and opened the app. Earlier during their meal, she had connected to the restaurant's Wi-Fi and re-downloaded some frequently used apps. I occasionally cover songs on this platform, and over time, I've accumulated a few fans. Sulai glanced at the phone. The ID was quite interesting and easy to remember. Meeting under the moonlight. A line from the poetry of the immortal Li Bai. It seemed the young lady before him had a fondness for such things. Thus, he had determined the song he would perform. Chapter 48. Rain above is heaven, rain below is the mortal realm. All right, settle in. I've thought of the song I want to sing. Sulai approached the table, took a sip of tea to clear his throat. Jiang Yao's eyes lit up. Obediently sitting at the table. Ahem. Sulai cleared his throat. Don't come too close. Jiang Yao responded. Is that it? Sulai shot her a deadpan look. I'm just finding my rhythm. I'll start shortly. Jiang Yao exhaled in relief, thinking it would not end just like that. The window lets in the dawn. Sulai tested his voice, finally finding the right feel. The window lets in the dawn, sunlight shines on the western bridge. Clouds sway gently. I remember how your garments fluttered in the gentle breeze of summer. As Sulai began to sing softly, Jiang Yao straightened her posture upon hearing the first line. A song in ancient style? How delightful. Carved wood and flowing gold, the ripples of time. 7 years since I laid my pen to rest. For I wield my brush in this life solely for you. The initial verses merely told a plain story. Yet vivid images flashed in Jiang Yao's mind. From the following line, the tone of the song began to shift. The rain moistens my eyes. Year after year, I lean by the well awaiting your return. Most fear the tears that fall in pairs. The final few words soared in pitch, leading into the chorus. I wander in the mortal realm, seeking your paradise. With east vases and west mirrors, wishing I could forget. Another Qingming rain falls, sending chrysanthemums your way. Singing softly your favorite song. As Jiang Yao listened, she felt goosebumps rise on her skin, though there was no accompaniment. Su Lai's captivating voice was enough to draw her in. In truth, had this been the Su Lai before his vocal training, he might not have been able to sing so beautifully. It was simply a matter of timing and circumstance aligning perfectly. Once the song concluded, Jiang Yao remained in a daze, still immersed in the melody, savoring it. Su Lai, when do you plan to release this song? She murmured. What? Su Lai asked, leaning closer, as he hadn't caught her soft voice. Say it again. Jiang Yao, startled by the sudden proximity, felt her cheeks flush. I said, she exclaimed mischievously. When do you plan to release this song? Su Lai jumped in surprise, quickly stepping back and rubbing his ears. Why so loud? I could hear you just fine. Jiang Yao smiled triumphantly, revealing her white teeth, her eyes narrowing into charming crescents. Su Lai momentarily lost focus. The instruments involved in this song are rather complex. Its release will depend on fate. Without waiting for Jiang Yao to respond, he turned to leave, raising his hand to bid her farewell. Thank you for your hospitality. I'm off now. Jiang Yao anxiously called after him. What is the name of the song? Qingming Rain Falls. Jiang Yao paused. Why not rain falls? Su Lai turned back, winking, because rain above is heaven, and rain below is the mortal realm. He didn't quite know why he said that. It had simply surfaced in his mind, begging to be expressed. Jiang Yao murmured to herself, rain above is heaven, rain below is the mortal realm. Su Lai, why are you so talented? When she looked up again, Su Lai had already left. With a gentle sigh, a feeling akin to melancholy began to quietly spread within her heart. After departing the restaurant, Su Lai soon discovered a rather disheartening predicament. He realized he had forgotten his phone and left his bank card behind, rendering him utterly penniless. What was he to do? Was the illustrious gentleman destined to face the streets? Su Lai gazed skyward, speechless and choked with emotion. Perhaps he could turn back and borrow some money from Jiang Yao? No, Su Lai, would rather face the streets than borrow money from a girl. Just then, a voice called from behind, Su Lai, what are you still doing here? Turning around awkwardly, he faced the approaching young woman. Fate had played its hand, bringing them together once more so swiftly. What splendid weather. Where are you headed? Jiang Yao smiled. Of course, I'm going home. Su Lai maintained an awkward yet polite smile. Stay safe. Jiang Yao gazed at him with a hint of confusion. And what about you? Su Lai replied, waiting for the bus. Oh, then take your time. I shall take my leave. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yao lifted her leg to depart. Hey, Su Lai raised his hand. What? Jiang Yao turned around. With a hint of shyness, Su Lai stammered, could I borrow a little money? Jiang Yao responded, huh? Su Lai, in a fit of resignation, rummaged through his pockets, revealing, I have no money and no phone. Jiang Yao chuckled. Shall I escort you home? Su Lai's eyes lit up. Sure. Call me sister. Silly girl, sister. I'm leaving now. Hey, wait. I was wrong. Since I'm in a good mood, call me sister. I refuse. Are you truly not going to call me that? I, Su Lai, would rather be destitute, resorting to theft, than call you sister. Very well. Jiang Yao turned and walked away, unfazed and resolute. As she receded into the distance, Su Lai felt a pang of urgency. Sister. Ultimately, he succumbed to the relentless demands of life. Jiang Yao strode back, tiptoeing playfully to ruffle Su Lai's hair. Standing just over 1.8 meters tall, Su Lai towered over Jiang Yao, who was around 1.6 meters, nearly 1.7, when she reached up to touch his head. It felt akin to petting an imposing, albeit fierce, husky. Such a good boy, sister will buy you some candy. With that, she truly walked to a nearby convenience store, purchasing 2 lollipops, unwrapping one for herself, and handing the other to Su Lai. Come on, let me escort my little lamb. Grumpy yet compliant, Su Lai unwrapped the lollipop, sighing as he followed Jiang Yao. Today, he found himself at her mercy, but he vowed to reclaim his autonomy another day. Under the sweltering sun, the pair walked down the road, one tall and the other short, filled with laughter, while the taller one maintained a sullen silence. It seemed as though this dynamic would persist until they grew old together. Chapter 49. New products have arrived. After enduring countless tribulations, Su Lai finally returned to the manor. This experience imparted a crucial lesson. Modern individuals are nearly incapacitated without their phones. Upon entering the villa, Su Lai's first action was to seize his phone, cradling it as one would an old friend after a long separation. Upon unlocking the device, he noticed several missed calls, all from the same individual, leaving him puzzled. Disregarding it, he opened WeChat, where a friend request awaited him. Meeting you under the moonlight, wishes to add you as a friend. He accepted the request, and immediately, Jiang Yao sent several images of various musical instruments. Sulai, Mayan has every musical instrument and equipment imaginable. Why not come over and record a song? Sulai chuckled, typing his response. Sure, let's go when we have the time. This girl had an insatiable appetite for beautiful melodies. Just then, his phone rang again. The caller being the one who had tried to reach him multiple times. Curiosity piqued, he answered. Hello, is this Mr. Soda Water? Sulai was taken aback. Soda Water? Isn't that my username on the NetCloud platform? Could it be a representative from NetCloud? Given that registration required a phone number, it was not surprising they had his contact. Yes, how may I assist you? He inquired. Mr. Su, we finally reached you. I am a representative from NetCloud Music. Congratulations, your song Moth has gone viral. Sulai responded with measured indifference. Thank you. Please get to the point, no need for pleasantries. His curiosity about NetCloud's interest in him remained. After a brief silence, the representative admitted, Mr. Su, it is like this. After our evaluation, we believe you possess considerable commercial value. Would you be interested in becoming a signed artist with our company? Realization dawned on Sulai. They sought to sign him. However, he had no intention of becoming a signed artist under any company, as it would severely restrict his freedom. Moreover, he was still a student, yet to enter university. I'm sorry, but I currently have no such plans. Sulai prepared to hang up. Please don't rush into a decision. Let me outline our offer. First, an annual salary of 5 million, and each time you release a song, we will promote it with the highest standards. Additionally, we will expedite your transformation into a true international superstar, not merely a singer. For the average person, such conditions would be undeniably extravagant, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, for Sulai, reaching this stage was merely a matter of time and effort, given that he possessed a system. Did they think 5 million could claim his youth? They must be dreaming. Sulai decisively declined, expressing his disinterest. The representative, in a state of resignation, offered a compromise. Then, Mr. Su, please inform us when you release your next song, and we will prioritize recommending you. That was indeed a reasonable proposition, and Sulai agreed. After hanging up, he effortlessly hacked into NetCloud. Previously, when he released songs, he could have used his hacking skills to manipulate the platform for cover recommendations. But that would contradict his principles. This time, his intrusion was not for malice, but rather to investigate how his song had gained such popularity. Then, he stumbled upon a familiar ID, meeting you under the moonlight. This was the first person to share his song. Now it made sense. He had inadvertently ridden on Jiang Yao's coattails. Her support had been impeccable, yet this left him indebted to her. He would repay that favor in due time. Exiting NetCloud, he logged into his backend and discovered that in just one morning, his song had amassed over 3 million streams. With more than 20,000 individuals tipping him, he topped the daily charts for streams, tips, and trending topics. Remarkably, for a newcomer, this was an unparalleled achievement. No wonder NetCloud was eager to sign him. Sulai glanced at the tips, astonished to find the amount exceeded 200,000. On average, each person had tipped around 10 yuan. Wow, these people must be wealthy. For Sulai, 200,000 was but a drop in the bucket. Yet for an ordinary family, it could represent a year or two of relentless labor without sustenance. He chose to disregard the matter. Nothing was more important than gaming. It was both exhilarating and offered experience points. Why not indulge? Sulai logged into a battle royale game, immersing himself in the joy of virtual warfare. In the following days, he occasionally ventured out, but mostly remained within the villa, sometimes composing songs, other times playing games. After all, this was a divine task bestowed by the system. It could be delayed, but it must ultimately be fulfilled. When he grew weary of songwriting, he would turn to gaming. Before he realized it, more than a day had passed, and it was now August 16th, a Friday morning. Experience points, 2, for 171,000. Sulai would remember this day, not for the growth in system experience, but because it marked the weekly refresh of new items in the system shop. A new product each week. Upon opening the marketplace, Sulai was momentarily taken aback. He beheld several stacks of small booklets resembling identification documents, labeled SSS Level Driving Proficiency. Quantity, 1. Price, 1 million. Function, upon purchasing the SSS Level Driving Proficiency, one gains mastery in driving, encompassing but not limited to automobiles, airplanes, boats, trains, high-speed rail, and spacecraft, along with the corresponding driving licenses. Note, the origins of these various driving licenses can be traced, and they are not fabricated, alleviating concerns regarding safety and legal issues. After perusing the explanation, Sulai was instantly astounded. Buy. It was imperative to make the purchase. 1 million was but a trifling sum. Even if it were 10 million, it would be worth it. After all, He could operate not only cars, but also airplanes and high-speed trains. Even setting aside such lofty ambitions, driving a car was a necessity. Originally, he had intended to enroll in a fast-track driving course, but he never anticipated such a robust offering from the system. The ability to spend money to acquire experience while resolving his own dilemmas. Where could one find a system this splendid? Sulai fervently praised the system. Without further ado, he clicked to purchase. Your account ending in 438 has been charged a swift amount of 1,000,000 yuan. Remaining balance, 302,583,358 yuan. Experience upgrade, 3,471,000. Instantly, a surge of profound driving awareness infused Sulai's being, becoming instinctual, as if he had been delving into these skills for years. Concurrently, a collection of documents appeared on the adjacent sofa. Sulai glanced through them briefly, his heart brimming with joy. He resolved to procure a vehicle the following day. Casting a glance at the time, he suppressed his excitement and retired to bed. The next morning, Sulai awoke and promptly dialed Myleni's number. While he recognized that disturbing her at such an early hour might be inconsiderate, he found himself unable to restrain his enthusiasm. As a man, he had always harbored a fondness for cars. Previously devoid of opportunity, he now yearned to relish the experience. Upon hearing Sulai's request, Myleni swiftly took action. With numerous vehicles available within the Four Seasons manor, it was a simple task to allocate one to Sulai, especially since he had expressed willingness to pay a rental fee. It was a business proposition that was mutually beneficial. Who would be foolish enough to decline such an opportunity? Meanwhile, at the musical instrument shop, Jiang Yao drowsily leaned against her aunt's shoulder, her eyes still closed. Despite her lack of makeup, she remained stunningly beautiful. This is perhaps the essence of a girl who looks lovely even in her natural state. Her aunt opened the shop door with a sigh, saying, "If you're not awake yet, just continue sleeping. Why come here so early? It's been 2 consecutive days of this." Jiang Yao remained curled up against her aunt, her eyes still shut, murmuring, "I just wanted to help you watch the shop. Look at how many people usually come." Her aunt chuckled, "You helping? Every time you come, you either stare blankly at the table or gaze out the window. What? Are you waiting for someone, Yao?" Jiang Yao's cheeks flushed, feeling guilty as she replied, "Oh, no, don't think too much. I'm just here to help." Her aunt decided to tease her further, pushing the door open and pointing at a pile of boxes nearby. "Oh, you're here to help, are you? Then go ahead and move that pile to the storage room in the back." Jiang Yao opened her eyes a crack, noticing the large boxes, and exclaimed, "Huh? What did you just say? I can't hear you." With that, she closed her eyes again, groping her way to a nearby table, sitting down, and dozing off. Her long hair cascading like a waterfall. Her aunt sighed and shook her head. Was this what she called helping? Yet, could it be that she was genuinely waiting for someone? Perhaps it was Sulai? For reasons unknown, her aunt felt that if the girl were indeed waiting for someone, it would surely be him. With a mischievous glint in her eye, her aunt called out, "Sulai? What brings you here?" Jiang Yao suddenly sprang up, her demeanor transformed with newfound energy. Although she had not initially groomed herself, upon hearing those words, she swiftly tied her hair and applied lipstick in one fluid motion. Her aunt observed, "Well, no need for further testing. It's quite evident now. The girl has someone in her heart." After finishing her makeup, Jiang Yao peered around, puzzled. "Where's Sulai?" Her aunt blinked innocently. "Oh, I must have misjudged." Jiang Yao's spirits deflated immediately. "And how unfair. I'm not playing with you anymore." Pouting, she returned to her spot by the table, pulling out her phone and engrossing herself in it. Initially reluctant to accept the device, she found it rather enjoyable once she began using it. "What's this? Our little princess has someone on her mind?" her aunt teased as she approached. Jiang Yao shot her a glare. "Stop saying nonsense. He merely mentioned that a new song would be recorded here, so I came to wait." "Oh, so you've made contact already? Things are progressing swiftly." Her aunt quipped, "If you keep talking like that, I won't be your friend anymore." However, her aunt was unfazed by the threat, pointing at Jiang Yao's new phone. "Yours is white, and if I recall correctly, Sulai has a black one." "Oh my, how adorable. A couple S edition." Jiang Yao gasped, staring at her phone, nearly dropping it in shock. Half an hour later, Sulai successfully got behind the wheel of a car. It wasn't particularly expensive, but it was fast enough. Thrilled, he drove off. Despite being his first time driving, his maneuvers were remarkably adept. Many seasoned drivers would be hard-pressed to match his skill. He cruised around the city, but due to the morning rush hour, the streets were bustling with commuters, causing frequent slowdowns that left Sulai feeling unsatisfied. Was he to speed on the highway? No, that wouldn't do. Even on the highway, there were speed limits, and being caught by the traffic police would lead to complications. Sulai had always adhered to a principle of not causing trouble for others. Thus, the most prudent option would be to head to a racetrack. There, as long as one had permission, one could unleash their speed without concern for judgment. Sulai promptly pulled out his phone to inquire about the racetrack from Mylene. Lacking interest in vehicles, Mylene had to do some quick research and managed to find several relevant details. She relayed the location of the nearest racetrack to Sulai. Upon receiving the address, he immediately set off toward the suburbs. Such grand venues are rarely established within the city, given the exorbitant cost of real estate. Even if one had the desire, they may lack the means. Perhaps due to the workday, most traffic was headed into the city, resulting in significantly fewer vehicles heading outward. The roads were relatively clear, and Sulai arrived at his destination in under an hour. He had assumed the racetrack would be empty in the early morning. Yet he was greeted by a considerable crowd. Upon inquiry, he learned that a racing event would soon take place, not a formal competition, but rather a gathering of wealthy heirs indulging in some playful racing. Sulai's heart leaped with joy at this revelation. Perhaps he could join the race himself? Racing alone could never compare to the thrill of competing against a group. Sulai's attire was quite fashionable and not inexpensive, so he was unlikely to attract unwarranted trouble. After explaining his situation to the staff, they informed him that they could not make decisions on their own and escorted him to the event's organizer, who was also a rich second-generation heir and would be participating in the race. He was not particularly striking in appearance, yet he possessed a robust stature. Of course, when compared to Sulai, he paled in comparison. Not only in temperament, but also in looks, he fell significantly short. Upon catching sight of Sulai, the person in charge merely cast a cursory glance before warmly approaching him. This was prompted by the exquisite watch adorning Sulai's wrist, a piece valued at over 600,000. Surely, a mere ordinary individual would not wear such a luxurious item. Chapter 51. He was quite handsome, though his prowess remained uncertain. This fellow clearly did not belong to the ranks of the commonplace. I am Dong Shan. May I ask your surname? The man inquired with a grin. Sulai smiled back. I am of no distinguished lineage. Simply call me Sulai. Dong Shan left a favorable impression, completely devoid of the arrogant demeanor typical of the wealthy elite. Haha, once we're acquainted, we are brothers. You appear youthful, if you don't mind. You can call me Shango. Sulai responded with a cheerful smile. Shango, let us cut to the chase. Am I eligible to participate in your race? Dong Shan clapped his hands. Absolutely. We were just lamenting the lack of participants. With you joining, we'll have 8 in total, ample for the track. That is splendid. Shall I fetch my car? Not so fast. Let me introduce you to the others first. Dong Shan led Sulai towards the racetrack, beckoning a few jovial young people, 4 men and 1 woman. They were idly conversing beside their respective cars, engaging in what could be generously termed casual banter, or more bluntly, exchanging bravado. Hey, brothers, we have another player joining us. The group turned their attention to Sulai. Some nodded in acknowledgement while others remained impassive. However, the lone female in the group waved at Sulai with a look of surprise, for Sulai's charisma was unusually captivating. To the males, he might be perceived as a rival, but to the females, he was the kind of person who could effortlessly draw them in. Sulai had no intention of forging deep connections with these individuals. His sole desire was to race. Dong Shan introduced each person, and Sulai retained a vague impression. The one young man stood out in his memory. He appeared to be of similar age, with delicate features and a somewhat tentative manner of speaking, as if he had only recently ventured into the world. Among the males, aside from Dong Shan, he was the most amicable towards Sulai. At that moment, a roaring red Ferrari suddenly screeched to a halt nearby, igniting excitement amongst the men, including Dong Shan. As everyone's eyes filled with anticipation, the car door swung open, revealing a pair of stunningly long, fair legs as a woman clad in black emerged. She was exquisitely beautiful, dressed in a manner that left little to the imagination. The ground beneath her seemed to rise as she walked, her attire gracefully draping over her form, accentuating her curves. Many men were left breathless at the sight. Sulai had once heard that every social circle has a sole figure. Surely, this woman was theirs. Even he found himself momentarily captivated by her striking presence. After a brief moment of distraction, he quickly averted his gaze. One ought not to gaze at what should not be seen. However, as everyone fixated on her, he turned his glance elsewhere, which only made him stand out even more in the crowd, further drawing the attention of the woman in black. A subtle smile graced her lips. How pretentious. Yet suddenly, Sulai found his gaze returning, and their eyes met for a fleeting moment before he openly regarded her. He realized that it was entirely natural for men to admire beautiful women, just as women are drawn to handsome men. This is simply the way of the world. Furthermore, deliberately averting his gaze would only attract more attention, so he decided to look openly. After all, it was a feast for the eyes. While a perfect gentleman ought to exhibit self-restraint, it does not imply an absolute avoidance of the fairer sex. Otherwise, one would merely be a hermit. What mattered was the ability to appreciate beauty. It is only natural to harbor such thoughts, especially considering Su Lai was in the prime of his youth. However, he understood the necessity of restraint and action, lest he become a mere emotionless automaton. The woman in black paused momentarily. This was intriguing. Contrasting her fellow men's boorish demeanor with Su Lai's contemplative appreciation was a stark revelation. She approached him with a radiant smile, confidently clicking her heels as she extended her hand. "Hello, I am Chen Xiaoran." Su Lai was taken aback. He hadn't expected her to approach him directly. Reluctantly, he reached out to shake her hand, their contact brief. "Hello, I am Su Lai." At that moment, Chen Xiaoran leaned in closer to whisper into his ear. "You're quite handsome. I wonder how formidable you truly are." Su Lai was momentarily stunned as he watched her turn and saunter back to her car, waving a casual goodbye. "Come play," she called as she climbed into her vehicle and drove towards the starting line. Truth be told, Chen Xiaoran was not particularly fond of mingling with this circle of wealthy heirs. Her passion for racing was what had drawn her to this group, and she remained indifferent to them. Dong Shan, having regained his composure, patted Su Lai on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Brother Su, you are quite fortunate. I would willingly sacrifice a decade of my life for a night with that woman." Su Lai rolled his eyes, observing the men who now regarded him with fiery gazes. Their earlier indifference vanished. If looks could kill, he would have surely met a gruesome fate at their hands. The only exception was the girl, whose interest in him had noticeably intensified. With a resigned shrug, Su Lai muttered, "I'm off to drive." He turned to head towards his car, having resolved to leave after the race, severing ties with this crowd. The extravagant lives of the affluent did not suit him. He preferred to focus on becoming a perfect gentleman of substance. Before long, Su Lai arrived at the starting line, positioning his car adjacent to Chen Xiaoran's. She rolled down her window, waved, and smiled at him. For reasons unknown, he felt as if her gaze lingered on him while driving. Meanwhile, two individuals who had yet to board their vehicles spotted Su Lai's car and burst into laughter, their remarks laced with a hint of derision. "Huh, that car is a Nissan Tina, right? At best, worth 200,000. How can it compete with our vehicles, which start at a minimum of 500,000? Though tinged with envy, there was a kernel of truth in their words. Among them, every individual was driving a vehicle worth at least 500,000. Particularly Chen Xiaoran's audacious Ferrari 488, which boasted a price tag in the millions. By comparison, Su Lai's Nissan Tina appeared somewhat unimpressive. At that moment, another voice chimed in. "What do you know? The Nissan Tina is renowned for being the fastest in its class." "That may be, but it's still in the same category. Can it truly compare with us?" The two continued to bicker. Meanwhile, Dongshan called out, "Hurry up and get in the cars. We're about to start." Finally, the two ceased their idle chatter and hurriedly took their seats. Chen Xiaoran, seeing this, refrained from further eye contact with Su Lai, rolling up her window. All cars took their positions. At the judge's command, each vehicle revved their engines and surged forward. The Ferrari 488, as expected of a supercar, quickly pulled ahead by half a car length. Within mere seconds, the Ferrari accelerated to 100 kilometers per hour, swiftly leaving the other 7 cars behind. Conversely, Su Lai's vehicle, though among the fastest in its class, had a noticeably slower start. As the Ferrari began to dominate, Su Lai found himself firmly at the tail end of the pack. Chapter 52. There are no inferior cars, only incompetent drivers. The grandstands were filled with enthusiastic spectators who erupted into cheers as the race commenced. As Ferrari secured the lead, the crowd's excitement crescendoed with chants of Ferrari, Ferrari. After a brief period of pursuit, the rankings of the cars became increasingly evident. Unsurprisingly, Ferrari claimed the first position, followed by Dongshan's Porsche in second. To everyone's astonishment, a female driver occupied the third spot, with several other young competitors trailing behind. Bringing up the rear was none other than our protagonist, Su Lai. This stage of the race primarily reflected the initial acceleration, where the vehicles that launched swiftly occupied the front ranks. In truth, the distance between the 8 cars remained relatively close, as overtaking on a straight track proved quite challenging. Thus, the first significant moment of interest arose at the first turn, where true driving skills would be showcased. As the audience eagerly awaited the action, the car in fourth position began to decelerate inexplicably, allowing the 3 vehicles behind to gradually overtake it. The spectators were left dumbfounded. What was happening? Was the car malfunctioning? It certainly didn't appear so. Behind the wheel was the young man who had disparaged Su Lai's vehicle prior to the race. "How dare you pursue the woman I, Xiaoyan, have my eyes on? You must not know the meaning of danger." He slowed down his speed, eventually aligning his vehicle with Su Lai's. Xiaoyan rolled down his window, coldly glaring at Su Lai. Su Lai, not being blind, naturally observed the unfolding scene and let out a sigh. After wandering the world for so long, he finally encountered an imbecile seeking trouble. However, he truly had no desire to engage with him. To argue with a fool would be to lower his own intellect. Su Lai rolled down his window, pondered briefly, and then gave Xiao Yan the middle finger. Xiao Yan, upon seeing this, was immediately infuriated. Without a second thought, he swerved his car towards Su Lai. Amused, Su Lai thought, is he trying to force me out of the race? Urban dwellers certainly know how to play. Yet, being a man with SSS-level driving proficiency, he felt no young upstart could outmaneuver him. Rolling up his window, he abruptly reduced his speed, employing a tactic known as retreating to advance. Observing this, Xiao Yan maneuvered his vehicle into Su Lai's original position, effectively blocking him. Enjoy the fumes of my exhaust. Su Lai smirked slightly. He was still too young. He glanced ahead. The first turn was not far off. Su Lai calculated the optimal moment, and finally, he decreased his speed once more, creating a gap of 1 car length from Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, witnessing this, chuckled. Ah, so you're conceding? It would have been better to do this sooner. I could have contended for the first place. Once I win, Qin Shaoran will surely view me in a new light. Just wait until then. Ha ha ha. At that instant, Su Lai suddenly slammed the accelerator, his car shooting forward like an arrow, leaping past Xiao Yan's blockade and taking the lead by half a car length. He then eased off the gas, maintaining a slender lead. Xiao Yan was momentarily stunned. How dare you drift like that? You must be out of your mind. He slammed the gas pedal, intent on overtaking Su Lai, only to realize that Su Lai's vehicle was gradually inching closer. Using your own tactics against you, are we? Xiao Yan thought, panic rising as he realized a collision was imminent. His car, worth over 500,000, had taken considerable persuasion to acquire from his father. Desperate, he released the gas pedal and slammed the brakes, attempting a strategic retreat, yet found himself unable to shake off Su Lai. Frustration boiling within him, Xiao Yan thought, this is intolerable. Ignoring all caution, he resolved to charge ahead, willing to risk a collision. I refuse to let this insolent brat continue his arrogance. His speed surged, closing the distance to Su Lai's vehicle. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, Xiao Yan's face contorted with rage. Come on, let's see who blinks first. Just as he anticipated a crash, Su Lai deftly shifted his car slightly at an acute angle and then suddenly decelerated. Seeing this, Xiao Yan's expression changed to one of triumph. You think I can't handle you? Yet before he could revel in his perceived victory, a shocking sight left him aghast. Oh no! Xiao Yan slammed on the brakes, but inertia propelled his car forward, ultimately leading him off the track. Damn it! He bellowed, slapping the steering wheel in frustration. It turned out that Su Lai had accelerated just as they approached the turn, blocking Xiao Yan's sight at a critical moment. Fueled by anger and irrationality, Xiao Yan made a reckless decision that resulted in his exit from the race. Of course, had Xiao Yan maintained his composure, Su Lai had his own methods to force him off course at the turn. As Su Lai accelerated past Xiao Yan, he rolled down his window, ignoring him entirely while flashing an upside-down thumbs up. Xiao Yan, consumed by rage, flung open his car door and charged out, ready to express his displeasure with a few choice words. Meanwhile, Su Lai had already driven away, windows up, leaving Xiao Yan's words unheard. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. The atmosphere electrified. Bro, you're incredible. I finally understand. There are no inferior cars, only incompetent drivers. This phrase sounded somewhat peculiar, leading to suspicions of its meaning. Who is that? I didn't notice him before. Don't you know? I heard he was a last-minute addition, and he is quite handsome. Really? Should we get his WeChat later? Absolutely, let us go together. What a domineering man. Just the thought of it sends shivers down my spine. At the forefront, Qin Shaoran had been keeping an eye on the rear, curious about Su Lai's performance. If he proved capable, perhaps she could take the initiative and spark an interesting story. When she witnessed Su Lai outmaneuvering Xiao Yan and sending him off the track, a smile broke across her face. He has got some skill. Looks like I have my sights set on you. Despite this, she had no intention of slowing down, maintaining her lead. Come on, hurry up and catch me. If you can keep up, I might just let you have some fun. With Xiao Yan dispatched as an annoyance, Su Lai finally embarked on his overtaking journey. The track held 6 or 7 more turns, and with his exceptional driving skills, he climbed to 6th place by the 2nd turn, 4th by the 3rd, 3rd by the 4th, and finally, he surpassed Dong Shan at the 5th turn, claiming the 2nd position. The audience had gone wild. To think such a mediocre car could reach 2nd place. Normally, no one would dare believe it, but they were now witnessing history unfold. Excitement began to build among the spectators. As the final 2 bends loom ahead, can Su Lai surpass the Ferrari and emerge victorious? Chapter 53. The asphalt feels exceptionally scorching today. Qin Shaoran is taken aback. How is it possible that a car of such modest quality can outpace vehicles worth 500,000 or even 1 million? The technical prowess is simply astounding. Nevertheless, I find it exhilarating, hee. With Su Lai closing in on her, her competitive spirit ignites. Who would willingly concede victory? Qin Shaoran presses down on the accelerator, while Su Lai remains relentless in his pursuit. At last, they approach the bend once again. The audience's anticipation is palpable. Will he overtake? Can he surpass her? The gap between the two cars narrows, the chase intensifying. Chen Xiaoran feels the sweat pooling in her palms as she glances at Su Lai's vehicle. She has exerted every ounce of her effort, yet he continues to gain on her. 1 car length. Half a car length. They are neck and neck, surpassing half a car length. Now a full car length ahead. In the fleeting moments of the bend, Su Lai successfully overtakes Chen Xiaoran, taking the lead. Unwilling to surrender, she aims to reclaim her position on the straightaway with the advantage of speed. However, after a prolonged chase, she has only gained a fraction, and they are already at the final bend. With his exceptional cornering skills, Su Lai again widens the gap between them. Alas, I've lost. Chen Xiaoran feels a wave of despondency. Ultimately, Su Lai dashes across the final straight, crossing the finish line. The cheers from the audience resonate through the air, unwavering and thunderous. Wow, incredible. Alas, lacking in sophistication, my only expression is a simple exclamation. The Nissan Tina is remarkable. I must acquire one. Can't people recognize that it is not merely the Nissan Tina's merit? It is entirely the driver's skill that has overwhelmed the competition. Indeed, some lament that had he possessed any car among the others, the rest would scarcely have had a chance to breathe in its exhaust. The rivalry is fierce, truly terrifying. Oh, pardon me, I seem to be in the wrong scene. One by one, apart from Xiao Yan, the other cars cross the finish line. Yet, the accolades belong solely to Su Lai. The glory is his. He is the most resplendent star of the day. Su Lai emerges from his vehicle, waving to the exuberant crowd. Goodness, he is somewhat charming. Is there still a chance for ordinary folks? Instead of envying him, one might as well work harder to earn money. Go to H country for cosmetic surgery, and then perhaps a wealthy woman or a young model will cater to your whims, no less. Today's asphalt is indeed scorching, yet my brother speaks wisely. Dongshan steps out of his car and gives Su Lai's shoulder a hearty pat. You did great, brother. Incredible. Su Lai waves dismissively. Just standard procedure. Just standard procedure. A satisfying smile graces his face. The thrill of racing is simply unparalleled. It's no wonder so many are willing to take risks for such exhilaration. It truly sends adrenaline soaring. This race has thoroughly indulged his passion for driving. Just then, Chen Xiaoran approaches, winking at Su Lai with a smile. Not bad. Your skills are commendable. I like it. Before Su Lai can respond, she continues. I have a few matters to attend to. Let me know once you've settled on a place. See you tonight, Su Lai. With that, she turns and departs. Su Lai is momentarily taken aback. Settle on a place? What place? Dongshan, noticing Su Lai's bewilderment, quickly explains. There's a little rule we established before the race. The one who finishes first has to treat everyone to a meal. I forgot to mention it in the heat of the moment. As Su Lai regains his composure, he is left dumbfounded. There is such a rule? At this moment, Dongshan pats his chest. Brother, don't worry, it was my oversight for not clarifying. I'll foot the bill, but you must come to support us. Su Lai finally comprehends, finding himself in agreement with Dongshan's sentiments, yet he still chuckles. No need. It's just a meal, I'll take care of it. Treating is something Su Lai relishes, for it involves spending money. Hosting such a large gathering will undoubtedly require considerable funds. After all, that is a wealth of experience points. Why not indulge? Dongshan, ever loyal, insists, no. I'll handle it. It's my fault for not being clear. Su Lai raises a hand to stop him. I'll take care of it. How about this? I'll cover the expenses, but let us maintain the usual standards for your gatherings. And since I'm not adept at organizing such affairs, could you take charge? Is that agreeable? Seeing Su Lai's resolute demeanor, Dongshan reluctantly agrees. The two exchange WeChat details and arrange to meet at the designated dining location. Just as Su Lai is about to leave, another girl, aside from Chen Xiaoran, tosses a box toward him. She appears to be Wang Yuan. Instinctively, he catches it. As he opens it, curiosity piqued, he asks, what is this? No one responds. Su Lai looks down and gasps. He nearly drops the box, but manages to restrain himself. Is this the champion's prize? He casts a pleading glance at Dongshan. Dongshan gazes back with envy. Indeed, we yearn for such a thing. So Risku? Dongshan shakes his head. You're still young. You don't grasp the benefits of such items. Su Lai feels a pang of discomfort. What had he just seen? Black, lace, minimal material, and faintly visible strands resembling soft, curled hair. Su Lai's voice trembles slightly. Worn? Wang Yuan speaks. Her tone devoid of discernible emotion. Xiaoran just took it off. Before the race, she stated that whoever could defeat her would receive a reward. You've struck luck. Su Lai's hand trembles as he closes the box and tosses it into Dongshan's arms, nearly in tears. Who on earth would want this? It's yours now. Dongshan catches the box, astonished. Really? Su Lai pats his shoulder earnestly. Truly, it's yours, don't be modest. Dongshan is already lost in a reverie, gazing at the box with drool forming. Su Lai shakes his head in disbelief. I'm off, see you tonight. It's certainly better to be younger, less inclined towards such risky matters. Suddenly, Dong Shan calls out, Su Lai, are you really giving it to me? Su Lai stumbles, nearly losing his balance, and hastens his pace. At this moment, Wang Yuanyuan also chimes in, do you want mine? Su Lai stumbles again, nearly collapsing, and dares not linger any longer. He hurriedly climbs into his car, flooring the accelerator and zooming away. Before departing, he catches a glimpse of Xiao Yan's envious yet resentful gaze. He had been hesitant to approach, perhaps out of fear of embarrassment. The enthusiastic crowd, particularly the female spectators, swarm at the exit, clamoring for Su Lai's contact information. Ultimately, it is the security personnel who assist him in making his escape. It seems that next time he wishes to race, he ought to choose a less crowded time, lest he finds it difficult to return. By the time Su Lai returns to the Four Seasons Manor, it is nearing noon. He casually eats a little something before diving into his daily reading. After finishing the book, he completes the last of 3 songs and then logs into the Battle Royale game. He continues his relentless pursuit until Dong Shan sends a WeChat reminder that it's time for dinner. Experience points gained, 3,891,000. Chapter 54. Love not only blinds but also diminishes intellect. In the Wisteria Garden, a renowned Cantonese restaurant, located in the bustling heart of the city, adjacent to the gently flowing Pearl River, it is said that those who dine here are either affluent or of noble status. With an average expenditure reaching 30 to 40,000, and should one opt for pricier wines and dishes, it could soar to 40 to 50,000 per person. Even the likes of Dong Shan, a privileged heir, seldom make appearances. The wealth of their family does not equate to personal affluence. In reality, everyone has a finite allowance each month. Initially, Dong Shan intended to choose a more economical venue. But upon Su Lai asserting that money was not a concern, and after soliciting his opinion, they ultimately settled on this location. The architecture of Ziting Garden is modest, mostly comprising 2 or 3 stories, making it a rarity in an area where prices are soaring, thus hinting at the formidable influence behind Ziting Garden. Su Lai, having recently acquired his driver's license and still under the spell of his newfound freedom, opted to drive. Upon his arrival, he found Dong Shan waiting at the entrance. Looking rather unwell, his complexion pale. Despite having spent the day engrossed in gaming, Su Lai appeared more lively and couldn't he help but inquire, Brother Shan, what's wrong? You seem rather off. Dong Shan yawned, dismissing it with, it's nothing, just overexerted myself, a little rest will do. With that, he draped an arm around Su Lai's shoulder as they entered. Su Lai, feeling somewhat speechless, decided to advise, Brother Shan, do take care of your health. Dong Shan chuckled, I reckon women are just that way, one gets tired of them. Su Lai pondered. Has he entered the realm of the wise after the fervor has faded? Upon entering the venue, they found a few individuals already present, all of whom had raced together that morning, none of whom had invited friends along. Su Lai harbored a certain disdain for those who felt compelled to include friends in every gathering. He wouldn't voice it, but it left him perturbed nonetheless. It seemed that this group of affluent youths exhibited commendable manners, unlike the stereotypical rich kids with their airs of superiority often depicted in novels and dramas. Well, there was one exception, though not in the sense of being a nouveau riche. The private room was equipped with karaoke facilities, and the early arrivals were indulging in snacks and songs. As Su Lai stepped inside, they greeted him with friendly glances, as one often does when sharing food. Friendships are often built in such gradual ways. Xiao Yan, however, was an exception. From the moment Su Lai entered, he fixated on him with a menacing glare, as if intent on slaying him with mere looks. But Su Lai was no ordinary individual. He paid no heed to Xiao Yan's hostility, indulging in food and drink without a care. The gathering truly commenced only when Chen Xiaoran and Wang Yuanyuan arrived. Chen Xiaoran approached Su Lai in her high heels, whispering into his ear, you've got some nerve, giving away what I gave you. Su Lai awkwardly rubbed his nose. It wasn't my intention to give it away. I simply couldn't handle such a gift. Anyway, the food is here. If we don't eat soon, it'll get cold. Attempting to change the subject, Chen Xiaoran scoffed, just you wait tonight. You won't escape my grasp, before stealthily slipping something into Su Lai's pocket. After her departure, Su Lai reached in and froze. Goodness, was this something he couldn't escape? He glanced around. Everyone else had already seated themselves for the meal, while Xiao Yan glared daggers at him. An idea struck Su Lai. He casually mentioned he was stepping out to wash his hands and brazenly dragged Xiao Yan toward the restroom. I'm coming with you. Let us strengthen our bond. He insisted. Xiao Yan protested. What are you doing? You'll see, it's important. Despite his reluctance, Su Lai's strength far surpassed that of a frail individual like Xiao Yan, who had succumbed to indulgence. He forcibly pulled him toward the restroom. Outside, the onlookers exchanged puzzled glances. Wang Yuanyuan curiously inquired, when did those two become close enough to go to the restroom together? Dong Shan appeared bewildered but feigned understanding. Perhaps Su Lai is trying to mend relations, given how he sidelined Xiao Yan during the race. More friends, more paths, right? Others nodded in agreement, albeit skeptically. For it seemed implausible that two individuals could go from strangers to foes and then to friends in a single day. Yet, seeing others nodding, they felt compelled to join in, lest they appear out of the loop. Only Chen Xiaoran seemed to ponder deeply. In the restroom, Su Lai released Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan crossed his arms, his expression frosty. What on earth do you want? Su Lai blinked innocently. Since I'm treating tonight, let us keep things civil. Xiao Yan was no fool. Jealousy had twisted his perception, causing him to view Su Lai with disdain. Had it not been for Chen Xiaoran's attendance this evening, he wouldn't have bothered to crash this meal. Frowning, he asked, what is it? Su Lai whispered, didn't Chen Xiaoran just approach me? Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow. Are you trying to show off? Oh no, not at all. Su Lai waved his hand dismissively. She actually wants me to give you something. She is too shy to present it herself. Xiao Yan paused. I'm not easily fooled. Don't jest with me. Why would I deceive you? Look at this. Su Lai pulled out the item from his pocket. Oh, this one is purple. Upon seeing it, Xiao Yan's eyes instantly reddened, his breath quickening. Su Lai hurriedly placed the item in his hands, spinning a tale. Among all of us, you're the one she values the most. Had you just tried a bit harder during the race, she would have intentionally lost to you to let you win this. But you chose to sulk, and I ended up taking it away. I didn't know at the time and gave it away, but she just clarified things with me. It dawned on me. It's my fault. I nearly ruined a beautiful opportunity. Thankfully, she has given me a chance to rectify it, and the opportunity is now in your hands. Will you accept her? Xiao Yan was taken aback, holding the precious item, his body trembling slightly. Is what you say true? Su Lai assured him earnestly, absolutely. Look into my sincere eyes. Would I lie to you? Xiao Yan scrutinized Su Lai, sensing an air of honesty, and felt remorseful. I see now. I misjudged you. I'm sorry. Su Lai, patting his shoulder reassuringly, replied, no worries. Recognizing one's mistakes is a sign of good character. Just then, Xiao Yan fixated intently on Su Lai's hand. You touched it. I need to wash my hands. Su Lai lathered up with soap, scrubbing diligently. While washing, he mused. Love not only blinds, but also diminishes one's intellect. After washing his hands, Su Lai noticed Xiao Yan still watching him intently. That was a rather unfortunate place to store it. Su Lai remarked. I'll dispose of these pants once I return home. I'll never wear them again. With that assurance, Xiao Yan nodded in satisfaction, carefully stowing away the precious item. Su Lai paid him no further mind and sauntered out, thinking, I've offloaded this hot potato. How it unfolds from here is no longer my concern. Back at the dining table, Su Lai resumed eating nonchalantly. Dong Shan inquired, whereas Xiao Yan? Oh, he'll be out shortly. Just as he spoke, Xiao Yan emerged, casting a flirtatious glance at Chen Xiaoran. Returning to the dining table, Xiao Yan had lost his appetite, his gaze fixated intently on Chen Xiaoran. Chen Xiaoran, with a hint of indignation, shot a glance at Su Lai and boldly commanded, you. Come with me. With that, she strode out. Xiao Yan, filled with excitement, wondered if events were unfolding at such a rapid pace. He quickly rose to follow her. Xiaoran, wait for me. Chen Xiaoran stumbled slightly. The others exchanged puzzled looks. Just a short while after the two exited, a scream echoed from outside. 10 minutes later, Xiao Yan returned, his face bruised and battered. His eyes seemed to burn with a fierce intensity, as if he wished to rend Su Lai to pieces. At that moment, he still failed to comprehend how he had once again fallen victim to Su Lai's schemes. The crowd murmured. Su Lai replied, what are you looking at? I know nothing. I'm merely an emotionless tool. Shortly thereafter, Chen Xiaoran re-entered, tossing a small bundle into the trash bin. She then approached Su Lai, leaning in to whisper, the more you resist, the more I shall pursue you. You won't be leaving here standing tonight. Once Chen Xiaoran returned to her seat, the banquet truly commenced. It must be said, the offerings at the wisteria garden were indeed exquisite. The guests clinked glasses and relished their meals with great delight. Naturally, Su Lai abstained from alcohol, as he had never partaken before. This was an explanation he could not divulge to them. He merely cited the need to drive later as a reason to avoid drinking. As the merriment escalated, the guests, clearly in high spirits, noticed Su Lai's persistent sobriety and began to urge him to partake. Come on, just one drink. It would be quite ungracious of you not to drink at all, especially since you are hosting. They insisted. Oh, we can always call a designated driver later. Under the combined pressure of their persuasive appeals and his own curiosity about the taste of alcohol, Su Lai eventually capitulated. It's just one drink. What harm could it possibly do? He thought. He raised a glass and downed its contents in one go. However, little did he know that this single drink would lead to unforeseen consequences. At first, there seemed to be no reaction, but soon after the liquor coursed through him, Su Lai's mind began to swirl, and the faces around him blurred into indistinct shapes. Truly, he was a lightweight. Chen Xiaoran, seizing the moment, thought, this is my opportunity. Previously, she had anticipated needing to ply Su Lai with numerous drinks to achieve her aim. Little did she expect him to succumb so easily after just one. She leaned in closer. Su Lai, how about another drink? Su Lai, now somewhat dazed, shook his head. No, I can't drink anymore. I need to go home. Chen Xiaoran's eyes gleamed with determination. Then let me take you home. Ignoring the gazes of onlookers, she supported him. Despite Su Lai's increasingly muddled consciousness, a part of him sensed danger in her proximity, prompting him to push her away. Don't come too close. I have a girlfriend. She will come to pick me up. Chen Xiaoran, unconvinced, thought this was merely an excuse and continued to assist him. Don't come over. I really do have a girlfriend. She will come for me. He insisted, pulling out his phone to dial a WeChat call. After a few rings, someone answered. Chen Xiaoran was taken aback. Did he really have a girlfriend? But even if he did, it mattered little to her. She only sought a fleeting romance, with no intention of pursuing anything deeper. I'm drunk. Can you come pick me up? The address is. After hanging up, Su Lai struggled to maintain his composure and sent the address. He then stumbled unsteadily toward the exit, followed closely by the concerned crowd. Had they known he would fall after just one drink, they would never have urged him to imbibe. At the music store, the night deepened. Jiang Yao had waited all day without seeing the person she longed for. So she began to tidy up the shop with her aunt, preparing to close for the night. Just then, her phone rang. It was Su Lai. Panic gripped her heart. Why was he calling me? Instinctively, she considered hanging up, yet for some inexplicable reason, she answered. Before she could utter a word, a slurred voice came through. I'm drunk. Can you come pick me up? Jiang Yao was taken aback. After waiting so many days for him, he had gone out drinking and now expected her to come to his aid? Absolutely not. You can fend for yourself, she thought, but the call ended abruptly, followed by a message with an address. Conflicted, she pondered. He must have bought a couple's phone, indicating he had a girlfriend, yet he still asked me to come? How despicable. However, his voice sounded genuinely unwell. What if he was in trouble? Ugh, why did I even get to know him? Frustrated and agitated, Jiang Yao tossed and turned, feeling completely out of sorts. Fine, I'll help him just this once. After this, I won't listen to his songs again. Resolutely, she called out to her aunt. Aunt, Su Lai is drunk. I'm going to pick him up. Without delay, she rushed outside to hail a cab, heading for the wisteria garden. Her aunt's voice echoed from inside. Oh dear, a girl should not be too accommodating. At the wisteria garden, Su Lai resisted any assistance, groping his way toward the entrance before half collapsing onto the steps. The onlookers exchanged glances, whispering among themselves. Did he really have a girlfriend? Who could say? Even if he didn't, surely someone would come for him. There was no need to worry. And even if he did have a girlfriend, she might not compare to Chen Xiaoran, who seemed determined to claim him. As time passed with no sign of anyone arriving, anxiety began to build. Chen Xiaoran approached softly. Su Lai, no one is coming for you. Come with me. Yet he remained silent, ignoring her completely. Seizing the moment, Chen Xiaoran resolved to be bold. Such a rare opportunity could hardly present itself again, and she could not let it slip away. At that moment, a taxi pulled up nearby, and a girl hurriedly stepped out. Her attire, though not extravagant, fit her perfectly. Her makeup, while not overly elaborate, was enough to captivate those around her. Upon seeing her, Chen Xiaoran instinctively stepped back, fully aware that, while she considered herself attractive, this girl surpassed her in every aspect: beauty, figure, and grace. How could someone like her exist in this world? She seemed to command that all the finest things should be offered to her simply by standing there. To Chen Xiaoran's dismay, she felt no envy, only a sense of resignation. The girl rushed over to where Su Lai lay slumped. Su Lai, she called. He lifted his gaze, forcing himself upright, and managed a smile. You came. Jiang Yao steadied him, her voice soft. Yes, I'm here. Chapter 56. If you keep touching, you'll rub off the skin. As Jiang Yao supported Su Lai, he felt as if all the air had been let out of a balloon, collapsing against her shoulder, whispering, I've known you since I was here. I'm glad you came. He spoke these words softly into her ear, just loud enough for her to hear. Unbeknownst to her, a hint of bittersweetness resonated within those words, eliciting a pang of sympathy. Jiang Yao gently patted Su Lai's back, offering comfort as she said, all right, I'm here now. Be good, let's head home. After expressing her gratitude to the onlookers, she helped Su Lai into the car. In the back seat, Jiang Yao rested Su Lai's head against the seat, placing a small plush toy from the driver beneath his head for added comfort. Before instructing the driver to commence their journey, with Jiang Yao's arrival, Su Lai had completely lowered his defenses and had since drifted into slumber. Yet, for reasons unknown, his brows remained slightly furrowed. Curiously, Jiang Yao curled her index finger and gently tugged at his brow, only to find it tightening further. What could he be thinking? He appeared to harbor a countenance steeped in deep grievances. Nevertheless, there was something oddly handsome about him. Moreover, his skin, for a man, seemed almost as delicate as her own. What was his secret to such youthful upkeep? Perhaps she should inquire once he awakens. As her mind wandered through these musings, she couldn't resist the urge to pinch Su Lai's cheeks. Instantly, her eyes sparkled with delight. It seems the texture is rather pleasing. Thus, she began to explore, touching his face with unrestrained glee. Perhaps it was due to Su Lai's inebriation or his diminished wariness towards her, but he remained blissfully unaware and undisturbed. Before long, his face was flushed a rosy hue from her playful pinching. Eventually, the driver, unable to bear the sight any longer, kindly interjected, "Miss, if you continue, your boyfriend's face will be left raw from your affection." Jiang Yao paused, a touch of embarrassment washing over her as she withdrew her hand. Oh dear. She had gotten a bit carried away, unable to restrain herself. But surely, he wouldn't notice, would he? Surveying Su Lai once more, she noted his brows still tightly knit together and let out a sigh of relief as she settled back into her seat. Just then, the vehicle hit a slight bump, causing Su Lai's head to gradually slide towards Jiang Yao. Before she knew it, his head had come to rest on her shoulder. Jiang Yao stiffened momentarily, stealing a glance to ensure he remained asleep. Thank goodness, he had not awakened. After a moment's contemplation, she gently adjusted his head to a more comfortable position. However, just as she was about to relax, Su Lai's head slipped once again, leaning against her shoulder. She repeated the process of readjusting his head, yet after a few seconds, it would inevitably return to her shoulder. Sighing, she resigned herself to the situation. Given the amount of time she had spent pinching his cheeks, she might as well let him rest. Jiang Yao remained perfectly still, wary of disturbing him. As time passed in silence, her mind began to wander, and her heart raced with an unaccountable excitement. She soon noticed Su Lai's furrowed brows relaxing, perhaps due to dreams of joyous thoughts, as the corners of his mouth seemed to lift in a faint smile. The driver skillfully navigated the roads with speed. Time appeared to both drag and fly by. Upon reaching the Seasons Manor, they were briefly halted by security, but once they recognized Su Lai, they allowed them passage, informing him of his residence. Previously, when Jiang Yao had ridden her scooter to drop Su Lai off, she had sensed his affluence. But it wasn't until they arrived at the villa that she was convinced of his wealth. Although the villa was a rental, it still spoke volumes of his background. Suddenly, she recalled the matter concerning his phone. Surely, someone of his caliber must have an equally impressive girlfriend, right? They belonged to entirely different worlds. Perhaps it was best to keep their interactions to a minimum. After ensuring Su Lai was settled in his room, Jiang Yao turned to leave when suddenly, Su Lai's phone rang. She picked it up to find an unrecognized number flashing on the screen. Contemplating for a moment, she decided to answer, considering it might be urgent. A middle-aged woman's voice came through the line. 13, are you awake? The graduation banquet might need to be moved up to the 20th. Otherwise, your aunt won't be able to come. Make sure to come home early. Jiang Yao paused, bewildered. Who was 13? Surely, it was a wrong number. Thus, she politely replied, I'm sorry, ma'am, but you must have dialed the wrong number. The voice on the other end faltered for a moment before murmuring to herself, wrong number? 13828 is correct. This is my son's phone. Listening to this, Jiang Yao felt a wave of confusion wash over her, yet she maintained her patience. Ma'am, please check again. The owner of this number is named Su Lai, not 13. There was a moment of realization on the other end. Oh, dear, you must be my son's girlfriend. His full name is Su Lai, but we usually call him 13. Jiang Yao was taken aback. What? This was Su Lai's mother? Why hadn't she labeled the contact? Unbeknownst to her, Su Lai had refrained from labeling his phone contacts out of concern that, should he lose his phone, a scammer could use his number to mislead his family into parting with their money. Ma'am, I apologize, I didn't realize it was you, Jiang Yao stammered, struggling to form coherent words. Don't be afraid, dear. I'm not one to hold on to old-fashioned beliefs. I want to prevent you two from being together. After all, 13 is grown up now. Having a girlfriend isn't a bad thing. Jiang Yao attempted to clarify, no, ma'am, Su Lai and I are not in that kind of relationship. However, Su Lai's mother ignored her protestations and continued, where's 13? Can you put him on the phone? I have something urgent to discuss with him. Jiang Yao glanced at Su Lai, who was fast asleep, utterly oblivious to their conversation. Without a second thought, she replied, he is asleep. The moment the words left her lips, she felt a sense of foreboding. Wait, ma'am, that's not what I meant. I mean, Su Lai is drunk and has fallen asleep. I didn't mean it like that. There was silence on the other end. In a panic, Jiang Yao scrambled to find the right words. But the more she tried, the more muddled her thoughts became. She felt like a restless ant on a hot stove, unable to articulate her explanation. Finally, the voice on the other end spoke again, seemingly attempting to spare her feelings by changing the subject. Oh, what did you say? I didn't catch that. Oh, you said 13 is unavailable to answer? That is fine. Just let him know the graduation banquet has been moved to the 20th, and he should return on time. After a brief pause, the woman added, "Dear, if you have the time, you should come back as well." And with that, the call ended. Jiang Yao was left in a state of disbelief. Why had she foolishly answered that call? She felt like crying, staring blankly at her own hands. Chapter 57. I'm unattractive and have never experienced love or heartache. Ultimately, Jiang Yao let out a deep sigh. Forget it, she thought, dismissing the incident from her mind. She looked at Su Lai, reassured he was fine, before turning to exit. The night had grown quite late. To her dismay, Jiang Yao discovered that the driver had already departed, presumably thinking she would be spending the night there. She pulled out her phone to request a ride, only for it to suddenly go dark. Jiang Yao nearly burst into tears, having spent the entire day on her phone at the music store without charging it. The battery had finally given out. Indeed, when misfortune strikes, it seems that calamities come in droves. Should she walk back? It seems that the distance isn't too great. Is it? Jiang Yao glanced at the pitch-black night sky, feeling a sense of trepidation, setting aside how long it would take to walk back. It was the dead of night, and should anything happen on the road, heaven would not answer her calls, nor would the earth heed her pleas. Just as she found herself at a loss, an epiphany struck her. She turned back towards the villa. Wasn't Su Lai's phone of the same model as hers? Surely, charging her phone with his charger for a while before heading back would suffice. What a foolish thought. Jiang Yao lightly slapped her forehead as she searched the villa and successfully located the charger by Su Lai's bedside. Adhering to the principle of proximity, Jiang Yao settled on the edge of the bed, charging her phone while letting her mind wander. In a moment of distraction, she noticed Su Lai's brow furrow once more. Curiously, she leaned over the bed and gently prodded his forehead with her fingertip. This time, his brow unfurled rather than tightening. It appeared that her spirits also lifted in tandem. She powered on her phone and sent a message to her aunt to assure her of her safety. After sending, she glanced at her phone, only to find it charged a mere 2%, far from enough to venture home. Perhaps it would be prudent to let it charge a bit longer. Having risen early and now toiling late into the night, fatigue washed over her. Should she lie down for a moment? After all, he was sleeping soundly like a log, and wouldn't he pose any threat to her? With a resigned sigh, Jiang Yao curled up on the bed, resting her head on her arm, her gaze fixated on her phone. She decided she would only leave once the battery reached 10%. Yet, as she stared, her eyelids began to wage a battle against her will. No. She couldn't succumb to sleep. Jiang Yao shook her head, but barely 10 seconds passed when her eyelids began to flutter again. No, she must resist. She tossed her head once more. This time, only 5 seconds elapsed before her eyelids grew heavy again. She simply could not allow herself to sleep. 3 seconds later, her beautiful but hazy eyes blinked slowly before finally closing. The following morning, Su Lai awoke to find the first sight before him was the silhouette of a figure. Long black hair cascaded down, framing a body with graceful curves. What on earth? Su Lai sat up in alarm. His head throbbed painfully, rubbing his temples. He finally focused on the person lying beside him. Jiang Yao? Why was she still here? His head pounded in waves as the memories of last night began to resurface. He recalled drinking a glass of wine during dinner, and how his consciousness had quickly dulled. Had he called her at the last moment? Why her and not someone else? Su Lai silently scrutinized the sleeping Jiang Yao. It is said that sleep is the time when one's inner self is unshackled. Hence most people do not possess the most graceful sleeping postures. Jiang Yao appeared tranquil and beautiful in her slumber. Su Lai swore he had never seen a girl who looked so enchanting even while asleep. Of course, it was possible he had simply never seen other girls in such a state. As he gazed, he gradually became entranced, losing track of time. Suddenly, Su Lai slapped himself harshly across the face. Wake up, Su Lai. You are a man with ambitions. How could you indulge in such romantic musings? Women can be a hindrance to your progress. Yet, she truly is quite lovely. Perhaps it was the sound of his slap that roused Jiang Yao from her slumber. Slowly, she opened her eyes, momentarily disoriented by the unfamiliar surroundings. Then, in a sudden jolt, she sat upright, turning to see Su Lai sitting on the bed beside her. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere grew palpably awkward. Su Lai blinked, while a blush crept onto Jiang Yao's cheeks. She raised her hand, pointing to her phone still plugged into the charger, stammering slightly. I just wanted to charge my phone for a bit before leaving, but I accidentally fell asleep. Su Lai remained silent, observing her. Jiang Yao felt her scalp tingle under his gaze, and she quickly jumped off the bed, rushing towards the door. I'm leaving right now. Wait. Su Lai acted swiftly, rising to grasp her wrist. Jiang Yao turned back, her expression apologetic. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Just as Su Lai was about to speak, a wave of dizziness washed over him, nearly causing him to stumble. The aftermath of his hangover was proving to be quite unpleasant. He sighed inwardly. It seemed he would have to avoid alcohol in the future. Noticing Su Lai suddenly clutching his head and swaying slightly, Jiang Yao instinctively reached out to support him. What's wrong? Nothing, just a bit dizzy, he replied, shaking his head. Please sit still for a moment. Jiang Yao helped him to sit on the edge of the bed, even in his dizziness. Sulai did not release her, as if fearing she might flee. Jiang Yao reluctantly sat beside him, contemplating the situation. This could not continue. She resolved to confront him directly. What exactly are your intentions? You already have a girlfriend, so can't you refrain from being so unfaithful? Enjoying what you have while coveting what's beyond reach. Sulai rubbed his temples, looking bewildered. Girlfriend? You? Jiang Yao pulled her hand away from his grip. Don't jest. I know you have a girlfriend. It's inappropriate for us to be so ambiguous. Sulai inhaled sharply, unsure whether it was from pain or shock at her words. Who told you I have a girlfriend? Jiang Yao gestured to the phone. Your black phone. My white one. It's quite obvious they are matching models, meant for a girl, right? It just happened to break my phone, so you compensated me. I've only used it for 2 days. After formatting, it's as good as new. Sulai nodded earnestly. Indeed, it was intended for a girl. But she is not my girlfriend. Rather, upon hearing those words, Jiang Yao erupted in anger, nearly slapping him before her cultivated demeanor restrained her. How could you be so unprincipled? To be entangled with so many? Disappointment washed over her as she turned to leave. Besides a girlfriend and herself, there were others? Good heavens! Why did she ever become acquainted with such a person? Sulai firmly grasped her arm, preventing her from departing. Jiang Yao pivoted and slapped him. He caught her wrist effortlessly, holding both her hands captive, exasperated. Could you please let me finish? Jiang Yao glared at him, her face flushed with indignation. What else is there to say? Sulai, at a loss for words, replied, that phone was originally meant for my sister. Jiang Yao paused, taken aback. Your sister? Related by blood? Sulai nodded. Yes. Jiang Yao stood stunned. So you don't have a girlfriend? Sulai chuckled. I'm not particularly handsome, and Haven T experienced much in the realm of love and heartache. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao's cheeks flushed a brilliant shade. Far redder than when she was angry. I'm sorry for misunderstanding you. She lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes, her voice barely above a whisper. This was utterly embarrassing. Sulai blinked innocently and tugged Jiang Yao to sit on the edge of the bed, feigning a pained expression. My head hurts terribly. Jiang Yao, flustered with concern, asked, does it still hurt? Yes, it aches. May I lean on your shoulder? Before she could respond, Sulai rested his head on her shoulder. Taken aback, Jiang Yao thought, this sensation seems oddly familiar. She playfully pushed him away, but when he did not budge, she resigned herself to his playful dependence, allowing him to lean on her shoulder. The morning sun streamed through the window, gradually climbing onto the bed and illuminating the backs, shoulders, and hair of the two individuals, eventually filling the entire room with its golden light. The faces of both remained shrouded in shadow, obscuring their expressions. The scene froze. Time stood still, and neither moved. After an indeterminate duration, Jiang Yao gently nudged Sulai with her elbow. Hey, are you ready yet? Not yet. It doesn't happen that quickly. It's been ages, I'm so tired. Oh, then I'll try to hurry. After a considerable amount of time passed, she asked again, are you ready? Yes, Sulai replied. I can't feel anything anymore, it's gone numb. Sulai ordered 2 breakfasts, and they sat facing each other, eating in silence. After sipping her milk, Jiang Yao pondered for a moment before inquiring, Sulai, do you have another name, Su Shursan? Sulai was taken aback. How do you know? Jiang Yao's expression turned melancholic. Your mother mentioned it. Sulai's face twisted in confusion. You've met my mother? Not exactly. She called last night, saying their SA graduation banquet on the 20th and told you to return early. By the way, why didn't you add a note? Jiang Yao playfully kicked Sulai under the table, feigning anger. Sulai, with an innocent look, replied, I remembered, just too lazy to note it down. Jiang Yao retorted, who do I turn to for reasoning here? She decided to voice all her curiosities. So, are you quite wealthy? A rich second generation? Not really wealthy. No house, no car. And I'm no rich second generation. My parents nearly couldn't afford food while supporting my sister and me through school. Now, things are a bit better. And I have some savings. Sulai continued to eat breakfast without lifting his head. Jiang Yao was taken aback. How is this so different from what I imagined? Then why do you live in such an expensive place? It's wasteful. Sulai smiled at her. It's about experiencing life. I'm not staying here long term, and besides, this money is earned through hard work, so I can spend it with a clear conscience. That doesn't justify such extravagance. Let me help you find a place to stay. Though she said this, Jiang Yao felt a sense of relief in her heart. Thankfully, their social statuses were not too far apart. No need, I'm going back tomorrow. What? So soon? What's wrong? Do you not want me to leave? Jiang Yao rolled her eyes. I'm just reluctant to part with your songs. We agreed to record. It's been 2 or 3 days. And I haven't seen you. We'll record right after breakfast. Really? Wonderful. By the way, I have a duet song that would sound even better together. Want to give it a try? What song? You'll know when we get there. Can I do it? Don't worry. Big brother will teach you well. TCH. Big brother? Little 13, Call me sister, and I'll buy you candy. Am I small? Not small at all. With tasks ahead, they hastened through breakfast. Before long, they had finished and were ready to head out. Suddenly, Su Lai smacked his forehead, almost forgot. Wait for me for 2 hours. Jiang Yao exclaimed, what on earth? Su Lai quickly returned to his room to grab a book, sitting down at the table to read. Jiang Yao was puzzled. What kind of mysterious operation is this? Once Su Lai delved into the book, he became completely engrossed, forgetting that there was still another person in the house. Jiang Yao thought, this guy can charm me when he wants, but sometimes he pulls these suffocating stunts. Like now. However, being with him might make life quite interesting, right? Ugh, no. Let us not go there. Who wants to be with this guy? He is clearly a romantic. Not to mention that girl in black from yesterday. It's obvious she has feelings for him. If I were with him, I'd have to face countless rivals for affection. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Feeling abandoned, Jiang Yao experienced a wave of loneliness and decided to amuse herself. After glancing around, she eventually opened her computer to play a game. She had played PUBG before, although her landing speed was notoriously quick. Su Lai had said to wait 2 hours, and he meant it. No more, no less. Closing the book, he lifted his eyes to see Jiang Yao engrossed in her game. At that moment, she was crouched beside a large tree on a hillside, surveying the plains ahead, waiting for the poison circle to shrink, biding her time for the next wave of danger. Su Lai approached her and remarked, there's someone on the hillside ahead. Huh? Are you ready? There's no hillside ahead. It's clearly a plain. Su Lai patted her head gently. Silly girl, the plain leads to the hillside. Shift a bit. Let me take over. Jiang Yao moved aside silently. Do you have a scope? I have a 4x. That'll do. Su Lai took control of the game, attaching the 4x scope to the AKM and switching to single shot. He then opened the scope and fired at a distant spot on the hillside. Bang, bang, 2 shots. Player Su Lai used AKM to headshot and kill Wang Yiba sure will allow go. Jiang Yao exclaimed in astonishment. You can see that far? Did you have your eyes encrusted with diamonds? Su Lai chuckled. Standard operation. After all, this is how I make a living. Jiang Yao was taken aback. You can't be a professional player, can you? If you were, you might not be particularly wealthy, but you could afford to stay in places like this occasionally. Stop overthinking it. Let us go. Aren't we going to play anymore? What is there to play? It's getting late, and we want to finish recording today. Jiang Yao was speechless. 2 hours ago, he and T said that. Su Lai shut down the computer and took Jiang Yao out. Time was tight, and they couldn't wait for the driver. They decided to walk to the entrance and hail a cab. The two walked one in front of the other, reminiscent of the time when Su Lai had wandered the streets. However, back then, it was the girl in front and the boy behind. This time, the roles were reversed, creating a somewhat ethereal atmosphere. Suddenly, a thunderclap echoed, startling both of them. In the blink of an eye, dark clouds gathered overhead. Su Lai snapped back to reality. What the heck? This rain just shows up without a word? Run. The front gate and the villa were clearly closer to the villa, and Su Lai dashed towards it. Jiang Yao hurriedly kept pace behind him. Yet, the downpour arrived with alarming speed, leaving no room for preparation. It seemed as if the Dragon King had overturned his bathwater, pouring down with abandon. In an instant, the two, caught in their frantic run, were drenched to the bone. Chapter 59. Important people don't need notes. The rain came swiftly and departed just as quickly, reminiscent of the initial tremors of youth. As Su Lai and Jiang Yao returned to the villa, peering outside, they noticed the rain had already ceased. Su Lai, somewhat speechless, remarked, "Does this rain hold a grudge against us? It starts pouring as soon as we leave, then stops when we return." His sentence trailed off as he caught sight of Jiang Yao. She wore a white t-shirt and shorts, and after being soaked, her top became slightly transparent, revealing hints of pink beneath. Su Lai's face flushed instantly, and he quickly turned away. You have a nice figure." Jiang Yao glanced down, her cheeks slightly flushed as she found it somewhat amusing. She hadn't even felt shy, so why was he? However, after knowing each other for so long, it was only now that he seemed like an innocent young boy. Jiang Yao delicately arranged her damp hair, and upon seeing Su Lai's expression, she couldn't help but pinch his cheek playfully, inquiring, "What do you think? Do I look good?" Su Lai swatted her hand away, stammering, It's just okay." With that, he hastily retreated to the bedroom. Jiang Yao raised her hand, glancing at herself in confusion. Was she truly so lacking in allure that he didn't even wish to spare her a second glance? After a brief moment, Su Lai emerged, having changed out of his wet clothes, his complexion returning to normal. With an impassive expression, he tossed a set of clothes to Jiang Yao. "You should take a shower. Catching a cold would be unwise." Jiang Yao examined the clothing, frowning, "But your clothes won't fit me. Just wear this for now. I'll buy you something later." "Oh, all right, but don't forget to buy underwear." With her head down, Jiang Yao clutched the garments and made her way to the bathroom, her expression obscured. Su Lai pondered for a moment before asking, "What size do you wear?" Jiang Yao paused, her cheeks ablaze, turning a deep shade of crimson. She did not turn back, her throat dry as she stammered, 36C. Sulai was momentarily taken aback. Did such specifics even exist? However, that was not the information he sought. I meant, what size clothing do you wear? One size fits all should suffice. Ah, how embarrassing. What was I thinking, discussing such matters with a boy? Oh, I see. Sulai replied before stepping outside. Earlier, he had already called the driver from the room, and he should be arriving soon. As Sulai walked, he murmured to himself, 36? Is that really that large? Jiang Yao overheard, and, unsure whether to be indignant or amused, turned to shout, it is. After her outburst, she hurried into the bathroom, slamming the door behind her. Sulai shrugged. If it's true, then what else with the fuss? It's not something scandalous. Upon arriving at the nearby mall, Sulai had a relatively smooth shopping experience. After perusing the store, he purchased a gray-green fitted dress from the Chanel women's boutique. Initially, he intended to buy a top and bottom separately, but reconsidered, deciding that a single dress would be more convenient, saving him the trouble of matching pieces. If Jiang Yao were to criticize his fashion sense, that would be disastrous. Thus, a dress was the safer choice. Sulai was confident that regardless of the style, Jiang Yao could effortlessly pull it off. The challenge lay in purchasing underwear. He hesitated in front of the lingerie store for quite some time, ultimately mustering the courage to enter. It was as if he had stepped into a brothel for the first time, his eyes darting nervously, movements subdued. He approached a sales associate, relayed his request, and once the items were packaged, he promptly paid and exited. When Sulai returned to the Four Seasons Manor, Jiang Yao had already finished her shower, wearing his clothes and sitting on the sofa, drying her hair with a hairdryer. Sulai set the clothes aside, announcing, I brought back the outfit. Jiang Yao nodded, turning off the dryer and handing it to Sulai with a smile. Xiao Shisan, help your sister dry her hair. Her eyes formed beautiful crescents as she smiled, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples from her recent bath. Sulai found himself momentarily entranced. Jiang Yao flipped her hair, turning away from him. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Coming back to reality, Sulai quietly activated the hairdryer and began to dry her hair bit by bit. Jiang Yao closed her eyes in contentment, but suddenly opened them, grabbed her phone, opened WeChat, navigated to Sulai's profile, and set a nickname for him, Xiao Shisan. Curiously, she asked, Xiao Shisan, what is my nickname? Sulai pulled out his phone, unlocked it, navigated to their chat page, and handed it to her. Take a look. Jiang Yao, seeing the phone thrust before her, accepted it without hesitation. Meeting you under the moonlight at Yao Tai. Jiang Yao frowned. So you couldn't even be bothered to give me a proper nickname? But upon reflection, it made sense. He hadn't even bothered with his mother-esque nickname. So it was only natural he wouldn't for hers either. She muttered, if you can't even bother with a nickname, how will you recognize me? Sulai chuckled. I'll remember. Jiang Yao was at a loss for words. After finishing the nickname, she exited the page only to find, why does everyone else have nicknames and I don't? Xiao Shisan, that's so unfair. You're being prejudiced. Everyone else has a nickname. And you want to give me one. Do you know how heartbroken I am? Sulai merely smiled, remaining silent as he diligently dried her hair. Jiang Yao. Oh Jiang Yao. Perhaps our words were unclear. When I said I would remember, I meant those who are significant in my life. Important people don't require nicknames. Yet, Sulai ultimately refrained from voicing this thought. He had understood from a young age that some things in life are fleeting, and among those, emotions are the most ephemeral. Everyone is like a thread. At their intersections, you might mistakenly believe that you are entwined for a lifetime. However, after walking together for a while, you come to realize that your paths merely crossed for a fleeting moment. Yet, you wrongly assume it to be eternal. Sulai reflected on his genuine feelings for the girl before him. From the moment he drunkenly called her last night, he had realized it. However, their acquaintance had not been long. What if his attraction was merely superficial, and he eventually fell for someone else? How could he face her? Thus, he decided to wait longer. Until enough time had passed, until he was certain he could treat this girl with unwavering devotion for a lifetime. And only then would he take her hand. At that moment, no one could take her away. Jiang Yao returned the phone to Sulai. As he glanced at it, he chuckled, teasing, Princess Yao Yao? What is that about? Are we playing Honor of Kings? Ah Yao, I cry for you. Jiang Yao flicked her hair, turning to glare at Sulai. If you dare to change it, I'll bite you. She then turned back, letting her hair down, commanding, continue drying. Sulai could only helplessly smile and comply. This was becoming increasingly entertaining. After Jiang Yao's hair was dry, she stood up, taking her clothes and retreating to the bedroom. Before closing the door, she peeked out to threaten, no peeking. She then hurriedly changed her clothes inside. When she pulled out the underwear, she paused, stunned. How could this Xiao Shisan be so shameless, buying such embarrassing items? If Sulai were there, he would surely protest. For he had merely requested the sales associate to pick them out, having never touched them himself. Ignorance is bliss. Eventually, Jiang Yao donned the garments. Surprisingly, though they were a bit daring, they felt quite nice. After changing, she checked her reflection in the mirror, feeling quite satisfied. Not bad. Xiao Shisan had decent taste. Seeing nothing amiss, Jiang Yao opened the door and stepped out. Su Lai, who had been waiting outside for quite some time, suddenly brightened. This was a bit unreasonable. The outfit, which appeared ordinary, transformed into something stunning when worn by her. It was as if the dress was destined to belong to her. Jiang Yao gently twirled, her skirt fluttering slightly in the breeze. Is it beautiful? Su Lai instinctively nodded, but upon regaining his composure, he shook his head. Jiang Yao cast him a sidelong glance, embodying a myriad of enchanting charms. Men, so often contradictory. It seemed as though donning a new outfit had brightened Jiang Yao's spirits considerably. Once prepared, she eagerly tugged Su Lai along. Hurry up, we've dawdled long enough. Didn't you say we wouldn't finish recording? At the musical instrument store, Su Lai's aunt was taken aback to see the pair arrive together, her heart swelling with joy. Things are progressing rather swiftly, she mused. Yet, something felt amiss. Her attention was drawn to Jiang Yao's attire. Did she change clothes overnight? She thought, a shadow crossing her face as she pulled Jiang Yao inside. Su Lai stood bewildered. Inside, his aunt whispered, "Ah Yao, I'm delighted to see you in a relationship. However, as a young lady, you should maintain a sense of decorum. Don't be like me, giving yourself away too early, only to regret it later." Jiang Yao blinked in surprise, quickly grasping her aunt's implication, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. "Auntie, what are you thinking? We haven't." Her aunt looked at her with exasperated affection. "Don't try to deceive me. You weren't wearing this outfit yesterday." Jiang Yao chuckled helplessly. "Well, you see, it rained earlier, and we got soaked, so I changed clothes. This was a gift from him, isn't it lovely?" Her aunt, still skeptical, remarked. "The dress is indeed quite beautiful, but are you being truthful?" "I assure you." Jiang Yao grasped her aunt's hand. "Rest assured, I will take good care of myself. If he dares to act inappropriately, I'll give him a good thrashing." The charming woman found her amusing, shaking her head with a smile. "You think you can beat him? Do you stand a chance?" "Even if I can't, I'll still try." This girl. Outside, Su Lai watched the two alternate between seriousness and playful banter, his mind swirling with confusion. After a brief interlude, Jiang Yao dashed out, pulling Su Lai towards the recording studio. "Su Lai, let us record the song." Before entering, Su Lai handed his phone to Jiang Yao, which contained the a cappella version of their duet. Jiang Yao's task was to familiarize herself with the song and sing it flawlessly. A total of 3 songs were to be recorded. Although the lyrics and melody were already penned, fully conveying the essence from their minds required numerous tools: a computer, a piano, and a pipa. The quality of the song must be impeccable, unlike the previous one that was hastily strummed on a guitar. Jiang Yao remained composed, patiently waiting outside, while Su Lai diligently worked, gradually learning the song. He was wholly absorbed in his craft, pouring his heart and soul into perfecting the music, even forgetting to eat lunch. Had Jiang Yao not reminded him, he might have continued until nightfall. After hastily consuming a bit of food, he returned to the studio. During their meal, Su Lai asked Jiang Yao to sing the duet, correcting a few notes. As night descended, Su Lai finally prepared everything. All that remained was to sing. He stepped outside, wearily massaging his temples. Noticing this, Jiang Yao inquired, "Do you want to take a break before continuing? Or perhaps record tomorrow?" Su Lai shook his head. "No need. How well have you learned your part?" Jiang Yao confidently patted her chest. "Fear not. When it comes to me, success is assured." Su Lai chuckled. "Then let's try a duet." They cleared their throats and began to sing. Man, with a flip of the hand, clouds form. With a sweep of the palm, storms cease. No attachments. Woman, the youthful encounters linger in my heart. Years cannot diminish your deep affection. As the song concluded, Su Lai furrowed his brow. Jiang Yao cautiously asked, "Did I sing poorly?" Su Lai shook his head. "No, it was excellent, but it lacked a certain essence." "What is missing? A touch of seduction?" Jiang Yao was slightly perplexed. Su Lai clapped his hands. "Try infusing it with a hint of allure." Jiang Yao, possessing a modicum of musicality, swiftly comprehended his intent. "Let me give it a shot." She cleared her throat. "The youthful encounters linger in my heart. I wash my hands of worldly troubles." As Su Lai listened, his eyes sparkled with excitement. When Jiang Yao finished, he exclaimed, "Yes, that's the feeling." Jiang Yao felt a wave of genuine happiness. "I'm so glad to assist you. Shall we start?" "Let's go." The two eagerly entered the recording studio to commence their official recording session. At that moment, Su Lai's aunt approached, curious to see how the young couple was faring. She found them immersed in their work, singing intently, their hands unconsciously dancing along with the melody. As she donned her headphones, she was immediately entranced. It was undeniable, this song paired with their seemingly whimsical gestures created an inexplicable ambience. A twinge of envy crept into her heart for Jiang Yao. Having spent 3 years in university, she was about to enter her senior year without encountering the right person. Yet, During this summer, Jiang Yao had met someone who left even her in awe. If they could continue together like this, the world would gain another pair of star-crossed lovers. After a brief period of observation, she quietly slipped away. The sweetness of their affection, while delightful, was also overwhelmingly rich. Su Lai and Jiang Yao were in remarkable form. They achieved the best results within just a few takes. Soon, Jiang Yao stepped out, leaving Su Lai alone to record the 2 remaining songs. She dashed outside and put on the headphones. She had already heard Qing Ming Yushang and was eager to experience the other 2 songs. Although she had seen Su Lai working on the composition, she had yet to hear them firsthand. What would the final song be? At that moment, Su Lai was ready, and he began to sing Qing Ming Yushang, which sounded just as beautiful. For reasons unknown, his voice always evoked different feelings no matter how many times one listened. Su Lai maintained an excellent state, and before long, he had recorded both songs. He compiled the 3 tracks and emerged, feeling quite pleased. Princess Yao Yao, let us dine. I shall treat you. Chapter 61, Returning Home. Su Lai had initially intended to invite Jiang Yao's aunt as well, thinking that an extra guest would mean more to share the cost. However, she declined, wishing to give the young couple some space. With no other option, Su Lai took Jiang Yao out for a lavish meal. After dining, he escorted Jiang Yao back before returning to the Four Seasons villa, where he settled the bill for the previous night's dinner with Dong Shan and arranged for his car to be retrieved. He had left it behind after drinking too much the night before. Experience gained, 4,161,000. Subsequently, he contacted the staff at Wang Yiyun to upload Qing Ming Yushang. He had initially planned to release everything at once, but Jiang Yao suggested waiting a few days for better impact. Thus, he released only 1 song for the time being. With everything sorted, he began to pack his belongings. Tomorrow, he would return home. It was remarkable how, although he had been away for less than 2 months, it felt like a lifetime had passed. He needed to bring gifts for his family, his computer, his clothes, and the new underwear that had arrived just a few days prior. Each pair cost 1,000 yuan, and upon wearing them, one felt as if they walked with a different stride altogether. Once everything was meticulously arranged, Su Lai booked a ride online. With an abundance of belongings, relying solely on oneself to carry them proves rather unrealistic. It would be most prudent to hire a vehicle to transport everything back home, ideally delivering it right to the doorstep. In truth, the most desirable scenario would be to purchase a car and drive it back myself. However, Su Lai has yet to devise a suitable explanation for his parents regarding the source of the vehicle and the sudden influx of wealth he seems to possess. The last time he transferred 20,000 yuan to his mother, she bombarded him with inquiries for an hour, nearly uncovering his secret. Should he truly wish to concoct an excuse, it wouldn't be overly difficult. He could ponder it on the way back. After considering everything and ensuring nothing was overlooked, Su Lai proceeded with his nightly routine and retired to bed. Since enhancing his physical condition, his quality of sleep had also improved, and the night slipped away swiftly. Some individuals drifted into slumber, while others remained wide awake. The former included Su Lai, while the latter encompassed Jiang Yao. After her shower, as she reclined on her bed, Su Lai's newly released song happened to play, looping endlessly. By the time midnight struck, Jiang Yao had lost count of how many times she had listened to it. It wasn't until she realized that if she didn't sleep soon, she would be devoid of energy the next day that she reluctantly removed her headphones. All right, close your eyes and sleep. She lay flat on her back, breathing steadily, seemingly already in deep slumber. However, 10 minutes later, she remained wide awake. Perhaps the excitement of the day had left her too agitated to settle down. Half an hour passed, yet sleep still eluded her. Ugh, why does that guy keep invading her thoughts, making it impossible to rest? An hour later, Jiang Yao despondently admitted to herself that sleep was a distant dream. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of him. It was truly unfair. He had left after dinner without uttering a single farewell, although they would see each other again soon. A simple goodbye wouldn't have been too much to ask. She pondered endlessly, only to conclude that their relationship hadn't reached that level yet. Su Lai had never openly expressed his affection for her. Perhaps she was merely overthinking things. He was just a young man, and once he entered university, circumstances would undoubtedly change. With so many beautiful girls around, he would certainly be dazzled. What was she even thinking? Life was so difficult. She couldn't fall asleep. Frustrated, Jiang Yao sat up, grabbed her phone, opened WeChat, and navigated to the chat page of Little Friend 13, typing a few words. Are you asleep? Yet she quickly deleted it. It was already so late. He must be sleeping, and it was best not to disturb him. Jiang Yao lay back down, clutching her phone, tossing and turning until her hair became increasingly disheveled. Maybe she should just ask? Sigh, never mind. Girls shouldn't be too proactive. Her aunt had warned her that being overly forward could lead to misfortune. It was better to wait for him to reach out to her. Jiang Yao placed her phone aside, lying there with her eyes wide open, devoid of any desire for sleep. As she thought, she reached for her phone again, delving into Su Lai's moments on social media, scrolling through every detail. However, Su Lai rarely posted, with the sole exception being a group photo from his graduation celebration. Zhang Yao enlarged the photo, only to find that the poor quality of the camera rendered it blurry upon magnification. Yet she gazed at it with great delight. After a prolonged moment, she sighed and set her phone down. If only she had taken more pictures. Ah, Zhang Yao, you are an independent individual. Stop obsessing over this guy. Thinking of him 1T make him appear before you. ISNT sleep more appealing. Zhang Yao took a deep breath, gradually calming her emotions, and closed her eyes. Yet, within 10 minutes, she was disheartened to find herself wide awake again, reaching for her phone. The following day, Su Lai awoke with renewed vigor early in the morning. He sought out Mi Li and I to complete the necessary paperwork, and after deducting various fees, his system experience points rose to 421. He then loaded his belongings into the car and set off for home. The journey was uneventful. Departing shortly after 8 in the morning, he arrived at the outskirts of Port City around 2 in the afternoon, a familiar sensation washing over him. The car continued for over an hour before finally reaching Su Lai's home. His family resided in a desolate rural area with little to boast about. The farmland was scant, and there were no distinctive industries. Most residents lived in poverty, a stark contrast to the affluence found in the most developed province of Bayou in summer country. Under Su Lai's direction, the vehicle slowly approached the front door. Upon disembarking, he noticed his parents were absent but encountered the elderly neighbor from next door. The transformation in Su Lai was so significant that the old lady initially failed to recognize him. It was only when he greeted her that she exclaimed, "Oh, it's 13. You're back? How you've changed." Su Lai smiled and replied, "I just changed my clothes. I'm heading home now." He trudged toward his house, laden with bags. The neighbor watched him depart, her expression tinged with envy. As soon as Su Lai stepped inside, a petite figure rushed toward him, her face beaming with delight. "Brother, you're back." She seemed overwhelmingly excited, yet her attention was solely fixated on the items Su Lai was carrying, poking and prodding at them. Su Lai sighed in exasperation. "Su Xiaoxi, could you refrain from being so greedy? The food is still in the car." No sooner had he spoken than a gust of wind swept past. Where had his sister vanished? Su Lai shook his head in resignation. His sister was wonderful in every way, except for her insatiable appetite. He recalled a time when she was 2 or 3 years old, and a stranger had given her a piece of candy, prompting her to follow him away. Fortunately, a villager had spotted her, preventing her from being abducted. Now, as a second-year high school student, she still hadn't shed her gluttonous habits. At that moment, Su Mama emerged. Her joyful words caught in her throat as she abruptly exclaimed, 13, have you had plastic surgery? Su Lai, what is it like to be accused of plastic surgery by your mother? It feels akin to discovering that after years of nurturing, they suddenly reveal you are not their biological child. Equally jarring. Fortunately, Su Lai had anticipated this reaction. Rubbing the back of his head, he chuckled. Perhaps it's the good soil and water over there. I've become fairer. Chapter 62 Time is like water absorbed by a sponge. As the saying goes, a fair complexion covers a multitude of flaws. Su Lai had indeed become fairer and more handsome. Su Mama examined him closely, clearly pleased. This son is much better than the previous one. Although he was decent looking, he was dark and skinny. Between a fair and clean son and a thin, dark son, Su Mama certainly knew which one to choose. She took the bags from Su Lai's hands. You didn't eat on the way, did you? I left some food in the pot for you. I'll handle the bags. You go eat first. Su Lai acknowledged her and turned toward the kitchen. At that moment, Su Xiaoxi returned, clutching a large bag of snacks, her cheeks stuffed. Only then did she truly take a good look at Su Lai's face. Hey. Who are you? Are you still my brother? Such a handsome guy. What brings you to my house? Su Lai playfully pressed down on her head, spinning her around. Help mom carry the things. All right. Recently, Su Lai had been feasting on lavish meals, and suddenly eating the leftover dishes from home brought him to the brink of tears, not due to any complaints about the food, but rather because he reflected on the hardships his family had endured for so many years. It was high time for a better life. His parents had toiled tirelessly their entire lives, never enjoying a moment of peace, ensuring that their 2 children were never lacking in food or clothing. Now that he had the means, it was time for a change. After finishing dinner, he returned to his room to find his parents silently seated by the bedside, while his younger sister sat dejectedly, refusing even to touch her snacks. Su Lai was taken aback. Everything had seemed perfectly fine just moments ago. Yet now the atmosphere was so somber. Dad, Mom, what's the matter? Su Dad remained silent, but it was Su Mom who spoke up. It's just that Xiaoxi doesn't understand. Our family's finances are already tight, and she still wants to rent a place outside of school. Why can't she just stay in the dormitory? Upon hearing this, Su Lai quickly grasped the situation. Xiaoxi, 2 years younger than him, was supposed to be in her second year of high school next semester, but due to her exceptional academic abilities, she had advanced to her senior year. Today happened to be the weekend. Otherwise, she would have been at school. Sulai gently patted Xiaoxi's head and inquired, "Why do you want to move out?" With red-rimmed eyes, Xiaoxi replied, "The dormitory is too noisy. There are always a few annoying people talking after lights out, and they scold me for meddling. Besides, the lights go out too early. I can't even study." Sulai nodded and turned to his parents. "I don't think Xiaoxi's request is unreasonable. It's just a matter of living outside, which wouldn't cost much." At that moment, Su's dad spoke up, his tone somewhat stiff. "What do you know, you little kid? Your uncle's son used to be an excellent student, but after renting a place outside, he lost control and fell in with the wrong crowd." Sulai understood his father's character. It wasn't merely about finances that he opposed his sister renting a place. Having once lived in a school dormitory himself, Sulai knew how noisy they could be, often disrupting rest, and with the lights out so early, it was difficult for some students to study. Back then, he had to sneak into the corridor with a lamp to read. So, he urged, "Dad, you know what kind of person Xiaoxi is, right? She's not a child. She's saying this for the sake of her studies. How about this? I'll take her to look for a place tomorrow. One that is both close to school and safe. You can talk to her teachers to keep an eye on her. They'll surely put in the effort since Xiaoxi performs well academically." Sulai's reasoning was quite sound. His parents recognized that their son was typically very opinionated, and that there were instances when they would heed his advice. Su's dad seemed to want to say more. But Sulai continued, "If it really doesn't work out, we can always try it for a while. If Xiaoxi's grades slip, she'll move back to the dormitory immediately." At this moment, Xiaoxi chimed in, "Dad, I promise I will study diligently and won't associate with the wrong crowd. I will go to school on time and return promptly, without lingering on the way." Su's mom, lacking strong opinions of her own, saw how adamant her children were and gently nudged Su's dad with her elbow. Su's dad sighed deeply. "I hope things turn out as you say." Sulai winked at Xiaoxi, whispering, "All set." Xiaoxi wiped her tear-stained eyes. "Brother, you're the best." Sulai smiled and affectionately tousled her hair. After indulging in that moment, he moved to the pile of items he had brought back, tidying them up a bit before handing 2 smartphones. One to Su's dad and one to Su's mom. "Dad, Mom, here are some new phones for you. If you don't know how to use them, Xiaoxi can teach you when she comes back this weekend." Su's dad and Su's mom were momentarily stunned, and then Su's mom exclaimed, "Why buy new phones when we already have functioning ones? Aren't they expensive?" Sulai chuckled, "We need to keep up with the times. Sticking to your old phones is outdated." At this point, Su's dad asked, "Where did you get the money to buy these phones? Didn't you just transfer back 20,000? Sulai smiled, relieved he had prepared for this moment. "Don't worry, Dad, your son has made it big. While playing games at the factory with my colleagues, I caught the attention of someone from a club. After testing my skills, they thought I was suitable to be on their team, and they offered me a monthly salary of 50,000 with an advance." Su's dad and Su's mom were honest folks. They had only heard of clubs, but didn't quite understand what they entailed, leading them to worry. "We're happy that you can earn money, but is this club safe? What if you get scammed? 50,000 a month is hard to fathom." Sulai chuckled, knowing he had to assure them, "Rest assured, I've done my research. It's a professional club that has participated in national competitions. There's no risk involved." Su's dad, always good at asking the right questions, interjected, "Aren't you supposed to be studying? When will you have time for competitions? University allows for plenty of flexibility, and I only need to train for 100 hours a month, which averages out to just over 3 hours a day. You know what they say? Time is like water in a sponge. If you squeeze it, there's always some left." Su's dad and Su's mom, seeing the logic in his words, felt there was little more to say. Their son was doing well. He had his own ideas, and they recognized their limited understanding and decided not to impose too much. After successfully convincing his parents, Sulai suddenly found himself momentarily lost in thought as a voice echoed in his mind, this time from the system, announcing, "Esports Master Task released. Create a club and assemble a properly organized PUBG team. Upon completion of the task, your esports skills will be elevated to that of a glory master." Sulai thought, "What? Is the system trying to play me again? Just after convincing my parents about a club, it wants me to create one?" However, one could also interpret this as the system patching itself up for me. In case anyone questions me later, I'll have an explanation ready. This system is something else. Chapter 63. So love will disappear, right? Xiaoxi, noticing Sulai had persuaded their parents, poked him with her finger. "Brother, what about my gift? I should also have a new phone, right?" Sulai snapped his fingers and pulled out a beautifully wrapped box from his bag, handing it to Xiaoxi. "Of course, I wouldn't forget your gift." Xiaoxi quickly tore open the packaging, only for her previously excited smile to freeze in place. "Brother, you're bullying me." Inside the box was Sulai's old phone, which he had discarded. Sulai picked it up, puzzled, and played with it for a while. "It runs smoothly. What is the problem?" Xiaoxi glared at him with a hint of resentment. Su Lai feigned ignorance. You're still in your senior year. You won't be needing a fancy phone. Any phone will do as long as it can make calls. Xiaoxi huffed. You're so biased. You don't even see me as your sister. Ignoring her, Su Lai continued to present other gifts to their parents, such as nutritional supplements and clothes, bringing them to tears as they praised their son for having grown up, saying they could now enjoy a comfortable life. Meanwhile, Xiaoxi sulked, stuffing snacks into her mouth, occasionally mumbling, "So love will disappear, right?" At that moment, as Su Lai reached for more items, a box rolled out. Xiaoxi's eyes lit up as she hurried to pick it up. The packaging was identical to what Su Lai had given their parents. Upon opening it, she was thrilled to discover it was a Cherry 11 Pro Max. "Wow, brother, you're so rich," Xiaoxi exclaimed, clinging to Su Lai's arm and shaking it. "You're the best, even if you don't show it. You still care about me." Su Lai handed the gifts to their parents, affectionately ruffling Xiaoxi's hair, and smiled. "Does love still disappear now?" Su Xiaoxi beamed with a radiant smile, revealing her adorable little tiger teeth. "It won't fade away. Love is certainly everlasting." A clever little spirit. The family reunion was filled with much to discuss and many activities to undertake, and time flew by swiftly. That afternoon, Su Lai returned to school, as it was a Sunday and he had evening study sessions to attend. As night fell, after finishing dinner and taking a shower, he lay down on the bed. Reflecting on the very bed he had slept on for over 10 years, Su Lai felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. It was rather amusing to think about what Jiang Yao might have told her mother after answering the phone that day. At the dinner table, Su's mother relentlessly questioned Su Lai about why he hadn't brought his girlfriend home for a visit, especially since they had already shared a bed together. Su Lai, caught in the parental interrogation for quite some time, adeptly changed the subject with his silver tongue. After a moment's contemplation, Su Lai took out his phone and sent a message to Jiang Yao. "I have arrived safely." Subsequently, his attention shifted to the system. It had been a while since he last checked it. Perfect Godly Rich System. Host, Su Lai. System level, level 5. Earnings per second, 3 yuan. Experience for level up, 4, 221,000. System funds, 134,685 yuan. Unbeknownst to him, within the 10 days of acquiring the system, his funds had accumulated to over 130,000 yuan, a feat achieved only through his persistent efforts to upgrade the system. If left to upgrade automatically, reaching this level might have taken an eternity. Clearly, his initiative to hasten the upgrading process was justified. Although this sum paled in comparison to his current savings, it was still commendable when compared to the average individual. How many ordinary people could earn 100,000 yuan in just 10 days? Some might not even make that much in a year. Su Lai dismissed his preoccupation with finances and opened his personal attribute panel. Host, Su Lai. Age, 18. Basic attributes, Strength 121, Agility 121, Intelligence 138. Identity, Hacking Master, upgradable. Singing Deity, upgradable. Esports Champion, upgradable. Upon seeing his basic attributes, he was momentarily taken aback. He scratched his head. If memory served correctly, his previous attributes were Strength 120, Agility 120, and Intelligence 137. How had they increased by a point? Could this phenomenon indicate natural growth? Would strengthening his exercise regimen further enhance his attributes? Su Lai felt a surge of excitement. He nearly sprang up to devise a specialized training plan. Who wouldn't desire to possess a more formidable physique? However, he quickly lost interest, deciding to wait for the next opportunity for the system to generate free attribute points. Why rush for something that could be acquired by simply being patient? Wasn't it more delightful to remain a carefree bystander? As for exercise, a simple jog would suffice to maintain his condition. There was no need for intense training. His physique had long surpassed that of the majority. Once Su Lai came to this realization, he ceased to dwell on it. Instead, he picked up his phone, where Princess Yao Yao had already sent him a message. They exchanged a few casual words, and unbeknownst to him, as he chatted with her, a mysterious smile crept onto his lips. Perhaps too engrossed in the conversation, he failed to notice two figures quietly observing him from the doorway. After a moment of silent observation, they nudged each other and departed. Inside the elder's room, Su's mother remarked, "This boy is undoubtedly in love." To which Su's father replied, "I think so too. But why does he insist on saying they have no relationship during meals?" Su's mother countered, "Do you understand the psychology of today's youth? I suspect he is simply shy." Su's father retorted, "What is there to be shy about? When I pursued you, I certainly wasn't shy." Su's mother quipped, "Oh really? I heard from the elders in our village that you stood outside my house for over 2 hours, too afraid to come in." Su's father, stubborn as ever, insisted, "That wasn't shyness. I was merely timid." Su's mother rolled her eyes. "What is the difference between being timid and being shy?" Su's father pondered. "Theoretically, there is a distinction." Su's mother scoffed. "Humph, I want to argue with you. I wonder what your little girlfriend looks like. Does she have a large backside? Is she good for childbearing? You should ask her tomorrow. Sue's father replied, if you want to ask, you go ahead. I won't. Sue's mother pressed, really not going to ask. Sue's father affirmed, not asking. To which Sue's mother declared, then don't sleep in my bed. With that, she playfully kicked him out. The following day, Su Lai awoke feeling quite refreshed. Stretching lazily, he glanced at the time. It was already past 9 in the morning. He hadn't anticipated such a sound sleep at home. During his time in Yaodu, he had always awakened around 6 or 7. Though he felt just as energetic, the sensation of sleeping in his own bed was distinctly different. Checking his phone, he noticed unread messages on QQ. Upon opening them, he saw a message from Liang Shuangxue, timestamped about 10 minutes prior. Su God, there's a business opportunity. Would you be interested? Chapter 64, The New Song's Explosive Debut. Su Lai pondered briefly before replying, what kind of business? Before Liang Shuangxue could respond, he received a call from a staff member at NetEase Cloud Music. Mr. Su, it's exploded. It's blown up. Su Lai, hearing the excitement in the staff member's voice, replied, let us keep it calm. What is going on? Apologies, I got a bit carried away. Last night, Qingming Yushang surged to over 10 million in popularity. It's currently topping all 3 charts. Su Lai was taken aback. After releasing the song, he hadn't monitored it closely, initially thinking reaching 5 million in popularity would suffice. Yet here it was, soaring to 10 million. The netizens were truly supportive. Was the song's debut really that explosive? Little did he know, since the morning of the previous day, Qingming Yushang had consistently topped 3 trending searches, dominating the rankings. Is Qingming Yushang really that melodious? Who is Sudashi? Rain on the river is heaven. Rain on the ground is humanity. What a celestial quote. Especially the first search, which overshadowed the originally trending topic. Wang Feng releases new song. Can he secure the top spot? Countless casual listeners were drawn in by the trending topics, and, driven by curiosity, rushed to NetEase Cloud Music to listen to the song. Afterward, they hurriedly recommended it to others, only to return and loop the track again. The staff member continued, Mr. Su, I understand you might still be hesitant to sign, but our company is willing to offer you an S-level contract this time, with compensation significantly higher than before. Would you be interested? Su Lai shook his head. I'm not particularly interested. The staff member, though somewhat prepared for this response, couldn't help but feel disappointed. To think such a talent couldn't be lured to their company. If he were to be snatched away by another company, it would be a tremendous loss. Su Lai chose not to elaborate further, hanging up the phone and turning on his computer. Upon logging into the backend, he was instantly astounded. The new song charts, the soaring charts, the hit song charts, all were ranked first. Last night's popularity had surpassed 10 million, and today it had soared to over 12 million. The number of comments exceeded 20,000, and more than 100,000 people had given tips, accumulating over 1 million in total tips. Goodness, how lucrative. His fan count had surged to over 3 million, growing at an astonishing rate. Su Lai clicked into the comments section and was somewhat surprised to find the most liked comment. Rain falls in heaven, while rain descends upon the mortal realm. In just a couple of lines, it garnered over 100,000 likes and thousands of replies. Su Lai could discern the author without even glancing at the ID, for he had uttered these words solely to one person, meeting under the moon at the Yao Terrace. Su Lai shook his head and chuckled at the ID. This girl. He continued scrolling and came across a particularly insightful comment. I absolutely adore soda water. This song is brimming with sincerity, akin to the saying East Bottle, West mirror from the customs of ancient architecture in Huizhou, where a bottle is placed in the east and a mirror in the west, symbolizing a lifetime of tranquility. Below, numerous replies followed. Sometimes I ponder, if only it were true as written in others' books, that death is not the end, but rather oblivion is. This author possesses immense talent. Had he been born in ancient times, he would have composed far more than 300 Tang poems. Can I herald this song as a revival of ancient style? Confident upstairs, just remove the can I. Soda water must belong to an extraordinary genius, erudite and capable of drawing inspiration from the beauty around. More remarkably, the lyrics are not merely a cacophony of ornate phrases, but each line imbues of vivid imagery and profound thought. Such a person, I cannot help but adore. Su Lai shook his head at this point. What on earth? This must be the system cheating. What great talent does he possess? He merely reiterates what resides in his mind. Perhaps, in some realm beyond his reach, such an extraordinary figure truly exists. With this thought, Su Lai closed the back end of the NetEase Cloud Music. Liang Shuangxue had replied, there's a popular battle royale game recently. Have you heard of PUBG? The cheating is rampant. And Greenhole wants someone to help them develop an anti-cheat system, offering 10 million. Su Lai expressed his confusion. Isn't developing an anti-cheat system straightforward? Wouldn't you want the free 10 million? Liang Shuangxue replied, I can't be bothered. I don't lack money. Su Lai responded, Why does it feel like a wealthy aura is wafting my way? All right then, I'll take care of it. In truth, Su Lai could somewhat infer Liang Shuangshua's motives for this. Normally, no one would refuse extra money. Yet, she engaged in such an unusual act for two reasons. First, out of genuine goodwill towards Su Lai. Second, she had something to trouble him with. The first seemed unlikely, as she, being the forum moderator, undoubtedly had other hackers at her disposal. Even if she didn't want to do it herself, she could easily delegate it to someone else. Therefore, eliminating the least plausible explanation left only one conclusion. She had something to request from Su Lai. However, Su Lai chose not to confront her about it. Instead, accepting the job and contacting the representatives from Green Hole, diligently preparing to commence the system's establishment. Su Lai's concept for the anti-cheat system was straightforward. Building upon the foundation laid by the previous cheating sanction system, with mere upgrades and modifications, it could be integrated into Green Hole's defense system. The representative from Green Hole readily agreed upon hearing this idea. If it were merely a system to detect cheats, they would still persist. However, this anti-cheat system was distinct. It could not only monitor cheats, but also penalize all actions, instilling a sense of dread in those who sought to exploit loopholes. Consequently, the number of individuals willing to pay for cheats would significantly diminish. As cheat creators faced reduced income, their efforts would no longer be proportional to the rewards, leading them to forego expending energy on such endeavors. Thus, a positive cycle would ensue, resulting in fewer cheats. With the direction clear, the production became straightforward. Su Lai expanded and upgraded the previous sanction system, gradually perfecting its functions. This process took merely about an hour. Subsequently, he delivered the system, leaving behind the promised bank account details and a simple instruction: transfer the funds to this account. Green Hole conducted thorough testing of the system and, upon satisfaction, promptly transferred the payment. Su Lai withdrew the funds from the promised bank account. Well, not entirely withdrawn. Each time he took money, he would still reserve a portion as compensation for Su Nuo, the tool worker. Your account ending in 438 has received a transfer of 900,000 yuan, with a balance of 293,583,358 yuan. After the funds arrived, Su Lai casually snacked and greeted his parents before heading to the school where his sister was studying. He had promised to help her find a place yesterday and couldn't forget about it. As for Liang Shuangshua's potential request for assistance, there was no rush. It would be futile to hurry, and he would address it when she approached him. Chapter 65, Improving Family Life. Su Xiaoxi studied at Port City No. 1 High School, situated in a bustling area of the city. Upon arriving in the city, Su Lai did not immediately seek accommodation but first visited a bank to open a bank account, depositing the 10 million he had just received. Instantly, the bank teller regarded him with newfound respect. At such a young age, he could casually present 10 million. Oh my! Have I encountered a wealthy second generation? Consequently, she enthusiastically recommended various financial products, promoting every service available. However, Su Lai remained impervious to her sales pitch. The 10 million in his account held significant purpose. After extricating himself from the bank teller's clutches, Su Lai made his way to a high-end community near Port City No. 1 High School, primarily inhabited by parents accompanying their children for studies. Su Lai held a certain admiration for these individuals who abandoned their comfortable lives to accompany their children, attending to their laundry and meals with meticulous care, all for the sake of helping them gain admission to a prestigious university. Despite criticisms of this upbringing method, it did not deter others from following suit. Hence, the property prices in this community had skyrocketed, with even rental prices demanding a handsome sum monthly. Yet for Su Lai, money was the least of his concerns. The joy of spending was paramount. How could he possibly be troubled? He directly approached the manager's office to convey his intentions. The manager promptly greeted him with enthusiasm. Although Su Lai appeared youthful, his demeanor, speech, and composure reflected an impeccable refinement, unmistakably indicative of a privileged upbringing. What are your requirements for the rental? Su Lai pondered briefly, stroking his chin before replying. The environment needs to be quiet, conducive to studying. It should be spacious and bright, ideally with complete furnishings, ready for immediate occupancy. Most importantly, it must be tranquil. As for the price, I am open to the most expensive option. The manager beamed, quickly checking the computer, and responded to Su Lai. We happen to have a unit that meets your specifications. A one-bedroom apartment, though the rent is quite high, over 4,000 a month. Su Lai nodded. Rest assured, if it suits my needs, the price is no issue. The manager was thrilled, realizing he had encountered a major client. Completing this deal would yield him a substantial commission. Would you like to view it now, or? Now, please. All right, follow me. The manager promptly retrieved the keys and led Su Lai to the property. After a short walk, they arrived at their destination. After calculating, Su Lai estimated that it would take approximately 3 minutes to walk from the community gate to this place. and merely 6 or 7 minutes to stroll from the school gate to the community entrance. The entire journey could be comfortably managed within 10 minutes, which was quite satisfactory. The apartment was located on the 6th floor. Upon exiting the elevator and turning down a corridor, he arrived at the door. The manager opened it and enthusiastically began his introduction. You see, the environment here is splendid, and the bed and furniture are all brand new. Sulai cast a few glances, wearing a smile that seemed to dance on the edge of laughter as he regarded the manager. The manager, feeling the weight of scrutiny from someone nearly 2 decades younger, experienced an inexplicable flutter of anxiety. He scratched his head. I apologize, I may have exaggerated a bit. It's clear you have a discerning eye. Though the furniture isn't entirely new, I assure you, it is in perfect working order. Sulai chose silence, instead opting to wander through the living room, touching this and inspecting that. The manager's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that his momentary embellishment would jeopardize this deal? He hastily interjected, Sir, I guarantee the quality of our apartments. They are top-notch. Sulai raised a hand to halt his flow of words, observing quietly. The manager gulped, refraining from further comment. After surveying the living room, Sulai proceeded to examine the bedroom, bathroom, and balcony, taking note of each in turn. The bedroom was cozily decorated, quite suitable for restful slumber. The bathroom was clean and tidy, acceptable enough. The balcony was spacious, boasting a pleasant view. Should one feel weary from study or burdened by gloom, a glance outside could significantly uplift one's spirits. Overall, while this apartment fell short of the hotel he had previously resided in, it was still quite commendable. Sulai stroked his chin and surveyed the space once more. Not bad. It just about justifies the price. Turning to the manager, who had been following closely behind, he declared, I'll take the apartment, however. The manager's heart raced. However what? Sulai chuckled lightly. However, I require the bed, refrigerator, and other furniture to be replaced with brand new ones. I will cover the cost, but you must have everything ready before nightfall. Oh, and please, make it feel a bit more youthful. The manager's emotions oscillated like a roller coaster. One moment he felt elated, the next he feared a plunge into despair. When Sulai mentioned youthful, the manager regarded him with a peculiar expression. Well, who would have thought he had such tastes? Nevertheless, customer satisfaction was paramount. He nodded vigorously. Of course. We will comply with your requests and ensure your comfort. Sulai raised a hand. Hold on. Too much flattery becomes insincere. And to clarify, it's not for me. It's for my sister. Her safety while residing here is entrusted to you. The manager sighed with relief, realizing it was for his sister and not for Sulai himself. At this point, Sulai continued. All right, I have other matters to attend to. So let us not dawdle. Let us get the contract signed. Certainly. The manager replied quickly, retrieving the pre-prepared contract. The two swiftly completed the signing. The lease would last until June of next year, approximately a 10-month term. Sulai asked the manager to calculate the cost for the new furniture and pay it all at once along with the rent. The total expenditure approached nearly 100,000 yuan. Upgrading experience, 321,000. Sulai sighed. If it weren't for investments and other major expenditures like purchasing a house, depleting 10 million would indeed take a long time. After settling the payment, Sulai refrained from further interrupting the manager's work and instead sent a message to his sister, informing her that he would meet her after school. Subsequently, he utilized a 10-day trial consumption card from the system, heading to an appliance store where he purchased a refrigerator, 3 air conditioners, and several other miscellaneous items. Since he intended to improve their home environment, immediate action was necessary, especially with the school term approaching quickly. According to the school's notification, returning students were to report on August 26th, and new students would commence classes on August 28th, necessitating an earlier arrival. Today was the 19th, leaving just 8 days until the 28th. The appliances would be delivered and installed by dedicated personnel, which reassured Sulai. After leaving the appliance store, he made his way to the city center, the most bustling area of the port city. He had a house to buy. Fulfilling his filial duty was not merely a matter of words. It had to be realized in practice. Mobile phones, clothing, air conditioners, and refrigerators were mere trifles. A house was the substantial investment. The houses in the village were simply too dilapidated. Chapter 66. No choice but to excel. His parents had spent their entire lives in the port city and might struggle to adapt elsewhere. The best solution was to purchase a home locally and have them move there. However, while the purchase was feasible, he couldn't reveal this to them just yet. According to previous statements, he was currently earning a monthly salary of 50,000, which was still in advance, so how could he possibly afford a house? He needed to wait for the right opportunity to gradually inform them, providing them with a gentle acclimatization process. After all, as he entered university, he would undoubtedly be pursuing a career. Gradually, they would come to accept having such an accomplished son. Sighing, he thought, there's no other way. I am simply too outstanding. Revealing everything at once might frighten his parents. Although the port city was merely a third-tier city, it was situated within the economically developed province of Baiwei, where the cost of living was relatively high. The average price of real estate in the city center had long surpassed 10,000 yuan per square meter, with some prime locations approaching 20,000. Such prices rendered homeownership a distant dream for many in the port city, leaving them to gaze longingly at the buildings. Thus, in reality, there were plenty of empty homes in the thriving city center. Numerous real estate developers were racking their brains to entice buyers with various enticing slogans and promotions. Yet the overall trend of rising property prices remained unshaken. Su Lai entered a community located in the most desirable area. This community had several newly constructed buildings, with more under construction, resulting in many unoccupied units. The sales office was not far from the entrance, perhaps due to the approaching noon hour. He noticed a lack of people. The sun was quite harsh, prompting Su Lai to shield his head as he hurried inside. Suddenly, a voice called out from the shadow of a house to his right. 13? Is that you? Su Lai paused and turned to look. A petite girl stood in the shade, clutching a laptop. Su Lai blinked, taken aback. Who was she? He couldn't recall. Yet, she seemed somewhat familiar. The petite girl smiled. Ah, it really is you. You've grown so much, but it seems you don't remember me. Su Lai furrowed his brow. Who are you? The girl, holding her laptop in one arm, tossed her long hair, revealing a birthmark on her neck. It's me, Huayao. Su Lai's eyes lit up as memories began to resurface. Sister Huayao. It's been such a long time. He finally recalled her. Huayao, whose exact age was uncertain, was perhaps 2 or 3 years older than him, originally named Su Shizhou. In her childhood, her family had encountered misfortune, leaving her alone. But thanks to the kindness of neighbors and her own resilience, she managed to survive. Thus, she had essentially grown up eating the food of many families. During their youth, Su Lai had often trailed behind her like a shadow, for no matter how poor she was, she could always conjure up delicious treats to share with him. However, one day, she suddenly vanished. The villagers searched high and low, but to no avail. Everyone assumed the worst for her. At that time, Su Lai was young and unfamiliar with sorrow, and as time passed, he gradually forgot about her. To his astonishment, he encountered her here, a delightful surprise. If he were to return and share this news with the villagers, they would undoubtedly rejoice. Su Lai felt a surge of excitement. The flower spirit chuckled. It seems my care for you was not in vain. You still remember me. Su Lai scratched his head. Sister flower spirit, where have you been all these years? You have no idea. When you disappeared, the villagers searched for you tirelessly, exploring many places but finding no trace of you. Oh, and why? Su Lai hesitated to finish his thought. He wanted to ask, why haven't you grown? For in his memories, the flower spirit had always appeared just as she did now. After all these years, how could she not have grown taller or bigger? If not for this, Su Lai might not have recognized her at all. The flower spirit's expression dimmed momentarily, but then brightened once more. She smiled. Are you well? If all is well, let us find a place to sit. I will tell you my story at length. Su Lai nodded. All right. There's no rush regarding the house purchase, considering the time. The sales office is likely closed now. It would be better to catch up with Sister Flower Spirit. At a nearby bubble tea shop, Su Lai ordered a cup of kumquat lemonade, while the Flower Spirit opted for a cappuccino. They sat across from each other, and the Flower Spirit placed her laptop on the table and powered it on. Sister Flower Spirit, do tell me about your circumstances. She bit her straw, seemingly lost in thought, a flicker of fear evident in her eyes. Actually, I was abducted by human traffickers. What? Su Lai exclaimed, nearly leaping to his feet in shock. Hey, don't get too worked up. Let me finish, she urged. At that time, I was impoverished and had to wash dishes at a restaurant in town to earn some money. One day, while heading to town, I was unable to hitch a ride and was running late, so I decided to walk. Unexpectedly, I encountered a van on the road. Seeing me alone, they abducted me. Later, they sold me to a family in the mountains who had no children. The family was rather peculiar. The man drank heavily every day, and after drinking, he would beat the woman, who bore injuries daily. Sometimes, I would also suffer from his misdirected wrath. I tried to escape, but each time, I was caught and brought back. Eventually, I realized I wouldn't be able to flee. To survive, I had to wash clothes and cook, serving them diligently. The flower spirit paused, glancing at herself before continuing. It was during that time I discovered I had stopped growing. It felt as though my entire development had ceased. The man drank daily, and after beating the woman, she would take her frustration out on me, leaving me with no means to voice my plight. Until one fateful day, the man returned home intoxicated and, in a fit of rage, brutally assaulted the woman. This time, he struck her with such force that he killed her. Villagers nearby noticed and, in a panic, called the police. The man was apprehended, and I finally had the opportunity to explain everything to the officers. They were sympathetic and took me for a medical examination. The doctor diagnosed me with a rare ailment that had come too late, severely impacting my growth. Although I underwent treatment and improved slightly, my development has since stagnated at this level. Su Lai felt a whirlwind of emotions, Sister Flower Spirit. Yet some experiences are destined to remain incomprehensible, and he was at a loss for how to comfort her. The Flower Spirit smiled softly. It's all in the past. After that, a kind policeman adopted me, and life began to improve. I learned many things, including self-defense, and I even became a hacker. As she spoke, it seemed she was eager to impress, skillfully manipulating her laptop as if attempting to eradicate something. Su Lai, initially enveloped in a somber atmosphere, was momentarily taken aback by the scene. He furrowed his brow. Sister Flower Spirit, is someone stalking you? The Flower Spirit blinked in surprise, exclaiming, how did you know? Chapter 67. Can we avoid the slap? Su Lai smiled, choosing not to respond directly but instead shifted her laptop, typing a few commands on the keyboard. It appeared the stalker's skills were rather rudimentary, their tracking techniques clumsy. The Flower Spirit gazed at Su Lai in astonishment. 13. Are you also a hacker? Su Lai smiled slightly. I am but a humble novice, slightly better than Sister Flower Spirit. Only slightly. Yes, just a tad. Let me assist you in evading their pursuit. With that, Su Lai's slender fingers danced across the keyboard at remarkable speed, leaving the Flower Spirit dazzled. After a brief moment, Su Lai's expression grew serious. The situation isn't looking good. It seems they are closing in. The Flower Spirit calmly sipped her bubble tea, watching him leisurely. Su Lai, puzzled, asked, aren't you worried? The Flower Spirit shrugged nonchalantly. Why worry? I'm waiting for them. Su Lai, am I mistaken in my feelings? Given her petite stature, if a few burly men were to confront her, it would spell disaster. Nonetheless, her tranquility while sipping tea suggested she had some form of assurance. He decided to observe. Once Su Lai successfully disabled the tracking on her laptop, the Flower Spirit retrieved her phone and tossed it to him. It appeared her phone was also under surveillance. Su Lai sighed silently, accepting the device and clearing the obstacles. Before long, he had also disabled the monitoring on her phone. At that moment, the Flower Spirit leisurely finished her cappuccino, took back her phone, closed her laptop, and stood up, clapping her hands. All done, Su Lai felt a surge of excitement. Finally, he would see her true capabilities. The Flower Spirit embraced her laptop and dashed out. Run. If we get caught, it's all over. Su Lai, is this your ace in the hole? Internally, he felt 1,000 adorable alpacas racing through his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurried after the Flower Spirit, following her into a narrow alley. Just as they exited the bubble tea shop, several robust individuals were pursuing them from a distance. On the way, Su Lai curiously asked the Flower Spirit, Sister Flower Spirit, why are they tracking you? The Flower Spirit did not conceal the truth, though she refrained from divulging specifics. Merely stating, I possess something they desire. Su Lai chose not to press further. When he had disabled the tracking earlier, he noted that the pursuer's location was overseas, indicating that foreign individuals were after the Flower Spirit. This was precisely why Su Lai opted to accompany her rather than remain uninvolved. After all, encountering someone familiar only to have trouble ensue would be disastrous, especially with foreigners targeting her. Though he wasn't particularly skilled at fighting, he had strength. He could surely handle one of them. At the very least, he could call for help. Speaking of which, Su Lai suddenly remembered the need to report to the authorities. Just as he was about to dial, the Flower Spirit stopped him. Hold off on calling the police. Though perplexed, Su Lai complied and pocketed his phone. It was then that the Flower Spirit abruptly halted, causing Su Lai to nearly collide with her. Why have we stopped? He asked, bewildered. He surveyed their surroundings. The alley was narrow, barely wide enough for a car, flanked by dilapidated old houses, with no one in sight. The Flower Spirit broke into a smile, exclaiming, There's no one here, and besides, we are surrounded. As her words fell, 3 burly men emerged from the front, while 4 more arrived from behind. Su Lai pondered. Should I have refrained from wading into these murky waters? Now look, I am surrounded. 7 men in total. Even if I possessed extraordinary strength, it wouldn't suffice against them. I wonder, when they strike, will they hit my face? After all, I've only just come into my looks. What if they mar it? The Flower Spirit remained remarkably composed, even whistling at them. Ah, everyone is here. The leader furrowed his brow slightly, stating, We are merely here for a job. Hand over the items, and we'll spare you. The Flower Spirit spat in disdain. What kind of money are you willing to earn? Have you no conscience? Is this truly right? The man chuckled. Sister, times have changed. Who wouldn't want to earn money, regardless of its origin? The Flower Spirit shrugged. Then there's nothing more to discuss. She handed the computer to Su Lai, winking. 13, don't blink. I'm taking you for a ride. Before her words could fully settle, the Flower Spirit dashed forward. The leader scoffed coldly, ignorant of danger. He reached out to seize her, but she suddenly crouched low, her short legs sweeping outward, landing a solid kick to his ankle. Sulai was taken aback. He had expected the flower spirit to be like an egg striking a rock, yet he watched as the leader's towering form tilted uncontrollably before crashing to the ground, his head meeting it with a painful thud. The sight alone was painful. The other men, witnessing this, charged forward with loud shouts. Curiously, they seemed to ignore Sulai entirely, perhaps deeming the fair-skinned lad as no real threat. Yet, in stark contrast, the diminutive flower spirit appeared far less formidable beside the tall Sulai. Wow, are they really underestimating us? Can I tolerate this? While I might endure, my aunt cannot. Sulai surveyed his surroundings, spotting several bricks nearby. Bricks are indeed a marvelous tool. They can earn a living when moved casually and serve as both offense and defense in a confrontation. Especially when striking, targeting the edges can yield critical damage. Setting his notebook aside, Sulai picked up a brick and charged toward the assailants surrounding the flower spirit, eager to showcase a spectacular maneuver. As he approached, a sudden scream pierced the air as a clumsy giant was kicked out by the flower spirit, landing right in front of him. Sulai stepped closer, exchanging glances with the man, who also eyed the brick in Sulai's hand, gulping nervously. "Brother, please don't strike my face." Sulai grinned, brandishing the brick. Striking without aiming for the face would be utterly pointless. Moreover, given Sulai's considerable strength, despite lacking any combat or martial arts training, he managed to smash the brick into the man's face, leaving him bloodied and unconscious. The brick, unfortunately, shattered upon impact. Not pausing for a moment, Sulai turned to gather 2 more bricks. This time he aimed to strike 2, or rather, to smash 2. The flower spirit, having noted Sulai's intention to assist, kicked another man toward him. Sulai, feeling at ease, followed up with a finishing blow, relishing the moment as if on a leisurely sightseeing tour rather than engaged in a brawl. Before long, all 7 lay sprawled on the ground, for howling in agony, while 3 lay unconscious, bloodied, and beaten. The 3 knocked out were indeed at Sulai's hands. The flower spirit clapped her hands and approached Sulai, giving him a thumbs up. "Well done." Sulai smiled shyly. It was his first fight, and he felt somewhat clumsy, hoping they wouldn't hold it against him. Chapter 68. Some are born with a foot in darkness. Sulai could hardly believe that the flower spirit's petite frame concealed such immense power. To defeat 7 opponents single-handedly was no small feat. Judging by her ease, she likely hadn't even exerted herself fully. He mused how wonderful it would be to possess her combat skills. Then his strength would no longer be in vain. Currently, he could only handle ordinary people. But against someone like the flower spirit, he would undoubtedly be overpowered. Sulai felt envious. He wondered if future system upgrades might grant him skills akin to martial arts or combat techniques. Lost in thought, he noticed the flower spirit had retrieved the computer and was turning to him, a satisfied smile gracing her features. 13. I'm thrilled to have met you. I must take my leave now and will report to the authorities later. Sulai blinked in surprise. You're leaving just like that? Where to? The flower spirit playfully winked. To protect world peace, of course. Sulai smiled at her. All right, take care on your way. Without hesitation, she turned and departed. Watching her retreating figure, Sulai fell into contemplation. Considering her earlier remarks, he could surmise her identity. She was likely a unique talent serving the nation. After all, she had been adopted by the police, so her becoming such a person was hardly surprising. In all likelihood, she would continue to shine brightly in some shadowy corner of the world. Reflecting on her tragic childhood, Sulai let out a soft sigh. Some are born into darkness and grow within it, yet they return to society with boundless light. Perhaps it is only through enduring shadows that one truly appreciates the value of sunlight. Sulai reported the incident to the police and discreetly slipped away before they arrived. He had no desire to be entangled in lengthy explanations. These men had taken what was not theirs and committed wrongful acts. A few days in confinement would be a fitting consequence. When the police arrived, they shook their heads at the pitiful sight before them. What on earth did these men do to deserve this? Some were in better shape, but those 3 with bloodied faces looked as though they had been utterly unrecognizable. Take them away, all of them. It was evident these men were no good. They would find a reason to detain them for at least 10 days. Shortly after the officers transported them back to the precinct, a call came in from above, instructing them to secure charges against these men, ensuring a minimum 3-year sentence. When wrongdoing is committed, it's best to remain undiscovered. However, once exposed, one must face the repercussions. After leaving the alley, Sulai glanced at the time. It was already past 1. It was time for a meal. Just as he was about to indulge in a lavish meal at a nearby hotel, he received a message from Liang Shuangxue. Su God, I need your help with something. And their essay reward. Sulai thought to himself, here it comes. What is inevitable will always arrive. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Let alone easy money. What is it? We have someone being targeted here, and the opposing force is quite formidable. I need to protect certain items, and am unable to spare the manpower. However, There is someone who can help, but he seems to have gone missing. So I'm relying on you. As Liang Shuangxue sent this message, Su Lai heard the familiar voice of the system in his mind. Hacker God mission released. Complete 3 S-level tasks to upgrade to a top-tier hacker. Current progress, 03. Su Lai was momentarily stunned. It had been quite some time since the system had issued a hacking-related mission. Now, it suddenly appeared. Did this signify an S-level task? Was the opposing force truly that powerful? The messages from Liang Shuangxue provided just the clarity needed. This can be classified as an S-level mission, and the completion of such a task guarantees a reward of at least 10 million. If Su Shun finds himself short on funds, I can apply for a bit more on your behalf. Su typed a response. Please inform me of the specifics. The money is of no concern. Our sole aim is to enhance our hacking skills. Indeed, the sole ambition is to elevate our hacking prowess. Liang Shuangxue wasted no time and promptly sent over the detailed mission. Upon reading it, Su was momentarily taken aback. A flower demon? What a coincidence. The task primarily revolved around an agent codenamed Flower Demon, who had returned from abroad with a list detailing the hideouts of certain individuals who had fled overseas after engaging in corruption and bribery. As Su perused the details, confusion washed over him. The mission was excessively specific, even detailing what was inscribed on the list. Under normal circumstances, such particulars should not have been disclosed. Merely indicating the task at hand would suffice. He found it somewhat amusing. Evidently, they did not trust him. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. A hacker who divulges no information poses a considerable threat and mystery to them, and it is only natural to exercise caution. Su continued to read. The flower demon had kept her identity concealed, entering from the southern border of Xia country, yet she was still under surveillance. The subsequent details outlined her route and current location. Su's responsibility was to ensure the flower demon returned safely to Kyoto. After finishing the description, Su fell into a contemplative silence. Was not the flower demon already out of danger? Had she not reported this situation? No, that could not be right. After pondering for a moment, Su suddenly realized the crux of the issue. Liang Shuangxue had mentioned that the opposing party was somewhat formidable. For someone of her caliber to describe another as somewhat strong indicated that they were indeed quite powerful. The surveillance he had previously blocked was merely a faade. Others were watching the flower demon. She remained in peril. With this realization, Su hurriedly made his way to the nearest internet CAF. In a flash, he powered on the computer, his fingers flying across the keyboard as he swiftly pinpointed the flower demon's location. She had only just departed and was not far from him. According to the instructions, she was heading to the airport to board a private jet to Kyoto. Thus, theoretically, the danger would arise during her journey to the airport. Su first established contact with the flower demon. When Su accepted the mission, Liang Shuangxue had already relayed the information to her. Although the flower demon was unaware of Su's specific details, she decided to heed her instructions after verification. Su, I require some time to deal with that hacker. Find a safe place and wait for me for half an hour. After that, you will no longer be in danger. The flower demon paused, pondering what constituted a safe location. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and within minutes, she found herself squatting at the entrance of a police station. Upon seeing her location, Su couldn't help but chuckle. Quite clever. Since the flower demon was temporarily safe, Su could now fully immerse himself in the battle. First, he meticulously examined the flower demon's computer and ultimately uncovered traces of the hacker in an exceedingly concealed corner. Wow, what a cunning adversary. Such a devious hiding place. However, it posed no significant challenge. Once traces were found, the subsequent steps became considerably simpler. Su followed the trail of the hacker, tracing it back to the source. The hacker had laid numerous traps along the way, likely to deter pursuers. Yet, while these traps might be effective against ordinary hacker elites, they were but trifles in the face of Su's prowess. Although some time was lost, Su ultimately tracked down the hacker. When he discerned the hacker's location, his brow furrowed in concentration. The Mist World? How is it that the Mist World is involved again? The individual targeting the flower demon resided within the Mist World and could be considered one of the top hackers beneath the elite. It felt as though the Mist World was intent on crossing paths with him. Su's fingers danced across the keyboard as he endeavored to breach the hacker's defenses. Presumably, the adversary had sensed the impending assault and began to retaliate. After 10 minutes of concerted effort, Su's attempts yielded no results. The two were evenly matched. Perhaps Su held a slight edge, being the man with extraordinary capabilities. However, both belonged to that elite echelon of hackers, and the disparity was minimal. In truth, if the sole objective was merely to complete the mission, Su possessed more straightforward methods at his disposal. For him, evading the opponent's tracking was a trivial task. Yet he sought to teach this hacker a lesson, thus prolonging the engagement. Cursed wretch. Since direct assaults proved futile, he decided to trap him instead. While Su was attacking, the hacker also attempted to strike back. As the saying goes, the best offense is a good defense. It seemed the opponent subscribed to this philosophy, defending while simultaneously launching distractions. A flash of inspiration struck Su, and he made slight modifications to his defensive system. Subsequently, he emitted a signal that suggested a desire to retreat after a prolonged assault. Sure enough, the hacker's attacks intensified abruptly, seemingly aiming to catch Su off guard. Anticipating this, Su calculated every move. Thus, the hacker fell into his trap, just as he believed he was on the verge of breaching Su's defenses. He found himself ensnared in a quagmire, unable to advance. If Andrew's incursion into Su's defenses was akin to wandering through a maze, then this time, Su had painstakingly constructed an iron cage, with an apple placed at its center and the door wide open. The prey dashed in, and in the instant it lunged for the apple, the cage door slammed shut with a resounding clang. The creature, now ensnared within the iron confines, thrashed about helplessly, unable to budge it in the slightest. Su emerged, wielding a sharp blade. The outcome was unmistakable. In a contest of such technical prowess, each step demanded meticulous caution. A misstep often leaves scant opportunity for redemption. Within Su's trap, the hacker was laid bare, exposed like a vulnerable beauty stripped of her garments before his eyes. A triumphant chuckle escaped Su's lips. Caught you. The hacker, known as Bud, possessed 7 bank cards with a total exceeding 100 million. A veteran figure within the Mist world. Piece by piece, information was extracted from Su. In the United States, within a villa, a bearded man sat before his computer, his fingers flying over the keyboard, his expression increasingly grave as beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead. After approximately 5 minutes, he slammed his keyboard in frustration. Damn it! The people of Xia country shall perish, resorting to such despicable tactics. Damn it! Damn it! From the bedroom emerged a blonde beauty clad in a revealing nightgown, alarmed by the commotion. Darling Bud, what troubles you? Bud did not even cast a glance at the blonde beauty, barking, Get lost. Don't hinder me from my work. Refusing to relent, Bud continued to seek a means to break free from the iron cage. Just then, his phone chimed, and glancing at it, he saw the message, Your account, ending in, has been charged 1,053, 869, 996 yuan, balance 0 yuan. Bud's composure shattered instantly. What the hell? He can even transfer my money? Who on earth is this person? However, this is merely the beginning, not the conclusion. Within less than a minute, the phone incessantly chimed. Including the previous message, there were a total of 7 notifications. Upon seeing them, Bard's forehead bulged with veins, his expression horrifyingly tense. How outrageous. How utterly outrageous. The people of Xia country are so shameless. Over 100 million in funds, and they managed to transfer it all away? Bard hastily pressed on his philtrum, gasping for breath. He feared that if he faltered for even a moment, he would explode with rage. How can there exist such shameless individuals in this world? One should always leave a thread for future encounters. Do they not understand this principle? Must they be so ruthless? After a prolonged effort to calm himself, Bard finally regained his composure, yet he still felt a surge of anger. He glanced at the blonde beauty standing beside him, lost in thought, and his ire flared anew, pointing at her. Come here. The blonde beauty snapped back to reality and reluctantly approached the sofa. If it weren't for the promise of money, who would willingly endure such humiliation? Bard violently tore off her nightgown. After transferring Bard's funds, Sulai promptly retreated. The misty world always imparted to him a sense of foreboding. It was best to leave early and not linger. He meticulously erased any traces of his activity. In this regard, Sulai had always been exceptionally confident. Perhaps due to the system's protection, his ability to eliminate traces was formidable. If he were not intentionally leaving flaws, even a master like Liang Xuanxue would be unable to locate him. Subsequently, he erased all surveillance from the Flower Demon's computer and mobile phone and sent her a message. At that moment, the Flower Demon was engaged in a riddle with a police officer, as she had indeed been squatting at the police station's entrance for quite some time. Police officer, little girl, what are you doing here? Flower Demon, my mom told me to wait for her here. Police officer, where did your mom go? It seems you've been here quite a while. Flower Demon, mom went shopping. Police officer, what could she possibly be buying for so long? Would you like to give me your mom's phone number so I can call her? The Flower Demon blinked. Mom said I can't tell strangers her phone number. The police officer scratched his head. Then didn't your mom also say not to talk to strangers? The Flower Demon nodded, falling silent. Police officer, hey, why aren't you chatting with me anymore? The Flower Demon shot him a glance. Mom said not to talk to strangers. Police officer, well done, digging your own grave. The officer was suddenly impressed with himself. Just then, the Flower Demon pulled out her phone to check, stood up to stretch, and waved at the police officer. My mom is looking for me. Goodbye, officer. With that, she dashed away like a gust of wind. The police officer stared in disbelief. Are kids these days really this fast? What are they eating? Sulai waited at the internet CAF until the flower demon boarded her flight before sending a message to Liang Shuangxue. All set. Liang Shuangxue quickly replied, "Thank you for your hard work." Sulai then forwarded the information he had gathered from Bard's computer regarding the Misty World and some other details to Liang Shuangxue. She should find this quite intriguing. Naturally, Sulai did not mention the transfer of Bard's funds. After all, providing her with this wealth of information was only fair compensation, right? After a moment's thought, he also sent over the promised account details. The money should be transferred to this account. Chapter 70. I'll call a dozen or so brothers first. Liang Shuangxue felt somewhat helpless. This fellow was truly meticulous. At that moment, Sulai sent another message. For a master, are there any S-level missions available? I'm still eager to participate. Liang Shuangxue, puzzled, replied, "Are you in dire need of money?" Sulai, "Not at all. I simply wish to contribute more to the nation." Liang Shuangxue, "I believe you not. A person who is solely fixated on money could never genuinely care for the country." Thus, she decided to ignore Sulai for the time being. "No, I will notify you when I need you." Sulai felt quite disappointed. He had hoped to undertake a couple more S-level missions, which would enable him to upgrade his hacking skills. What a pity. He began to check his assets. The balance on his card was 15,739, 602, 238 yuan. Over 1.5 billion. Although Sulai maintained his composure, he couldn't help but tremble slightly upon seeing this figure. This was a sum that ordinary people would struggle a lifetime to accumulate. Alas, without realizing it, he had transformed into a person of extraordinary wealth and talent. Sulai did not rush to leave the internet CAF. He took a moment to calm his emotions and organize the tasks currently issued by the system. Hacker Master Task. Complete 3 S-level missions to upgrade to a top-tier hacker. Current progress, 13. Music God Task. Compose 3 songs with a popularity of 5 million to advance to a musical genius. Current progress, 13. Esports Master Task. Establish a club and form a properly sized PUBG team. Upon completion, your esports skills will be upgraded to Glory Master. Not yet completed. Sulai pondered slowly. First, creating a club was not an urgent matter. It could wait until after school began. Secondly, for the hacking task, he had only completed 1, and he would need Liang Shuangxue to release further tasks to continue. The only task currently within his control was the Music God task. He decided to release a new song tomorrow, followed by the final song in 3 or 4 days. By then, the Music God task would be completed, and he would upgrade to the Musical Genius stage. Presumably, his singing abilities would improve, he would master more instruments, and his mind would be filled with more songs. After determining his future course of action, Sulai left the internet CAF. He first found a place to eat, and by the time he finished, it was already past 3 o'clock. The temperature in Port City was a few degrees higher than in Yaodu, and the heat around 3 or 4 in the afternoon was enough to melt a person. An experiment had once been conducted. An egg placed on a car hood under the scorching sun for 2 hours had cooked in less than 5 minutes, illustrating just how sweltering it was. Even the beauty-conscious young women dared not venture out during this time, making the streets appear somewhat deserted. Sulai sighed, shielding his eyes from the blazing sun as he hurriedly made his way back to the neighborhood. Sulai did not intend to purchase a fully renovated house, as such decor might not suit his taste. He planned to buy a bare shell apartment and handle the renovations himself. After communicating with the manager, he settled on a well-lit unit with 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and a large balcony. Only in this manner would the family not feel cramped together. This particular unit was ideally located in a tranquil environment, causing the price to soar to the ceiling of Port City's real estate market. At over 18,000 yuan per square meter, the entire apartment, exceeding 160 square meters, would cost over 1 million. However, as Sulai was making a lump sum payment, he received a discount and ultimately only spent 3 million. Sulai had anticipated this scenario. Prior to his visit, he had already utilized the original price consumption card, meaning this expenditure would still earn him over 310 experience points. After signing the contract, the manager's face beamed with a smile. It was rare to encounter such a generous buyer in Port City, especially one making a full payment. Experience points gained, 7,551,000. Oh, I am drawing ever closer to the 10 million mark. Indeed, spending money is most expediently accomplished through purchasing property and automobiles. Once I secure a suitable residence, ought I not consider acquiring a vehicle as well? However, my presence in the harbor city is infrequent. My parents lack driving licenses, and my younger sister is still a minor. Would it merely rust away? Never mind. I shall address that later in the capital of demons. At present, my foremost priority is to enlist someone to renovate the house. By the time the renovations are complete, I suspect that the million will have been nearly exhausted. At that point, I shall be able to upgrade my system. I wonder what the next ability rewarded by the system will be. After much deliberation, Su Lai ultimately selected a mid-sized renovation company. Although many larger firms offered lower bids and swifter service, Su Lai, after careful consideration, chose this slightly pricier company. This decision was not based on the amount of money spent, but rather the good reputation of the firm, coupled with Su Lai's appreciation for their design samples, which resonated with his personal taste. After all, it is a home where I shall reside. It must be as comfortable as possible. If it proves to be unsatisfactory, changing it would be quite troublesome. Su Lai forwarded the house layout for their preliminary design. Should it suit his needs, he would engage their services. Once he concluded his tasks, Su Lai glanced at the time. His sister's classes were likely to be over soon. He hurried back to Harbor City No. 1 high school, waiting at the entrance for her. At that moment, the school had just dismissed its students, and groups of senior students were emerging, clad in their uniforms. Su Lai, in his distinctive attire and towering stature, stood out remarkably in the crowd. His graceful demeanor seemed to captivate the attention of nearly everyone. This group of mostly academically focused seniors found themselves inexplicably enchanted by such an aura. Many had yet to experience the harsh realities of life, their confidence still tender. Several female students dared only to steal glances at Su Lai, whispering amongst themselves, "Look at that brother, he is so handsome." I think handsomeness is secondary. Don't you find his aura incredibly charming? Indeed, I've never encountered anyone with such an enchanting presence before. Is he waiting for someone? I assume he is waiting for a girlfriend. A girlfriend? Who is fortunate enough to have such a boyfriend? If I could have someone like that, I'd willingly flunk the college entrance exam. Haha. Wake up, little dreamer. It's not even dark yet. No matter how flamboyant high schoolers may seem, they remain fundamentally high schoolers. There are always a few who merely drift through. Both boys and girls can be bolder than these diligent students. One girl, heavily made up, had altered her uniform trousers to fit snugly and wore her shirt haphazardly, exposing her midriff, a rather incongruous sight. Upon spotting Su Lai, her eyes lit up, and she sauntered over, whistling at him. "Hey, handsome, are you waiting for someone?" Su Lai regarded her with a stoic expression. The girl continued, "You're quite the looker. Why not add me on WeChat and come out to play tonight?" Su Lai's expression turned peculiar. Who would have thought that he would one day be subjected to such flirtation? Was he truly that genteel in appearance? He shook his head with a chuckle. "I don't play with children." After a moment's thought, he added, "I fear you might not be able to keep up." The girl pouted. "What is there to not keep up with? I can handle it." "Is that so?" Su Lai winked. "Just so you know, I prefer to have a group to play with. Give me a moment while I call over a dozen friends." Chapter 71, Narrowing the Path. The girl's expression shifted slightly, as if recalling something dreadful. Her voice trembled. "Ah, I just remembered. A classmate invited me to dinner. I must be going." With that, she hastily departed. She could never have imagined that a boy with such charm would possess such a sharp tongue. Could he be the legendary gentleman with a predilection for mischief? Su Lai chuckled at the retreating figure of the girl. "How amusing. Dare to tease me. And I shall have my revenge." Most high school students, regardless of their bravado, cannot entirely shake off their youthful essence. There are certain things they instinctively detest or fear. Of course, a rare few may find it appealing, but it was clear that this girl was not among them. At the school gate, Su Lai attracted a crowd of onlookers, while inside the classroom, Su Xiaoxi was hurriedly packing her belongings. She had received a message from her brother, who would take her to view the house after class. She even declined an invitation from her deskmate to join for a meal. At that moment, a tall, slender boy approached. He was neither striking nor mediocre. If one were to describe him, he would be an average-looking lad. His only competitive advantage was his height. Standing at about 6 feet tall, Su Xiaoxi, though not short herself at around 5 feet 5, appeared diminutive in comparison. The boy leaned on the desk, gazing at Su Xiaoxi. "Xiaoxi, let us go grab a bite together." Without looking up, Su Xiaoxi replied, "Shi Jinxiang, I've made myself quite clear. Could you please stop harassing me?" Shi Jinxiang showed no signs of discouragement. "You could take your time to get to know me. If you're willing to understand me, you're bound to like me." As Su Xiaoxi finished packing, slinging her bag over her shoulder, she cast a cold glance at Shi Jinxiang. "I'm focused on studying right now. I have no interest in anything else, so please keep your distance." With that, Su Xiaoxi turned and exited the classroom. She felt quite exasperated. Su Xiaoxi had skipped a grade and entered the senior class, which meant she hardly knew anyone in her new class and had to start afresh. She had been in this class for only about 20 days when this boy named Shi Jinxiang suddenly approached her, professing his feelings and asking her to be his girlfriend. Su Xiaoxi was taken aback. Who was he? She didn't even know him. How could he suddenly confess his feelings? What a bewildering situation. She searched her memory and finally recalled seeing his name when collecting assignments. Su Xiaoxi didn't hesitate to politely decline. It was absurd. They hadn't even known each other for 20 days. No, they didn't know each other at all. Yet he spoke of love? It was clear he was a boy whose lower half acted faster than his upper half. Although Su Xiaoxi still bore a trace of youthful naivety and had yet to fully blossom, she was nonetheless among the more attractive students in school. After all, as a good student, she excelled in all subjects. Consequently, she attracted a fair number of admirers, but after she rejected them, they ceased their advances. Yet this particular individual showed no regard for such matters, relentlessly pursuing Su Xiaoxi. She found it quite bothersome and could only try to avoid him. Shi Jinxiang showed no signs of giving up, trailing behind Su Xiaoxi and occasionally speaking to her. Su Xiaoxi quickened her pace, ignoring him. In a vast world, one can encounter all sorts of peculiar characters. At that moment, Su Xiaoxi suddenly spotted her brother, who was being surrounded by onlookers at the entrance. And she quickened her pace. Stupid brother, I don't know why, but he has become so charming since his return. Look, it's almost causing a traffic jam. From a distance, Su Lai spotted Su Xiaoxi, who was approaching alongside the tall boy. He looked at his sister with curiosity. Xiaoxi, have you got a boyfriend? He was not an overly conservative person. If his sister had a boyfriend, so be it, as long as it did not interfere with her studies. Su Xiaoxi's smile faltered. How could that be? That guy won't leave me alone. I can't shake him off. Su Lai suddenly understood. Su Xiaoxi ran up and hugged his arm, smiling sweetly. Brother, where's the house? Su Lai, with a smile, raised his hand to point diagonally across. Look over there. Do you see those tall buildings? They're right there. Really? Su Xiaoxi exclaimed, astonished. That place is incredibly expensive. How could you possibly afford to rent it? Don't tease me. Su Lai playfully ruffled Su Xiaoxi's hair, reassuring her. I'm serious. Why would I lie to you? Is that true? Absolutely. Wow, brother. You're so wealthy. I don't want to work hard anymore. Please take care of me. Su Lai's expression darkened as he gave her a light thump on the head. At such a young age, you're already spouting nonsense. Su Xiaoxi, holding her head with teary eyes, looked at Su Lai. What if I get dumb from that? I want to attend the same university as you. Su Lai chuckled. That's not enough. You need to aim for Tsinghua or Peking University. Okay. At that moment, a threatening voice rang out from a short distance away. Hey, what do you want with our Xiaoxi? Su Lai turned, puzzled, to see a tall, slender boy. He pointed at Su Xiaoxi. Is she yours? Shi Jinxiang murmured. Not mine. Is she yours? He had just witnessed Su Xiaoxi leap towards this boy, igniting a flame of jealousy within him, especially at the sight of their closeness, which fueled his anger. In his rage, he disregarded the situation and charged over. If this guy dared to harm Su Xiaoxi, he would definitely teach him a lesson. As an athlete, he had some strength. Su Lai laughed. Well, that is quite unfortunate. She is indeed mine. Shi Jinxiang was taken aback. Su Xiaoxi tugged at Su Lai's sleeve. Brother, ignore him. The more you pay attention to him, the more he'll push his luck. It's so annoying. Let us go. Just as Shi Jinxiang regained his senses and heard this, he was once again stunned. Brother, what? What is going on? He and T heard their conversation from a distance. Now, upon closer inspection, he noticed that Su Lai and Su Xiaoxi bore a striking resemblance. A warm smile spread across his face. Ah, so you're the brother. You know, concern can lead to misunderstandings. Please don't take offense. Su Lai replied. This young man is rather thick-skinned. Su Lai, dissatisfied, warned, stop talking nonsense. If you harass Xiaoxi again, be prepared for a beating. Sure thing, brother-in-law. I promise to heed your words. Su Lai thought to himself, this kid is hopeless. He had no desire to waste more words on him and began to walk away. But this guy trailed behind like a pesky dog, throwing out comments here and there. Brother-in-law, where are you headed? Going out to eat? Take me with you. I eat very little. Su Lai, increasingly annoyed, halted and surveyed the area. The crowd had thinned. He fixed his gaze on Shi Jinxiang. I'll give you 3 seconds to scram. Shi Jinxiang, acting defiant, retorted, I'll walk my own path. What does it matter to you? Su Lai, with a blank expression, replied, young man, you've made the road narrower for yourself. Shi Jinxiang hadn't quite grasped the meaning of those words when Su Lai suddenly reached out, grasping his shoulders and lifting him with ease. Although Su Lai hadn't practiced any martial arts, his strength was considerable, and he was confident that Shi Jinxiang wouldn't be able to get up for at least 10 minutes. Thus, like a sack of flour, Shi Jinxiang was hoisted and then slammed onto the ground. Su Lai's expression turned peculiar upon hearing that pitiful cry, almost losing his balance. Why did his own strikes sound so different from those of the flower demon? The flower demon's victims always screamed in agony, while his own actions seemed to elicit something else entirely. Was there a hint of masochism involved? Observing Shi Jinxiang groaning on the ground, Su Lai couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction despite the boy's apparent distress. His conviction only grew stronger. Chapter 72. The pain in my waist is gone, my legs no longer ache. Could it be that a manly figure harbored such peculiar preferences? Su Lai, exasperated, kicked Shi Jinxiang lightly. Impressive, Su Lai remarked, now hesitant to continue the beating. At that moment, Su Xiaoxi suddenly stepped forward and delivered a kick that seemed markedly different from Su Lai's. Shi Jinxiang's face turned crimson, as if he had just surfaced from underwater, groaning deeply and powerfully. Ah! Su Lai was taken aback. Su Xiaoxi's face lit up with excitement. Brother, his cries are so amusing. She made to kick him again. Su Lai quickly grabbed her, his gaze toward her filled with profound concern. Sister, you wouldn't dare. He dared not contemplate that possibility. He pulled Su Xiaoxi away, firmly stating, don't kick him again, and don't go near him, understood? Got it. Su Xiaoxi obediently followed. Su Lai called the rental manager, learning that the furniture had been replaced, and promptly went to collect the keys. When Su Xiaoxi first laid eyes on the apartment, she was utterly astonished. She had merely hoped for a decent little room, yet here stood a spacious one-bedroom with a large balcony, fully equipped. Wow, brother, you're amazing. How did you find such a place? Su Xiaoxi dropped her backpack and leaped onto the soft, bouncy bed, closing her eyes in bliss. Su Lai chuckled. Brother possesses financial prowess. Wow, with such an incredible brother, why should I strive for anything else? Brother, please support me. I can wash clothes, cook, and clean. And I can massage your legs and shoulders. Su Xiaoxi sat up on the edge of the bed, looking at Su Lai with eager anticipation. Su Lai stepped forward, ruffling her hair gently. Xiaoxi, in this world, only your own strength is truly valuable. If you merely rely on others, what if that person no longer wishes to associate with you? Or worse, what if they disappear? Or pass away? Su Xiaoxi pushed his hand away. Brother, what are you talking about? That is so far off. Who thinks about such things? Su Lai smiled. What I mean is, you must study diligently and never depend solely on your brother. I can help you now, but I may not always be able to. Su Xiaoxi gazed at Su Lai with soulful eyes. Brother, I overheard Mom and Dad say you have a girlfriend outside. Does that mean once you have a girlfriend, you won't need your sister anymore? Su Lai was momentarily caught off guard, turning to the balcony and picking up a broom, returning with it in hand. I just want you to focus on your studies and not be lulled by a comfortable environment. Are you being mischievous with me? Seeing the hefty broomstick in Su Lai's hands, Su Xiaoxi instinctively swallowed hard. Brother, are we even related? Mischievous. Su Lai raised the broom, feigning an impending strike. Su Xiaoxi quickly jumped to the other side of the bed. Hey, brother, let us talk it out. I promise to study hard. Su Lai disregarded her pleas and playfully gave her a light thrashing, though he didn't exert full force. After all, she was his beloved sister. What if she ended up hurt? On the bed, Su Xiaoxi lay in disarray, tears glistening in her eyes as she sobbed. What kind of brother treats his sister like this? Look at my waist, look at my legs. I'm going to tell Mom and Dad that you're bullying me. Su Lai waved his hand dismissively. Enough with the theatrics. Clean yourself up, and I'll take you out for a delicious meal. At the mention of food, Su Xiaoxi instantly perked up. The pain in her waist vanished, her legs no longer ached, and her tears dried up. She quickly tidied herself and slung her backpack over her shoulder. Brother, let us go? Su Lai, however, did not venture outside immediately. Instead, he retrieved a bank card and handed it to Su Xiaoxi. Please take good care of this card. Remember, it is to be used only in case of dire necessity. Su Xiaoxi, with a somewhat bewildered expression, accepted the card. She wished to inquire about the reason, but Su Lai forestalled her. Recognizing the gravity of the situation reflected in Su Lai's serious demeanor, she refrained from asking further questions. In truth, Su Lai's precaution was merely a contingency plan. With the sudden emergence of the system, one could never be sure it wouldn't vanish just as abruptly. Such bizarre occurrences are notoriously difficult to elucidate. By entrusting this 10 million to Su Xiaoxi, he was ensuring a safety net for himself, a reserve to facilitate his resurgence should uncontrollable factors arise, as well as a safeguard for his family's well-being. Without broaching the topic further, Su Lai transferred 3,000 yuan to Su Xiaoxi via WeChat. From now on, if you need living expenses, come to me instead of your parents. Buy whatever you desire. I realize you've endured hardships due to our limited finances. Although Su Xiaoxi often spoke in a light-hearted manner, she was, in fact, quite sensible. Children from impoverished families tend to mature early. Gazing at Su Lai, her voice quivered slightly. Brother. Su Lai tossed her the keys. You shall reside here from now on. Be sure to study diligently. Now let us go eat. He took Su Xiaoxi to a nearby upscale restaurant for a lavish meal, and afterwards, ensured she returned to school before the evening study session. Finally, he was free from his obligations. Without lingering in Port City, he summoned a car and headed home, for he needed to prepare for the upcoming graduation banquet the next day. Upon returning home, he exchanged a few casual words with his parents about his sister's situation before freshening up and retiring for the night. The following morning, Su Lai rose with vigor, opening his computer to check the data for Qing Mingyu. The figures continued to climb, albeit at a slower pace, yet they remained formidable, already surpassing 15 million. Such numbers are typically reserved for first-tier singers. The fact that an obscure newcomer, having released merely 2 songs, could achieve such heights was undeniably astonishing. Sulai reached out to his staff and dispatched the second song. This time, the platform provided a full-screen promotion, meaning the song would be visible upon opening the app. This piece was yet another traditional-style song. After sending it, he closed the backend and turned his attention elsewhere. While his world fell silent, the platform erupted with excitement. "Oh my idol has released another song. Thankfully, I'm still awake." The chatter continued from the upper floor, where a diligent student, like myself, was accustomed to an early bedtime. "Enough of that. The sofa is taken. Time to listen to the song." A few minutes later. "Oh my, this is simply too beautiful. I must share this. Hey, are you still awake? What do you mean, sleep? Get up and enjoy." Wishing all cultivators a swift demise. Jiang Yao sat across from her aunt at breakfast, one hand gripping a fried dough stick while the other scrolled through her phone. Her aunt cast several disapproving glances her way. "Eat your meal, not your phone." Jiang Yao, munching on her snack, muttered, "I'm just checking if Sulai's new song has dropped." Her aunt sighed. "Is it really that captivating? It's practically being given away." Just as Jiang Yao was about to respond, she suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, it's out." She dashed to the bathroom to wash her hands before sprinting back to her room. Her aunt looked on in disbelief. "You're not eating anymore?" From her room, Jiang Yao called out, "I'll eat later." She quickly retrieved her headphones, donned them, and pressed play. The song was titled Yan Gui Chao. Though Jiang Yao had heard it during the recording, the moment the intro began, she couldn't suppress her excitement. After the rain, the dawn breaks along the riverbank. How many old boats and new guests are there to know? The distant mountains reveal the fragrant bamboo groves. As the morning breeze greens the banana leaves, Sulai's distinctive voice resonated, captivating Jiang Yao's attention as if he were narrating a tale, drawing her deeper into its embrace. The cold plum blossoms have fallen, heralding the arrival of spring. The swallows long to return home. The lyrics of this song were masterfully crafted, devoid of the ornate language that often obfuscates the meaning in other traditional songs. With each note, vivid imagery effortlessly unfolded in the listener's mind. Jiang Yao was utterly enchanted. Before long, the climax arrived. Among the mountains and waters, the song reverberates, echoing the fervor of longing. The letters from last year bring tears anew. By the waterside, basking in the warm sun, my long-lost hometown awaits, and scathe, residing in my heart. Such lyrics, delivered by Sulai, evoked a sense of nostalgia not for a wanderer yearning for home, but rather an indescribable tranquility, reminiscent of a traveler returning to familiar grounds. Jiang Yao remained entranced, repeating the song on loop until she regained her senses. Once she did, she added the other 2 songs to her playlist, creating a triumvirate of rotation. At this moment, a trending topic began to rise in popularity. Swallows return home. Travelers return to their roots. How should we evaluate Su Dai Shui's new song, Yan Gui Chao? Comments flooded in, and the trending topic surged higher, swiftly breaking into the top 10 and continuing its ascent. Countless listeners flocked to hear this song. Meanwhile, Sulai was preoccupied with preparations for the graduation banquet. In rural areas, it is uncommon to celebrate in hotels. Rather, families prefer to cook at home and invite guests over. This gathering was mostly composed of relatives, friends, and a few classmates with whom Sulai shared a close bond. The preparations gradually fell into place as guests began to arrive. After a flurry of firecrackers, attendees took their seats. Today, Sulai was the centerpiece, tasked with welcoming guests. He greeted everyone with courtesy when suddenly, a voice called from behind. "Oh, it's you. Sure-san. Quite impressive, showing such manners." Sulai turned to see a woman whose presence he did not favor. She was, by definition, a distant relative. Yet they had maintained a close relationship, causing Sulai to refer to her as aunt. Standing beside her was a young man, a year older than Sulai, who had only just completed his college entrance examinations. Sulai's unfavorable impression stemmed from the fact that she had another son. During Sulai's freshman year, this aunt had come to visit with her rambunctious 5-year-old, leaving a lasting negative impression. One summer day during that year, while Sulai was sequestered in his room studying, this aunt arrived with her young son for a visit. Although familial visits were common, her son's mischief was excessive. While the aunt engaged in chit-chat with Sulai's mother, she instructed him to entertain the unruly child. Sulai led the boy to his room, set him on the bed, and provided him with paper and pens to draw, returning to his studies. However, he soon glanced up to find the boy had descended from the bed and was engrossed in mischief by the bedside. As Sulai approached, his expression darkened. His only pair of pristine white shoes was being marred with black scribbles. How could he possibly wear them now? Sulai was at a loss. Yet, he could hardly blame anyone but himself for providing the boy with pens. Thus, he took the child outside to play, intending to return to his studies. After completing his chores in the kitchen, Su Lai decided to head back to his room to continue studying. As he approached the door, it swung open, and his heart sank as he stepped inside, instantly consumed by fury. The neatly arranged quilt on the bed tumbled down to the floor, its vibrant colors now a chaotic sight. What infuriated Su Lai even more was the state of his desk and bookshelf, where textbooks and scattered papers lay in disarray, each one torn and incomplete. In the midst of this chaos sat the mischievous child, clutching a pebble in his hand and gnawing on it, leaving it soaked with saliva. This very stone had been a gift from Su Lai's father when he was accepted into Gangxing No. 1 High School, inscribed with the words Qingbei, symbolizing his father's hopes for Su Lai to gain admission to those prestigious institutions. Witnessing this scene nearly caused Su Lai to faint from disbelief. What on earth is happening? With a dark expression, he dragged the child out. Seeing this, his aunt hurried over and snatched the child into her arms, exclaiming, "Sure-san, what are you doing?" The child wailed, Brother is bullying me." Su Lai, fuming, thought, "So the villain cries first? He is the one who made a mess of my room, kicked the quilt under the bed, and tore my books. I should be grateful I haven't hit him." Su Lai snatched the pebble from the child's grasp. His aunt's expression shifted dramatically. "He is just a child. And you, too, are supposed to be mature. Why stoop to a child's level?" Su Lai chuckled in frustration. "So children can do as they please. Have you never taught him not to mess with things in someone else's home? How can you be so rude? After all those years of education, where has it all gone?" His aunt's face darkened. Su Lai rolled his eyes. "My decorum is reserved for those who are worthy." His aunt was momentarily speechless. Just then, the mischievous child cried out, "The stone, Mommy. I want the stone." His aunt turned to Su Lai. "Sure-san, I want to hold this against you. Let my son play with the stone." Su Lai's mother, who had been silently observing, finally spoke up. "That stone is significant. It was given to Sure-san by his father." His aunt scoffed. "It's just a stone. What significance could it possibly hold? If it makes my son happy, that's all that matters." Su Lai's mother nodded in agreement. Yes. It's just that her son is too mischievous, and mine hasn't he done anything wrong." Despite her seeming pettiness, Su Lai's mother supported him. Nonetheless, being relatives, they couldn't afford to break ties, so his aunt simply brushed it off and pulled Su Lai back into his room. That day, during dinner, everyone felt a bit awkward. Subsequently, his aunt rarely visited. However, Su Lai was left with the reputation of being ungrateful. Su Lai still had to put on a facade. "Aunt, welcome, Wenhua. Please, find a seat." Yet his aunt showed no inclination to leave. Instead, she casually brought up, "Is Sure-san attending Yaodu University? A prestigious institution, indeed." Su Lai maintained a smile. "Yes, it is quite commendable." However, his aunt sighed lightly. "What a pity. Compared to our Wenhua, it's somewhat lacking." Su Lai paused. Wenhua? Although he hadn't kept up with his aunt's family news, if memory served correctly, his grades were only average, yet he managed to score higher than Su Lai? Quite impressive indeed. Turning to Su Wenhua, Su Lai said, "Wenhua, congratulations. Which school did you get into?" Su Wenhua, a bit bashful, smiled shyly. "It's not a great school, just average." His aunt interjected, "Oh, how can you say that? If Qingbei isn't a good school, then what is?" "Wenhua, show your cousin your acceptance letter." At this, Su Lai was immediately stunned. "Wait, what? Qingbei?" After all his hard work, he was still far from Qingbei. Wenhua managed to get in without a fuss? People can be so competitive. No wonder they came to the acceptance banquet. It was to flaunt. How amusing. Su Wenhua scratched his head, shyly pulling out the acceptance letter and holding it to his chest like a student receiving an award. His aunt's beaming smile couldn't hide her pride. "Everyone, come see. My son, Su Wenhua, has been accepted into Qingbei University. We're having a banquet the day after tomorrow. Relatives and friends must come to celebrate. There will be fireworks. His father has sold 2 cows and bought hundreds of firecrackers. Don't miss it." The crowd was taken aback, rushing over to see Su Wenhua's acceptance letter, murmuring with admiration. One uncle glanced at his own child, who was busy gorging himself at the table, feeling a pang of frustration at the disparity. Why is it that others' children are so accomplished, while his own seems to lag behind? Can he be remade? His aunt chimed in. "Children can always be nurtured. As long as parents teach them well, they too can get into Qingbei. If you don't mind sharing, how do you usually educate your son?" "Oh, it's really not much. My son has always been sensible, eager to learn on his own. As parents, we see it all and feel it deeply. Sometimes, I even tell him to take a break, but he insists on studying. You wouldn't believe it. Before the college entrance exams, we burned out over a dozen light bulbs." The crowd was envious. "If only my son were as self-motivated as Wenhua. Perhaps you could have Wenhua teach my son? Why not set up a class? Teach the kids. After all, everyone is children, right? We aren't trying to get something for nothing. We're willing to pay tuition." His aunt's eyes sparkled with delight. "That sounds great. We can discuss it further later." Meanwhile, Su Lai, the center of attention today, felt as though he had been cast aside. All the spotlight was on Su Wenhua. Yet he held no resentment, fixating instead on the acceptance letter with a peculiar expression. Chapter 74, Jiang Yao, I'm setting off fireworks here. Wenhua, may I see the acceptance letter? Su Wenhua, without a second thought, handed it over, eager to share in his moment of triumph. Be careful not to damage it. Don't worry, I'm just admiring it. Su Lai took the acceptance letter, flipping it over, his expression growing increasingly strange, his suspicions solidifying. Ignoring the astonished gazes around him, he pulled Su Wenhua aside to a secluded spot. Handing back the acceptance letter, Su Wenhua took it gingerly. Su Lai looked at him incredulously. Wenhua, are you acting? Su Wenhua blinked, puzzled. Acting? What do you mean? Su Lai sighed. Stop pretending. That acceptance letter is fake. Just look at the emblem. It's not even Qingbei's. You've gone to great lengths to forge a Qingbei acceptance letter. Haven't you? The moment Su Lai saw the acceptance letter, he was taken aback. At first glance, it seemed plausible, but upon closer inspection, especially with the emblem, it was clear something was amiss. A forged Qingbei acceptance letter? How audacious. He had thought this so-called cousin had truly accomplished something by getting into Qingbei, only to discover that this was the real achievement. Hearing Su Lai's words, Su Wenhua's face paled. You, don't slander me. Who forged an acceptance letter? Just because you didn't get in doesn't mean you can speak carelessly. Do you even know what a Qingbei acceptance letter looks like? You're just jealous of me. Su Lai smiled faintly. He had once aimed for Qingbei himself. Although he hadn't been accepted, he was familiar with the school, particularly the emblem, which he could recognize at a glance. Forging documents is one thing, but to do so poorly is quite another. What is even more astonishing is that no one has discovered it. Su Wenhua, upon witnessing Su Lai's smile, became increasingly flustered. What are you laughing at? My admission letter is genuine. Yours is the forgery. Su Lai shook his head with a gentle smile and said earnestly, you are well aware of the truth. What I wish to convey is that you should confess promptly and have your father return the fireworks and firecrackers. Those cost several tens of thousands. It isn't easy for him to earn that money. Su Wenhua's complexion turned a deep shade of purple. I'm not. You're talking nonsense. I didn't tea. Su Lai sighed softly and turned to leave. One cannot meddle too deeply in the affairs of others. All one can do is offer a gentle reminder out of familial concern. If he is ungrateful, there is little one can do. He had already done his utmost, and whatever transpired thereafter was no longer his concern. His conscience was clear. Seeing Su Lai's departing figure, Su Wenhua shouted after him, I am from Qingbei. I am superior to you. Su Lai stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. Clearly, he was beyond redemption, hopelessly lost. Days later, the truth regarding Su Wenhua's forgery of the Qingbei admission letter came to light. His ostentatious demeanor attracted the attention of the county's education bureau, who upon examining his scores, discovered the discrepancy. This Su Wenhua only scored 250 points. How could he possibly possess a letter from Qingbei? Thus, upon further investigation, the already frail facade of the forged admission letter crumbled. It turned out that after discovering his own results, Su Wenhua, fearing reprimand from his parents, had momentarily lost his senses and forged the document. According to him, the forgery was merely intended to bring joy to his parents, not anticipating the ensuing fallout. It was said that upon learning the truth, Su's father fainted from rage and struggled to regain his composure. The Education Bureau deliberated on whether to impose penalties on Su Wenhua. When Su Lai caught wind of the incident, he couldn't help but feel a mix of sympathy and exasperation. He had warned him before, but to no avail, and now the consequences had manifested. At the graduation banquet, despite Su Wenhua and his aunt basking in the limelight, Su Lai remained the true center of attention, a position no one could usurp. After attending to his relatives, Su Lai sat down with a few close classmates to eat and drink. After 3 years together, the thought of parting ways was somewhat bittersweet. Such is the nature of human emotion. On that day, the guests reveled until they departed. Su Lai returned to his room, lay down on his bed to rest, and, with a moment of leisure on his hands, opened the back end of his online music platform. He was immediately struck dumb. What on earth had happened? Just a few hours had passed, yet the popularity was alarmingly high. The volume of comments was surging, rapidly approaching 200,000. Moreover, the total amount of tips he had received surpassed 5 million. The numbers were still climbing at an astonishing rate. At that moment, Su Lai's phone rang. Hello? Is this Mr. Sudashi? This is Haiyan Records, and we would like to invite you to become a signed artist with us, with generous terms. Su Lai was taken aback. Had his contact information been leaked by the platform? No, he had no intention of signing with them, and they surely preferred he never did. Of course, if someone had the means, they could access internal contact details. Driven by profit, what company lacks unscrupulous individuals? With no time to entertain this, Su Lai extinguished their enthusiasm and hung up. Minutes later, the phone rang again. Hello, Mr. Su, this is Meiwa Records. without waiting for the speaker to finish. Su Lai swiftly declined. Just after hanging up, another call came through. Mr. Su, this is Bally May Company, and if you agree to sign with us, the conditions are entirely up to you. Su Lai, growing increasingly impatient, eventually turned off his phone and deleted the number from the platform's backend. Following that, he meticulously erased all information saved to his phone that could lead back to him. In such a short span of time, it was unlikely many had memorized his number. Ultimately, Su Lai traced the leak back to an internal employee of the platform. This individual had committed more than one unethical act, and Su Lai gathered evidence to present to the higher-ups at the platform. Surely, this person would not have an easy time ahead of them. That night, Su's father prepared several small dishes and called for Su Lai. He poured a glass of wine. "You're a grown man now. Let us have a drink together." Su Lai had abstained from drinking at the banquet for fear of intoxication, but with his father's invitation, he had no choice but to partake. He downed the drink in one go. Consequently, he fell ill from the alcohol. His father couldn't help but chuckle. "You little rascal, you can't handle your drink." With Su Lai already inebriated, his father lost the desire to continue drinking. He beckoned Su's mother to bring the fireworks into the courtyard, setting everything up and igniting them. Boom, 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 boom. The fireworks soared into the night sky, bursting into a beautiful display. Perhaps it was the cacophony of the fireworks. Su Lai, slumped at the table, groggily opened his eyes. He walked to the door, gazing at the dazzling fireworks in the dark sky, a sight to behold. Su Lai pulled out his phone, turned it on, and dialed a number. The call connected quickly. He heard a gentle voice on the other end and couldn't help but smile. "Jiang Yao, I'm setting off fireworks over here." As the vibrant fireworks continued to illuminate the night sky, Su Lai, still somewhat dazed, dialed a number. "Jiang Yao, I'm setting off fireworks over here." At that moment, Jiang Yao had just finished her bath, her cheeks flushed from the steam, resembling a fairy emerging from the water. She replied with a smile. "So, how do they look?" Su Lai's voice came through slowly. "Beautiful, just like you." Jiang Yao, holding her phone, gazed out at the mesmerizing nightscape, listening to the voice coming from the other end. The splendor of the world seemed to find its haven in that moment. Her heart began to race uncontrollably. Was he finally ready to express his feelings? In that moment, should she respond directly or feign modesty? Jiang Yao took a deep breath and, attempting to sound casual, said, "What's wrong? 13th brother? Missing your sister?" After uttering those words, she clutched her rapidly beating heart, awaiting Su Lai's response. Yet, after a long silence, he did not speak again. Jiang Yao was filled with confusion. It was the middle of the night, and he suddenly called to tell her about the fireworks. He even compared her beauty to the fireworks. Such a romantic gesture surely signified he was about to say something meaningful, right? Or perhaps she was overthinking it. Had he grown shy, changed his mind? How timid? Should she take the initiative instead? After weighing her words carefully, Jiang Yao decided to be proactive, but not overly so. She needed to be subtle. So, she touched her flushed cheeks and said, "Su Shi-san, I love fireworks, and I love watching them with you." Upon finishing her words, she waited for quite a while. Yet Su Lai remained silent. Jiang Yao, perplexed, called out, "Su Lai?" There was no response. In the Su residence, within the courtyard, Su Lai clutched his phone. Having spoken just a couple of sentences before collapsing to the ground, the device still tightly grasped in his hand. Jiang Yao's voice echoed from inside. But Su Lai was oblivious to it. The effects of the alcohol were too potent. He had succumbed to drunkenness. However, whether in a state of clarity or haze, whenever one encounters a beautiful scene, the impulse to share it with you is inevitable. You are always the first thought that crosses my mind. The world is replete with breathtaking vistas, yet they are lifeless until shared in your company, for that is when they truly come alive. Some individuals may find solace in a restful night after drinking, while others, having only heard half a conversation, toss and turn, suffering from insomnia. When Su Lai awoke the following day, he had entirely forgotten the words he had spoken while intoxicated. Only sensing that something significant had transpired but unable to recall what it was. He made no effort to delve into the fog of his memory. A glance at his unread messages revealed the design plans for a house renovation had been sent, which he perused with satisfaction. Consequently, he contacted the company, requesting that work commence immediately. After a brief freshening up and breakfast, while waiting for his transport, a WeChat call chimed. "Oh, Jiang Yao? Why is she calling me?" Su Lai wondered curiously as he answered the call. "Princess Yao Yao, what's the matter?" Jiang Yao's slightly weary voice responded, "Su Shi-san, were the things you said last night true?" After a restless night of contemplation, Jiang Yao resolved to clarify the matter with a phone call. Su Lai, puzzled, scratched his head. "Last night? What did I do?" For some reason, upon hearing this, Jiang Yao felt a wave of unspoken bitterness surge within her. Was he feigning ignorance? Or pretending to have forgotten? Upon reflection, he had merely commented on how beautiful the fireworks were, much like herself. It should have been mere pleasantries. Yet, he could not possibly be oblivious to the implications of his words, which is why he chose silence. By the time she inquired this morning, he had already concocted a rationale. Thus, was this a form of rejection? Indeed, it seemed she was merely being overly sentimental. Jiang Yao was left with a bitter taste in her mouth. Some individuals are destined to cross paths briefly, yet inadvertently develop feelings. Since his intentions had become so clear, further entanglement seemed futile. Jiang Yao managed to utter, "No, it's nothing," before hanging up. Su Lai was left astounded. Last night, what happened? Unwittingly, he discovered a call in his chat history with Jiang Yao, time-stamped around 11 o'clock the previous night. Wait, I called her last night. While drunk. What did I say? Why is she acting so strangely today? He began to rack his brain for memories, when suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind. Holy crap, I remember now. Su Lai slapped himself hard. Drunkenness leads to trouble. Drunkenness leads to trouble. How could I have called Jiang Yao and said such ambiguous things, only to forget upon waking? She must think I'm playing dumb. He winced. What to do now? Should I call to explain? But as soon as he tried, Jiang Yao didn't pick up. Great, just great, he thought. What a predicament. After attempting several more times to call her without success, he decided to let it be for the moment. Focusing instead on the impending renovation, he tucked this matter away in his mind and headed to the downtown area to meet with the renovation company. Both parties eagerly exchanged views, and work soon commenced. With the renovation officially underway and his personal affairs set aside, Su Lai opened his phone to search for flight tickets. To his surprise, he managed to snag a great deal. He informed the renovation company and hurried off to the airport. In Yao City, at a music store, Jiang Yao lay on the table, her eyes red as if she had been crying. Her aunt sat nearby, sighing. Hours had passed, and if she continued, she would surely ruin her eyes. Ah Yao, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Why must you hang your heart on this one tree? Her aunt suggested. Jiang Yao, upon hearing this, became tearful once more. Auntie, am I just incredibly annoying? Her aunt grasped her hand and reassured her, in truth. He is younger than you, and perhaps not as perceptive. If he truly understood your words, he wouldn't keep calling. As soon as her aunt finished speaking, Jiang Yao's WeChat rang again. See, he is persistent. Just answer it, her aunt encouraged. Jiang Yao shook her head vehemently. No way. Why would I want to torture myself? He clearly doesn't like me, but keeps popping up in my life. That's just too much. Her aunt, feeling helpless, could only softly pat her hand. After the WeChat call, a brief silence ensued before it rang again. Her aunt reached for the phone. Just pick it up. It's about to burst from all the ringing. Jiang Yao clutched the phone tightly, terminating the call. No. If I'm cutting ties, I'm doing it cleanly. At that moment, a weary voice called from the doorway. I say, is answering a phone call really that difficult? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Jiang Yao froze. After a moment, she turned to see a tall young man standing at the entrance, a resigned smile gracing his face. His gentlemanly demeanor made him unforgettable after just one glance. Jiang Yao stammered. What are you doing here? Su Lai blinked and stepped inside. Someone wouldn't answer my calls. Without a chance to explain, I had no choice but to fly over. You flew over? Jiang Yao flusteredly gestured. Her aunt, witnessing this exchange, wore a knowing smile. This young man certainly had charm. If she were younger, she would undoubtedly compete with Jiang Yao for his affection. Reflecting on this, she quietly withdrew, anticipating a delightful meal ahead. Su Lai chuckled. What? Did you think I walked here? At his words, Jiang Yao suddenly sprang to her feet and dashed inside. Quick as a flash, Su Lai caught her and turned her around. Jiang Yao covered her face. Oh, how embarrassing. After crying for so long, he saw me at my worst. Yet Su Lai, with a mischievous glint in his eye, forcefully pried her hands away and scrutinized her face. My, look at those eyes, swollen like peaches. I wonder if they're edible? Jiang Yao shot him a fierce glare. Let go of me. I don't want to talk to you. Su Lai sighed. So you're not going to listen to my explanation? Jiang Yao mumbled. What is there to explain? You're so clever. How could you not understand my meaning? Pretending to have amnesia is just the same as saying it. Su Lai gently tousled her small head and sighed. Well, how should I put it? Last night, my father and I had a few drinks. As you know, my tolerance for alcohol is quite low. I get tipsy at the slightest sip. Then, while setting off fireworks, I inexplicably stood up and even called you. When I woke up the next day, my mind was a blank, and I couldn't recall anything for a moment. And that's how it went. Jiang Yao was taken aback, her cheeks instantly flushing. So, you didn't. Su Lai shook his head. Words spoken in drunkenness hold no weight. We shall discuss this matter later. I am not yet prepared. Jiang Yao, perhaps overwhelmed, found her mind a bit muddled. What matter are you referring to? Su Lai blinked. Guess. Jiang Yao huffed, her demeanor resembling that of a little girl. What did he mean by not being ready? Was he not prepared to be with her? Well, then they could wait. Wait until he liked her more or she liked him more. Su Lai gently tidied Jiang Yao's tousled hair and said softly, "No more overthinking from now on." "Okay," she replied. "Then I shall take my leave." "Huh, and you're leaving already? What else can I do? The house is busy with renovations. I need to head back and supervise." Throughout one's life, one encounters countless individuals and experiences myriad events. However, those who truly matter and the things that genuinely hold significance are few and far between. For the sake of one person, one travels to a city, longing to provide a heartfelt explanation. Su Lai pinched Jiang Yao's cheek. "No more tears from now on. Smile more. You look delightful when you smile." Jiang Yao beamed. Su Lai nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave, while Jiang Yao gazed longingly at his departing figure. Just as Su Lai's silhouette vanished completely, Jiang Yao suddenly hurried after him. "Su Ge, can you not go?" Su Lai turned around, a gentle breeze tousling his hair. He chuckled, "If I don't leave now, I'll miss my flight." "Oh." Jiang Yao rushed over and embraced Su Lai tightly. "Let me hold you for a while." Su Lai, bemused, replied, "On such a hot day, I'm all sweaty. Why would you want to hug me? I don't care." Thus, Su Lai had no choice but to let her bury her head in his chest. After a while, both of their body temperatures began to rise rapidly, the surroundings becoming increasingly warm. Reluctantly, Jiang Yao loosened her embrace. However, before fully releasing him, she suddenly stood on her tiptoes and pecked him on the cheek like a chick pecking at grain. Whispering in Su Lai's ear, she said, "That was my first kiss." With that, she turned and dashed away, leaving Su Lai in the sweltering summer, feeling as if he were in a sauna, a silly smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. After some time, Su Lai snapped back to reality and hurriedly hailed a cab. He was going to miss his flight. Inside the cab, he kept touching the spot where Jiang Yao had kissed him, grinning foolishly. At the music store, his aunt finally emerged and cast a knowing glance at Jiang Yao. Had the misunderstanding been resolved? Jiang Yao, shyly lowering her head, was lost in thought. Her aunt took her by the hand and led her to a table, speaking earnestly. "After this incident, I have a few points to remind you of." Jiang Yao regained her focus. "What is it?" "Your personality. You tend to jump to conclusions and are quite obstinate. Once you've made up your mind about something, it's like trying to pull a stubborn ox. This is not a good trait. Like this time, a few words could have resolved the issue. Yet you insisted on making him come find you to settle it. Don't do that next time. Everyone's patience is finite. One cannot always expect one side to accommodate the other. If you want a lasting relationship, you must give the other person ample space and time. Trust that they will provide the correct explanation. In summary, don't overthink. It's your flaw." Jiang Yao was not someone who dismissed advice. On the contrary, she was keen on listening to others' opinions. Realizing this, she acknowledged her significant flaw in character. Last time, upon seeing matching couple phones, she hastily assumed he had a girlfriend. Had it not been for a fortunate coincidence, they might have lost their chance entirely. Similarly, this time, without clarifying the situation first, she fabricated a lengthy story in her mind and withdrew, even ignoring his calls. Luckily, he cared enough to come find her. Otherwise, they might have had to say goodbye. Jiang Yao suddenly felt a wave of gratitude wash over her, grateful to have encountered someone so understanding of her. She was also thankful for her newfound awareness of her issues. Moving forward, she would strive to avoid such situations. Jiang Yao scratched her head. "Thank you, aunt. I will be mindful from now on and strive to never make the same mistake again." Her aunt patted her hand. "It's good that you understand. Now, hurry and wash your face. Look at how much you've cried." Embarrassed, Jiang Yao stuck her tongue out and dashed off to the restroom. On the other side, Su Lai successfully caught his flight, returning to Gangcheng to continue overseeing the renovation work. As the construction progressed, time flowed like water, and so did his finances. The experience required for the system upgrade to the next stage was still not fully accumulated. Yet, time had now arrived at early Friday morning, the scheduled time for the system mall to refresh. Late at night, Su Lai lay in bed, his mind immersed in thought as he opened the mall. When he caught sight of the new items, he was immediately taken aback. Chapter 77. Women significantly impact one's journey through life. In the early hours of Friday, as Su Lai entered the mall and beheld the new products, he was left in a daze. He discovered an item that appeared quite intriguing and promised to yield significant results under certain special circumstances. Human data detection and analysis device. Quantity, 1. Price, 2 million. Function, upon purchasing this product, one can detect human data, analyze attributes, identity, personality, etc. It serves as an excellent assistant for home, travel, or even nefarious deeds. Note 1. This product is free for first-time use. Subsequent uses will cost 10,000 for basic data detection. To analyze weaknesses or other details, an additional 30,000 is required. Note 2. This product can typically only be used on people within close proximity. If used on individuals outside of the visible range, the cost increases based on distance, starting at 100,000 with no upper limit. For in-depth investigation, the cost triples. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Lai clicked to purchase. A flash of light illuminated his system backpack, revealing a peculiar device. Experience for upgrade, 9,681,000. Having bought this item, the system was on the verge of upgrading. However, the more pressing matter was to test the effectiveness of the detection device. In the dead of night, still in the village with few people outside, Su Lai decided to turn his attention to his parents. He quietly rose from bed and carefully made his way to their room. Just as he was about to push the door open, he suddenly heard strange noises emanating from within. Leaning in to listen closely, he discerned sounds that were neither singing nor panting, occasionally accompanied by muffled exclamations. Su Lai's face flushed crimson. What on earth? His parents were surprisingly vigorous. Engaging in such activities at this hour, silently retreating, he pondered on his bed. Sighing, he thought, if not his parents, then who should he investigate? Should I experiment tomorrow instead? Absolutely not. How could that be possible? It's akin to acquiring a brand new mobile phone, laid out right before you, only to be told that the timing is not yet ripe for engagement. Would you be able to restrain yourself? Certainly not. The thought of restraint is simply unfathomable. If it cannot be utilized by others, might it not be permissible to employ it on oneself? He pondered inwardly. System Daddy, can this contraption be used on oneself? After a prolonged silence, the system finally responded, yes. Su Lai felt a surge of excitement as he prepared to use it on himself, but the system's voice interrupted once more. Please refrain from posing questions late at night. Focus on what needs to be done instead of inquiring. The system requires rest as well. Su Lai, what is going on? Has the system decided to act erratically today? Wasn't it previously the epitome of aloofness? It certainly seems more talkative today. So can I. The system interjected abruptly. No. Su Lai. Fine. I shall contemplate my own matters instead. He chose not to disturb the system's slumber any longer and opted to use the human data detection analyzer on himself. At first glance, there seemed to be no immediate reaction, but within less than a second, information materialized within his mind. Name, Su Lai. Age, 18. Basic attributes, Strength 121, Agility 121, Intelligence 138. Identity, Hacking Master, upgradable. Singing God, upgradable. Esports Master, upgradable. The data bore little difference from what he had previously observed on his personal attributes panel. Is this the standard format for future detections? After some contemplation, he resolved to conduct a deeper investigation. With a mere thought, the analyzer sprang to life. Once again, less than a second elapsed before new information arrived. This individual possesses numerous weaknesses, enumerated as follows: strength not utilized, intelligence squandered, excessive self-confidence, Jiang Yao, limited experience, poor spending habits, inadequate investment skills. Su Lai, am I truly so lacking? So many shortcomings? What of the trailing ellipsis? Is there an unlisted flaw? Perhaps to spare my feelings? Moreover, it appears something rather peculiar has been included. He scrutinized the details closely. What? Jiang Yao? When did she become one of my weaknesses? Su Lai gazed at the ceiling, tears silently streaming down his cheeks. Has a woman ensnared me? Does she not understand the perils of traversing the world? After weeping for 10 minutes, he gathered his resolve and resumed his study of the analyzer. As long as he refrained from dwelling on it, this matter could be treated as non-existent. Now that he had grasped the first function, it was time to test the second, long-range detection. Since this was his initial use, it was complimentary. Subsequent uses would incur a fee. After deducting 100,000, Su Lai successfully detected information about his sister at Gangxing No. 1 High School. Name, Su Xiaoxi. Age, 16. Basic attributes, Strength 83, Agility 81, Intelligence 298. Identity, Student, Academic Genius. Su Lai gasped as he beheld his sister's data. She is quite formidable. While her strength and agility may be lacking, her intelligence soars to an astounding 298, significantly surpassing his own, even after system enhancement. This is absurd. The comparison is disheartening. Furthermore, she possesses the constitution of an academic prodigy. No wonder she is able to skip grades. I must treat her with greater kindness henceforth. With such intelligence, if nurtured properly, she could undoubtedly become a pillar in any field. Without further contemplation, Su Lai decided to probe into his aunt Jiang Yao, who resided far away in Yaodu. It was not that he wished to avoid examining Jiang Yao. Rather, he preferred her to remain enigmatic, rather than having her fully revealed before him. As previously indicated in the detection results, Jiang Yao constituted his weakness, one he could not bear to harm. This time, the detection cost him 200,000. Name, Zhao Huizhi. Age, 36. Basic attributes, Strength 90, Agility 89, Intelligence 103. Identity, owner of a piano store. Su Lai found himself momentarily lost in thought upon receiving this information. It now appeared that if the individual was within the city, The minimum expenditure was 100,000, if outside yet within the province. It would cost around 200,000. Naturally, as distance increased or decreased, the price would fluctuate accordingly. But what if it were outside the province, or even abroad? He nearly succumbed to the temptation of probing into those elusive figures in the foreign mist. He also discerned a prerequisite for utilizing this device. One must concentrate on the individual in question. Otherwise, the attempt would be futile. Just then, a line of text suddenly materialized in his mind. Detected data on Zhao Huiji that may interest the host. Do you wish to view it? Sulai paused for a moment, instinctively choosing to view it. As soon as he made his selection, an ominous premonition surged within him. Bust 96, waist 80, hip 97. An exquisite figure, slightly plump, the desire of youth. Sulai, indeed, my premonition was correct. Has the system begun to lose its decorum? Chapter 78. Is it handsome? Purchased with intelligence. Sulai stifled his restless heart, took a deep breath to compose himself, and rose to open his computer, uploading the final song. The one he had performed in duet with Jiang Yao, titled A Stunning Encounter. In truth, the three songs held no distinct hierarchy in his heart. He merely felt that the duet deserved to be the grand finale, befitting its name. Once the song was uploaded, Sulai promptly retired to bed, and the night passed without incident. The following day, as soon as he opened his eyes, the system's voice began to resonate incessantly in his mind. Akin to turning on a phone that had been offline for an extended period, only to be inundated with notifications from WeChat and QQ. Today is indeed a day filled with surprises. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the beauty comparable to Pan and Buff. Note, the beauty comparable to Pan and Buff grants the host the charisma of the ancient beauty Pan, significantly enhancing their appearance. This buff will remain until the next buff is acquired. The singing god task has been completed. Congratulations, host, on being elevated to the status of a musical genius. A torrent of information surged into Sulai's mind, which he quickly assimilated. The system's voice continued. Due to the host's exceptional completion of the singing god task, a permanent original price consumption card has been awarded, unlocking singing subtasks. Note, in singing subtasks, the host may randomly earn rewards while performing songs in public, including but not limited to money, skills, and items. The next musical genius task awaits system issuance. Sulai remained in a daze for quite some time, finally processing the flood of voices in his mind. The amount of information was rather substantial this time. He instinctively glossed over the beauty comparable to Pan and Buff. After all, he was no stranger to such phenomena. What truly delighted him was the acquisition of a permanent original price consumption card, which meant he would never again need to fear being shortchanged by merchants. Without further ado, Sulai decided to utilize the original price consumption card. Subsequently, his attention was once again drawn back. A singing task? It randomly rewards? How delightful. Moreover, there exists a crucial stipulation that one must perform the song in public. In other words, rewards can only be unlocked through singing before an audience. Is the system encouraging him to sing in front of others? What is the meaning of this? Sulai chose not to dwell on it. As the saying goes, the ship will straighten itself when it reaches the bridge. When the time comes, he will have the opportunity to experiment. He opened his computer and logged into NetEase Cloud Music. Although he had long anticipated that each song would surpass the last in popularity, the final song genuinely took him by surprise, as its popularity had already exceeded 20 million. This is a benchmark only occasionally reached by top-tier artists, requiring a stroke of luck. Yet, he had seemingly achieved it with ease. Quite terrifying. No wonder it was an extraordinary task completion. It all made sense now. As Sulai continued to browse, he noticed that the reward amount for a glimpse of the beautiful had surpassed 800,000, edging towards 1 million. Furthermore, the number of comments had reached 300,000. In this era of stagnation in the music industry, achieving 100,000 comments is already considered a monumental feat, and reaching 300,000 is beyond imagination. One comment stated, "Can I say that Mr. Soda Water, by his own efforts, has propelled the music industry forward by at least 5 years?" This comment garnered over 500,000 likes, making it the most liked comment for the time being. Below it, there were also over 50,000 replies. 5 years. Just him? Too flattering. I think at least 10 years. To the one above, next time you speak, remember to be quick. I almost lost my 40-kilometer-long knife. Sigh. It's useless for you to retrieve it. My hammer of Zhong Wuyan has already fallen. It's hopeless now. Let us give our comrades a grand burial. I'm sorry. My knife is already pierced in. It's hopeless. In my opinion, the most impressive part of this song lies in the male-female duet. Does anyone know the singer named Yao? I'd like to meet her. Hey, it's true. This Yao's voice is so captivating. It brings the song to life. To be honest, I just listened to the song and was so moved that I had to step away from my browser. Upon returning to listen again, it was a completely different experience. To the one above, can we have a word? TSK, I don't know why, but some people, while listening to the song, just drift off to their browser. Upon reading these comments, Su Lai found himself with a peculiar expression. Truly, today's netizens know how to have fun. Since ancient times, comments have been a showcase of talent. The comment section never disappoints. It either dazzles you or leaves you in disbelief. Su Lai clicked to play the song. Although it was his own singing, it still resonated profoundly, especially since it was a collaboration with Jiang Yao. Su, with a flick of the hand, clouds roll. With a turn of the palm, storms cease. Detached from the mortal realm, yet hard to forget the memories. Every segment contains you. Yao, in my heart. Youthful encounters often linger. Your deep affection remains unchanged through the years. How could the picturesque mountains and rivers compare to the scenery you gifted me? Next came the chorus, still sung by Jiang Yao, as Su Lai closed his eyes to appreciate it. Under the willow, I hear the sound of Yao's zither dancing to a melody. Then came Su Lai, as if reflecting the graceful figure of yesteryears. The two intertwined their voices. Who, with a few words, stirred emotions. Who, with a frown and a smile, swayed the stars and clouds. The paper fan conceals hints of secret verses. The purple smoke ignites heartfelt words, waiting for someone to seek. Su Lai could not help but marvel. The lyrics were exquisitely crafted. The vivid imagery struck him like a breath of fresh air. Truly, top-tier songs often aspire to provide listeners with a sense of imagery, much like an author aims to evoke vivid scenes for readers. A song with a strong sense of imagery has already succeeded in significant measure. As the song concluded, Su Lai shut down his computer and stepped out to freshen up. He had pressing matters to attend to and could not remain holed up listening to music. During breakfast, Su Dad and Su Mom's gazes were fixed intently upon him. Su Lai felt quite uncomfortable under their scrutiny. You two shameless old folks. I haven't even mentioned your late-night escapades, yet you keep staring at me. With no other recourse, Su Lai finally asked, Dad, Mom, why are you staring at me during breakfast? Is my face not clean? The two exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Su Mom turned to Su Lai. 13. Honestly tell me, what skincare products have you been using lately? Can you get me some? Su Lai, what? Su Mom, puzzled, replied, haven't you been using any? Then why do I feel like you look significantly handsomer today? Even more so than when you returned. You're almost more handsome than your dad. Su Lai. He silently glanced at Su Dad, whose skin, darkened from years of hard labor under the sun, appeared rugged and coarse. Is this what you call handsome? Su Lai couldn't help but question his mother's taste. To be fair, despite the toll of years of labor, Su Mom still possessed traces of her former beauty. Su Lai sometimes wondered how she could find Su Dad appealing. Could it be such an eccentric aesthetic? Or perhaps Su Lai recalled the events of the previous night, and a shiver ran down his spine. Su Dad and Su Mom looked at him with expressions of bewilderment. What happened to our son? His face changed 5 or 6 times in just 10 seconds. Could that saying be true? Is it handsome? It must be. It's an exchange for intelligence. Chapter 79. A true man is just tough. Cough. Su Lai cleared his throat to shift the topic. Mom and Dad, I want to be coming back for the next few days. There's a training match in the city that requires concentrated practice. It's too cumbersome to keep going back and forth. Su Lai lied without a hint of shame. After all, he was someone with a system. Didn't he have the psychological fortitude for this? Su Dad and Su Mom said nothing. After all, career was paramount. How could familial affections hinder progress? After finishing breakfast, Su Lai returned to his room to pack 2 sets of clothes, bringing along his laptop, and hurried towards the city. He rented a presidential suite near the community for 2 days, with the option to extend later. This was because the system upgrade now required 20,000 experience points. Any excess experience would be consumed by the system, rendering it pointless. Su Lai entered the room and closed the door. The perfect godly rich system has upgraded to level 6. Every second of the host's existence now garners $6 in cash rewards. System upgrade detected. The host gains foundational abilities in national martial arts. Upgrade experience, 03000. Note, the system will randomly issue martial arts tasks. Completing these tasks will promote the host to intermediate martial arts level. Upon hearing the system's voice, Su Lai could not help but tremble slightly. National martial arts. It was precisely the skill he had longed for. Truly, the system delivers exactly what one desires. His affection for it knows no bounds. As the saying goes, martial artists strengthen their bodies, while practitioners of national martial arts protect their homes and country. In fact, national martial arts is a term of reverence for martial arts, referring specifically to the traditional martial arts of the Xian nation. There is also a popular saying regarding national martial arts. It is the martial art that kills enemies without performance. Regardless, Su Lai had finally risen. As he pondered, an enigmatic energy materialized from the void and merged within Su Lai's being. Instantly, a wealth of intricate knowledge flooded his mind, all pertaining to martial arts. As if he had undergone rigorous training numerous times, he instinctively grasped how to strike, defend, and attack in various situations, as though these skills were inscribed deep within his very bones, becoming second nature. Simultaneously, the density of Su Lai's muscles and bones began to increase. Although he appeared unchanged externally, his weight was steadily rising. Once the system's transformation concluded, Su Lai felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him. He believed that a full-force punch from him could likely fell a wild boar. Of course, this was most likely an illusion. Su Lai twisted his body and rolled his neck, the satisfying crackling sounds resonating from within, a delightful symphony to his ears. Oh, no longer would he shy away in a brawl. He opened his personal attributes panel, sensing that his strength and agility had likely altered. Upon inspection, he was indeed correct. Strength 146, agility 146, intelligence 133. It seemed his intelligence had also seen a slight increase, though it paled in comparison to his strength and agility. Was this what they referred to as the classic adage of brawn over brains? Nonsense. With an intelligence of 133, he eclipsed the vast majority of humanity. Yet, the sensation of commanding his body's power was exhilarating. Su Lai confidently declared that should he encounter the same circumstances as when he faced the flower demon, he would no longer hesitate to confront them directly. A true man stands firm. Despite his newfound strength, Su Lai did not lose sight of his responsibilities. After organizing his belongings, he promptly headed to the renovation site. It must be said, the commendable reputation of this company was well-deserved. Even in the absence of the employer, the workers dedicated themselves wholeheartedly, requiring no supervision. Unlike other companies where laziness ensues the moment the boss is away, eager to stretch out project timelines for extra profit. Having mingled with a few of the workers for several days, upon Su Lai's arrival, they greeted him with nods of acknowledgement. A young man, wiping the sweat from his brow and adjusting his hard hat, looked at Su Lai with curiosity and said, "Boss, why do you seem more handsome today?" Su Lai feigned a frown. "Was I not handsome before?" The young man chuckled. "You were, but today's charm feels different. It's reminiscent of an ancient figure. What was his name?" "Ah, Panin. Truly, you embody that phrase. Beauty surpassing Panin." "Yes, indeed." An older employee, overhearing this, shot the young man a disapproving look. "Enough of your flattery. If you don't work well, you'll only be a sycophant. I say, our boss is even more handsome than Panin." The young man retorted. "Your flattery is just as commendable." Su Lai laughed heartily, his spirits lifted. "Flatter me more. I appreciate your honesty." The employees, buoyed by his words, threw themselves into their tasks with renewed vigor. Su Lai, not one for intricate details, primarily ran errands, fetching items, or purchasing necessities as needed. The rest of the time, one could call it supervision, but frankly, it resembled idling. The day swiftly passed, and the employees clocked out. Su Lai surveyed the interior. Quite impressive. It was already taking shape. Soon, he would be able to focus on his studies without worry. Whistling a tune, he returned to the nearby hotel. No sooner had he settled in than a QQ call from Liang Shuangxue interrupted him. Surprised, he hung up the phone and texted back, "Liang, what's the rush?" Liang Shuangxue's response arrived promptly, indicating the urgency of the matter. A confidential document had been stolen by foreign agents, and if it were to leak abroad, it could potentially destabilize international relations. Due to the need to avoid public chaos, the search could only be conducted on a small scale. However, the agent was exceedingly cunning, having called upon hidden accomplices within the country to create diversions while fleeing southward. If he were not captured swiftly, the situation could escalate into a significant crisis. Confounded, Su Lai questioned, "Such an important matter is entrusted to an outsider like me?" Liang Shuangxue sighed. "In these extraordinary times, we can only resort to unconventional means. Our personnel are woefully insufficient, hence my appeal to you." Su Lai harbored a strong aversion to matters involving the theft of state secrets. "What would you have me do?" "Currently, the group has been divided into at least 10 factions. If we send personnel to pursue each faction, we simply lack the manpower. Therefore, I require you to accurately locate the confidential documents' whereabouts and report back to me, so I can dispatch a team to apprehend them." Just as Su Lai was about to affirm his willingness, Liang Shuangxue sent another message. This mission was classified as SS level, and upon completion, it could yield a reward of at least 30 million. Su Lai's mood soured immediately. "Are we doing this for the money?" "No. We do this for the greater good of the nation." Liang Shuangxue replied incredulously. "Did we contact the wrong person? Or has Su become delusional? So, the reward is off the table?" Su Lai, with righteous indignation, retorted, "Absolutely not. The greater good of the nation is one thing, but the reward is another. What is due must still be given." Liang Shuangxue found herself at a loss for words. "You certainly have a unique way of expressing your appreciation for money." However, she had no time to waste and promptly forwarded the intelligence regarding the mission. Su Lai didn't immediately peruse the information. Instead, he consulted the system. "Hey system, If I complete this SS-level task, will it count as 2 S-level tasks? After a brief silence, the system replied, strictly speaking, it would count as at least 3 S-level tasks. Su Lai's heart sank. He felt he had lost an entire S-level task. Nonetheless, he wasted no time and swiftly skimmed through the mission intelligence. According to the reports, all 10 factions had entered Baiwa province, primarily congregating near the port city, with some even infiltrating it. Intelligence operatives speculated there were 2 escape routes. One was to board a ship from the port city and head into international waters, where they would undoubtedly receive assistance. The other was to divert towards Guizhou province, possibly exiting through Yunnan and Guizhou. Whichever method they chose, once they crossed the national border, capturing them would become exponentially more difficult. At that point, the resources required could be staggering, and lives would undoubtedly be lost. Su Lai took a deep breath. This was indeed challenging. Yet, it was fortuitous that they had fled to the port city. He powered on his computer, and with relative ease, he successfully pinpointed the locations of the 10 factions. For a hacker of his caliber, this was a rather uncomplicated task. However, the challenge lay in identifying the location of the confidential document. Among the 10 factions, their numbers varied, with some comprising over a dozen individuals while others had only 2 or 3. Their movements were erratic, but the general direction was southward. Logically, one would surmise that a large contingent would create diversions while a smaller group carried the confidential document, blending into the chaos to evade capture. However, these individuals had been entrenched in the country for years, undoubtedly possessing reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance capabilities. They might not act according to conventional wisdom. Su Lai first relayed the locations of all the groups back to Liang Shuangxue and began real-time tracking, hypothesizing potential destinations based on their movements. Due to limited manpower above, Su Lai first assigned the monitoring of 6 batches of personnel without clear objectives, who were aimlessly wandering in a general area, to the higher-ups. This was to free up resources for the pursuit of others. The remaining 4 batches, as inferred by Su Lai, possessed distinct directions. 2 were heading towards Guizhou province, while the other 2 were making their way to the coastal regions of the port city. With only 4 batches left, it sufficed to delegate their apprehension to the team. Su Lai relayed their activity trajectories and potential locations to the upper management, urging them to lie in wait and strive for a comprehensive capture. Once all was accomplished, Su Lai exhaled heavily in relief. Though the narrative was succinct, the actual expenditure of time and energy was substantial, and several hours had elapsed since the beginning. He settled onto his bed with his laptop, scrutinizing the 4 batches under close surveillance. Soon after, the capture operation commenced. Following a fierce battle, the 4 batches were successfully subdued. However, upon inspection, no classified documents were found on any of them. Su Lai's brow furrowed upon receiving this intelligence. Not present. Could they be with the other 6 batches? The team pressed on relentlessly to encircle the remaining 6 batches. At that moment, the individuals responsible for monitoring reported an alarming update. 1 batch had vanished. This batch, though labeled as such, consisted of merely 2 individuals. They had disappeared approximately half an hour prior. What the hell? How could they lose track of a person? A sense of foreboding crept over Su Lai. It seemed likely that the 4 batches released, along with the remaining 5, were mere decoys, intended to facilitate the escape of these 2 individuals. Su Lai's fingers danced rapidly over the keyboard, and after a considerable amount of time, he finally pinpointed the location of the 2 individuals. If he was not mistaken, they were heading towards an unnamed small dock, alarmingly close. If they boarded the ship, it would pose a significant challenge. Even more daunting was the fact that the pursuing personnel were situated quite far from the 2, and by the time they arrived, the duo might have already vanished. Truly remarkable, these agents had managed to elude so many watchful eyes. With a resigned sigh, Su Lai took his computer and stepped outside. He realized the dock was not far from his current location, a mere 10-minute journey. Meanwhile, the pursuing personnel would take at least half an hour to arrive. It seemed he was being compelled to take action himself. Perfect, it was an opportune moment to test his recently acquired abilities. Su Lai summoned a vehicle, continuously tracking their location, and successfully arrived at the dock before the 2 individuals. The night had deepened, and the dock was nearly deserted, with only a few small boats bobbing on the water's surface. He concealed himself in the shadows, awaiting the enemy's approach. Within 5 minutes, 2 tall figures entered the dock, cautiously scanning their surroundings, one of them clutching a box. Indeed, they had arrived at the right place. The classified documents were undoubtedly here. The 2 individuals crouched low, warily advancing towards the water's edge. However, they likely never anticipated that someone was lurking in the darkness, observing them intently. Just as Su Lai prepared to spring forth to neutralize the 2 and reclaim the classified documents, a sudden voice resonated in his mind from the system. Beginner National Art Mission released. Eliminate the 3 individuals on site to advance to Intermediate National Art. Su Lai paused momentarily. 3 individuals? Were there not only two present? Had another person evaded his scrutiny and infiltrated this location? A chill ran down his spine as he quickly glanced behind him. Fortunately, unlike in the movies, no villain emerged from the shadows. Without further delay, he set his computer aside and stepped forward, delivering a rather dramatic line. I say, you two, did you really think you could escape just like this? The two individuals froze mid-stride, slowly turning to face him. Their features were obscured by shadows, rendering them difficult to discern. They exchanged glances, and suddenly, one of them lunged at Su Lai, while the other, still holding the box, turned to flee towards the boat. Su Lai narrowed his eyes. Attempting to run away, he too dashed forward, charging at the approaching individual. Su Lai's physical prowess was no exaggeration. His speed surpassed that of the oncoming assailant by at least 50%. The two collided with a resounding impact. Su Lai's hand shot out, grasping the assailant's clothing around the abdomen, and with a powerful tug, he spun and slammed the individual into the ground. The assailant, caught entirely off guard, coughed up a mouthful of blood, limbs flailing, eyes closing as he succumbed to unconsciousness, resembling a lifeless fish. At that moment, Su Lai finally discerned the assailant's features. He bore an Eastern visage. What the hell? A citizen of the Summer Kingdom engaging in treachery against his own country? A traitor? A scoundrel? Nonetheless, Su Lai had no time for contemplation. He swiftly pivoted and pursued the other individual. For reasons unknown, the fleeing figure suddenly veered off course, bolting in another direction. While this might baffle an ordinary person, Su Lai was far from typical. He was a man with an advantage. He had long anticipated the presence of a third individual lurking here. This person was undoubtedly creating an opportunity for the other to escape. If he was not mistaken, the classified documents in hand were likely a ruse, merely a distraction. Chapter 81. It was time to showcase some impressive maneuvers. Su Lai refrained from alarming the fleeing individual and continued his pursuit. Unbeknownst to him, the hidden adversary remained concealed. Su Lai's speed was astonishing. He resolved one adversary and caught up to the other in less than 10 seconds. Although the fleeing figure possessed some skill, their speed was not significantly superior to that of an average person. Su Lai seized the back of their shirt and yanked them backward, sending the individual soaring into the air before crashing to the ground. Unexpectedly, the assailant executed a roll, effectively dissipating Su Lai's force, and stood back up. Oh, this one had some substance. Su Lai's interest was piqued. This was more like it. If he completely dominated, he would miss out on the exhilarating thrill of a hard-fought battle. Su Lai twisted his body and charged at the adversary. Realizing escape was futile, the individual dropped the box and engaged in combat with Su Lai. A punch aimed at Su Lai's face was deftly evaded as he slightly sidestepped. Immediately afterward, Su Lai lunged, grasping the assailant's wrist and twisting it downward. Ah! The individual cried out, their expression instantly contorting into one of deep resentment, as if Su Lai had slain their entire family. While Su Lai was perplexed by the intensity of this expression, he showed no mercy. Upon securing the wrist, he yanked forcefully, then thrust his knee upward. The individual was sent flying backward. With a violent cough, they spewed forth a torrent of blood. Su Lai grinned wickedly as he approached, resembling a villain from a movie. The adversary's countenance darkened, teeth clenched tightly, eyes glinting with malice as if intent on devouring him. Su Lai remained unfazed by this intimidation. He was in no hurry to strike. There was still another lurking in the shadows, and he needed to draw them out first. At that moment, the fierce-eyed adversary lunged for the briefcase, snatching it up and limping away. They had abandoned the ship and sought to escape by land. Su Lai would not allow this individual to slip away. With a swift stride, he sprinted forward, intent on incapacitating this foe before methodically searching for the hidden enemy. Before him, the individual fleeing suddenly turned and hurled a suitcase towards Su Lai. With a swift sidestep, Su Lai evaded the projectile, which instead tumbled across the ground. A loud thud resonated as the suitcase succumbed to the force of gravity, popping open to reveal its emptiness. Su Lai, having anticipated this outcome, merely cast a glance before resuming his pursuit. His speed was remarkable, especially after mastering his physical prowess, allowing him to close the distance to his adversary rapidly. Soon enough, he caught up with the foe. This time, Su Lai held nothing back, delivering a series of powerful blows that knocked the assailant to the ground, rendering him unconscious. Throughout the encounter, the assailant uttered not a single word. Driven by curiosity and armed with a newly acquired device, Su Lai resolved to employ the detector on this individual. With no leads on a third party, the dock appeared deceptively vast for a single individual to thoroughly search. Utilizing the detector might yield crucial information regarding a potential third party. Moreover, there was a financial incentive. Why not seize the opportunity? Without hesitation, Su Lai activated the detector. In less than a second, he was momentarily taken aback. The information on this person was rather unusual. Name, Sakai Hidetoshi. Age, 28. Base attributes: Strength 115, Agility 109, Intelligence 108. Identity: National of R, Agent of M. A national of R? Associated with R? It is well known that individuals from R and Xia bear a striking resemblance. With proper upbringing, one could feasibly infiltrate national security sectors. After all, human limitations often lead to oversights, leaving opportunities for adversaries to exploit. Yet, how could he also be an agent of M? Truly, M is pervasive in all matters. This nation has grown accustomed to its dominance, daring to meddle everywhere. This time, I shall sever your intrusive grasp and see if you lament the loss. Su Lai shook his head. He was not adept at such cunning schemes. Merely contemplating it gave him a headache. If this individual hailed from R, it was likely that the other did as well. Just as Su Lai contemplated using the detector on the second individual, a sudden blast from a ship's horn echoed from the seaside. Su Lai's expression shifted slightly. Not good. The third party is attempting to escape. Should he manage to flee to the sea, it would spell significant trouble. With no time to waste, Su Lai sprinted towards the source of the horn. Despite his best efforts, by the time he arrived, the boat was already pulling away from the shore, gaining speed. This was troublesome. It seemed the time had come to showcase some impressive maneuvers. Time for me to shine. Su Lai climbed aboard a nearby motorboat, quickly inspected it, found no issues, and immediately started the engine, chasing after the vessel. He was a master with an SSS-level proficiency in driving. It could be said that whether on land, at sea, or in the sky, there was nothing he could not operate. Su Lai's skills were exceptionally robust, far surpassing the half-hearted efforts of the individual ahead. The motorboat's speed increased, its whistle resonating through the dark night. Fujita Yoshio was exhilarated. He had successfully boarded the motorboat. In the absence of a captain on this night, his ability to navigate the vessel was undoubtedly a tremendous advantage. Once the motorboat was off the shore, the success of this operation was virtually assured. By the time the Xia authorities realized what was happening and summoned someone knowledgeable to operate a boat, he would have already been gone for at least an hour. At that point, no matter how swift the Xia forces were, they would be unable to catch him. Why did he say virtually? Because he feared that in his excitement, he might capsize the boat. Approximately 10 minutes prior, he and two other agents had arrived at the dock. To be cautious, two of them remained in plain sight while he operated from the shadows. With the genuine classified documents in his possession, as expected, the Xia side dispatched personnel to intercept them. However, they relied on the assumption that Xia would not dare to make a bold arrest, speculating that even if they could muster forces, their numbers would be limited. As they predicted, only one individual arrived. Moreover, it appeared to be a rather naive one. Upon arrival, he immediately attempted to apprehend them without further thought. Fujita Yoshio acknowledged that the individual possessed commendable skills, managing to take one down with a single encounter. Shortly thereafter, the other was also subdued. Amusingly, despite knowing that the suitcase held no classified documents, the fool wasted precious time on the unconscious individual. Fujita Yoshio relished such dim-witted adversaries. They afforded him the opportunity to start the motorboat. Indeed, he owed this fool a debt of gratitude. Standing within the motorboat, Fujita Yoshio gazed out at the vast, undulating sea, filled with satisfaction. He pondered what rewards might await him upon the successful completion of this mission. Would he be able to indulge in the pleasures of youthful models with one hand and celebrities with the other? The thought was thrilling. Just as he was lost in these daydreams, a sudden horn blast echoed from behind. Chapter 82. Departing with the garment of accomplishment, concealing merit and fame. Fujita Yoshio was alarmed, hastily turning to look. What did he see? A motorboat was slicing through the waves towards him, its horn growing nearer at an alarming speed. Faintly, he discerned a young man standing in the cabin, his expression inscrutable. Yet, Fujita Yoshio felt certain that a mocking smile graced the young man's lips. Panic set in. Immediately, he cranked the throttle to maximum. The motorboat surged forward, albeit only slightly faster. Glancing back, he noted that the pursuing vessel was closing in rapidly. What the hell? Why does your boat of the same type move so swiftly while mine feels like a snail's pace? Is it because you're an experienced driver? In truth, operating a vessel requires skill. Between a seasoned mariner weathering decades of storms and a novice just learning the ropes, who possesses greater depth of experience? Undoubtedly, the former. In comparison to Fujita Yoshio, Su Lai was the seasoned captain, while Fujita was the inexperienced novice. In terms of technique, awareness, and experience, Fujita was utterly trounced by Su Lai, and without mercy. As the pursuing vessel drew ever closer, Fujita Yoshio grew increasingly frantic, fumbling in the cockpit. Hurry, hurry, go faster. Yet, no matter how fervently he shouted, the motorboat would not respond to his subjective will and accelerate. In moments of panic, one is prone to error. Fujita Yoshio inadvertently pressed an incorrect button, causing the boat to lurch violently, nearly capsizing. Fortunately, he managed to locate the right button and pressed it again, stabilizing the boat. At that moment, Sulai's motorboat had caught up, its bow level with the stern of Fujita's vessel. He leaned out from the cockpit. "Hey, can you hear me? I'll only say this once. Stop your boat, and I shall spare your life." Fujita Yoshio had no intention of halting his boat. He also leaned out. "I want to stop for you, damn it. If you're capable, come and collide with me." Sulai. He had already utilized the detector to ascertain the identity of the individual, also a national of R, named Fujita Yoshio, aged 27. This fellow. Just how many years has he spent in the Summer Kingdom? He has even mastered the local curses. Such a person, acting as an undercover agent in his homeland, is truly terrifying. He must not be allowed to escape. Sulai exclaimed, "I've heard it. Those who incessantly utter MMP will find their boats leaking. They may even run out of fuel and fail to reach the age of 30. To this, Fujita Ryoichi retorted, "I will live to my MMP." No sooner had his words left his lips than the steamboat's horn gradually diminished before ultimately falling silent. The vessel, propelled by inertia, continued its forward motion. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the bow collided with an unknown object, causing the stern to lurch upward violently, almost capsizing the boat. As the rear crashed back down onto the water, the section of the bow that had struck something began to bubble and spout water. Fujita Ryoichi. Sulai, is our mouth truly blessed? Whatever we say comes to pass. Incredible, Sulai. In truth, even if Fujita Ryoichi had not unexpectedly halted the vessel, Sulai possessed the means to force him to a standstill. However, this turn of events certainly made things less troublesome. It seemed the heavens were aiding them. Indeed, victory always resides with the just. Sulai chuckled, maneuvered the steamboat to a steady stop, and leaped onto another vessel. Fujita Ryoichi was already rendered speechless. What the hell? Is this even possible? Oh heavens, must you be so treacherous? Sulai smiled at Fujita Ryoichi. See? I wasn't mistaken, the steamboat ran out of fuel, crashed into a reef, and now it's leaking. This is fate conspiring against you. Fujita Ryoichi's face darkened. He had witnessed Sulai's prowess. If he were to confront him directly, he would surely not last 3 exchanges. Gazing into the vast, bottomless ocean, he bellowed, "Who the hell are you? My life is mine to decide." With that, he clutched his handbag and leaped into the sea. Sulai, quick as a flash, seized him by the collar and yanked him back. He landed a punch, knocking Fujita Ryoichi down onto the deck. With an air of exasperation, he remarked, "Tell me, have you been watching too many action films? Do you fancy yourself the hero? If you fail to accomplish your mission, do you really wish to die a glorious death? Seeking to be a hero? You must be dreaming. Wake up. This is the Summer Kingdom. If there are heroes, they should be those of the Summer Kingdom, not you. Amir are countrymen lacking in great virtue." Little did he know, at the moment he was pulled back, Fujita Ryoichi was pondering, "It's over, the young model is gone. And so are the beautiful stars." The subsequent events unfolded simply. Sulai rained down punches, rendering Fujita Ryoichi unconscious. Then, akin to hoisting a lifeless dog, he lifted Fujita Ryoichi and leaped back onto another vessel, making his way back to the port. Sulai procured a length of rope, binding the 3 unconscious individuals together, and wedged the handbag containing confidential documents between them. Calculating the time, the higher-ups were soon to arrive. Alas, it was unwise to reveal his identity. It was best to depart. With matters concluded, he would slip away, concealing his contributions and name. Such is the fate of a person like him. Sulai located a laptop, preparing to leave. However, he soon discovered a disheartening truth. He had no means of transportation to return. The area was quite desolate, devoid of taxis or rideshare options. Why must doing a good deed be so challenging? Life is difficult indeed. Sulai had no choice but to clutch the laptop and set off on foot. Along the way, the system's voice echoed once more in his mind. Elementary National Art Mission completed. Congratulations to the host for advancing to Intermediate National Art. The next National Art Mission will be randomly assigned. Stay tuned. A complex ability merged into Sulai's being, expanding his already vast repository of national art knowledge, becoming instinctual. Simultaneously, his muscle and bone density increased yet again, and his weight grew heavier. Base attributes: Strength 176, Agility 176, Intelligence 138. This elementary national art mission was rather straightforward, allowing for a swift ascent to the intermediate level. Sulai gazed at his disproportionately balanced attributes. He suddenly regretted having allocated a significant number of free attribute points to strength and agility initially. For now, with the enhancement of national art abilities, physical attributes would improve, yet intelligence would show minimal growth. Had he known, he would have focused solely on intelligence. Alas, Sulai sighed deeply. What has transpired cannot be regretted. One must look forward. Perhaps when the system store refreshes again, new free attribute points will be available. When that time comes, he would allocate them all to intelligence, pushing it to its limits, surpassing everyone. After a lengthy walk, he finally managed to contact a rideshare service and made his way back to the hotel. Inside the hotel, Su Lai sat on the bed, conversing with Liang Shuangxue. Su Lai, the mission has been completed. Where's the payment? Liang Shuangxue, the money will be transferred to your designated account. Su Lai, that's good to hear. Liang Shuangxue, I've received reports from my subordinates and have a question. I wonder if Su Shen could provide some clarity? Chapter 83. Does it hurt as much as childbirth? Su Lai, feel free to ask. I shall answer with utmost honesty. Liang Shuangxue, who was responsible for dealing with those 3 agents? Su Lai's heart skipped a beat. Were they suspecting him? Nevertheless, he had already prepared a response. He chuckled. Oh, that S my friend. He is exceptionally strong, remarkably handsome, and has a wonderful temperament. You have no idea. When I first met him, I was utterly astounded. Oh my goodness, how can someone be so good-looking? You might not grasp the extent of his charm. Calling him a paragon of elegance would be an understatement. There was an incident when he was walking down the street, and the girls in a passing car were so captivated they caused a major traffic jam. Another time, he went to the beach, and you won't believe it. The waves were ferocious, but when he arrived, they calmed down. The following 5,000 words are omitted. Liang Shuangxue. At this moment, Su Lai added, his appearance fee is quite high. Please remember to reimburse it. In Kyoto, Liang Shuangxue's face was filled with frustration. She suppressed her anger and typed a response. Get lost. Su Lai chuckled, feeling a bit self-absorbed lately. He was unrelenting in his self-praise. Ah, it is true, but one should still exhibit a modicum of humility. In Kyoto, Liang Shuangxue sat quietly before her computer, deep in thought. After a short while, she retrieved a notebook and a pen from her desk drawer, jotting down her thoughts. Given the current situation, Su Shen's threat level could be diminished. At the very least, he seemed genuinely invested in the safety of this nation and would not engage in actions that could compromise its security. Of course, one could not dismiss the possibility that foreign adversarial forces were employing a ruse to approach deeper secrets. However, for now, the likelihood of Su Shen being aligned with the Summer Kingdom stood at over 90%. Furthermore, from the information Su Shen had revealed, it was evident that he was acquainted with at least one highly skilled individual, and their relationship appeared to be quite close. The kind that is readily available at a moment's notice. Additionally, through their exchanges, Liang Shuangxue deduced that Su Shen was likely a young man, characterized by an optimistic disposition. His real age might even be younger than hers. Moreover, his hacking skills had already surpassed her own. Liang Shuangxue, a prodigy in her own right, was naturally reluctant to accept the notion that someone could surpass her prowess. Yet, in this vast world, the existence of formidable individuals is commonplace. It is hardly surprising for such a genius to emerge among the billions. More importantly, Su Shen was likely situated in the southern province of Baiwei, possibly even within the bustling metropolis of the harbor city. After all, to casually summon someone in the harbor city to intercept another indicates that his connections must be firmly rooted there. Liang Shuangxue was a meticulous individual, merely outlining possibilities without claiming absolute certainty. To truly ascertain Su Shen's whereabouts would require ongoing interaction in the future. It seemed the time had come to assign him additional tasks. Only through collaboration could she deepen her understanding of him. Having recorded the information, Liang Shuangxue rubbed her temples, momentarily lost in thought. After a while, she proceeded to transfer Su Shen's due remuneration, along with the previous payment, which had been pending for some time. Indeed, the sum was considerable, and it was quite normal for such a delay. Following the completion of his task, Su Lai awaited a notification of its conclusion, but instead, he inadvertently dozed off during the wait. The next day, Su Lai awoke languidly. It was now August 24th, a Saturday, and with only a few days until school commenced, he needed to expedite the renovations. However, he did not head straight to the renovation site, but first opened his computer. During his slumber the previous night, Liang Shuangxue had messaged him, indicating that the payment had been received. Including the prior payment, the theoretical remuneration amounted to 40 million. Yet, upon checking his account, he discovered an additional 5 million. Ah, a shrewd operator indeed. Even a fictitious character like him received compensation. What a refreshing notion. Su Lai retained the remuneration designated for the tool and transferred the remainder. Your account ending in 438 has received a deposit of 44,900,000 yuan, with a balance of 20,109,862,315 yuan. Oh, the savings have exceeded 200 million. Nonetheless, Su Lai did not feel a surge of excitement. When money merely becomes a string of digits, one can grow numb to its significance. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated in his mind. The hacker mission has been completed. Congratulations, host, on your ascension to a top-tier hacker. As the host has reached the pinnacle of human hacking technology, a mysterious reward has been bestowed. Future upgrades will increase in difficulty, aiding the host in becoming a perfect hacker. The Perfect Hacker mission has been initiated. Perfect Hacker mission description. Completing an S-level task will yield a progress increase of 100. An SS-level task will yield 500 progress. An SSS-level task will yield 1000 progress. And completing special tasks may enhance progress based on circumstances. Perfect Hacker Progress 09000. A torrent of profound knowledge surged into Su Lai, representing the zenith of human hacking skills. He spent considerable time absorbing this newfound knowledge, left in a contemplative state. It required a staggering 9,000 progress points to attain the status of a perfect hacker. This meant that he would need to complete at least 9 SSS-level tasks to successfully upgrade. Good grief, if an SS-level task was this rare. Where on earth was he to find an SSS-level task? Alas, it appeared he would need to engage in some form of negotiation with Liang Shuangxue. One step at a time, he thought. Even if it took a long while to upgrade, his current skills would suffice. He now possessed the world's most advanced hacking technology. One could say he was invincible. Just as Su Lai was about to leave, he suddenly recalled an important matter. Hadn't the system mentioned a mysterious reward? What could it be? System, what is this mysterious reward? The system's emotionless voice replied. Should the mysterious reward be activated, it will become intertwined with the host, remaining with them unless the host opts for a forced separation, which would be quite painful. When the reward is attacked, it is equivalent to the host being attacked. The advantage is that the host will be alerted to any assault on the reward, while the disadvantage lies in. The system left the details vague. Su Lai, intrigued, inquired, what is the disadvantage? The system seemed to consider its words. The disadvantage may involve some discomfort. Su Lai responded. Some discomfort? How much discomfort? Is it akin to childbirth? If so, I think I'll pass. The system's mechanical voice chimed in once more. Childbirth is rated as level 10 pain. When the reward is attacked, the pain level will adjust according to the severity, with a maximum of level 10. Su Lai was left speechless. After all this, you still haven't revealed what the reward actually is? Chapter 84. It's said to involve some discomfort. This time, the system did not keep him in suspense but directly stated, a computer. Su Lai, a computer? Is a computer a scarce item? Or is it the mysterious reward? What in the world? Alas, what a disappointment. I already have a computer, what more do I need? The system explained, this computer exists solely in human imagination, no current technology can produce it. It operates using human bioenergy, as long as the host remains alive. It can draw on an endless supply of energy, offering perpetual endurance. This computer can vary in size and dimension, capable of being stored within the body, and when externalized, it can only be seen by the host, accessible at any moment. Furthermore, its operational capabilities are extraordinarily powerful, exceeding current human supercomputers by a factor of 1,000, eliminating any concerns of overload. In summary, the technology to create this computer is at least 50 to 100 years ahead of humanity, and its performance reflects this superiority. This computer bears a melodious name, the supercomputer. Su Lai was taken aback. After the system's explanation, he finally comprehended why this reward was deemed mysterious. It is immensely powerful. Bound to the human body, it can be utilized anytime and anywhere. No worries about battery life. Its operational capacity is unparalleled. This is sheer invincibility. Consider this. Human supercomputers are typically massive, yet the supercomputer's performance surpasses that of supercomputers while being capable of being stored within the body. What a remarkable technology. Compared to it, supercomputers seem utterly feeble, like a younger sibling. No, even more diminutive than that. Su Lai felt a surge of excitement. What was there to wait for? Let us activate it. System, are you sure you want to proceed? It may be a bit painful. Su Lai, certainly. Binding a computer, how painful could it be? No sooner had he spoken than a blood-curdling scream erupted from his lips. Su Lai felt an excruciating pain in his head, as if millions of needles were incessantly stabbing into his brain, causing a heart-wrenching agony. Subsequently, he lost consciousness. The scream abruptly ceased, leaving only the system's emotionless voice lingering in the air. They said it would involve some discomfort. Time passed, and Su Lai gradually regained consciousness. Even then, he felt a lingering pain in his head. However, it seemed as though there was something within his mind that could be summoned at will. Bearing the aftermath of the pain, he concentrated, and a virtual computer materialized before him. The computer appeared transparent, yet to Su Lai, it seemed as tangible as any physical object, resembling the high-tech devices seen in science fiction films, exuding an unmistakable aura of advanced technology. He attempted to strike the keyboard, and to his delight, Su Lai discovered that this keyboard was truly exceptional. As his fingers descended upon it, a faint luminescence flickered forth, quite a sight to behold, and the tactile sensation was exquisite. Moreover, he stumbled upon an astonishing revelation. He could manipulate the computer solely through his thoughts, without the need for physical interaction. This was indeed rather formidable. No matter how swift a person's fingers might be, they could not surpass the velocity of a mere thought. It was conceivable that even before his fingers made contact with the keys, his will had already executed the desired action. Yes, he felt quite satisfied. Sulai was thoroughly pleased with this mysterious reward. Truly, the system had delivered something of great utility. No longer would he need to carry a separate computer when venturing out. This was indeed a significant convenience. Furthermore, could he possibly engage in gaming here in the future? Operating purely through thought. What unbridled freedom. He chuckled to himself. This was a physical cheat. However, Sulai surmised that he would not make a mountain out of a molehill by using this computer solely for gaming. After all, the essence of gaming lies in the joy it brings. What brings the most joy? Surely it is the act of striking the keys oneself and relishing the thrill of vanquishing adversaries. If victory were attained merely through thought, the exhilaration would surely diminish considerably. After examining the computer, Sulai tucked it away, knowing he would have ample time to explore its capabilities later. For now, he resolved to attend to pressing matters. He departed the hotel, making his way to the renovation site. For the next few days, he diligently assisted with the work. At last, on the 26th, the house was entirely refurbished. Once the cleaning crew completed their tasks, the entire residence was revitalized, exuding warmth and comfort. After settling the renovation company's bill, Sulai found that the experience points required for the system upgrade had reached 1,593,000. The renovation had certainly not consumed such a substantial sum. The surplus experience points had been accrued during his leisure gaming sessions. He had indulged in a bout of battle royale using the supercomputer, during which he soared above the competition, claiming over 30 eliminations, almost rivaling the prowess of a cheat. Yet, as he had anticipated, the thrill was notably absent. Subsequently, he returned to playing games on a regular computer. Sulai visited his sister at school, handing her the keys to their new home and instructing her to tidy up when she had the time. Following that, he made his way home to prepare for the upcoming school term. That evening, as Sulai sat at his desk engrossed in a game of battle royale, an excruciating pain suddenly pierced his mind. What on earth was happening? Why such sudden agony? After a brief moment of bewilderment, he realized that someone was attacking his system. Who had the audacity to target him so directly? Instantly, he summoned the supercomputer, employing his thoughts to navigate the computer's interface. The processing speed of the supercomputer far exceeded that of his consciousness, and soon he pinpointed the identity of his assailant. Utilizing the skills of a top-tier hacker, he swiftly traced the source of the attack. Upon recognizing the attackers, fury ignited within him. The Misty World. Once again, it was the Misty World. Confusion washed over him. Had he not eradicated all traces of information previously? How had they managed to track him down now? Moreover, he recognized one of the individuals. There were 3 in total, 2 of whom he knew. One was named Andrew, and the other, Bud. 2 days prior, Bud had harbored resentment after being outsmarted by Sulai, continuously seeking information about him. Coincidentally, Andrew learned of Bud's predicament and felt a sense of camaraderie in their shared misfortune. Unlike Bud, however, Andrew was aware of Sulai's reputation as a mysterious hacker from the Summer Kingdom, albeit lacking the means to confront him. By chance, Bud's superior technical skills led them to form an alliance. Yet, despite their efforts over the course of 2 days, they failed to discover Sulai's whereabouts. Ultimately, out of desperation, Bud reached out to a top hacker from the Misty World. This hacker, who typically held disdain for individuals from the Summer Kingdom, readily agreed upon hearing of such an audacious figure. After extensive collaboration, the trio successfully located Sulai's residence, resulting in the events that unfolded. Silently, Sulai contemplated as his mind raced. It was time to teach these individuals from the M Kingdom a lesson. Chapter 85. This time, he was doomed. Sulai was incensed. He had never been one to possess a particularly placid temperament. It was uncharacteristic of him to remain unresponsive in the face of aggression. His thoughts raced as he operated the supercomputer to establish new defenses. Soon, he successfully stabilized his position, repelling the 3 assailants. However, he was not one to suffer in silence without retaliating. An eye for an eye, and using might to convey reason was his modus operandi. Yet, despite possessing the skills of a top hacker, Sulai refrained from recklessly charging in. There is wisdom in knowing both oneself and one's adversary. Victory is assured in 100 battles. If one could discern the opponent's weaknesses, they could vanquish the enemy with far greater ease. Why be headstrong? Sulai proceeded with determination, deploying a detector against the 3. He was already well acquainted with Bud and Andrew. Using the detector on them would merely be a financial endeavor, as the base cost for scanning individuals overseas was 1 million each. Thus, for 3 individuals, it amounted to 3 million, with an additional 9 million for a deeper analysis. In total, this scan would cost 12 million. Experience points accrued, 13,593,000. Sulai now understood the exorbitant expense of the detector. Had he acquired it sooner, it would have been beneficial. Nonetheless, it was not too late. A smirk crossed his face. The crux of the matter lay with the third individual. Based on his previous display of skill, he was at least of top-tier hacker caliber. The results of the scan arrived swiftly. Name, Daniel Bryan. Age, 43. Base attributes, Strength 110, Agility 109, Intelligence 126. Identity, top hacker, key figure in the Misty world. Analysis, Daniel is a top-tier expert in the Misty world. With hacking skills of the highest caliber, one of the few capable of penetrating the 17th layer of the Misty world, aside from the Lord of Mist. He has a rugged appearance, but harbors a preference for older women, displaying no fondness for the young. Furthermore, he harbors a deep-seated animosity towards the Summer Kingdom. Weakness, Daniel owns a villa in the M Kingdom, where he secretly confines several women over the age of 50, deriving pleasure from their torment. Upon perusing Daniel's information, a wave of revulsion surged within Su Lai. Good heavens, this man was utterly repugnant. Moreover, he had imprisoned so many women. How could someone with intellect rivaling his own be so depraved? Yet, Su Lai devised a plan to deal with Daniel, regardless of the nation. The act of imprisonment and the restriction of personal freedom is universally condemned, especially in a country like the M Kingdom, which champions freedom. If Daniel's actions were exposed, his societal standing would undoubtedly plummet, and he could potentially face imprisonment. However, Su Lai was not content with mere exposure. Once he resolved to act, he intended to do so decisively. To show mercy to an enemy is the greatest cruelty to oneself. Moreover, Su Lai harbored a profound disdain for the fog world, and seizing the opportunity to strike back was indeed a splendid notion. With a mouth full of humanitarian rhetoric, the actions he undertook stood in stark contradiction to such ideals. Su Lai's mind raced with unparalleled speed. Leveraging his exceptional hacking prowess, he swiftly commandeered the computers of Bard and Andrew within a mere 2 minutes, subsequently launching a coordinated assault on Daniel through 3 machines. Though Daniel was indeed a top-tier hacker, he paled in comparison to Su Lai, who operated at an entirely different echelon. Furthermore, Su Lai's simultaneous control of 3 computers rendered Daniel incapable of mounting any effective defense, akin to a paper tiger. Easily overwhelmed in a short span of time. Before long, control of his own computer slipped from his grasp. However, this was merely the beginning. In the United States, morning dawned with Daniel in high spirits. Having spent the previous night in his villa, indulging in the company of 3 or 4 female attendants, he relished the sight of their submission beneath him, finding immense pleasure in the experience. It was not until the morning that he departed from his villa, returning to the public-facing estate. Shortly after his arrival, he received a message from Bard, informing him of an audacious hacker from Xia country who had humiliated them. Daniel had never harbored any fondness for Xia country, considering its inhabitants a waste of both air and land. More importantly, he yearned for the older women from Xia country to grovel at his feet, even having a couple of them confined within his villa. Previously, Daniel had orchestrated a cunning plot that successfully imprisoned them in his estate. The mere thought of them crawling at his feet made him feel as though he had Xia country beneath his control, basking in an unparalleled sense of dominance and satisfaction. Thus, upon reading Bard's message, he erupted in fury. How dare a mere hacker from Xia country exhibit such arrogance? He promptly endorsed Bard's course of action. Opening his computer, he launched a relentless assault. After more than half an hour had passed, he found himself unable to capture even a glimpse of the Xia hacker. Ultimately, it was Andrew, familiar with Su Lai, who provided the crucial information that led to tracking Su Lai's trail. Yet, the Xia hacker responded with remarkable swiftness, fortifying his defenses in a matter of moments and launching a counterattack shortly thereafter. Most critically, he succeeded. Daniel lost control of his computer. He pounded on the keyboard with frenzied intensity, his fingers flying at breakneck speed, yet no matter his efforts, he could not reclaim control. Half an hour slipped away. At last, Daniel's patience waned. He slammed his fist on the keyboard in frustration. Who the hell is this? So formidable. I am but second to the top hackers. When had Xia country produced such a skilled hacker? Those wretched Xia people, how dare they possess a hacker of this caliber? They must have hired him at great expense for me country. Damned bastards. So shameless. Daniel continued to curse vehemently. At that moment, Bard messaged him through another channel. Daniel, the opponent is far too powerful. What should we do now? Reading the message, Daniel suddenly composed himself, a cold smile creeping onto his face. No worries. When I pinpointed his location in Port City, I had already dispatched extrajudicial personnel from the fog world to his whereabouts. He shan't survive the night. Bard expressed concern. A hacker of this caliber must have security guarding him. Will our people truly be effective? Daniel remained unflappable. No need to panic. The individuals I dispatched are experts who had been lurking in Port City after their mission failed a couple of days ago. They intended to assist the agents, but alas, they arrived too late. The agents were already lost. What a waste. Bard felt reassured. then he is as good as dead. Unbeknownst to them, Sulai had already observed their conversation. Chapter 86. An unprecedentedly outrageous demand. When Sulai decided to act, how could it be limited to merely controlling one computer? He was bound to seize control of every network device in proximity. However, he opted to bide his time, curious to see if these individuals had any further tricks up their sleeves. Indeed, he stumbled upon critical information. The recent incident involving agents stealing classified documents was orchestrated by the Fog World. No wonder those agents, despite being from our country, were working for M country. This was a confluence of new grievances and old grudges. It seemed prudent to strike decisively. Moreover, they had already deployed personnel to confront him. Impressive, it must be said. In the treacherous world one navigates, one misstep could lead to a downfall. It appeared that certain matters needed expediting, ensuring resolution before those so-called experts arrived. Sulai's mind raced, conducting a comprehensive search of Daniel's computer, and soon enough, he uncovered something staggering. For reasons unknown, these individuals had a penchant for recording their misdeeds. And Daniel was no exception. He had captured the very process of abusing those women on video. What a beast he was. The world is vast and full of oddities. One encounters all manner of despicable individuals. However, with these videos in hand, Sulai's task was considerably simplified. They could serve as irrefutable evidence, eliminating the need for further collection of proof. After organizing the videos, Sulai compiled a dossier and sent it to the local authorities in M country. M country's excessive reverence for freedom has its merits and drawbacks. Upon providing the videos to the police, they would undoubtedly take action, and surely would not dare to neglect their duties. Once Sulai processed the videos and disseminated them across M country's network, it was as if a massive stone had been dropped into a tranquil pond, causing it to churn violently. As time progressed, a tempest would arise, unleashing an overwhelming pressure upon Daniel. Having accomplished these tasks, Sulai proceeded to infiltrate the bank, transferring Daniel's funds. This fellow was rather intriguing. His bank account held over 500 million. Before departing, Sulai contemplated and decided to siphon off the funds Bard and Andrew had recently deposited into their bank accounts as well. This was akin to plucking feathers from a passing goose. Daniel, observing the incessant stream of messages on his phone, felt the veins on his forehead and neck throb. And he screamed in hysteria, "Sia country, you filthy dogs. You all deserve to die." Subsequently, he contacted the experts en route to Sulai's location. "Hurry. All of you hurry. Do not let this person escape. Remember, capture him, and ensure he suffers to the end. I must witness his demise with my own eyes." Little did Daniel know, Sulai had quietly exited his home after resolving everything. He had already traced the positions of those approaching him. Dealing with them in the village would be troublesome and difficult to explain. It was far better to confront them outside, in the desolate wilderness. No one would be the wiser. After walking for approximately 20 minutes beyond the village, Sulai finally spotted several vehicles approaching, their headlights illuminating the darkness. Unlike the city, rural areas at night were devoid of life. It was already midnight, and the streets were utterly deserted. Silently, Sulai stood in the middle of the road, awaiting the vehicle's approach. Two vans came to a gradual halt before him, carrying at least a dozen or 20 individuals. The sudden appearance of a figure in the road at such an hour was exceedingly peculiar. As the vehicles came to a stop, the driver of the front van leaped out, exclaiming, "Hey, who are you? Get out of the way. We're in a hurry." Sulai remained silent, observing him intently. "Damn it, can't you understand human language? Let me teach you how to behave." The driver, in a fit of rage, prepared to strike. Sulai blinked, extending his hand to firmly grasp the driver's forehead as he charged forward, leaving him flailing helplessly, much like a child in a tussle with an adult, unable to retaliate or escape. Though the driver possessed considerable force, it was effortlessly thwarted by Sulai's single hand, creating a rather theatrical spectacle. Holding the driver's head without uttering a word, Sulai advanced and suddenly exerted his strength, slamming the driver's head onto the car hood. A large dent formed. Blood splattered across the driver's face, leaving his life hanging in the balance. "Is this what they call a master?" Sulai murmured to himself. Witnessing this scene, the individual in the passenger seat shouted, "Get out of the car." Instantly, a multitude of burly men began to emerge from within. Surprisingly, aside from the driver crumpled on the hood, there were still 21 others in the two vans. Intermediate National Martial Arts task issued. Eliminate all individuals present to advance to the Advanced National Martial Arts level. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Sulai paused momentarily. Incredible. Advancing in martial arts seems remarkably effortless, achieving 2 levels in just a few days. Impressive. From the crowd, someone barked, "Kid, you're quite arrogant." Sulai cast a blank stare at him. "You'll be the first." Just as the man was about to reply, someone else exclaimed in shock, "Isn't he the one they ordered us to kill?" "Oh, seems like it." "What do you mean seems like? It's obvious." In the dim light of night, the crowd, who had previously struggled to see Su Lai's face, now scrutinized him closely, voices rising. Heh, this is too easy. He actually dares to come out himself. Brothers, let us deal with him, and I'll treat everyone to a grand feast, a sauna, and some lovely company. The apparent leader proclaimed loudly. Really? Can we cash that in? With this little ambition, I'll order the most expensive. Another chimed in. But he seems to possess some skill, remarked the passenger. What is there to fear? We outnumber him. Exactly. We could crush him easily. Hurry up, I'm already contacting the entertainment club. Suddenly, Su Lai interjected. If you turn back now, I can pretend nothing happened. Instantly, the group fell silent. After a considerable pause, someone finally spoke up. What? Is my hearing failing me? Did he just tell us to leave? Ha! I must be hearing things. Someone slapped me. Without hesitation, a nearby burly man slapped him across the face, leaving the guy dazed, and it took him a moment to recover, his anger surging. Damn it, you really slapped me. The slapper felt quite wronged. You were the one who called for it. I've never seen such an unreasonable request. I just wanted to test the feeling. You bastard. The two nearly came to blows. At that moment, the leader finally spoke again. Shut the hell up. Can we just deal with this guy already? His authority was evident, and his words resonated. The crowd quieted, directing their attention to Su Lai. With a deep sigh, Su Lai remarked, You've narrowed the path. As soon as the words left his mouth, his gaze sharpened. In an instant, he stepped forward, seizing the forehead of the very man he had declared would be the first to strike. With a powerful tug, Su Lai slammed the man's head into the car window. Bang! The sound of shattering glass echoed as the man's head became lodged in the window, blood mingling with shards, creating a gruesome sight. Su Lai's voice rang out calmly. Next, his tone, though not loud, carried an air of undeniable authority that reverberated through the night, instilling fear in all present. The crowd stood frozen, the atmosphere heavy with silence, so much so that even the sound of the wind was distinctly audible. A gulp echoed from someone in the crowd. Gradually, people began to regain their senses. The leader's eyes narrowed as he glared at Su Lai. Well, you've got some skills. I knew he was formidable, someone muttered. Anyone can say that in hindsight. Charge him, no matter how strong he is, he can't take on all of us. Finally, the crowd snapped back to reality, roaring as they rushed toward Su Lai. A faint smile appeared on Su Lai's lips as he engaged in battle with them. It must be said, these individuals possessed some skill. At least they were stronger than the previous group of agents. Su Lai's initial intimidation stemmed from catching them off guard. Had he still been at the beginner level, he would have likely been overwhelmed by this sea of opponents. However, now that he had reached the intermediate level, both his combat awareness and physical prowess had significantly improved. With just a single punch or kick, opponents were sent sprawling. Soon, over half of them lay on the ground, moaning in pain. Only 7 remained standing, each bearing expressions of terror, none unscathed. Particularly the leader, who, though still upright, bore a face so battered that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. The balance of power had shifted entirely. Once the attackers, they now recoiled at the sight of Su Lai. With every step he took forward, they stumbled back, trembling. Su Lai chuckled. Weren't you all so bold just moments ago? Why so timid now? These individuals exhibited a dismal level of intelligence, unable to escape even when they were clearly outmatched, choosing instead to confront Su Lai, as if wagering their lives. The leader's speech had lost its coherence, his voice transformed into something unrecognizable. Don't get cocky. We still have reinforcements on the way. If he arrives, it's your end. Oh, Su Lai's interest was piqued. Where is he? The leader glanced at his wristwatch. He'll arrive in no more than 10 minutes. You're finished. Su Lai laughed. 10 minutes? That's plenty of time. He stepped forward, causing the crowd to instinctively retreat. Su Lai grinned. Why are you all backing away? The crowd eyed him warily. What are you planning? Su Lai blinked innocently. Of course. I'm here to deal with you all. What else would I do? Admire the scenery. Faces long with despair, they pleaded. Could you go easy on us? We won't resist. Su Lai replied gently. Be good. Line up nicely, one by one. Don't look at me like that. I want to eat you. Rest assured. Everyone will get a turn. It's only fair. As he spoke, Su Lai swiftly reached out, grabbing one individual by the neck and slamming him onto the hood of the car. Ah, now we have a neat line forming, he mused, suddenly appreciating the aesthetic. The remaining 6 swallowed hard, their voices trembling. Weren't you supposed to go easy on us? Su Lai chuckled softly. Indeed, I am quite gentle. I rendered him unconscious in an instant. Look, he displays no sign of pain. The crowd turned to gaze, and indeed, the unfortunate fellow lay there without a trace of agony. However, his bloodied appearance was enough to send shivers down anyone's spine, coupled with Su Lai's devilish smile. The onlookers were nearly brought to tears. One person, with a pleading look, implored Su Lai, Brother, could you take it easy? I fear pain. Su Lai approached him slowly, smiling. Fear not, I am very gentle. No sooner had he spoken than his hand shot out again, seizing the unfortunate soul, and smashing him against the car hood. The man helplessly shut his eyes. Bang! The sound of his head meeting the car hood was surprisingly melodious. The crowd exclaimed, "What the hell? Is this what you call gentle? I may not be well read, but don't deceive me." Glancing at the time, Sulai reined in his smile. It was nearly time. He should wrap things up swiftly. In 2 minutes, everyone lay sprawled on the ground, with 5 individuals draped over the hoods of 2 cars. Sulai clapped his hands, gazing at the scene with satisfaction. This was how it should be. A family must be well organized. In stark contrast, the rest of the group lay on the ground, many still groaning and whining incessantly. Growing slightly annoyed by the noise, Sulai knocked them out one by one. When it came to the leader, he raised his head weakly and pleaded, "Could you refrain from hitting my head?" He had observed that Sulai's method of rendering his victims unconscious invariably involved striking the back of the head with force. Sulai nodded with a smile. "All right." With that, he delivered a swift kick to the back of the leader's head. The leader's eyes closed, his last thought being, "Why is this person so untrustworthy?" Little did he know, Sulai harbored no goodwill towards these individuals, especially since they had come to kill him. While he might engage in banter, he showed no mercy when it came to action. What a joke, showing kindness to an enemy. That would only lead to an untimely demise. After knocking everyone out, the world finally fell silent. Sulai sat upon the leader's body, silently observing the path ahead, his eyes shimmering with unspoken thoughts. At that moment, a latecomer, perhaps delayed by some matter, rode past on a motorcycle. Upon witnessing the grim scene, he nearly toppled his bike and hurriedly accelerated, speeding away. Sulai paid him no mind, instead remaining silent as he gazed into the dark night. The clouds appeared heavy, with the moon obscured, casting a dim light as if it had exhausted all its energy, barely managing to shine. Just then, the clouds, for reasons unknown, suddenly dispersed, revealing the brilliant moonlight, akin to a layer of silver satin draping over the earth. Sulai abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes narrowing as he fixed his attention ahead. Beneath the silver moonlight, a car approached from a distance, moving neither hurriedly nor slowly, gradually drawing near. Ultimately, it stopped not far from Sulai. The car door swung open, and a man clad in a sharply tailored black suit stepped out. He appeared youthful, and under the moonlight, he exuded an aura of handsomeness. Sulai stood up, brushed off his trousers, and turned the leader onto his back, kicking him a distance away. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to extend a greeting. "You've arrived." Chapter 88, Nightfall. Initially, Sulai intended merely to offer a courteous acknowledgement to demonstrate his politeness. However, the man opposite him instantly tensed, his entire demeanor shifting to one of acute vigilance as he scrutinized the bodies on the ground, particularly that of the one lodged against the car window. "Did you do this?" Sulai shook his head. The situation unfolded thus. "I had just returned late from the town, without a vehicle, and had to walk back. Who would have known that midway, this group would engage in a brawl? I merely hid to observe, and as they fought, it escalated to this point. I feared for my safety and came out to investigate." The man in the black suit surveyed Sulai with a discerning eye. "A fight to the point of mutual destruction?" Sulai stroked his chin, pondering. You might find it hard to believe, but when it came down to the last man standing, he began to laugh maniacally, and as he laughed, he collapsed. The man in the black suit stared intently at Sulai. "Do you take me for a fool?" Sulai, absent-mindedly rubbing his stubbled chin, replied, "You don't appear to be one." After a brief pause, he continued, "But you certainly are." The man in the black suit. Inwardly, he cursed, feeling 1,000 expletives rise to his lips, unsure of whether to voice them. The man remained silent. Even if he were a fool, he understood Sulai was behind this chaos. After all, he merely resembled a fool. How had he gotten ensnared? He quietly withdrew 2 knives from his waist. Gripping one in each hand, his eyes locked onto Sulai. "You deserve my full effort, and you shall know my name. I am Yihan. Remember my name when you cross the Naya Bridge." Upon seeing Yihan draw his blades, Sulai's composure shattered instantly. "Are you serious? You're drawing your weapons before we've even begun to fight?" Yihan remained fixated on Sulai, wary of any sudden movements. After all, a single individual had taken down over 20 men. He was no less formidable himself. When hunting a rabbit, one uses full strength. How much more so against an expert? Sulai grumbled. "Can you not have a bit more confidence? How can one live without self-assurance? Let me tell you, those lacking confidence cannot achieve great things." Yihan silently regarded Sulai, saying nothing. Feeling somewhat awkward under Yihan's gaze, Sulai scratched his head. "How about we sheathe our knives and sit down for a chat? There's nothing that cannot be resolved through communication." Yihan continued to observe Sulai in silence. Still not speaking, Sulai sighed. This was starting to resemble a covert operative's demeanor. He was impervious to reason. It seemed the only way to overcome him was through strength. In the realm of skilled fighters, victory often hinges on the briefest of moments and the minutest of details. Just as Su Lai lowered his gaze in resignation, Yi Han sprang into action, his figure darting towards Su Lai like a specter. His right-hand knife slashing towards Su Lai's throat, while the left knife aimed with acute precision at Su Lai's waist. What he failed to notice, however, was that Su Lai, with his brow lowered, wore a barely perceptible smile. "You have delivered yourself right to my doorstep. I shall gladly accept." Just as the knife was about to graze his neck, Su Lai gently sidestepped, evading the blade. Yi Han's right-hand knife found only air. More critically, this subtle movement allowed Su Lai to evade the left-hand knife aimed at his waist. Having advanced to the intermediate stage of martial arts, Su Lai understood that the distinction between levels lies primarily in reaction speed and agility. It was precisely this formidable reflex and agility that enabled him to evade Yi Han's onslaught. Additionally, it was this very skill that had allowed him to navigate the previous onslaught with relative ease, consistently maintaining the upper hand. As Yi Han's strikes missed their mark, his pupils dilated with shock. This individual is remarkably strong. He quickly resolved to distance himself from Su Lai. However, it was too late. Su Lai's hand darted forth, effortlessly striking Night Cold's right wrist, causing his hand to involuntarily release its grip, and the knife fell. In an instant, Su Lai deftly caught it. To an observer, it would seem as if Night Cold were merely a performer, for when Su Lai's hand descended, it appeared devoid of any force. Night Cold reacted as if confronted by something terrifying, hastily relinquishing his hold, allowing Su Lai to seize the weapon with ease. Yet, only Night Cold understood the truth. Despite Su Lai's seemingly gentle touch, a hidden strength coursed through the wrist, delivering a heavy blow that rendered his hand open, entirely beyond his control. But this was merely the beginning. After grasping the knife, Su Lai swiftly plunged it into Night Cold's abdomen. The pain transformed Night Cold's visage into a mask of agony, beads of cold sweat forming upon his brow. Su Lai did not relent. Instead, he repeated his assault. Snatching another blade, with a sudden turn and leap, he delivered a kick to Night Cold's head. The sound of the impact was jarring. Night Cold, dazed, was sent crashing to the ground, a torrent of blood spilling from his mouth. Su Lai offered no respite, continuing his relentless onslaught, leaving Night Cold utterly defenseless. Under normal circumstances, Night Cold would have proven formidable, capable of exchanging blows with Su Lai. However, having made one misstep, he lost his opportunity, falling victim to Su Lai's brutal assault, which swiftly diminished his combat effectiveness. Night Cold lay prostrate on the ground, his head caked with dirt, his eyes glaring fiercely at Su Lai. Su Lai crouched down, twirling the knife before him. "Ah, this blade is quite fine. A pity it hasn't fulfilled its potential. Allow me to coax out a little of its residual heat," he remarked, his expression impassive as he flipped Night Cold over, embedding the knife near the location of the previous strike. Slowly, deliberately. "Ah." Night Cold's face flushed crimson, veins bulging as he cried out in torment. "Do you not fear imprisonment for so ruthlessly harming a compatriot?" Su Lai chuckled softly, initially contemplating a merciful release, but then decided to inflict further psychological torment. He spoke slowly, by Chuan Fongming, 23 years old, a citizen of Country R, serving in the M Nation's Mist World. Night Cold's eyes widened in shock. "How do you know?" Bai Chuan Fongming was his true name. Though born in the Summer Country, he was acutely aware of his identity as a citizen of Country R, burdened with a significant mission. Su Lai denied him the chance to continue, gently twisting the knife lodged in his abdomen. "Ah." Night Cold's eyes rolled back as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Su Lai gazed at Night Cold's face for a protracted moment before rising. Standing amidst the night, the cool breeze tousled his hair. He remained still for a long while, then released a long, drawn-out sigh. Turning to depart, his shadow stretched long under the moonlight.